Chapter 1, Divorce. After his wife, Lu Qingxue, became paralyzed and bedridden, he was expelled from the Lu family home, all his property was confiscated, and he was dismissed from his position as president of the Lu Group, leaving him destitute. She asked me for a divorce, but I firmly refused. I knew she didn't want to be a burden to me. To save her, I slept only 4 hours a day, worked 3 jobs to pay for her hospital fees, and followed the doctor's advice to donate blood to her every day so that she could recover as soon as possible. But who could have known that this was all a scam? She wasn't paralyzed, her goal was simply to divorce me and marry her childhood sweetheart, Fu Shen. The blood I draw every day is also donated to Fu Shen, who has been in a coma for 3 years. When she brought up divorce again, I looked her in the eyes and said seriously, okay. Honey, you've really gone through so much hardship, it's all my fault for being such a useless person. In the ward, Lu Qingxue, in her wheelchair, held Lu Xian's hand, her expression filled with guilt. Lu Xian had just finished having his blood drawn, his face was pale, and his brows were filled with undisguised exhaustion. Honey, don't say that, you'll get better. Lu Xian squeezed her hand, comforting her with eyes full of pity. 3 years ago, when he married Lu Qingxue was paralyzed in a car accident and became bedridden. In order not to burden him, Lu Qingxue took the initiative to propose a divorce, which he naturally did not agree to. From the moment they got married, he decided to spend his life with Lu Qingxue, whether in poverty or wealth. Honey, I love you. Lu Qingxue wrapped her arms around Lu Xian's neck, her beautiful eyes filled with affection, and her red lips drew closer. Lu Xian lowered his head, and just as their lips were about to touch, Lu Qingxue's phone rang, and she glanced at the number, her expression changing slightly. Honey, I need to take this call. It's a friend in France. Lu Qingxue answered the phone and said in fluent French, Hello, Anren, what's wrong? Qingxue, Fu Shen woke up today, is fully recovered and wants to marry you. What are you going to say to Lu Xian? If he finds out that your paralysis was faked and that he's been donating blood to Fu Shen every day, he'll probably go crazy. He took care of you for 3 years, never leaving your side, and worked tirelessly every day to pay for your medical expenses. How can you even bring yourself to say you want a divorce? The person on the other end of the phone spoke fluent French. Judging from the voice, it was Lu Qingxue's best friend, and ran. I'm worried now. I pretended to be paralyzed in a car accident to force Lu Xian to leave, but who knew he wouldn't leave? Never mind, I'll try asking him again later. If that doesn't work, I'll force him to divorce me by threatening to kill myself. No matter what, Fu Shen got into a car accident because of my marriage and was in a coma for 3 years. His biggest dream was to marry me. Now, thanks to Lu Xian's blood, Fu Shen has finally woken up. I can't let him down. As for Lu Xian, let's talk about him after he marries Fu Shen. Lu Qingxue looked somewhat impatient and wanted to say something more, but Lu Qingxue hung up the phone. Lu Qingxue hung up the phone, her face quickly switching back to that gentle yet apologetic expression. Husband, let's get a divorce. I am useless now. I really don't want to be a burden to you anymore. You've sacrificed so much for me these past 3 years. Good. Before she could finish speaking, Lu Xian spoke up, his voice calm. Lu Qingxue was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly looked up and saw Lu Xian, who was as calm as still water. She thought that Lu Xian would definitely refuse this time, just like before. She even considered threatening suicide to force him to agree, but to her surprise, Lu Xian agreed so readily. In an instant, she felt a sudden tightness in her heart, and a strange sense of panic washed over her. Almost instinctively, she hugged Lu Xian's waist tightly with both hands. Honey, this is just a fake divorce. Once my leg is healed and I can stand up again, we'll remarry immediately, okay? I just don't want to be a burden to you anymore. She buried her face in Lu Xian's chest, her voice gentle, as if she truly cared for him. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Xian, whom she was holding tightly, stiffened for a moment. They didn't even see the indescribable pain that flashed across Lu Xian's slightly lowered eyelids, and the redness in the corners of his eyes. Actually, he's always known French. Chapter 2, Deciding to Leave. From the moment she answered the phone, he heard every single word clearly. The cruel truth almost made him faint, but he still forced himself to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with Lu Qingxue to get their divorce certificate. It must have been Lu Qingxue who made the arrangements, because the process was quick. From the moment they received their marriage certificate until the end, Lu Xian remained completely calm, which made Lu Qingxue feel inexplicably flustered. Honey, this is just a fake divorce. Once I can stand up again, we'll remarry. During this time, you're not allowed to fall for any other girls, okay? Lu Qingxue hugged Lu Xian again and said in a coquettish tone. Lu Xian closed his eyes, and a tear almost rolled down his cheek. Her acting was really good. If he hadn't overheard her conversation with Anran, he probably would have believed it. Is it a fake divorce? No, Lu Qingxue, we're divorced, and we won't remarry. Lu Xian returned to his rented apartment and seemed to wake up from a dream. Looking at the red divorce certificate in his hand, tears finally streamed down his face. 5 years ago, he fell in love with Lu Qingxue at first sight while in college and pursued her relentlessly until he finally won her heart. Over the course of 2 years, he not only took meticulous care of her life, but also stayed up countless nights to develop plans, help her attract investment, and connect her with various channels and resources. After learning that she had a dream of starting her own business, which made her business thrive. 3 years ago, they finally took the last step and got their marriage certificate. He clearly remembers the moment they received their marriage certificate. They were both incredibly excited, embracing each other and whispering vows of eternal love. But who could have imagined that just as they were looking forward to the future and preparing for their grand wedding, a sudden car accident left Lu Qingxue paralyzed in bed. Using her disability as a pretext, the Lu Group stripped her of all her shares and position, kicked her out of her home, and turned her from a privileged young woman into someone with nothing. Everyone advised him to get rid of this burden, but he did not hesitate at all. He held Lu Qingxue in his arms on the hospital bed and said firmly, "Wife, don't be afraid, I'm here. I will definitely help you stand up again." He worked tirelessly to earn money to pay for her expensive medical and rehabilitation expenses so she could stand up as soon as possible. When the doctor told him that Lu Qingxue's body was special and that she needed a continuous transfusion of blood of a specific blood type to maintain her blood circulation, he did not hesitate at all and volunteered to donate blood. Every time he had his blood drawn, he felt as if a part of his body had been hollowed out, and his face turned frighteningly pale. But he didn't complain at all. Seeing Lu Qingxue's increasingly better complexion, he felt that all the sacrifices were worthwhile. He firmly believed that as long as he persevered, she would be able to stand up again one day. But now that I think about it, it all seems so ridiculous. The paralysis is fake. Being abandoned by the family is a lie. My love for him is fake. All she did was to put on a convincing display of her suffering, so that he would stay by her side devotedly, willingly sacrifice for her, and even shed blood for her childhood sweetheart, Fushan's man. That man was the one she truly held dear in her heart. His 3 years of dedication, his day and night protection, his heartfelt devotion, and even the blood he obtained by sacrificing his health, were all for the sake of fulfilling her love with Fushan. After crying for an unknown amount of time, Lu Xian came to his senses, rummaged through the trash can for the business card he had thrown away, dialed the number, and said in a hoarse voice, "Professor Wang, I've made up my mind. Want to join the translation team at the embassy abroad." 3. Chapter 3, Determination. A hearty laugh came from the other end of the phone, followed by an aged voice. "Ah, little Lu, you've finally come to your senses. I've always said that a genius like you, fluent in 9 languages, is really wasting his talents in the country. He should be making his mark in the diplomatic field. Since you've decided to come, we'll immediately start the process to help you with your visa and related paperwork. The embassy will expedite the process as much as possible, and if all goes smoothly, it should be completed in about a week. You should also take advantage of this week to properly handle matters back home." Lu Xian said gratefully, "Okay, Professor Wang, thank you for your trouble." Professor Wang's real name is Wang Jiangwo. He was Lu Xian's visiting linguistics professor during his university years and is also a top translation expert in China. He is currently the head of the translation team at an embassy abroad. Back in university, Wang Jiangwo was deeply impressed by Lu Xian's amazing language talent and invited Lu Xian to join his team after graduation on several occasions. However, at that time, Lu Xian was deeply in love with Lu Qingxue. In order to be with Lu Qingxue, he did not hesitate to reject this opportunity that others thought was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Some time ago, Wang Jiangwo's team was short of a French translator, so he invited him again. Lu Xian thought of Lu Qingxue, who was still in the hospital, and once again refused Wang Jiangwo's kind invitation. He even threw away the business card that Wang Jiangwo gave him to prevent himself from being tempted. Looking back now, it's incredibly ironic. Lu Xian hung up the phone, looked at the divorce certificate, and took a deep breath. He had already given up an opportunity to showcase his talents for Lu Qingxue, and this time, he wouldn't give up again. The next day, Lu Xian got up, ate a simple breakfast, and then his phone screen suddenly lit up. He opened it and saw a message from WeChat. A stranger requested to add you as a friend, but didn't enter any verification information. Lu Xian hesitated for a moment before clicking agree. What if it was a friend he didn't contact often? The moment the verification was successful, the other party sent a picture. Lu Xian was stunned for a moment. It was Lu Qingxue's marriage certificate with a young man with an effeminate appearance. The red background photo was particularly jarring. Immediately afterwards, the other party sent another text message, Brother Lu Xian, thank you so much. It was only because you let go that Qingxue and I were able to get married so quickly. By the way, in these 3 years, I also owe you so much for the blood transfusions you gave me, otherwise I might not have woken up. Qingxue and I will remember this kindness. Between the lines, there is a hint of boasting and pride. Lu Xian realized that this person was Fu Shun, Lu Qingxue's childhood sweetheart. Wow, that's fast. Lu Xian murmured to himself, a self-deprecating smile on his lips. Although he had made up his mind last night, the more than 5 years of relationship still caused him a pang of pain when he saw the news and photos. He didn't reply to Fu Shun's message. After composing himself, he started contacting all the part-time jobs he had previously taken on and turned them all down. There was only one part-time worker left, a waiter at the Nightfall KTV. The boss told him to stay until the end of the day, and he didn't refuse. The corridor lights of the KTV were dim and flickering. Lu Xian carried a heavy tray filled with chilled beer and several exquisite fruit platters as he walked towards the Emperor's Hall at the end of the corridor. Just as he reached the door of the private room and was about to push it open, a woman's voice faintly came from inside, causing him to abruptly stop in his tracks and his whole body to stiffen slightly. Chapter 4, An Accidental Encounter. Congratulations, Qingxue, you've finally seen the light at the end of the tunnel, and you and young Master Fu are now a couple. Absolutely, you two are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. I heard you've already registered your marriage. When are you planning the wedding? We're all looking forward to your wedding banquet. By the way, speaking of which, that guy named Lu Xian is a complete idiot. He was completely fooled by you guys and wasted 3 years of his life. He's so stupid. What a joke. A burst of uproarious laughter erupted, extremely jarring. Just then, Lu Qingxue's voice rang out, Fu Shun and I are going to Hawaii for our wedding next week, and we'll be sending out invitations also. Don't mention that idiot Lu Xian's name in front of me again. Just thinking about him makes me feel nauseous. If it weren't for Fu Shun needing his special blood type to survive, how could I have played along with him for so long? Lu Xian, standing outside the door, was completely frozen in place. Stupid pig, acting, disgusting? So, that's what she thought of him? It turns out that every day I spent with him was just an act. Lu Xian took a deep breath, silently pulled up the thin waiter's mask on his face to cover his face, then lowered his head, pushed open the door of the private room, and walked in. The private room was brightly lit, filled with smoke, and had a lively atmosphere. The focus of the crowd was Lu Qingxue, who should have been paralyzed in bed due to the car accident at this moment. She was elegantly holding a glass of red wine, her face rosy and her smile bright. She was wearing an elegant dress, her figure was slender and her spirits were high. There was no trace of the sickly look she had in the hospital. Lu Xian lowered his eyes, thinking about Lu Qingxue's performance over the past 3 years. Her acting skills were truly excellent. He silently placed the drinks and snacks on the tray onto the table, and as he turned to leave, he heard Lu Qingxue's familiar voice behind him, with a hint of command, wait a minute, stop right there. Were you recognized? Lu Xian stood there, his body stiff, his mind a jumble of images flashing through his mind, replaying countless scenes from after he turned around. Just then, the door was pushed open. Fu Shun walked in and met Lu Xian's eyes. Lu Xian lowered his head, presumably because he was wearing a mask and hadn't been recognized. Fu Shun seemed oblivious, walking straight to Lu Qingxue's side and putting his arm around her waist. Wife, the doctor gave me another checkup today, so I'm a little late. I hope you weren't too impatient? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue asked anxiously, what was the result? What did the doctor say? That heartfelt concern and worry stood in stark contrast to the disgust she felt when she first mentioned Lu Xian. Sensing her nervousness, Fu Shun said, it's nothing serious, she might still be a little anemic, but if nothing unexpected happens, she'll gradually recover completely. Lu Qingxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, their friends who had been watching their interaction finally found an opportunity to cheer them on. Wow, they're so newlyweds, it's incredibly sweet. Shouldn't you give us a performance? That's right, give me a kiss, I absolutely have to give you a kiss. Give me a kiss, give me a kiss, give me a kiss. Taking advantage of the bustling noise, Lu Xian fled the private room as if escaping, feeling a tightness in his chest. He knew without even thinking what was going to happen behind him. Lu Xian took a deep breath, composed himself, and told himself this. He's about to leave. From now on, her affairs will have nothing to do with him. Chapter 5, Lu Qingxue goes to the wrong door. As night deepened, Lu Xian ate something lightly and returned to his room, feeling exhausted. Perhaps he was too tired, he didn't even think about Lu Qingxue before falling into a deep sleep. Thump thump thump, thump thump thump. In the middle of the night, a series of urgent and loud knocks on the door startled Lu Xian awake. Who could it be at this point in time? He frowned and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, a strong smell of alcohol hit us. The figure standing outside the door was none other than Lu Qingxue. She was still wearing the same exquisite dress she had worn in the private room during the day, though her hair was slightly disheveled, her pretty face was flushed with an unnatural redness, her eyes were glazed, and she was staggering. Clearly, she was completely drunk. Upon seeing Lu Xian, she seemed to tilt her head to recognize him, then walked in with a smile, her body wobbling slightly. Her legs don't look paralyzed at all, they're perfectly normal. Lu Qingxue, what are you doing here? Lu Xian took a deep breath and asked. Lu Qingxue seemed not to hear him, instead softly nestling into his arms she expertly wrapped her arms around his neck, nuzzled her cheek against his chest, and murmured sweetly. Honey, I miss you so much. Lu Xian froze, and before he could say anything, Lu Qingxue continued. Xinshin, in 7 days we'll be getting married, from now on, we'll be together forever, and we'll never be apart again. Honey, I love you so much. Deeply? Lu Xian was taken aback, then gave a bitter smile so she had mistaken him for someone else. He pushed her away forcefully, forcing her to look at him staring at her. He spoke slowly and deliberately. Lu Qingxue, look carefully, I am Lu Xian, not Fu Xin. However, Lu Qingxue seemed not to hear his words. Instead, she showed a hint of dissatisfaction at being pushed away, frowned her beautiful brows, and then clung to him again. She seemed uncomfortable standing, so she wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled hard, and fueled by the alcohol, she dragged him down with her, causing them to fall onto the narrow, creaky single bed. Warm, soft lips pressed haphazardly onto his face and neck, kissing him without any rhyme or reason. She kept murmuring that name, as if in a dream. Xinshin, stop fooling around, Xinshin, give me a hug. All night long, Lu Qingxue clung to him like an octopus, calling out Xinshin in her drunken state and whispering sweet nothings she had never said to him before. In the past, if Lu Qingxue had taken the initiative to throw herself into his arms like this, he would have reacted as a normal man should. However, right now, he only feels nauseous and disgusted. After a grueling and nauseating night, Lu Qingxue opened her eyes and saw herself entangled with Lu Xian. Her face stiffened. How did I get here? You've come to the wrong door. Lu Xian said calmly. Lu Qingxue panicked and said, Husband, I didn't say anything last night, did I? Lu Xian said coldly, Don't call me husband, it's disgusting. Lu Qingxue, aren't you tired of pretending? Lu Qingxue forced a laugh. Honey, what are you saying? What do you mean by pretending? Lu Qingxue, didn't you say you were paralyzed? I see you're walking perfectly fine. Lu Xian's eyes were cold as he said, Lu Qingxue, stop pretending. I know everything, including what happened between you and Fu Xin. You can leave now. From now on, we'll keep to ourselves. Lu Qingxue said in a flustered manner, Husband, please let me explain. Before she could finish speaking, a call came in on her phone. After answering the call, she immediately grabbed Lu Xian's hand and said, Come on, let's go to the hospital. Chapter 6, Blood Draw. What are you going to the hospital for? Lu Xian abruptly shook off her hand and said coldly. Lu Qingxue's face turned cold, her previous weak and pitiful demeanor vanishing. She spoke icily, Since you already know, I won't hide it from you anymore. Fu Shan is the person I care about most, suffering from acute anemia, and his condition is critical. He urgently needs a blood transfusion. Only your blood type is a match. Lu Xian, you must come with me today to give Fu Shan a blood transfusion, otherwise, you know the consequences if I use the Lu family's influence. Lu Xian stood there, stunned. He never expected that the woman who once professed to love him would now use the power of her family to threaten him and force him to donate blood for another man. An indescribable sense of sorrow and absurdity welled up in his heart. He looked into Lu Qingshue's eyes, smiled bitterly, and said, "Fine." For an ordinary person like him, who had no power or influence, the Lu family was indeed an insurmountable behemoth. He couldn't escape it, nor was he able to resist. He was leaving in 7 days, and he didn't want any problems to arise at this time. Seeing the almost lifeless despair in Lu Xian's eyes, Lu Qingxue seemed to be stunned. She wanted to say something, but Fu Shan's safety overshadowed everything. She grabbed Lu Xian's arm, hurried downstairs, and rushed to the hospital. The hospital was filled with the smell of disinfectant, and the atmosphere was somber. Lu Qingxue found the doctor and asked urgently, "How is Fu Shan?" The doctor's eyes flickered slightly as he whispered, "Mr. Fu has fallen into a coma due to acute anemia. The blood bank has run out of matching blood, and his condition is critical. He needs a transfusion immediately." Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Qingxue shoved Lu Xian forward and ordered the doctor, "Draw his blood, use his blood." "Good." The doctor responded and immediately instructed the nurses to prepare. The cold needle pierced the skin, and bright red blood slowly flowed out through the catheter into blood bags. 1 bag, 2 bags. When the blood volume reached 1,000 cubic centimeters, Lu Xian's face was as pale as paper, his lips had lost all color, and his body swayed uncontrollably, almost unable to stand. The nurse stopped and looked at the doctor. The doctor frowned as he examined Lu Xian's condition, then turned to Lu Qingxue and said, "Miss Lu, we've already drawn 1000 cc. Mr. Fu still needs about 300 cc. However, this gentleman's condition is already very weak. If we continue drawing more, his life may be in danger." Lu Qingxue's gaze was fixed on the direction of the emergency room. Hearing the doctor's words, she didn't even turn to look at Lu Xian. Her voice was icy cold and flat as she said decisively, "Keep drawing the needles, as long as we can wake Fu Shan up." Lu Qingxue's icy words, like sharp ice picks, pierced Lu Xian's heart. Lu Xian felt as if struck by lightning, his whole body turning ice cold. He looked incredulously at the woman who had once shared a bed with him. They say that even a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of kindness. He had sacrificed so much for her, yet now she didn't care about his life. Lu Xian didn't want to lose his life here, but his extreme weakness left him with almost no strength to even lift his hand, and Lu Qingxue had someone hold him down. The cold needle remained embedded in his vein, and as blood was continuously drawn away, Lu Xian lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Xian slowly woke up to the smell of disinfectant. But then they saw an unexpected person, Fu Shan. Chapter 7, Re-encounter with Fu Shan. Fu Shan sat on the edge of the bed. Although his face was a little pale, he looked to be in good spirits. His face showed feigned gratitude and concern. "Lu Xian, you're awake. Thank you so much. If it weren't for your timely blood transfusion, I really don't know if I would have been able to wake up. Oh, by the way, I also want to thank you for divorcing Qingxue. Otherwise, how could we get married in 7 days?" Lu Xian had long since given up hope, and his heart remained completely unmoved. He said, "Oh, that's good. Congratulations on your marriage." Seeing that Lu Xian's emotions did not fluctuate at all, Fu Shan's eyes were filled with resentment. Just as he was about to say something, the ward door was pushed open. "What wedding? What are you talking about?" Lu Qingxue walked in and happened to hear Lu Xian's words. She asked a question, her eyes darting around, revealing a barely perceptible panic. "Nothing much, Sister Qingxue. We were just talking about your wedding day with Brother Lu." Fu Shan walked over and affectionately put his arm around Lu Qingxue's waist. Lu Xian looked at the scene before him calmly. He had completely given up hope. When Lu Qingxue saw Lu Xian's calm and expressionless face, her heart skipped a beat, and an indescribable panic gripped her. She instinctively avoided Lu Xian's gaze, gripped Fu Shan's arm tightly, and said, "All right, Shan, let's go first, don't disturb Lu Xian's rest." Fu Shan was pulled away by Lu Qingxue, but as he left, he quietly turned back and cast an extremely contemptuous, provocative, and smug look at Lu Xian, who was lying on the hospital bed with a pale face. Lu Xian lay quietly on the bed, taking in everything without feeling the slightest disturbance in his heart. This woman, this city, all of this past should come to an end. His heart would no longer flutter for her. Lu Xian spent the next 2 days alone in the hospital. During this time, several close college classmates and colleagues came to visit him, but Lu Qingxue never showed up. She was probably with Fu Xin, enjoying their time together, and Lu Xian didn't care. After recovering to a certain extent, Lu Xian completed the discharge procedures. As the day of his departure drew closer, he invited a few friends who came to visit him to a private room at an elegant hotel in the city center, as a farewell banquet before his departure. Inside the private room, the lighting was soft, and the table was laden with exquisite dishes. Because he had a stomach ailment, he did not order any alcohol. Friends took turns raising their drinks, offering blessings and words of farewell, creating a warm yet slightly melancholic atmosphere. Lu Xian smiled and responded to each one, a warm feeling rising in his heart. Just as he stood up, preparing to say a few words of thanks, the door to the private room was pushed open from the outside. The harmonious atmosphere in the private room instantly froze when they saw who it was. Standing at the door was none other than Fu Xin. Everyone present was Lu Xian's friend, and they had all heard about the relationship between Fu Xin and Lu Qingxue. Lu Xian frowned slightly and said indifferently, "Fu Xin, what are you doing here?" With a smile, Fu Xin walked straight to Lu Xian's table and said, "Brother Lu Xian, Qingxue and I were having dinner at this hotel when we saw you here, so we came to see you. Brother Lu Xian, thank you so much for the blood transfusion at the hospital, and thank you for making Qingxue and I possible to express my gratitude. I must toast you." As he spoke, he raised his glass. No wine was served at their table, so Fu Xin had obviously brought his own. Fu Xin's eyes revealed undisguised smugness and provocation. Chapter 8, Drinking. Lu Xian was too lazy to argue with Fu Xin, nor did he want to ruin the atmosphere of saying goodbye to his friend, so he said lightly, "I appreciate the thought, but I won't drink." Fu Xin seemed not to hear him, and raised his glass to himself. "Brother Lu Xian, give me some face, I'll drink first as a sign of respect." After saying that, without waiting for Lu Xian's response, he tilted his head back and drank the wine in his glass in one gulp. Lu Xian didn't want to say much. He picked up his teacup, symbolically raised it towards Fu Xin, and said lightly, "I wish you happiness." Fu Xin smiled slightly, said nothing more, and turned to leave. Lu Xian was completely baffled. Did he just come here to show off and mock someone? The atmosphere in the private room was somewhat awkward and subtle. The friends wanted to say something to comfort Lu Xian, but they didn't know where to begin. Lu Xian smiled nonchalantly and said, "It's all right, don't worry about him, let's continue eating." The atmosphere finally eased again, and everyone started talking again, continuing their previous topic. Just a few minutes later, with a loud bang, the door to the private room was kicked open from the outside. Everyone looked on in astonishment, only to see Lu Qingxue standing angrily at the door with a fierce expression on her pretty face, her beautiful eyes glaring at Lu Xian as if they were about to spit fire. She rushed to Lu Xian, angrily saying, "Lu Xian, what are you thinking? Fu Xin is so allergic to alcohol, and you knowingly forced him to drink. Now he's vomited blood and has been rushed to the emergency room. How could you be so vicious and cruel?" "Sister-in-law, you've misunderstood Brother Xian." Seeing Lu Qingxue's anger, one of Lu Xian's friends couldn't help but speak up to defend him. "All right." Lu Xian raised his hand, stopping his friend from speaking. He looked at Lu Qingxue and said coldly, "He is allergic to alcohol, and I have a stomach problem. Since you say that I forced him to drink until he vomited blood, then I will drink until I vomit blood too. That should be enough to repay him, right?" Lu Xian knew in his heart that explaining would be futile. Lu Qingxue wouldn't believe him, she would only believe Fu Xin. Before Lu Qingxue could say anything more, Lu Xian turned to the side and said, "Waiter, bring me a bottle of baijiu." The private room fell silent instantly, and the waiter quickly brought over an unopened bottle of strong liquor. Lu Xian twisted the cap off the bottle without expression and poured himself a full glass. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he tilted his head back and downed the strong liquor in his glass in one gulp. The pungent liquor burned his throat and stomach like fire. Without pausing, he quickly poured himself a second glass, then a third. The movements were swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. After 3 glasses of strong liquor, a familiar, sharp pain shot through my stomach, as if countless needles were pricking me. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Xian suddenly bent over, coughing violently, his face turning deathly pale. Several mouthfuls of bright red blood suddenly spurted from his mouth, splattering onto the clean tablecloth in front of him, a shocking sight. Lu Qingshue's pupils suddenly contracted as she looked at the glaring red. She subconsciously took a step forward, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something. Lu Xian ignored her, slowly stood up, casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, and looked coldly at Lu Qingxue. Miss Lu, are you satisfied with this? Looking at Lu Xian's pale, bloodless face, and then thinking of Fu Shen's unclear condition in the hospital, Lu Qingxue felt a turmoil in her heart. If anything happens to Fu Shen, I will never let you go. 9. Chapter 9 Never to Return. The private room was deathly silent. His friends then realized what was happening and rushed over, saying, Brother Xian, how are you? Quick, we'll take you to the hospital. No need. Lu Xian waved his hand, it's an old ailment, it won't kill me, I'll just go get some medicine myself. He pushed away his friends' hands that tried to help him and left the private room alone. His steps were unsteady, and his shadow stretched long under the corridor lights, exuding an indescribable loneliness. He knew the way well and took a taxi to the nearest hospital, registered, saw a doctor, and then went to the pharmacy to pick up the medicine with the prescription. He endured the waves of stomach pain silently. Having just received the medicine from the pharmacy window, Lu Xian turned around and froze on the spot. Lu Qingxue was standing at the end of the corridor not far away, her eyes red-rimmed, staring intently at him. You must be here to see Fu Shen, right? Lu Xian shook his head and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingxue rushed over and threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. Lu Xian shoved Lu Qingxue away and quickly took a step back, widening the distance between them. His voice was full of detachment. Miss Lu, you've got the wrong person, I'm not Fu Shen. Lu Qingxue, who was pushed away, was stunned, then her face was full of panic and she said aggrievedly, Husband, let me explain, I was too anxious just now. Fu Shen was like that, and I was so afraid that something would happen to him, so I said things without thinking. Please forgive me this time, okay? As she spoke, she reached out and took Lu Xian's hand, saying, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I have to go on a business trip out of town for a while in 3 days. When I come back, let's remarry, okay? Looking at her earnest expression, Lu Xian felt nothing but absurdity and ridicule. Even now, she's still acting. Lu Xian ignored her, strode past Lu Qingxue, and headed towards the hospital entrance without looking back. Lu Qingxue was left standing there, frozen in place, at a loss. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Xian's stomach pain has lessened considerably, all the procedures for going abroad have been completed, and he has also informed his friends. He had no more attachments in this city. Lu Xian folded the last few pieces of clothing and put them into his suitcase. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Lu Xian walked over and opened the door, but to his surprise, standing outside was Lu Qingxue. Miss Lu, what brings you here? Lu Xian frowned slightly and said, Honey, don't be so distant with me, I really love you, I have to go on a business trip today, so wait for me to come back, and then we'll get married. Lu Qingxue looked aggrieved and hugged Lu Xian tightly. Lu Xian shoved her away, his heart filled with mockery. On business trip? The place she was going to was clearly Fu Shen's hometown, Anxi, to marry Fu Shen. Lu Xian looked at her indifferently and said, Fine. There's no point in saying more. He just wants to leave quietly now and doesn't want to cause any more trouble at the last minute. Receiving a satisfactory response, Lu Qingxue seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, but she couldn't suppress the inexplicable sense of panic deep in her heart. She felt that Lu Xian was different today, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what was wrong. Then I'm leaving you, take care of yourself, and wait for me to come back. She forced a smile, then couldn't help but turn back and give Lu Xian a deep look. Perhaps she was being too sensitive, she comforted herself, and turned to leave quickly. As soon as Lu Qingxue disappeared, Lu Yuan didn't linger for a moment. He picked up the suitcase that had been prepared at his feet and strode away from the house. Never coming back. 10. Chapter 10, Discovery. The airport terminal was bustling with people. Lu Xian dragged his suitcase and headed straight for his international departure gate. Just as he was about to reach the waiting area, he paused almost imperceptibly. At another boarding gate not far away, Lu Qingxue was standing side by side with a man, smiling and chatting. It was Fu Shen. They looked like a perfect couple. Lu Xian glanced at it briefly before indifferently looking away. He silently walked to his seat, sat down, and looked down at the flight information on his phone, waiting to board. In the crowd, Lu Qingxue seemed to sense something, and suddenly turned around, her gaze quickly sweeping across the bustling crowd. In a fleeting glance, a familiar figure came into view, looking exactly like Lu Xian. Her heart skipped a beat. Was it him? What was he doing here? But when she tried to take a closer look, the figure had already blended into the crowd and disappeared. What's wrong, Qingxue? Fu Shen asked with concern. It's nothing. Nothing. Lu Qingxue shook her head, trying to suppress the pounding in her heart. Maybe I saw it wrong. She took out her phone to call Lu Xian to confirm, but the announcement had already started urging people to board. Never mind, I guess I was just overthinking it. He promised he would wait for her. Finally, Lu Qingxue took a deep breath, took Fu Shen's arm, and boarded the plane to Engshi. Almost at the same time, on the other side of the boarding bridge, Lu Xian dragged his suitcase and boarded a plane to a foreign country without looking back. We will never meet again in this life. More than an hour later, the plane landed smoothly at Engshi International Airport. The sunlight was perfect outside the porthole, but Lu Qingxue seemed absent-minded. As they sat in the black car sent by the Fu family to pick them up, Fu Shen turned to look at her and asked with gentle concern, Sister Qingxue, I noticed something was off about you at the airport. Are you feeling unwell? Lu Qingxue forced a smile, shook her head slightly, and turned her gaze to the street scene rushing past the window. No, I might be a little airsick. I'll be fine after a rest. Back at the Fu family home, in a small villa, she went to her room to change into her wedding dress. The wedding was about to begin in 2 hours. However, she felt troubled. Her fingertips hesitated on the phone screen for a moment before she finally opened her contacts and found Lu Xian's number. She took a deep breath and pressed the dial button. As soon as I dialed, a mechanical system message came through the receiver. Hello, the number you dialed has been cancelled. With a buzzing sound, Lu Qingxue's mind went completely blank. Cancel? How could it be cancelled? She dialed again and again like a madwoman. A huge wave of panic gripped her heart, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. That figure from behind, that fleeting glimpse of someone's back at the airport. Could it really be him? Lu Qingxue suddenly stood up from the sofa, unable to maintain her composure any longer, and said, Shen, something urgent has happened at my home, and I have to go back to Jianghai immediately. Fu Shen was startled and pleaded, Sister Qingxue, the wedding is about to start. Can we go back tomorrow if there's anything else? No need, I'm leaving now. She didn't even wait for Fu Shen to ask her questions in detail, nor did she bother to greet the Fu family elders. She turned around and hurriedly walked outside. They chartered a small business jet and returned to Jianghai as quickly as possible. An hour later, the plane landed over the river. Lu Qingxue took a taxi directly to the old neighborhood where Lu Xian rented an apartment. Standing in front of that familiar, even somewhat faded and peeling, rental room door, Lu Qingxue's heart raced, and she knocked hard on the door. But no matter how hard she knocked, no one answered the door. A huge panic gripped her just then. The door next door opened, revealing a middle-aged woman. She recognized her. She was Lu Xian's landlady. Are you looking for Lu Xian? He checked out of his hotel and left today with a big suitcase, saying he's not coming back. What, haven't you been in contact with him? The landlady asked in confusion. I recognize Lu Qingxue, she's Lu Xian's wife. Boom! Lu Qingxue was struck dumb, standing there in disbelief. She rushed over and pounded on the door like a madwoman. Impossible, Lu Xian, you promised me, you said you would wait for me, that you would stay with me for a lifetime. How could you leave? 11, Chapter 11 Wedding Delay. Lu Qingxue was emotionally devastated after learning that Lu Xian had left. She could hardly believe that Lu Xian would leave her so quietly. It's like throwing a stone into the ocean, making no sound. Turn out to be. It turns out that once someone loses contact information, they really can completely disappear from another person's life. When Lu Qingxue returned home, she slumped onto the sofa like a walking corpse, her pupils unfocused. She herself didn't understand why she was like this after Lu Xian disappeared. The phone kept dialing the number saved as Lu Xian's. But every time I get through, I get the same result. Sorry, the number you dialed is not in service. Lu Qingxue understood that this situation only occurred if the phone number was cancelled. She had been using Lu Xian's phone number ever since she met him. But now, it's been cancelled. Is she deliberately avoiding me, or does she not believe I will remarry? Or perhaps, are you throwing a tantrum at yourself? Lu Qingxue had various suspicions in her mind. But the more she did this, the more uneasy she felt. Beep beep beep. Just then, Lu Qingxue's phone rang again. She suddenly picked up her phone, but it wasn't Lu Xian calling. Shen, what's wrong? Lu Qingxue's voice lacked its usual gentleness. The voice on the other end of the phone had a slightly masculine, magnetic quality, much like the currently popular bubbly voice. Qingxue, our wedding is in a few days. Have you chosen your wedding dress yet? Would you like to come out and take a look together? Lu Qingxue was stunned, as if she had only just realized that her wedding with Fu Shen was in a few days. Her heart sank, unsure how to answer, but the voice on the other end of the phone kept talking. Where are you? I'll come pick you. I really want to see you wearing your wedding dress for me. Lu Qingxue paused for a moment, then said calmly, at home. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qingxue felt a mix of emotions. There was sadness, hesitation, and most of all, confusion. Even she herself didn't know why she had this feeling. Clearly, in 2 days, it will be her wedding with Fu Shen, whom she has liked for several years. It is the wedding she has been dreaming of. But at this moment, she really couldn't be happy. Could it be Lu Xian? Lu Qingxue was unwilling to admit that Lu Xian had influenced her emotions. Those who can deceive others cannot deceive themselves. Good. After Lu Xian left, Lu Qingxue should be happy, so why would she be sad? Thump thump thump. The doorbell rang at the villa. Lu Qingxue knew that Fu Shen had arrived. She slowly stepped forward and opened the door, where a bouquet of red roses came into view. The flowers have a faint fragrance, and you can still see a few drops of dew on them. It must have been picked recently. However, Lu Qingxue did not show much joy when she saw such beautiful roses. Her delicate eyebrows were still furrowed. How are you, Shi? What's wrong? Is something on your mind? Fu Shen's bright smile vanished as he realized that Lu Qingxue didn't seem particularly happy about his little surprise. No, I love it so much, you're so romantic. Lu Qingxue suddenly realized her emotions and quickly composed herself, pretending to be very happy. Fu Shen didn't notice anything amiss and instead took Lu Qingxue's hand as they got into the car and headed towards the wedding dress shop. In the wedding dress shop, Lu Qingxue stood in front of the mirror wearing a pure white trailing wedding dress and a crown, looking like a white swan. But she didn't seem very happy. So beautiful. Fu Shen exclaimed. Shen, I want to postpone the wedding. 12, Chapter 12, he seems like a different person. When Fu Shen heard Lu Qingxue say she wanted to postpone the wedding, the smile on his face instantly froze. He froze, his eyes filled with disbelief. He simply couldn't believe it, Lu Qingxue, who had always been so eager to marry him. They actually suggested postponing the wedding at this crucial juncture. It's unbelievable. He leaned forward slightly and asked eagerly. Qingxue, why wasn't the wedding date already set? Why do we suddenly want to postpone it? Lu Qingxue's eyes flickered, not daring to look Fu Shen in the eye, and she stammered out an excuse. Haven't been feeling well lately, and I'm worried that I won't be in good condition and the wedding won't go as planned. Her voice was a little weak, and even she herself felt that the reason was a bit far-fetched. Indeed, it was I who kept saying I wanted to marry him. Now it's me who's saying the wedding date should be postponed. Lu Qingxue herself felt particularly conflicted. Fu Shen frowned, his face full of worry, but he didn't dare to ask any more questions. He sighed helplessly, gently took Lu Qingxue's hand, and said softly. Alright, since you're not feeling well, let's postpone the wedding. You must take good care of yourself. If you feel unwell, you must tell me. Then he added. How about I take you home and take care of you? Lu Qingxue subconsciously withdrew her hand, shook her head slightly, and spoke in a somewhat stiff tone. No need, I can manage on my own. Yuri quite busy too, don't worry about me. Fu Xin looked at Lu Qingxue in shock. He never expected that Lu Qingxue would reject his concern. Before, Lu Qingxue always readily accepted such requests, and would even coax her to spend more time with her. But now, Lu Qingxue's attitude was so cold, as if she had become a different person. But he couldn't insist, so he had no choice but to agree. And so, the wedding dress selection trip, which was originally full of anticipation, ended unhappily, and the wedding dress was not chosen well. Lu Qingxue did not choose to ride in Fu Xin's car, but walked out of the wedding dress shop alone. Looking at the pristine white wedding dress in the shop window, Lu Qingxue felt a mix of emotions. Instead of going straight home, she inexplicably headed towards the company of Zhang Hong, Lu Xian's best friend. Standing at the entrance of Zhang Heng's company, Lu Qingxue was filled with hesitation. Her hands unconsciously twisted together, her knuckles turning white from the force. Previously, she disliked Zhang Hong intensely, thinking he was one of Lu Xian's cronies who was always wasting time hanging out with Lu Xian. But now, she had no choice but to come to him, because she knew that Zhang Heng might be the only one who knew Lu Xian's whereabouts. If I go to him like this, will he tell me? Will he hold a grudge against me for how I treated him before? Lu Qingxue kept asking herself these questions. She felt some regretting that she had treated Zhang Hong so badly before. But now, she couldn't care less about that, she desperately wanted to know news of Lu Xian. Never mind, let's give it a try. Lu Qingxue gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, and mustered her courage to walk into the company. With each step she took, her heart beat faster, and her tension and anxiety grew stronger. She didn't know what awaited her, whether she would be met with Zhang Heng's coldness or receive news of Lu Xian. But she knew she couldn't give up, even if there was only a sliver of hope, she had to try. Lu Qingxue found it hard to accept Lu Xian's sudden disappearance. Chapter 13, Are you sure you don't want to give it to me? Lu Qingxue walked into the company, her eyes searching the office area, and finally spotted Zhang Hong. At that moment, Zhang Hong was focused on helping a colleague organize a PowerPoint presentation. His fingers flew across the keyboard, his expression serious and focused. Lu Qingxue took a deep breath and slowly walked towards Zhang Heng. Zhang Hong inadvertently looked up and saw Lu Qingxue, but his gaze only swept over her indifferently. He then lowered his head and continued his work, choosing to ignore it. Lu Qingxue's heart tightened, but she still managed to smile and took the initiative to greet him. Zhang Hong, it's been a long time. Zhang Hong stopped what he was doing, looked up, and replied calmly. What are you doing here? His tone was flat, devoid of any enthusiasm, as if he were addressing an ordinary stranger. Feeling a little embarrassed, Lu Qingxue coughed lightly and said, It's nothing serious, just chatting. She paused, trying to lighten the mood, and asked, How's work been lately? Zhang Hong frowned slightly, clearly uninterested in Lu Qingxue's polite small talk, and gave only a brief reply. Good. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Qingxue stopped beating around the bush and got straight to the point. Zhang Hong, I'd like to ask, has Lu Xian been in contact with you recently? Upon hearing Lu Xian's name, Zhang Heng's body stiffened slightly, and a barely perceptible hint of panic flashed in his eyes. He looked away, avoiding Lu Qingxue's gaze, and said, No, I haven't been in contact with him for a long time either. Lu Qingxue naturally did not believe Zhang Heng's words. She took a step forward, stared intently into Zhang Heng's eyes, and said firmly, Zhang Hong, don't lie to me. Yuri his best friend, how could you two not keep in touch? Zhang Hong frowned even more deeply, gritted his teeth, and said, Miss Lu, I'm telling the truth, we really haven't been in contact. It's no use looking for Lu Xian or me. Lu Qingxue was a little anxious. She knew Zhang Hong was hiding something, but she couldn't do anything about it for the time being. Zhang Hong and Lu Xian have been good friends since high school and college. The two of them were inseparable, so how could Zhang Hong not know where Lu Xian was? She quickly racked her brains, trying to figure out how to get Zhang Hong to reveal Lu Xian's contact information. Suddenly, Lu Qingxue had a flash of inspiration, her face showing showing a pained expression, and she said in a trembling voice. Zhang Hong, two have an incurable disease and don't have much time left. I just want to see him one last time and say a few words to him. I know you two are close, so please just tell me his contact information, I'm begging you. Zhang Heng's eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing Lu Qingshue's words, but he quickly regained his composure. He looked at Lu Qingxue with a hint of doubt in his eyes and said, Miss Lu, please don't joke about such things. Zhang Hong wasn't stupid. Although Lu Xian hadn't told him about the marriage, he knew a little about it. Seeing that Zhang Hong still didn't believe her, Lu Qingxue became even more anxious. Zhang Hong, I know that I said some things that were a bit too much in the past, but I apologize to you now. The hospital has already issued me a critical condition notice. Do you expect me to show this to you? Lu Xian doesn't know that yet. If they had known, they certainly wouldn't have ignored it. Lu Qingxue appealed to his emotions and reasoned with him. A hint of hesitation flashed in Zhang Heng's eyes before he finally said, Alright, I'll give it to you. 14, Chapter 14, Lies. Lu Qingxue clutched the slip of paper with Lu Xian's contact information written on it tightly. It was as if that was the only link connecting her to her past emotions. Back home, she sat on the edge of the bed, her gaze fixed on her phone screen, her finger lingering on the string of numbers. Her heart was churning like a turbulent tide. She both longed to speak with Lu Xian and feared his cold response. How should I put it? Is he still angry with me? Lu Qingxue muttered to herself, her mind constantly conjuring up various dialogue scenarios, but she couldn't find a suitable opening. After a fierce internal struggle, Lu Qingxue finally mustered up her courage and pressed the dial button. The phone rang in the quiet room, each ring seeming to pound on her heart. Hello, who is it? Lu Xian's voice came from the other end of the phone. It was still the familiar deep voice, but it had a touch of unfamiliar indifference. Lu Qingxue took a deep breath and tried to make her voice sound calm. Husband, it's me, Lu Qingxue. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Lu Xian paused for a moment, then asked coldly. Lu Qingxue, aren't we already divorced? What do you want from me? Lu Xian couldn't figure out how Lu Qingxue got his contact information. I clearly deleted my account. Lu Qingxue's heart clenched suddenly. She sensed the distance and dissatisfaction in Lu Xian's words. Are you still angry with me? Lu Qingxue asked cautiously, her voice tinged with a hint of coquetry. I promised you we'd remarry, so why did you disappear and make me angry? Lu Xian sighed helplessly and said. Lu Qingxue, if you truly love me, why would you be willing to divorce me? Did I really not know what you did back then? Lu Qingxue was stumped by Lu Xian's question and was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer. She recalled her past betrayals and hurts, and her heart was filled with guilt and regret. No, I was wrong. Lu Qingxue's voice was choked with sobs. But I really don't want to lose you, Lu Xian, please forgive me this time. Lu Xian didn't speak, there was only silence on the other end of the phone. Lu Qingxue's heart sank. She knew that her words had not moved Lu Xian, but she still couldn't help feeling disappointed. Lu Xian, too, have a terminal illness. Lu Qingxue gritted her teeth and decided to take a desperate gamble. I don't have much time left. I just want to see you one last time and say sorry to you. Lu Xian's shocked voice came from the other end of the phone. What did you say, terminal illness? Don't joke about something like that. Tears welled up in Lu Qingxue's eyes. I'm not joking, Lu Xian, I really do have a terminal illness. I know I made a lot of mistakes in the past, but I really regret them. I don't want to leave this world with regrets. Lu Xian was taken aback and half believing, but his tone finally softened considerably. Qingxue, don't be too pessimistic. Modern medicine is so advanced, there might still be hope. Just focus on getting better and don't think too much. Hearing the change in Lu Xian's tone, a glimmer of hope welled up in Lu Qingxue's heart. Lu Xian, can you come back and see me? I really miss you. Lu Xian hesitated for a moment before speaking. Tool, think about it. Take good care of yourself, and go to the hospital immediately if anything happens. Lu Qingxue knew that Lu Xian hadn't agreed immediately, but at least his attitude wasn't so firm anymore. Okay, I understand, thank you, Lu Xian. Lu Qingxue said softly. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qingxue sat on the bed, feeling a mix of emotions. She knew she had lied to Lu Xian about having a terminal illness, but she also knew that this might be the only way she could bring Lu Xian back. "Let's talk about everything when we get back," Lu Qingxue murmured, sitting on the bed. 15, Chapter 15, What a Good Man. The afterglow of the setting sun streamed into the room through the window. Lu Qingxue sat on the sofa, her eyes somewhat vacant, lost in her own thoughts. At this moment, the doorbell rang, and she got up to open the door. She saw Fu Shan standing at the door with a large bag of things and a gentle smile on his face. "Qingxue, I bought your favorite snacks and fruits, as well as dishes from your favorite restaurant." As Fu Shan spoke, he held up the bag in his hand, his eyes full of anticipation. Lu Qingxue forced a smile and stepped aside to let Fu Shan into the house. Fu Shan walked into the room, placed the items on the coffee table, and began to arrange them one by one. "Try it, it's still warm." Fu Shan picked up a pastry and handed it to Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue didn't answer, but simply shook her head and said, "I'm not very hungry, you eat." Fu Shan's hand froze in midair, and the smile on his face also faltered slightly, but he still put down the snacks and said, "Okay, you can eat when you're hungry." Fu Shan could clearly sense that Lu Qingxue's attitude towards him seemed to have changed. It's as if they're deliberately keeping their distance from themselves. But the reason Fu Shan didn't know. Although Fu Shan didn't say anything, he was already feeling somewhat dissatisfied. "Qingxue, I heard that Lu Xian left, but I don't know where he went." Fu Shan said casually, his eyes fixed on Lu Qingxue's expression. Upon hearing the name Lu Xian, Lu Qingxue's previously dim eyes instantly lit up. She suddenly looked up at Fu Shan and asked urgently, "How do you know? Do you know where he went?" Seeing Lu Qingxue's reaction, Fu Shan immediately understood everything. A surge of anger burned within him, but he suppressed it and maintained a calm smile on his face. "I don't really know either, I just heard it from other people. He helped me with a blood transfusion before, and I didn't even have a chance to properly thank him before he left," Fu Shan said, his tone tinged with regret. Lu Qingxue's expression softened a bit, and she bit her lip slightly as she spoke. "It's okay, he'll definitely be back in a few days." When Lu Qingxue said this, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Fu Shan's anger intensified, and his fists clenched involuntarily, but he still tried his best to keep his tone calm. "Really, that's great, I'll have to treat him to a nice meal to thank him." Fu Shan deliberately acted as if he was very excited. You're always so kind." Lu Qingxue finally managed to smile after a long while. "By the way, Qingxue, how did you know he'd be back in a couple of days? Did he tell you?" "Humph, he'll definitely come back." Lu Qingxue said this with a confident look on her face, as if she had already made up her mind. Fu Shan now understood that Lu Qingxue wanted to postpone the wedding because of this kid. This only fueled Fu Shan's jealousy. "Then you'll have to let me know when the time comes, so I don't go uninformed," Fu Shan said with a forced smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue took Fu Shan's hand and said, "Shan, you always think of others so much. You remember even the smallest sacrifice. For a long time you were such a good man." Fu Shan smiled slightly but didn't say anything more. The next day, early morning. As Lu Qingxue expected, Lu Xian returned. He stood anxiously at the door of Lu Qingxue's villa, ringing the doorbell. 16, Chapter 16, Truth and Falsehood Difficult to Distinguish. Lu Qingxue, who was wearing a face mask in the villa, felt a sudden tightness in her chest and quickly peeled the mask off her face. With mixed feelings, Lu Xian slowly opened the door to his once familiar home. Everything inside seemed to remain exactly as he had left it, except for an unfamiliar silence that permeated the air. His gaze swept across the room, finally settling on Lu Qingxue, who was sitting on the sofa. When Lu Qingxue saw Lu Xian return, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She then stood up and walked quickly toward Lu Xian. Lu Xian looked at Lu Qingxue, who was standing perfectly fine in front of him, and his heart suddenly trembled. He frowned and his tone carried a hint of questioning. "Didn't you say you had a terminal illness? What's going on?" A flicker of panic crossed Lu Qingxue's eyes, but it was quickly masked by tears. She threw herself into Lu Xian's arms, hugged him tightly, and sobbed as she spoke. Lucien, I do have cancer, but it was a misdiagnosis by the doctor. I really thought I didn't have long to live, which is why I was so eager to see you. Lu Qingxue had already thought of these words. Lu Xian's body stiffened slightly hearing Lu Qingxue's explanation. He was puzzled, but her crying made him feel somewhat at a loss. Why are you leaving? Don't you believe I'll remarry you? Are you still angry with me? Lu Qingxue raised her head, looking at Lu Xian with teary eyes, her voice tinged with grievance. As Lu Xian watched the tears streaming down Lu Qingxue's face, the hard shell around his heart softened slightly, and a touch of emotion quietly welled up inside him. He took a deep breath, trying to stay calm, and made up an excuse. I left because I lost my phone and couldn't contact you. I bought a new phone and did some part-time jobs in the meantime. Lu Qingxue believed Lu Xian's words and a look of heartache appeared on her face. She took Lu Xian's hand and said, Don't do part-time jobs. I have money. Why should I work like a beast of burden? It breaks my heart to see you like this. Indeed, Lu Qingxue has made a lot of money over the years. Even though he was kicked out of the family, he still had a lot of savings. Lu Xian really didn't need to work so hard doing part-time jobs everywhere. But who knew that Lu Xian was just making up an excuse on the spot? When Lu Xian heard Lu Qingxue say that she felt sorry for him, his heart trembled, and he nodded as if possessed, agreeing to the request. Okay, I'll listen to you, I won't go. Seeing that Lu Xian agreed, Lu Qingxue smiled and gently leaned on Lu Xian's shoulder, saying, Lu Xian, let's live a good life together from now on and never be apart again, okay? Lu Xian looked at Lu Qingxue, his doubts still lingering, but seeing her gentle appearance, those doubts were suppressed. Okay, I hope we can really be okay. Lu Xian said, his voice carrying a hint of anticipation, but also a hint of uncertainty. Then, Lu Qingxue pulled Lu Xian to sit on the sofa and began to tell him about what had happened these past few days. Her tone was gentle, and her eyes were full of love. She seemed like a wife who truly loved her husband. Lu Xian listened quietly, occasionally interjecting a few words, but in his heart he was secretly wondering whether Lu Qingxue's words were true or false. Lu Xian, do you know, I've been thinking about you every single day since you left. I apologize for things I did wrong before, please don't leave me. As Lu Qingxue spoke, tears welled up in her eyes again. Chapter 17, The Dinner Party. Lu Xian looked at Lu Qingxue, his feelings becoming increasingly complicated. He once loved this woman so deeply, yet she left him wounded and scarred. Her words rekindled a spark of love in his heart. I hope what you're saying is true. We've been through so much together, and I don't want to get hurt anymore. Lu Xian said, his tone tinged with weariness. Lu Qingxue nodded quickly and said, I'm telling the truth, Lu Xian, you have to believe me. Inside the room, the two continued their conversation, and the atmosphere seemed to have returned to the loving times they once shared. But beneath this warm facade, Lu Xian never let down his guard. After all, Lu Xian could never forget what he had heard with his own ears that day. However, for some reason, Fu Shen's words suddenly flashed through Lu Qingxue's mind. She paused slightly, looked up at Lu Xian, and said with a hint of anticipation on her face. Lu Xian, Fu Shen has always been very grateful to you. He has always remembered the blood transfusion you gave him. He said, why don't we have dinner together tonight to properly thank you? Lu Xian's smiling face froze instantly upon hearing the name Fu Shen, a hint of disgust and wariness flashed in his eyes. The good mood that had just begun to rise vanished completely in an instant. He frowned and said firmly, I don't want to go. I have nothing to eat with him, and I don't need his thanks. Lu Qingxue was surprised by Lu Xian's direct refusal, and her face showed displeasure. She sat up straight, looked at Lu Xian, and spoke with a hint of anger in her voice. They invited you out of kindness, why are you behaving like this? Fu Shen is really grateful to you, and it's just a meal, why are you being so stingy? Looking at Lu Qingxue's dissatisfied expression, Lu Xian felt somewhat helpless, but he still insisted on his own idea. I just don't want to see this person. Seeing Lu Xian's resolute attitude, Lu Qingxue's anger intensified. She stood up, put her hands on her hips, and said loudly, Lu Xian, don't go too far, I've already promised them, and you're putting me in a really difficult position. Can't you even think about me for once? Besides, if Fu Shen weren't just my good friend, wouldn't you be jealous again? Looking at Lu Qingshue's agitated state, Lu Xian felt a pang of pity, knowing that his refusal had upset her. He sighed, his eyes filled with helplessness. Qingxue, I. Just as Lu Xian was about to refuse again, Lu Qingxue interrupted him. You won't even grant me this small request, Lu Xian? I didn't expect you to be so petty. Alright, no need to say anything more, let's go tonight, that's settled. Then, Lu Qingxue quickly picked up her phone and called Fu Shen. She said excitedly after the call connected. Xinshen, Lu Xian is back. He agreed to have dinner together tonight. Fu Shen's voice came from the other end of the phone, and Lu Qingshue's smile widened as she listened. She happily arranged the time and place for the dinner with Fu Shen, and then hung up the phone. Lu Xian, let's go to that restaurant tonight, the food there is delicious. As Lu Qingxue spoke, she began to put on makeup and get dressed. Looking at Lu Qingshue's happy expression, Lu Xian felt a little bitter. He didn't know how the dinner party would go, but he knew he had already promised Lu Qingxue and had no choice but to face Fu Shen head-on. Chapter 18 Peeling Shrimp. Inside the restaurant. Soft lighting spilled onto the elegant dining table, and melodious music flowed gently through the air. Lu Qingxue wore a sexy long dress that showed off her curves, and her newly styled curly hair cascaded down her shoulders like waves, making her look exceptionally charming and beautiful. She carefully selected many dishes, seemingly wanting to create a harmonious and pleasant dining atmosphere. Fu Shen, dressed in simple yet tasteful casual clothes, walked into the restaurant with a faint smile on his lips. He spotted Lu Qingxue and Lu Xian sitting in their seats at a glance, walked straight over, and deliberately sat down in the seat closest to Lu Qingxue. After sitting down, he looked at Lu Xian with a hint of provocation in his eyes, but pretended to be enthusiastic as he spoke. Lu Xian, thank you so much. If it weren't for your blood transfusion that time, I don't know how much more suffering my body would have endured. Looking at Fu Shen's hypocritical appearance, Lu Xian felt a wave of irony and his lips twitched slightly. Seeing Fu Shen's smug and arrogant demeanor, Lu Xian really didn't want to pay him any attention. He replied dismissively, is that so, hee? Fu Shen was taken aback when he heard this, but he wasn't angry. Instead, he pretended to be very calm. At this moment, Lu Qingxue looked at the shrimp on the table and said softly, I want to eat shrimp. Lu Xian subconsciously reached out to grab a shrimp, preparing to peel it for her. However, Fu Shen reacted quickly, turning the lazy Susan on the table to move the shrimp plate in front of him, and said with a smile, Qingxue, let me help you peel it. As he spoke, he skillfully peeled a shrimp, his movements fluid and efficient. In no time, he had peeled one and even personally fed the shrimp meat to Lu Qingshue's mouth. Upon seeing this, Lu Qingshue's eyebrows curved into crescent moons as she opened her mouth with great joy, appearing quite adept at it. The scene looks as intimate as a couple deeply in love. At this moment, Lu Xian was completely like a third party. Perhaps they sensed Lu Xian's presence. Lu Qingxue was slightly taken aback. She glanced at Lu Xian, noticed his displeasure, and a hint of embarrassment flashed across her face. She quickly explained. Lu Xian, Fu Shen peeled them for me because he was afraid my new manicure would get dirty. Fu Shen quickly echoed his agreement. Yes, Qingshue's nails are so beautifully done, it would be such a waste to get them dirty. Looking at the scene before him, Lu Xian felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. He forced an awkward smile and said, Oh, I see. Looking at the food on the table, he suddenly felt he had no appetite at all. He felt that coming back to attend this dinner party was just humiliating himself, and that he shouldn't have trusted Lu Qingshue's words so easily. Fu Shen went even further, continuing to serve Lu Qingxue attentively and occasionally exchanging intimate words with her. It seemed like she was doing it on purpose for Lu Xian's benefit. Although Lu Qingxue was somewhat restrained, she still responded to Fu Shen and occasionally let out a soft laugh. Lu Xian sat silently to the side, watching their interaction, his disappointment and anger gradually spreading. He recalled the time he spent with Lu Qingxue. Back then, she was so gentle and considerate. And now, she's being so intimate with another man right in front of her. Lu Xian, why aren't you eating? This dish tastes pretty good. Fu Shen looked at Lu Xian's almost untouched plate and asked insincerely. Lu Xian suppressed his dissatisfaction and said, "I'm not very hungry, you guys eat." Lu Qingxue also noticed Lu Xian's unusual behavior and felt a little guilty. She gently touched Lu Xian's hand and said, "Lu Xian, eat something, don't go hungry." "Eat? How could I possibly be in the mood to eat?" Lu Xian looked at the two people in front of him and said angrily. Chapter 19 Misunderstanding. Upon hearing Lu Xian's angry words, Lu Qingshue's face instantly darkened. She glared angrily at Lu Xian and questioned him. "Lu Xian, what do you mean? Fu Shen is just being kind by inviting you to dinner to thank you for the blood donation. And here you are, putting on airs. Can't you stop being so petty?" Looking at Lu Qingshue's accusing face, Lu Xian felt a pang of grievance. Just as he was about to explain, Fu Shen spoke first, a gentle smile on his face, pretending to be a good person. "Qingxue, brother Lu Xian is probably tired from his journey home and is in a bad mood. Don't be angry with him. It's not easy for everyone to get together, so let's be happy." Upon hearing Fu Shen's words, Lu Qingshue's expression softened somewhat. She glanced at Fu Shen and spoke with admiration in her voice. "Fu Shen, you're just too kind." Lu Xian is a strange person by nature. When others are good to him, he thinks they are heartless and ungrateful. Hearing Lu Qingshue's hurtful words, Lu Xian felt so angry that his liver ached. He looked at the wife he had loved for 3 years, his heart filled with disappointment and anger. But he didn't know how to explain it. He knew that in Lu Qingshue's current state, anything he said would be wrong, and she wouldn't listen to his explanation at all. Fine, I was ungrateful." Lu Xian gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger as he spoke. At this moment, Lu Qingshue's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the screen, frowned, and said, "I'm going to the restroom." After saying that, he got up and left the dining table. As soon as Lu Qingxue left, Fu Shen's gentle expression vanished instantly. A hint of smugness and provocation flashed in his eyes as he looked at Lu Xian and said in a sarcastic tone, "Lu Xian, look at you, you've made Qingxue so angry. Don't you even know your own limitations? You still want to compete with me?" Looking at Fu Shen's ugly face, Lu Xian could no longer control his anger. He suddenly stood up, pointed at Fu Shen, and warned him. "Fu Shen, don't go too far. Qingxue has only been deceived by you for a while. Just wait and see when she sees your true colors." Seeing Lu Xian's angry expression, Fu Shen was not afraid at all. Instead, he laughed even more arrogantly. "Ha, Lu Xian, look at yourself now, don't you look like a clown? Do you think Lu Qingxue cares about you?" Just as the two were facing off, Lu Qingshue's footsteps came from afar. Fu Shen's eyes darted around, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. He deliberately pushed the dish in front of him hard, and the plate fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Then, he picked up an empty plate and smashed it over his head. Immediately, blood flowed down his head. "Ah!" Fu Shen burst into tears, his voice filled with grievance and pain. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Qingxue hurriedly ran over. "Shen, how are you?" "Qingxue, don't blame Lu Xian, it's all my fault for provoking him." But when she saw the blood on Fu Shen's head, her face turned deathly pale, and her eyes were filled with worry and anger. She glared at Lu Xian and questioned him loudly. "Lu Xian, how could you do this? Why did you hit Fu Shen?" Lu Xian was both shocked and furious at the sight before him. He never expected Fu Shen to be so despicable as to use such methods to frame him. 20. Chapter 20, False Accusation. "Lu Qingxue, can you please get your facts straight before you speak? It's clearly his own idea." Lu Xian was eager to explain. But Lu Qingxue wouldn't listen to his explanation at all. She interrupted Lu Xian and said angrily, "Lu Xian, you've gone too far, I really misjudged you." Looking at Lu Qingshue's resolute eyes, Lu Xian felt a deep sense of despair. He knew that no matter what he said now, Lu Qingxue would not believe him. The other guests in the restaurant were also drawn to this unexpected scene, casting strange glances at them. Lu Xian felt as if he were in an extremely awkward and painful situation. And all of this was caused by Fu Shen, that despicable scoundrel. Lu Qingxue anxiously stood beside Fu Shen, her eyes filled with heartache and concern. She carefully supported him with both hands and kept asking him questions. Shen, I'll call an ambulance for you right now, just bear with it, okay? As she spoke, Lu Qingxue quickly dialed 120 on her mobile phone. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qingxue glared fiercely at Lu Xian, her eyes seeming to want to tear him to pieces. Lu Xian, are you even human? Fu Shen was just discharged from the hospital. He was already anemic and so weak. How could you hit him so hard? If anything happens to him, I'll take your life. Lu Qingxue's voice trembled with anger as she loudly cursed Lu Xian while carefully wiping Fu Shen's face with a tissue. Lu Xian looked anxious, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Are you stupid? Fu Shen is a bastard. However, Lu Qingxue ignored his explanation and sharply interrupted Lu Xian. Stop making excuses, you did it on purpose. I was blind to even think about remarrying you. You're a monster. Looking into Lu Qingxue's eyes, blinded by anger and prejudice, Lu Xian felt a sharp pain in his heart. His explanation sounded so weak in the face of Lu Qingxue's accusations. Soon, the ambulance arrived. Lu Qingxue helped Fu Shen into the car with the help of medical staff. Before leaving, she did not forget to glare fiercely at Lu Xian. The disgust and determination in his eyes were like a sharp blade, piercing into Lu Xian's heart. Lu Xian stood there blankly, staring at the empty seats, the spilled dishes on the floor, and the glaring bloodstains, his heart filled with despair. He felt a sudden dizziness, as if the whole world had collapsed. Lu Qingxue, you idiot, how can you not see through Fu Shen's hypocritical face? Lu Xian roared angrily, his voice echoing in the empty restaurant. His heart was filled with resentment and pain. The woman he once loved deeply now distrusted him and even protected the man who had hurt him. He realized that his relationship with Lu Qingxue had probably really come to an end. I can't let this go, Fu Shen. I am going to expose you and show Lu Qingxue your true colors, and make her regret it. Lu Xian clenched his fist, a determined glint in his eyes. The image of Lu Qingxue protecting Fu Shen just now kept replaying in Lu Xian's mind. Looking at the scattered vegetables and the bloodstains on the white ceramic, Lu Xian felt a chill run down his spine. He hadn't expected Fu Shen to be so cunning. He didn't even understand why he stayed by Lu Qingxue's side. Does she really want to break up her own marriage? That's probably not that pointless. 21, Chapter 21, Emergency Blood Transfusion. In a hospital ward. Fu Shen lay pale on the hospital bed, his head wrapped in thick bandages due to bleeding from his head. His already unhealthy body became even weaker, and his breath became faint. The doctor frowned and spoke seriously to Lu Qingxue. The patient's condition is not optimistic. He needs an immediate blood transfusion to maintain normal bodily functions. You need to find a solution as soon as possible. Lu Qingxue understood that Fu Shen's health had been severely damaged by illness over the years. Things were finally getting better, but who knew Lu Xian would mess with Yichu again? Damn Lu Xian! Lu Qingxue cursed him fiercely in her heart. Her eyes were firm, and she spoke to the doctor without hesitation. It's no big deal. We can get as much blood as you need, so don't worry. After seeing the doctor off, Lu Qingxue immediately took out her phone and dialed Lu Xian's number. After ringing a few times, the call was finally answered. Lu Xian's indifferent voice came through the receiver. Why are you calling? Come to the hospital right now. Hospital? Humph, I don't have time to care about Fu Shen's life or death. Lu Qingxue, are you out of your mind? Who is your husband anyway? Upon hearing Lu Xian's indifferent attitude, Lu Qingxue flew into a rage and shouted angrily. Lu Xian, can't you have any conscience? Fu Shen is like this because of you. If you hadn't intervened, would he be lying here? If you don't come today, and something happens to Fu Shen, I will never let you off the hook. I'll never forgive you. As Lu Xian listened to Lu Qingxue's accusations, his anger flared up. I never expected that Lu Qingxue would say such cruel things to me for Fu Shen's sake. At this moment, Lu Xian no longer cared about their past relationship. He replied angrily. I can't go there. He brought this on himself. What does it have to do with me? Lu Qingxue, can you at least understand the situation before you criticize me? Seeing Lu Xian's resolute attitude, Lu Qingxue was extremely anxious. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration and decided to pretend to be sick. She deliberately feigned a weak voice and said, "Lu Xian, you've disappointed me so much. My head it hurts so much." When Lu Xian heard Lu Qingxue say this, his heart tightened, and his anger was instantly replaced by worry. He asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Don't scare me. Where are you? Have you called a doctor?" Lu Xian hated himself for liking Lu Qingxue so much. He couldn't help but step forward whenever Lu Qingxue needed him. Lu Qingxue was secretly delighted, knowing that her trick had worked, but she still spoke weakly. "I'm in the hospital, in Fushin's ward. I am feeling terrible. If you still care about me, please come over right away." Lu Xian hesitated for a moment, thinking that Lu Qingxue might really be unwell, and felt very conflicted. On the one hand, he hated Fushin's actions to the core and wanted nothing more to do with him. On the other hand, he was worried about Lu Qingxue's health. After all, they had once been in love, and he couldn't bear to ignore her safety. "Okay, don't worry, I'll be right there. Go see a doctor, don't push yourself too hard." Lu Xian finally gave in and hung up the phone, then rushed to the hospital. On the way to the hospital, Lu Xian felt a mix of emotions. Thinking about Lu Qingxue's protection of Fushin, he felt bitter and helpless. Worried about Lu Qingxue's health, he unconsciously quickened his pace. In the hospital ward, after hanging up the phone, Lu Qingxue looked at Fushin on the hospital bed with affection on her face. "Shinshin, hang in there a little longer. Lu Xian will be here soon, and then he can give you a blood transfusion." 22, Chapter 22, Signing the Agreement. Fushin smiled weakly and said, "It's alright, Qingxue, I can still hold on, don't worry about me." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue felt even more distressed, her eyes welling up with tears as she spoke with great affection. "It's all Lu Xian's fault. We must take more this time. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't be suffering here." At that very moment, Lu Xian rushed into the ward, his eyes filled with worry. Seeing Lu Qingxue sitting properly on the stool, he was slightly taken aback. But he still quickly stepped forward and asked with concern, Qingxue, how are you? Are you feeling better?" He initially thought Lu Qingxue had lost control of her emotions and was so angry that she fell ill, and he was filled with anxiety and heartache. When Lu Qingxue saw Lu Xian arrive, she didn't answer his question. Instead, she grabbed Lu Xian's hand and headed towards the window where blood was being drawn. Lu Xian was completely bewildered by her sudden action and kept asking questions. "Qingxue, what's wrong with you? What are you trying to do?" Lu Qingxue said coldly. "Fushin is injured because of you and needs a blood transfusion. If you don't give him one today, I'll die right in front of you." Upon hearing that it was for Fushin, Lu Xian felt a surge of anger and helplessness. Just as he was about to break free from Lu Qingxue's grasp, he heard her resolute words and saw her determined eyes, and swallowed back the refusal that was on the tip of his tongue. He knew that Lu Qingxue was now completely bewitched by Fushin and wouldn't listen to anything he said. "Okay, I promise you." Lu Xian gritted his teeth and said helplessly. The doctor quickly prepared the blood-drawing equipment and began drawing Lu Xian's blood. As a large bottle of blood was drawn out, Lu Xian felt dizzy and his body swayed slightly. His lips gradually turned pale. The doctor examined Lu Xian's condition, frowned, and said, "This gentleman is already quite weak, and he still doesn't have enough blood. He no longer meets the criteria for continued transfusion, so we can't draw any more blood." Upon hearing that there wasn't enough blood, Lu Qingxue immediately became anxious. She glared at Lu Xian fiercely and cursed. "How can you be so useless? You're a grown man, looking so strong. How come you can't even handle a blood draw?" Lu Xian felt a sharp pain in his heart as he listened to Lu Qingxue's scolding. He didn't speak, perhaps because his heart was so wounded that he forgot how to speak. Or perhaps, he simply couldn't believe that this was the wife he had loved for 3 years. Lu Qingxue ignored his explanation and turned to the doctor. "Doctor, please continue drawing blood. Don't worry about it. So much perfectly healthy." The doctor said with some difficulty. "This is against the regulations. If he continues to smoke, it will cause serious harm to his body. A relevant agreement must be signed." Lu Qingxue snatched the agreement from the doctor's hand, forcibly pulled Lu Xian's hand, and signed the agreement. Lu Xian tried to resist, but because of his weak body, he had no strength to break free. Do you really want this? Lu Xian said angrily, his eyes filled with disappointment. Lu Qingxue remained unmoved and said coldly, as long as it can save Fushan, I don't care about anything else. If you really care about me, you should do all this for me. Looking at the unfamiliar Lu Qingxue in front of him, Lu Xian felt a deep sense of despair. The once gentle and considerate woman has now become so ruthless and unreasonable for Fushan's sake. The doctor shook his head helplessly at the sight and continued drawing blood from Lu Xian. 23, Chapter 23, You Don't Have to Suffer. Lu Xian felt the world before him gradually blurring, and his consciousness began to become unclear. But the anger and resentment in his heart grew stronger. As blood continued to be drawn out, Lu Xian finally couldn't hold on any longer, his vision went black, and he fainted. Looking at Lu Xian, who had fainted on the ground, Lu Qingxue felt a pang of panic, but it was quickly replaced by worry for Fushan. Despite Lu Xian's weakness, the doctor continued the blood draw. In the ward, several nurses whispered among themselves, discussing the situation with curiosity. What exactly is the relationship between these three people? Judging from how nervous that woman is about that man, they must be a couple, right? A nurse said in a low voice. Another nurse nodded, glanced at Lu Xian, and said, Yeah, I think that guy, Lu Xian, is probably a nobody, otherwise why would he have so much blood drawn? He looks so pitiful. Lu Xian listened to the nurse's discussion in a daze. The physical pain was far less than the pain in his heart. His consciousness struggled in chaos, his heart filled with bitterness and resentment. He watched as Lu Qingxue anxiously urged the doctor to treat Fushan properly. Hearing her say, just say you need blood, I felt as if my heart had fallen into an ice cellar. What is it about me that I like compared to Fushan? I've given so much for you, yet you treat me like this. Lu Xian screamed inwardly, cursing Lu Qingxue for being so foolish as to believe Fushan's lies. With Lu Qingxue's constant urging, the blood was finally drawn. Lu Xian could no longer hold on and completely lost consciousness. Lu Qingxue paid no attention to the unconscious Lu Xian, but focused all her attention on Fushan. He continued to anxiously inquire about Dr. Fushan's condition. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Xian slowly woke up. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling weak all over and his head was spinning. The sound of Fushan and Lu Qingxue chatting intimately reached my ears. Qingxue, we really owe Lu Xian a lot this time. If it weren't for his blood transfusion, I don't know what would have happened to me. I am really grateful to him. Fushan's voice was weak, but his tone was full of gratitude. Lu Qingxue snorted coldly and said disdainfully, What's there to be grateful for? He's the one who made you like this. If he hadn't attacked you, you wouldn't have been hurt, and you wouldn't have had to suffer like this. You're just too kind. Lu Xian felt a sharp pain in his heart upon hearing Lu Qingxue's words. He never imagined that he would do so much for Lu Qingxue, even risking his own health to donate blood to Fushan. In Lu Qingxue's eyes, she was still that heinous person. Qingxue, don't say that. Lu Xian must have his own reasons. Fushan feigned concern for Lu Xian, but his hypocritical tone only made Lu Xian more disgusted. Lu Qingxue ignored Fushan's words and continued speaking. Alright, stop talking about him, he's such a spoilsport. As Lu Xian listened to their conversation, his despair reached its peak. He struggled to sit up, but found that his body wouldn't obey him at all. Looking at Lu Qingxue's indifferent profile, his feelings were extremely complex. The love that once existed has now been replaced by disappointment and anger. Lu Qingxue, you will regret this once you see Fushan's true colors, you'll realize how foolish you've been. Lu Xian said silently to himself, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. 24, Chapter 24, Love is Sacrifice. Lu Xian lay on the hospital bed, listening to Lu Qingxue and Fushan's intimate conversation, his heart filled with pain. He even wished he would never wake up and would rather just sleep in the endless darkness. She wanted to end her life to escape this ever-present pain. In the chaos of consciousness, his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the time when he had just started dating Lu Qingxue. At that time, Lu Qingxue is full of ambition and unwilling to be just a housewife. She longs to make a name for herself in her career. Lu Xian deeply loves Lu Qingxue, so naturally he fully supports her. But for the sake of family harmony, and even more so to support her dreams, he resolutely resigned from his promising job in another city and returned to his hometown, where he could only make a living by doing part-time jobs. They gave up opportunities for better development. He had no complaints, thinking that as long as Lu Qingxue could realize her ambitions, everything would be worthwhile. In those days, no matter how late Lu Qingxue got home at night, Lu Xian would fight off his sleepiness, get out of bed, and softly ask her what she wanted to eat. Even though she was exhausted, as long as Lu Qingxue said what she wanted to eat, he would immediately go out to buy it, no matter how far the journey was. In order to prepare a delicious meal for Lu Qingxue, he spared no effort, hoping only to see her satisfied smile. When Lu Qingxue mentioned that the company was facing difficulties due to insufficient funds, Lu Xian did not hesitate at all. To help her through her difficulties, he secretly took out a loan and gave the money to her, just so that her business could continue. In his heart, Lu Qingxue's dream is my dream, and I must help her solve her difficulties. However, all the sacrifices he made seemed insignificant in Lu Qingxue's eyes. She enjoyed Lu Xian's care and accepted his help, but she never truly felt grateful to him. As time went on, she became increasingly indifferent to Lu Xian, and even began to resent his inability to provide her with a better life. Returning to reality, Lu Xian listened to Lu Qingxue and Fu Shen's sweet words and smiled self-deprecatingly. He felt so pathetic. Wasn't I the kind of person people called a simp back then? He gave everything for Lu Qingxue without reservation, only to be met with her indifference and ruthlessness in return. He hated himself for loving Lu Qingxue so deeply. As a result, they lost themselves and were hurt beyond recognition. How could I be so stupid? Lu Xian silently asked himself this question, tears involuntarily sliding down his cheeks. He stared blankly at the ceiling, his heart filled with regret for the past and confusion about the future. He didn't know how to face Lu Qingxue, let alone how to escape from this abyss of pain. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxue and Fu Shen remained engrossed in their own world, completely oblivious to Lu Xian's inner pain and struggle. Lu Qingxue looked at Fu Shen tenderly, her face beaming with a happy smile. Fu Shen would occasionally say sweet words to Lu Qingxue, making her very happy. The atmosphere in the ward was warm and sweet, a stark contrast to the pain Lu Xian was experiencing. How ironic it all seems. Lu Xian watched Lu Qingxue and Fu Shen's intimate moments like an outsider. 25, Chapter 25, The Fox's Tale is revealed. However, at that moment, Lu Qingxue's cell phone suddenly rang in the ward, breaking the eerie atmosphere. She picked up her phone, glanced at the caller ID, frowned slightly, and a hint of helplessness appeared on her face. She turned her head, looked at Fu Shen tenderly, and said softly, "Shen, I have to go now. Take good care of yourself here, and call the doctor if anything happens." Fu Shen smiled obediently, nodded, and responded softly, "Okay, Qingxue, don't worry, I'll take good care of myself." Lu Qingxue gently patted Fu Shen's hand, stood up, and glanced at Lu Xian, who was lying on the hospital bed and seemed to still be unconscious. A complex emotion flashed in her eyes. He then turned and left the ward. Only Fu Shen and Lu Xian remained in the ward. As Fu Shen watched Lu Qingxue's departing figure, the gentleness on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a smug sneer. He turned his head to look at Lu Xian lying on the bed and said in a contemptuous tone, "Still pretending to be asleep, huh? Well, now you know that Qingxue really likes me, right?" Lu Xian was shocked. He had originally wanted to continue pretending to be asleep to escape all of this, but he did not expect that Fu Shen had already seen through him. He felt a pang of panic, but quickly regained his composure, snorted coldly, looked directly into Fu Shen's eyes, and questioned him. "What exactly do you want to do?" Looking at Lu Xian's angry expression, Fu Shen smiled calmly and said, "I just really like Qingxue and can't bear to see her being trampled on by someone like you. Look at you, do you even deserve a girl like Qingxue? You're like a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung." As Lu Xian listened to Fu Shen's slander, his anger surged. He was so angry that he was trembling and roared, You despicable scoundrel, you've twisted the truth and are full of lies. I've sacrificed so much for Qingxue, yet you try to sow discord between her and Meido. You think you can succeed? I'll make you pay, and I'll make Qingxue realize that the person she likes has always been a liar. Fu Xin, upon hearing Lu Xian's words, not only did not get angry, but instead burst into laughter, his laughter filled with mockery and disdain. You don't even dream about it though. You think Qingxue will believe you? You'd better save your breath. By the way, you know that Qingxue is getting married to me soon, right? Humph, do you think she would trust a stranger? Looking at Fu Xin's smug and arrogant appearance, Lu Xian felt extreme disgust. Only now did Lu Xian realize that his 2 years of blood and sweat had raised such a beast. Lu Xian felt a little short of breath. He suppressed his anger, stopped arguing with Fu Xin, and turned to press the call button by the bedside. A moment later, the nurse came in. Lu Xian looked at the nurse and said in a firm tone, I want to change rooms. I don't want to stay with this person. The nurse looked at Lu Xian, then at Fu Xin, a hint of doubt on her face, but still nodded and said, Okay, sir, I'll arrange it for you. Lu Xian ignored Fu Xin and began to look elsewhere. Fu Xin watched Lu Xian's actions with a cold smile on his face, but he was secretly on guard. He knew that Lu Xian would not give up easily. She needed to find a way to further solidify her position in Lu Qingxue's heart and not let Lu Xian ruin her wedding. 26, Chapter 26, She's My Ex-Wife. Lu Xian lay quietly on the hospital bed in the ward, and quite some time had passed. The sunlight streaming through the dappled curtains fell on his pale face, but it offered him no warmth. Every day, the nurse would come on time to give him saline and glucose infusions. This monotonous treatment process seemed to have become his entire life. That day, a young nurse entered the ward as usual to change Lu Xian's drip. How many more days until I can be discharged from the hospital? Lu Xian couldn't help but ask. Soon the nurse glanced at Lu Xian. A hint of curiosity flickered in her eyes, and she couldn't help but ask. Sir, I'm a little curious, what is your relationship with Ms. Lu in the next ward? You've donated so much blood to the man next to her, but I've never seen her come to see you. Upon hearing the nurse's words, Lu Xian felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if someone had stabbed his most vulnerable spot. Lu Xian didn't speak, but a cold smile appeared on his lips. The nurse didn't stop and continued muttering to herself. These past 2 days, that lady has been going to see the man who fainted that day every day. She's really devoted. But I'm curious, you drew so much blood for that man, yet she didn't even come to see him. That's really strange. The nurse said this while changing Lu Xian's dressing. A flicker of pain and helplessness crossed his eyes. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. She is my wife. The nurse opened her mouth slightly, a look of surprise on her face. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way. She had assumed that Lu Xian and Lu Qingxue had a very close relationship. After all, if someone is willing to donate blood to someone close to them, their relationship must be extraordinary. But they're divorced now, and that person was her lover. Lu Xian gave a self-deprecating laugh, a laugh filled with bitterness. But now it seems that the feelings of these 3 years are not as good as a stranger who has just appeared. The nurse was so surprised by Lu Xian's words that her jaw almost dropped. She stared wide-eyed at Lu Xian in disbelief, and it took her a while to react before she hurriedly said something. Sir, I'm so sorry, Tu was just asking casually, I didn't expect. Lu Xian waved his hand, interrupting the nurse, and said calmly. It's okay, you don't need to apologize. Actually, we are already divorced, but I never expected her to become so unfamiliar. The nurse looked at Lu Xian with a hint of pity in her eyes. She could feel the pain and despair in Lu Xian's heart. It would be hard for anyone to accept that someone he once loved so deeply was now so indifferent. Sir, don't be too sad. Maybe things will take a turn for the better. The nurse offered a soft word of comfort. You should focus on getting better first, and then deal with these things when you're fully recovered. Lu Xian nodded without speaking. He stared blankly at the ceiling, his mind filled with a myriad of thoughts. Once, he thought he and Lu Qingxue would live happily ever after. But reality cruelly shattered his illusions. The nurse gave a few more brief instructions and then left the ward. Watching the nurse's departing figure, Lu Xian felt a pang of loneliness. The ward returned to silence, with only the 4 drips slowly falling, as if telling of Lu Xian's sorrow. He recalled every moment he had spent with Lu Qingxue. Those beautiful memories had now become sharp blades piercing his heart.
27, Chapter 27, Happiness is found in comparison.
Lu Xian, who was lying in bed, suddenly felt the urge to urinate, perhaps because he had received too much medication. With an 4 drip in his hand, Lu Xian slowly got up and walked towards the restroom. His steps were unsteady, and his physical weakness made each step seem somewhat strenuous. As he passed by Fushan's hospital room, the door was ajar, and his gaze inadvertently swept inside. Lu Qingxue was sitting by Fushan's hospital bed, holding a bowl of porridge in her hand, her face full of doting affection, and she was about to feed Fushan. Fushan raised his head slightly and said with a smile, "It's all right, Qingxue, I can handle it myself."
Lu Qingxue gently shook her head and responded tenderly,
"You're so weak, you need to rest more and avoid strenuous activity. I'll do it." The two were acting very intimately. They looked like a couple deeply in love.
This scene,
like a sharp blade, it pierced straight into Lu Xian's heart. He felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, and an overwhelming surge of anger and pain welled up inside him, making him so angry that he almost fell over. He gripped the 4 drip tightly, his knuckles turning white from the excessive force, and the blood in the 4 tube flowed backward due to the pressure.
Just then,
Lu Xian suddenly felt dizzy as memories flooded back to that summer 2 years ago.
At that time,
in order to provide Lu Qingxue with a better life, he worked 3 part-time jobs at the same time, running around the city streets and alleys every day.
The sweltering heat and demanding work finally took their toll, causing him to collapse from heatstroke on the street.
A kind passerby spotted him and immediately called his family. On the other end of the phone, Lu Qingxue's voice sounded somewhat cold. "It's alright, he'll be fine in a bit. Let that person let him rest by the roadside for a while."
Final.
It was that passerby who couldn't bear to see Lu Xian suffer, and took him to the hospital.
Lying in his hospital bed, Lu Xian eagerly awaited Lu Qingxue's arrival, but instead was met with endless disappointment. For an entire week, Lu Qingxue only made 2 phone calls. In the first phone call, she simply said that she was busy with work and couldn't find time to see him. In the second phone call, she was concerned about where the expensive dress was, without mentioning Lu Xian's illness at all. Although Lu Xian felt somewhat disappointed at that time, he still chose to understand. He told himself that Lu Qingxue was working hard for their future and that she must have her own reasons. But now, seeing how gentle and considerate Lu Qingxue was to Fushan,
he then realized that it was all just his imagination. He always believed that his efforts would win Lu Qingxue's heart and strengthen their relationship. But the truth is, his love was trampled on and ignored. Lu Qingxue could be extremely caring towards Fushan, whom she had only known for a short time, yet she was so indifferent to herself, who had once shared joys and sorrows with her. Tears welled in Lu Xian's eyes, and the anger, disappointment, and pain in his heart were intertwined, making him feel extremely tormented. He felt like a fool, living in his own beautiful dream until today, when reality rudely woke him up.
Lu Xian clenched his fists in anger.
The needle also caused blood to flow backward due to excessive force applied to the hand. Perhaps because his attention was focused on Lu Qingxue, Lu Xian didn't pay attention to these things. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and slowly turned around to continue walking towards the restroom. But now, his steps were heavier than before, and the pain in his heart was even deeper.
28, Chapter 28, Are you only deserving of his leftovers?
Holding the 4 drip, Lu Xian emerged from the restroom with shaky steps, each step seemingly requiring all his strength. I finally made it back to the ward. He slowly lay back down on the bed, trying to relax and forget what he had just seen in those painful memories. But the thoughts in my mind were like a tangled mess, impossible to unravel.
Just as he was trying to calm himself down,
the door to the ward creaked open. Lu Xian subconsciously turned his head and saw Lu Qingxue walk in. She was wearing an elegant dress today, but her face was covered in heavy makeup that was completely out of place with the style of her clothes. Lu Xian noticed the change immediately. Ever since Fu Shen appeared, Lu Qingxue seemed to have taken a particular liking to dressing herself up. In the past, she would never have put any thought into these things. Lu Qingxue's eyes were somewhat cold. She walked straight to Lu Xian's bedside table, put down a box of crab roe buns in her hand, and said coldly,
"Fu Shen doesn't like it, you eat it.
These crab roe buns are quite expensive, don't waste them." Lu Xian looked at the crab roe buns on the bedside table and gave a wry smile. He was filled with mixed feelings. He never expected that in Lu Qingxue's eyes, he was only fit to eat what Fu Shen left behind. Once, he believed himself to be the most important person in Lu Qingxue's life and was willing to give everything for her. But now it seems that I am nothing more than someone who was treated casually by her.
I am not a dumping ground.
Lu Xian's voice was somewhat low, yet full of determination. As he spoke, he reached for the box of crab roe buns and threw it into the nearby trash can without hesitation. When Lu Qingxue saw Lu Xian's actions, a look of surprise flashed across her face, followed by anger. She stared wide-eyed at Lu Xian angrily and questioned him.
"Lu Xian, what do you mean? I kindly gave you this crab roe bun, and you're so ungrateful?"
Looking at Lu Qingxue's angry expression, Lu Xian felt even more disappointed.
He gave a cold laugh and said, "Lu Qingxue, do you think I would want to eat what Fu Shen left behind? When did you become so unfamiliar with me, or have you never truly understood me at all?"
Lu Qingxue was speechless after Lu Xian's words. She opened her mouth, wanting to refute, but didn't know what to say. She looked at Lu Xian, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes, anger mixed with a barely perceptible sense of guilt.
"Fine, do whatever you want."
Lu Qingxue turned around angrily and strode toward the door of the ward. When she reached the door, she stopped, glanced back at Lu Xian with displeasure in her eyes, then abruptly opened the door, walked out, and slammed the door shut behind her. Lu Xian was the only one left in the ward. He looked at the closed door and felt a wave of weariness. The beautiful memories of the past have now become a sharp blade that pierces his heart. He didn't know why his relationship with Lu Qingxue had turned out this way.
I have no idea what the future holds.
Lu Xian sighed softly, lay back on the bed, and stared blankly at the ceiling. He secretly thought to himself that perhaps it was time to let go of this relationship completely.
Otherwise, you will only sink deeper and deeper into suffering.
The box of crab roe buns that was thrown into the trash was like the broken relationship between him and Lu Qingxue, which could never be restored to its former state.
29, Chapter 29, Birthday. A few more days passed. Lu Xian was finally discharged from the hospital.
He quietly went through the discharge procedures alone, without Lu Qingxue's company or anyone else's concern. After completing the formalities, he took out his phone, posted a message on his WeChat Moments, and simply expressed his feelings at that moment.
Thankfully, I didn't fall seriously ill.
Because he had already divorced Lu Qingxue, Lu Xian could only rent a place to live outside. When he returned to the rented room, it was empty and deserted. The trash in the bin had started to smell foul because it hadn't been disposed of in time. Lu Xian frowned, suppressing his discomfort, and began to clean up. After cleaning up the trash, Lu Xian sat on the sofa, staring blankly at the empty room.
Once, he and Lu Qingxue once had a warm home, but now everything has changed.
Just as he was lost in thought, the doorbell suddenly rang. Lu Xian got up and opened the door, only to find Zhang Hong standing outside. Zhang Hong, carrying a large bag of fruit, explained with an apologetic smile.
Lu Xian, I'm so sorry, I've been too busy with work lately. I only found out you were discharged from the hospital today when I saw your post on WeChat Moments.
Lu Xian looked at Zhang Hong, but didn't blame him. He smiled and invited him into the house. Zhang Hong placed the fruit on the table and said with some guilt, "There's something else I need to tell you. I am sorry, but I gave your contact information to Lu Qingxue. I felt sorry for her and gave it to her because I thought she looked so pitiful." Lu Xian waved his hand, indicating to Zhang Hong not to take it to heart. He looked at Zhang Hong and asked, somewhat confused,
"Tell me, what is it about me that I lack compared to Fu Shen? Why does Lu Qingxue like him so much?"
Zhang Hong was speechless for a moment. Although he had never met Fu Shen, in his eyes, Lu Xian was a good man who valued loyalty and responsibility.
He patted Lu Xian on the shoulder, comforting him. "Good brother, don't think like that. Lu Qingxue doesn't know how to cherish things. She's not worth all this effort from you. I'll introduce you to a good girl later, definitely better than her." Lu Xian shook his head with a wry smile and said, "Forget it, I have no desire for marriage anymore. I am too scared to be hurt." Zhang Hong nodded helplessly, and then made a suggestion. "Alright, let's not think about these upsetting things for now. Now, let's drink." As he spoke, he took 2 bottles of wine out of the cabinet. The two sat together, drinking and chatting. After a few rounds of drinks, Lu Xian's phone suddenly rang. When Lu Xian saw that the caller ID showed Lu Qingxue, he was startled. After hesitating for a moment, he answered the phone. Lu Qingxue's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Lu Xian, go home tomorrow, it's grandma's birthday." Lu Xian knew that Lu Qingxue's grandmother had always liked him, but he had already divorced Lu Qingxue, so he said, "We're already divorced, so what capacity do I have to attend?" Lu Qingxue's tone was somewhat indignant. "We will remarry, you must come tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Lu Xian gave a bitter smile. He simply did not believe they would remarry. What is Lu Qingxue thinking? She's still deceiving herself. "Do you really think you're a fool?" But thinking of how good her grandmother had been to her, she still felt a little soft-hearted and said, "I can go, but not for you, but for grandma's sake." Lu Qingxue sensed the firmness in Lu Xian's tone and became somewhat angry, but before she could say anything more, Lu Xian hung up the phone. Zhang Hong looked at Lu Xian and asked curiously, "What's wrong, who called?" Lu Xian shook his head and said, "Nothing." 30, Chapter 30, Congratulatory Gifts. The next day, Lu Xian got up early. "I was thinking about preparing a birthday gift for my grandmother." He thought for a long time but still couldn't think of anything to buy for the old man. After all, Lu Qingxue's grandmother was not short of money. What the elderly need most is companionship. But Lu Xian simply couldn't give it to him. Just then, an idea suddenly popped into Lu Xian's mind. Lu Xian stood amidst the bustling crowd at the flea market, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He racked his brains but couldn't figure out what gift his grandmother wanted. Sudden. His gaze fell upon a small tailor shop not far away, and a flash of inspiration struck him. He remembered his grandmother saying that it was hard to find old-style shoes that fit well and were comfortable these days. Then, Lu Xian strode into the tailor shop, carefully communicated with the tailor, selected fabrics, and asked the tailor to make a pair of shoes for his grandmother according to the old-fashioned style. The older generation, especially, misses the past. "I would be so happy to have a pair of shoes like these." After the shoes were finished, Lu Xian carefully packed them up and hurriedly went to the Lu family. At this time, the Lu family home was brightly decorated and filled with guests, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. Lu Xian walked into the Lu family's gate. When Lu's parents saw him, they did not show any joy on their faces, but simply nodded slightly indifferently. Lu Xian was already used to this. After all, Lu's parents had never really liked him as their son-in-law, especially after Lu Qingxue became the president. They felt that Lu Xian was not good enough for their daughter. Just as Lu Xian was about to look for his grandmother, his gaze was suddenly stung by a scene not far away. Lu Qingxue was holding Fu Shen's hand. The two were very close, and their faces were full of happy smiles. When Lu Qingxue saw Lu Xian arrive, she acted as if she had been burned and quickly let go of Fu Shen's hand. Then, looking impatient, he walked towards Lu Xian and said, "You finally arrived, Grandma has been waiting for you for so long." Lu Xian shook his head helplessly, constantly reminding himself that he had come to see his grandmother and should not get angry. After all, we shouldn't disrupt the old man's birthday banquet. He suppressed his discomfort and followed Lu Qingxue to his grandmother. As soon as Grandma saw Lu Xian, her previously tired face instantly lit up with a bright smile, her eyes sparkling with joy, and she said excitedly, "Xianer, I really miss you." Seeing his grandmother's kind face, Lu Xian felt much of the gloom in his heart dissipate, and he responded with a smile. "Grandma, I miss you too."
The two exchanged pleasantries and reminisced about the past, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere.
At this moment,
Fuxian also walked over, holding a beautifully wrapped congratulatory gift in his hand, with a polite smile on his face, and said, "Grandma, this is a gift I prepared for you. I wish you boundless happiness and longevity." Seeing how well-mannered Fuxian was, Lu's parents smiled with satisfaction, and Lu Qingxue chimed in. "Fuxian is so filial, the gift he prepared must be exceptionally good."
When Fuxian opened the gift, everyone couldn't help but gasp in amazement.
It was a jade peach, with a warm and lustrous color and a crystal-clear appearance. It was obviously very valuable.
Lu's parents were full of praise for him, which further increased their goodwill towards Fuxian.
Just then, Lu Xian also spoke up.
"Grandma, I've also prepared a gift for you."
As he spoke,
he handed over the gift he was holding. Compared to Fuxian's expensive gift, Lu Xian's gift seemed rather simple. It's just a very simple packaging box.
Lu Qingxue and her parents both showed a hint of disdain. But Grandma accepted the gift with a look of anticipation, her eyes filled with affection for Lu Xian.
31, Chapter 31, A Pair of Embroidered Shoes. Lu Xian slowly opened the gift box. He took a deep breath and resolutely opened the gift.
It was a seemingly ordinary handicraft, but in fact it contained unique craftsmanship, with every detail showing the care put into it. However, the surrounding relatives all turned their gazes, and after seeing the gift clearly, some of them showed disdain on their faces and began to whisper among themselves. How could Grandma possibly like something like this? She has such poor taste in choosing things. Exactly, it's a disgrace to our family to accept such a gift. Let him get rid of it quickly, so as not to offend Grandma's eyes. Giving Grandma something like this for her birthday is practically a way of telling her to hurry up and leave. It's just too much.
Although the laughter was not loud, it clearly reached Lu Xian's ears.
Grandma frowned slightly, her gaze sweeping over the murmuring crowd, and spoke authoritatively.
"Shut up, all of you, what kind of nonsense is this, making a scene in my room?"
The crowd immediately fell silent, but their faces still showed indifference. Grandma's face lit up with a joyful smile. She reached out and took the gift, examining it carefully and praising it repeatedly.
Good, good, Xianer is so thoughtful, Grandma likes it very much.
Grandma hasn't worn these shoes in a long time. She's looked in so many stores but never found them. Xianer, you're so thoughtful, Grandma likes it very much, very much. Upon seeing this, everyone's faces showed astonishment, and someone couldn't help but say something.
Grandma, are you not looking carefully? What's so good about this thing?
Grandma's face instantly darkened. She sternly surveyed everyone, her tone filled with displeasure. You people only know how to compete for fame and fortune, and you don't know how to put your heart into anything.
How could you possibly compare to Xianer's thoughtfulness? Don't you even think about it? What has Grandma lacked all these years? What I want is this sincerity.
You heartless bastards, all you do is make sarcastic remarks. As she spoke, Grandma's gaze swept over Fuxian intentionally or unintentionally, then she changed the subject and continued.
Some people only know how to attract attention all day long. What's the use of doing a good job of putting on a show?
Fuxian's heart tightened, knowing that the old woman was referring to him, and his face turned extremely ugly. I never imagined that something I bought at a high price would be outshone by a pair of worn-out shoes from Lu Xian. He gritted his teeth, cursing Lu Xian in his heart, blaming him for all of this.
Humph, they're blind and don't know what's good about a pair of worn-out shoes.
Fuxian thought to himself. At this moment, Lu Qingxue said in a sweet voice. Grandma, please don't be angry. Lu Xian was just trying to be filial to you. How could Lu Xian's shoes be so?
But Grandma wouldn't have it and sternly interrupted Lu Qingxue.
Shut up too, all you do is act cute and spoiled, you have no manners at all. After being scolded by her grandmother, Lu Qingxue's face flushed red and then turned pale, and she lowered her head in grievance. Fuxian stood aside, his anger burning ever brighter. He looked at Lu Xian, a sinister glint in his eyes, secretly thinking that he must find a chance to make Lu Xian pay. Lu Xian stood beside his grandmother, feeling a warmth in his heart as he looked at the smile on her face. He knew that his grandmother understood him, and this understanding and support were more important than anything else. The atmosphere in the hall became somewhat awkward, and no one dared to speak casually, for fear of angering Grandma again.
32, Chapter 32, The Bracelet.
At this moment, Grandma suddenly cleared her throat and coughed.
You can go down first, I have something I want to talk to Shienner about alone.
After he said that, many people wisely walked away. After everyone else was driven away by Grandma with resentment and doubt, only Grandma and Lu Xian remained in the large room. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became quiet, with only the ticking of the clock hands audible. Lu Xian was filled with curiosity, wondering why his grandmother had kept him behind alone. Grandma sat in the carved chair and gently beckoned Lu Xian to come closer. Lu Xian stepped forward and gently squatted down beside his grandmother, his eyes full of concern. Grandma looked at him kindly, her eyes filled with endless love. Then, Grandma slowly got up, walked to the cabinet next to her, and opened an exquisite box. Grandma took out an antique-style bracelet from the box. The bracelet had a warm, lustrous sheen, and it was clear at a glance that it was old and quite valuable. Grandma handed the bracelet to Lu Xian and said with a smile, "Shienner, this is a small token of Grandma's appreciation."
Although Grandma has many children and grandchildren, she loves you the most, her grandson-in-law.
Lu Xian was startled when he saw the valuable bracelet. He quickly waved his hand to refuse and said,
"Grandma, this is too precious, I can't accept it."
"I appreciate your kind offer, but I really can't accept this." Grandma pretended to be angry, grabbed Lu Xian's hand, forced the bracelet into his hand, and scolded him.
"Shienner, what are you doing?"
"In Grandma's heart, you have always been the most sensible and worry-free child.
Consider this bracelet a keepsake from your grandma. If you don't accept it, it means you don't respect your grandma."
Lu Xian felt the warmth of his grandmother's hand, and a wave of warmth washed over him. Knowing that his grandmother had made up her mind, he carefully accepted the bracelet and said gratefully,
"Thank you, Grandma, I will cherish it." Grandma nodded in satisfaction, a contented smile on her face.
Then, Grandma's eyes dimmed, and she sighed softly, saying,
"Shienner, Grandma is getting old and doesn't have much time left.
In this world, Grandma's only hope is to see you and Qingshue's child, and to see your family living happily together. Then Grandma will be at peace." When Lu Xian heard his grandmother's words, he was shocked. He wanted to tell her that he and Lu Qingxue had divorced, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Looking into his grandmother's expectant eyes, he felt a mix of emotions. On the one hand, he felt incredibly warm and touched by his grandmother's love. On the other hand, he felt guilty and remorseful for not being able to fulfill his grandmother's wish.
Lu Xian forced a smile and said,
"Grandma, you will definitely stay healthy and live a long life. Qingxue and I will work hard and won't let you down."
Grandma gently patted Lu Xian's hand and said, Okay, Grandma believes you."
However, Lu Xian's heart was filled with contradictions. He knew he was deceiving his grandmother, but he couldn't bear to disappoint her. He secretly thought that perhaps he should wait for the right time to tell his grandmother the truth. But at this moment, he could only bury this secret deep in his heart and continue to play the role of the grandson-in-law who pleased his grandmother. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat heavy. Lu Xian and his grandmother sat facing each other, each lost in their own thoughts.
33, Chapter 33, This was given to me by my grandmother. Alright, that's all Grandma wanted to say today. If you have anything else to do, go ahead and take care of it.
Grandma said with a smile.
Thank you, Grandma.
Lu Xian's eyes were full of gratitude. As she spoke, she walked out of the room, a complicated expression on her face. She was lost in thought, thinking about her grandmother's earnest expectations.
At this moment,
Lu Qingxue seemed to have been waiting outside the door for a long time. She immediately came forward, her eyes filled with curiosity and wariness, and asked,
"Why did Grandma call you in alone? What's the matter?"
Lu Xian subconsciously tightened his grip on the box containing the jade bracelet, glanced at Lu Qingxue, and said in a somewhat cold tone,
"What does this have to do with you?"
After saying that, he tried to walk around her and move forward. Lu Qingxue, however, refused to give up. Her gaze was immediately drawn to the box in Lu Xian's hand. She recognized the box all too well. It was the one her grandmother used to store important items. Her eyes widened instantly, a look of shock on her face, and she exclaimed loudly.
How did Grandma's jade bracelet end up in your hands?
Lu Xian, you actually stole Grandma's things. Her voice was sharp and shrill, echoing in the spacious corridor and attracting the attention of many people. Fu Shan heard the commotion and came over. He looked at the box in Lu Xian's hand, a mocking smile on his lips, and said sarcastically. I never expected that Lu Xian, who usually acts so respectable, would actually be such a dishonest person.
Lu's parents also rushed over, their faces filled with anger and confusion. Lu's father looked at Lu Xian and asked in a stern tone.
What's going on? This thing was worn by a concubine of the Ming dynasty, and it's worth tens of millions. How did my mother's bracelet end up with you? Lu Xian was somewhat at a loss due to the accusations and questions from the crowd.
He never expected that his simple act of accepting his grandmother's kindness would lead to him being misunderstood as a thief.
A flash of anger crossed his eyes as he gripped the box tightly and shouted.
Grandma gave it to me, I didn't steal it.
Everyone was stunned when they heard Lu Xian's words, and their faces showed shock. Lu Qingshue's mouth gaped open in disbelief, and she gave a cold smile as she spoke.
Don't talk nonsense. How could Grandma give you something so valuable?
Fu Shan frowned, somewhat suspicious, but he still persisted. Lu Xian, stop making excuses. This thing is so valuable, how could Grandma give it away so easily?
Lu's parents exchanged bewildered glances. Lu's mother spoke first.
Lu Xian, if it really was given to you by your grandmother, then tell me, why would your grandmother give you this bracelet?
You usually seem like a pretty honest kid, how could you do something like this? Lu Xian took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and said. Grandma gave it to me. If you don't believe me, go ask her.
This bracelet is a small token of her appreciation from her.
Everyone found Lu Xian's words absurd.
Such an expensive bracelet, and he didn't even give it to his own son and daughter-in-law, but instead gave it to his grandson-in-law.
Who among you would believe that?
No one would believe that a bandit's name was Zhang Muji.
People are more inclined to believe that a bandit's name is Zhang Mozi.
Clearly, Lu Xian's act of stealing the bracelet is more believable than giving it away.
34, Chapter 34, It's better to apologize or call the police.
The crowd gathered around Lu Xian, their faces filled with disbelief. Lu Qingshue's eyes widened, filled with anger and disdain, and she shouted loudly.
How could Grandma possibly give you such an expensive bracelet?
Are you crazy? You stole it? That's stealing it. How can you lie to people like this? How can you be so shameless? Her voice was sharp and piercing, as if she wanted to thoroughly criticize Lu Xian. Fu Shan stood to the side, a fake smile on his face, pretending to be offering well-intentioned advice, and said. Lu Xian, stop being so stubborn. It's not a big deal to admit you've done something wrong. Just return the bracelet, apologize to everyone, and the matter will be over.
Lu's parents chimed in, with Lu's father looking serious and disappointed in his eyes as he spoke.
You usually seem like a very honest person. I never expected you to do something like this. This is a matter of great importance concerning the family's reputation. How can we trust you?
Lu's mother sighed and lamented, seemingly heartbroken by Lu Xian's behavior. Lu Qingxue looked at Lu Xian with disappointment in her eyes and said coldly.
Lu Xian, if you admit to returning the jade bracelet now, we can let it go.
Otherwise, we'll call the police and let them handle this. Don't regret it later.
Fu Shan also chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Lu Xian, listen to Qingxue, return the bracelet, apologize, and we're still family.
Don't make things too tense.
Lu Xian's face flushed red. He gripped the box containing the jade bracelet tightly in his hand, looked at everyone with a determined gaze, and said loudly. I can return the bracelet to Grandma, but I really didn't steal it, and I will not apologize to you.
I didn't do anything wrong, why should I apologize? Seeing Lu Xian's stubbornness, Lu's parents could no longer suppress their anger. Father Lu glared angrily and roared. Still being stubborn, looks like you won't admit it unless I teach you a lesson. We'll call the police right now and let them investigate you thoroughly. Lu Qingxue also warned Lu Xian from the side.
Lu Xian, you'd better think this through. This bracelet is worth tens of millions. Stealing it could get you 10 or 8 years in prison.
Then you can expect to spend the rest of your life in prison.
Lu Xian remained unmoved, a hint of stubbornness in his eyes, and said, "I didn't steal it, so I didn't steal it even if you call the police, I'm not afraid."
The pure remain pure, and the impure remain impure.
Without further hesitation, Lu's parents immediately took out their phones to call the police. Just then, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open, and Grandma slowly walked out with the help of the maid. Her face was grim, and her eyes revealed both authority and anger.
Grandma glanced at everyone and shouted, "Let's see who dares, this bracelet is the one I gave to Shinner, what are you all making a scene for?" Grandma's voice, though aged, was full of power, which startled everyone.
A look of astonishment crossed Lu Qingshue's face, she couldn't believe her ears and exclaimed,
"Grandma, look, Lu Xian stole your bracelet." Grandma interrupted Lu Qingxue and said sternly,
"Shut up, I gave the bracelet to Lu Xian myself."
"Are you calling the police to arrest this old woman?"
35, Chapter 35, The Bracelet Scandal. Lu Xian looked at his grandmother, feeling a surge of emotion. His eyes welled up with tears as he spoke. "Grandma, thank you for speaking up for me."
Grandma nodded and said,
"Shenner, it's Grandma's fault for not handling this properly, which led to you being wrongly accused."
However,
Grandma's words were like a bombshell, exploding among everyone, leaving each face filled with shock. Lu Qingshue's eyes widened like copper bells, filled with disbelief, and her voice pierced the air with a sharp edge.
"Grandma, how could this be? Why would you give him such an expensive bracelet? This bracelet is a family heirloom." Lu's parents also looked puzzled and dissatisfied. They exchanged a glance, their expressions seemingly asking each other what was going on.
Grandma's eyes were filled with authority, and she was not affected by Lu Qingshue's questioning at all. She responded coldly, "I can give it to whomever I want, it's my stuff, and it's none of your business to tell me what to do." Grandma's tone was firm and unquestionable, making everyone hesitant to speak for a moment.
Just then, Lu Qingshue's younger brother, Lu Xiaoyu, also came over after hearing the commotion.
After learning the situation, his face turned ashen, and a glint of greed and anger flashed in his eyes. He rushed forward, snatched the bracelet from Lu Xian's hand, and shouted loudly,
"Grandma, how could you give this to a stranger? We are your own grandchildren, this bracelet should be left to us."
Lu Xiaoyu's actions completely enraged his grandmother. She raised her hand high and then slapped Lu Xiaoyu hard across the face with a loud smack.
The slap was quite forceful, and a clear handprint immediately appeared on Lu Xiaoyu's face.
Grandma was so angry that she trembled all over and shouted angrily, "You spend your days indulging in drinking, gambling, and whoring, never doing anything productive. Even if you were given a mountain of gold, you would squander it all. You still have the nerve to come here and ask me for something?" Lu Xiaoyu was stunned by the slap. He covered his face, his eyes filled with grievance and anger. But she dared not contradict her grandmother, so she could only suppress her anger and stare fiercely at Lu Xian, as if she wanted to see right through him. Grandma calmed herself down, then walked up to Lu Xian again, gently took the bracelet from Lu Xiaoyu's hand, carefully placed it in Lu Xian's hand, and said with a gentle look in her eyes, "Shenner, take this carefully, it's a little something from Grandma. Grandma knows you're a good child and deserve this bracelet." A warm feeling welled up in Lu Xian's heart, and his eyes became slightly moist. He looked at the bracelet in his hand, then at his grandmother's loving face, and his heart was filled with gratitude. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. He opened his mouth, but in the end he only said one sentence softly.
"Grandma, thank you, I will definitely keep it safe."
Lu Qingxue watched this scene with jealousy and resentment, but dared not disobey her grandmother any longer. Lu's parents stood awkwardly to the side, unsure of what to do. Fu Xin watched all this from the corner, secretly plotting how he could use this incident to achieve his own goals in the future. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat heavy, yet it was also warmed by Grandma's favoritism towards Lu Xian. Lu Xiaoyu, meanwhile, silently clenched his fists. My heart was filled with anger. 37, Chapter 37, Why are you still thinking about remarrying? Lu Qingxue, fully convinced that she had obtained the priceless bracelet, proudly opened the box. However, when she saw that the box was empty, the smile on her face froze instantly, turning ashen. She turned her head sharply, stared fiercely at Lu Xian, and questioned him.
Lu Xian, where did the things inside go? Where did you hide the bracelet? Looking at Lu Qingshue's exasperated appearance, Lu Xian couldn't help but sneer, his eyes full of mockery, and said, I told you this was given to me by my grandmother. What right do you have to take it? Why do you think you can just take it if you want it? His voice wasn't loud, but it was full of determination. Lu Qingxue was so angry at Lu Xian's words that she stomped her feet. Her eyes were wide open like copper bells as she shouted loudly. Lu Xian, I never expected you to be this kind of person. You actually hid the bracelet. Give it to me once we remarry. Won't all of this be ours? Her tone carried a hint of threat, as if she believed that remarriage was something that could be achieved easily. Lu Xian smiled bitterly after hearing Lu Qingshue's words. He found Lu Qingxue utterly ridiculous, that she actually wanted to deceive him with the promise of remarriage. He shook his head and said, Ours, hee, that's very well said, Lu Qingxue. I said that since grandma gave it to me, I will keep it safe for her. Lu Xiaoyu listened to their conversation from the side, his face full of confusion. He said, not understanding why. Sister, you actually want to remarry this man? He's in such a state. What's so good about him? Don't be foolish. As he spoke, he gestured and pointed at Lu Xian, saying a lot of unpleasant things. Looking at her foolish younger brother, Lu Qingxue felt both angry and anxious, and for a moment she didn't know how to answer. She glared at Lu Xiaoyu, signaling him to shut up. At this moment, Fu Shen stepped forward, his face still bearing that hypocritical smile, trying to persuade Lu Xian. Lu Xian, we're all family, why make things so tense? Take out the bracelet and let's discuss it properly. Lu Xian had long harbored resentment towards Fu Shen, and now that he saw Fu Shen feigning concern, he could no longer suppress his anger and roared. Who's family with you? Fu Shen, you're an outsider, so stop interfering in our family affairs. If it weren't for you, would Qingxue and I have gotten to this point? His voice was like a booming bell, making the air in the room seem to tremble. Fu Shen was instantly stunned by Lu Xian's shout, his smile froze, and he didn't say anything for a moment. However, a barely perceptible ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, as if he were plotting something. But strangely, he didn't show the slightest anger. Seeing this, Lu Qingxue immediately stood beside Fu Shen, protecting him fiercely, and spoke loudly to Lu Xian. Lu Xian, don't go too far. Shen is doing this for our own good. Don't blame everything on him. You're really inferior to others in every way. Her eyes were full of protection for Fu Shen, a stark contrast to her attitude towards Lu Xian just now. Lu Xian felt a pang of pain in his heart as he watched Lu Qingxue protect Fu Shen. The woman who once shared her life with her is now speaking ill of her to another man. He gave Lu Qingxue a deep look and said, 38, Chapter 38 Resignation. Alright, I'm not giving you the bracelet. After saying that, he turned around, walked to the bedside, sat down, and ignored everyone else. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. Lu Qingxue and the others looked at Lu Xian's back, each with their own thoughts. Lu Qingxue stood in the center of the room, hands on her hips, glaring angrily at Lu Xian, uttering all sorts of nasty words in an attempt to force him to submit and hand over the jade bracelet. Her voice was sharp and shrill, echoing in the cramped, rented room. Lu Xian, don't be stubborn and ask for trouble. This bracelet should have belonged to the Lu family. You are just an outsider. What right do you have to keep it? Lu Xian sat on the edge of the bed, arms crossed, looking at Lu Qingxue with a cold gaze, his face showing no sign of wavering. His voice was calm yet firm. So what, are you going to call the police again? Let me tell you, the police don't care if you voluntarily give something away. Lu Qingxue, you're really joking. Lu Qingxue's face turned red with anger at Lu Xian's words. She stomped her feet, a hint of despair and rage flashing in her eyes. She knew that no matter what she said, Lu Xian wouldn't change his mind. She glared at Lu Xian resentfully, then turned and stormed out of the room. Fu Shen stood aside, watching Lu Qingxue's departing figure, then glanced at Lu Xian, a malicious smile appearing on his face. A sinister glint appeared in his eyes, as if he were plotting some scheme. He gently shook his head and followed Lu Qingxue out of the room. Seeing that his sister and Fu Shen had left, Lu Xiaoyu quickly chased after them, asking as he ran. Sister, what about the bracelet? Are we just going to let that brat Lu Xian keep it?
Lu Qingxue did not answer him, but quickened her pace, her heart filled with anger and resentment. Lu Xian watched the departing figures of these oddballs and felt a sense of helplessness. He sighed deeply, got up, and closed the door. He knew that the Lu family would not let him off easily. But he has no intention of giving up the gift his grandmother gave him. He took out the precious jade bracelet from his pocket, gently placed it in his palm, and gazed at it. The jade bracelet gleamed with a warm luster, as if carrying the warmth of grandma. He thought of his grandmother's kind face, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. He carefully put the jade bracelet back into the box, and then hid the box in a secluded spot in the room. Lu Xian sat on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. He had heard that his grandmother had been living alone for the past few years, leading a lonely and solitary life. The birthday banquet held by the Lu family was nothing more than a scheme devised by the Lu family parents to amass wealth. Thinking of this, he felt a pang of pain in his heart, and a feeling of heartache and guilt for his grandmother welled up within him. He decided to quit his job in another city and return to his grandmother's side to take good care of her. He knew that his grandmother was old and needed someone to accompany and care for her. He didn't want his grandmother to live alone any longer. He wanted to do everything he could to make her happy in her later years. The next day, Lu Xian resigned from his job with Professor Wang. Professor Wang felt sorry for his decision and advised him to reconsider. In his eyes, Lu Xian was a rare talent. But Lu Xian's mind was made up. Professor Wang had no choice but to agree, but he had his reasons. If Lu Xian wants to come back, it's just a matter of saying the word. The company's positions are always open to him. 39, Chapter 39, Is this a place anyone can live in? Grandma told me that she has moved to the old house. Lu Xian was also interested in visiting the old man, since he could help him if he needed anything. The next day, Lu Xian decided to go see his grandmother. Lu Xian happily carried the bags and packages towards his grandmother's residence. Along the way, he imagined his grandmother's happy face when she saw him and the gifts, and a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. However, when he arrived at his grandmother's house and pushed open the door, the smile on his face instantly froze. The room was simply furnished and old, with the furniture worn out and the walls peeling off in some places, revealing mottled marks. This was vastly different from the living environment he remembered his grandmother had lived in. He never imagined that his grandmother would move into such a mansion and live such a hard life. A wave of sadness washed over Lu Xian, and he couldn't help but feel guilty. Although he had visited his grandmother often before, he had never noticed the significant changes that had taken place in her life. He walked over to his grandmother and asked softly, "Grandma, how did you end up like this? You weren't like this before." Grandma looked at Lu Xian with eyes full of relief. She sighed softly and said, "Xianer, Grandma is all right. The Lu family was kind to me before because my grandmother had a bracelet, and they were interested in the value of that bracelet. Now that the bracelet is gone, they naturally won't bother with me anymore." Upon hearing his grandmother's words, Lu Xian felt a surge of anger. He clenched his fists and said, "Grandma, how could they do this? I'm going to confront Lu's parents right now and demand an explanation from them. They can't let you suffer like this." With that, he turned to leave. Grandma quickly grabbed Lu Xian's hand, her eyes full of worry, and said, "Xianer, don't go. It's better to avoid trouble. Even if they take me back to live here, it won't be out of their own free will. At least here, Grandma is comfortable without all that gossip." Looking at his grandmother's weathered face, Lu Xian felt a pang of heartache. He knew that his grandmother didn't want him to worry about her anymore, nor did she want to have any more entanglements with the Lu family. He nodded and said, "Grandma, I'll listen to you. However, I'll return the bracelet to you. That way, the Lu family will definitely continue to treat you well because of its value." Grandma shook her head, a hint of determination in her eyes, and said, Xianer, Grandma has wanted to give you that bracelet for a long time. Grandma knows you're a good child, unlike the Lu family who only care about money. Grandma gave you this bracelet because Grandma loves you and trusts you." Lu Xian was deeply moved by his grandmother's words, and his eyes welled up with tears. He held his grandmother's hand tightly and said, "Grandma, you are so good to me. I will definitely live up to your expectations, and I will take good care of you from now on. Grandma looked at Lu Xian with a relieved smile on her face. She gently patted Lu Xian's hand and said, Okay, I'm relieved to hear you say that. From then on, Lu Xian found a job near his grandmother's residence and would come to visit her every day after get off work. He would cook for his grandma, chat with her, tell her interesting stories about what was happening outside, and make her happy.
40. Is chapter 40 getting senile?
Grandma's face gradually returned to a smile. Although life remained simple, it was filled with warmth and happiness. Lu Xian carefully kept that precious bracelet. It was not only a priceless treasure, but also a symbol of his grandmother's deep love and trust for him. Lu Xian knew that no matter what difficulties he encountered in the future, he would protect his grandmother as he would protect this bracelet, so that she could live a peaceful and happy old age. As for the Lu family members, they were no longer important to him. His heart was filled only with his grandmother, with that deep affection and endless gratitude. Lu Xian looked at his grandmother with gratitude and secretly vowed to take good care of her. He rolled up his sleeves and started tidying up the house for his grandmother. He carefully wiped the furniture and tidied up the clutter, keeping himself very busy. Sweat dripped down his forehead, but a happy smile remained on his face, because he knew how precious it was to be able to do these things for his grandmother.
Just then,
a series of footsteps approached, and Lu Xian looked up to see Lu Qingxue leading Fu Xian, carrying large and small bags. The moment Lu Qingxue saw Lu Xian, her face darkened, and her eyes were filled with displeasure.
She frowned and questioned him. What are you doing here? Lu Xian answered calmly. I'm here to see Grandma, is that not allowed?
Lu Qingxue sneered, her tone full of sarcasm. So this is how you win over Grandma with small favors. Grandma has really fallen for your trick. Her voice was sharp and shrill, echoing in the room. Lu Xian was too lazy to argue with her, so he simply shook his head and continued with his work.
At this moment,
Grandma came out when she heard the commotion. When she saw Lu Qingxue speaking ill of Lu Xian, her face immediately turned angry. Upon seeing this, Lu Qingxue immediately adopted a coquettish demeanor and said, Grandma, don't believe him, he must have some ulterior motive for being nice to you.
Fu Xian chimed in from the side. Yes, Grandma, you mustn't let him fool you. Grandma glared at Fu Xian and said sternly. I'm not senile yet, I can tell right from wrong.
Fu Xian was intimidated by his grandmother's gaze and words, and dared not say anything more. But the sinister ruthlessness in his eyes betrayed his true nature. Seeing her grandmother protecting Lu Xian, Lu Qingxue could no longer suppress her anger. She stood up abruptly and shouted angrily.
Grandma, I'm your granddaughter, Lu Xian is an outsider, why are you so biased towards him? Are you really getting senile?
Her voice was almost a scream, and the expression on her face became distorted. Grandma looked at Lu Qingxue, her eyes filled with disappointment. She spoke slowly. Qingxue, how could you say such a thing? Xianer is truly good to me. If it weren't for him taking care of me these days, I don't know what would have become of me. You old fool, I'm not that old yet. It's you, Qingxue, who should know who's truly good to you. Upon hearing her grandmother's words, Lu Qingxue was shocked, and a trace of guilt appeared on her face, but it was quickly covered up by her anger.
She said, Grandma, how can you say that? We're just concerned about you. Grandma shook her head and said,
Stop talking, I'm tired. If you really care about me, then stop making things difficult for Xianer, and stop fighting over material things.
41, Chapter 41, The Great Filial Son. Lu Xian walked to his grandmother's side and said softly, Grandma, don't be angry, don't hurt yourself. Grandma looked at Lu Xian, nodded, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. Lu Qingxue and Fu Xian stood aside, watching this scene, each with their own thoughts. Lu Qingxue was filled with resentment, while Fu Xian was scheming how to achieve his goal. Hearing Lu Qingxue's hurtful words, Grandma's anger flared up instantly.
She was so angry that she trembled slightly, her eyes wide open. Without hesitation, she threw all the bags and packages that Lu Qingxue and Fu Xian had brought out, all the while shouting,
Grandma, you're being unfair. Lu Qingxue finally couldn't help but shout. But Grandma didn't pay any attention to Lu Qingxue at all and instead said coldly, I just like Xian or I gave him that bracelet willingly, and none of you can interfere. Don't think that just because I'm old you can do whatever you want.
Lu Qingxue was startled by her grandmother's sudden action, her face flushing red and then turning pale, a mixture of anger and grievance. She stomped her foot, glared fiercely at Lu Xian, then turned and grabbed Fu Xin, storming off. Lu Xian quickly stepped forward to support his agitated grandmother and carefully helped her to sit down.
Grandma was breathing heavily, her face still showing some anger. She took Lu Xian's hand and said,
Xianer, my granddaughter sometimes has a really bad temper. If you didn't spoil her, no one else would be able to stand her. As Lu Xian listened to his grandmother's words, he felt a mix of emotions, and those long-forgotten memories surged up like a tide. His thoughts immediately drifted back to the 3 years he had been married to Lu Qingxue. It was a quiet, late night, and the clock showed 3 o'clock. Lu Qingxue suddenly sat up in bed, fussing that she wanted to eat beggar's chicken. Lu Xian, still half asleep, told her helplessly that it was impossible to order takeout at this time. But Lu Qingxue wouldn't let it go, and started smashing things without regard for her own life, while shouting loudly.
Lu Xian, you don't love me at all, you won't even cook me a beggar's chicken.
Her voice sounded particularly jarring in the quiet night. Looking at Lu Qingxue, who was in a state of emotional distress, Lu Xian felt helpless and heartbroken.
Ignoring his exhaustion, he put on his clothes and resolutely went out.
To fulfill Lu Qingxue's request, he traveled thousands of miles in the middle of the night to search for her.
I finally managed to buy a free-range chicken in a rural area.
After returning home, Lu Xian didn't even have time to rest before immediately starting to make beggar's chicken. He carefully handled the ingredients, meticulously wrapped the chicken, and then placed it in the fire to roast. By the time everything was finished, the sky was already beginning to lighten. Lu Xian happily presented the beggar's chicken he had just finished to Lu Qingxue, eagerly awaiting her praise. Lu Qingxue only glanced at it, frowned, forced herself to take a bite, and then spat it out, saying with disgust,
"This tastes awful. What kind of food did you make?"
Seeing Lu Qingxue's actions, Lu Xian felt a pang of pain in his heart, but he still suppressed his grievances and said nothing. It was through these repeated ups and downs that Lu Xian has honed his skills to a high level, becoming adept at everything from cooking to handling various matters. There were many more similar incidents. Every time Lu Qingxue acted unreasonably, Lu Xian chose to be tolerant and patient.
42, Chapter 42, Creating Something from Nothing.
Returning to reality, Lu Xian sighed softly and said in a low voice,
"If only Qingxue could think like that.
I know she has a bad temper, but I really hope she can understand my feelings, but unfortunately sigh."
Grandma looked at Lu Xian with heartache in her eyes. She gently patted Lu Xian's hand and said,
"Xianer, you and Qingxue must take good care of each other. Grandma is waiting to hold the baby." Lu Xian nodded. Although he knew that it was impossible for him to be with Lu Qingxue, he didn't dare to say anything to his grandmother. After leaving his grandmother's residence, Lu Xian felt a sense of warmth and determination. The love his grandmother gave him was like a beacon in the darkness, illuminating his path forward. This feeling, like a kind of hope, filled Lu Xian's heart with longing. He secretly made up his mind to find a stable job in the county so that he could take care of his grandmother often and accompany her through the last part of her life. After all, having been an orphan since childhood, this was the first time he had ever truly felt the warmth of family affection. He cherished this hard-won relationship immensely. Filled with hope, Lu Xian arrived at the job market. The place was bustling with people, and various job postings were displayed everywhere. He carefully searched for job opportunities that matched his major, his eyes wandering between the recruitment booths. Finally, he discovered a job that caught his eye: a French translator. A surge of joy welled up in Lu Xian's heart. This was precisely the field he excelled in and loved. He straightened his clothes and confidently walked to the recruitment booth. The HR manager in charge of recruitment warmly received him. During her conversation with Lu Xian, she greatly admired his solid professional knowledge and excellent communication skills, and her eyes revealed a satisfied expression. Lu Xian successfully filled out the employment form, his heart filled with anticipation for the future. However, fate always seems to love to play tricks on people. Just then, he bumped into and ran, Lu Qingxue's best friend. When Enran saw Lu Xian, a look of surprise flashed across her face, which was then replaced by a mocking expression. She smiled dismissively and said in a sarcastic tone, "Hey, Lu Xian, why aren't you going to Lu Qingshua's company, so you got dumped, huh? How pitiful." Enran's voice was sharp and piercing, drawing strange looks from those around her. Lu Xian felt a surge of annoyance, but he ignored Enran and chose to turn and leave, not wanting to get entangled with her any further. However, Enran's anger intensified when she saw that Lu Xian was ignoring her. She strode up to the HR manager and began to exaggerate and say a lot of bad things about Lu Xian. She deliberately lowered her voice and spoke in a mysterious tone. "Manager, you have no idea, Lu Xian is a terrible person. He used to slack off and cheat at work, and he even betrayed his wife. If you hire him, it will definitely cause trouble for the company." Upon hearing Enran's words, the HR manager's smile gradually faded, and a hint of hesitation appeared in his eyes. After Enran's slanderous remarks, the HR manager eventually changed his mind. He looked at Lu Xian with an apologetic expression and said, "Lu Xian, I'm really sorry, but after careful consideration, you may not be a good fit for this job." Lu Xian felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing the HR manager's words, but he did not offer any further explanation. He knew that although Enran's words were fabricated, under these circumstances, no amount of explanation would help. 43, Chapter 43, The Simp. He suppressed his grievances, nodded, and said, "It's okay, I understand." Left with no other choice, Lu Xian could only turn around and leave the job market. Walking on the bustling street, he felt a mix of emotions. But he was not defeated by this setback. He knew that life would not always be smooth sailing, and he had to face it with strength. Watching Lu Xian's dejected figure leave, Enran's face instantly blossomed into a smug smile. Her eyes narrowed into slits, and the corners of her mouth turned up so high that she could hardly close her mouth. She eagerly pulled out her phone and quickly dialed Lu Qingshua's number, her heart filled with anticipation, longing to receive Lu Qingshua's praise. The call was quickly connected, and Lu Qingshua's voice came through. "Enran, why are you calling at this hour?" Enran couldn't contain her excitement and exclaimed in a high-pitched voice. "Qingshua, let me tell you, I gave Lu Xian a good beating at the job market just now. During his interview, I said a lot of bad things about him to the HR manager, and as a result, he was rejected and left in a sorry state." Lu Qingshua smiled coldly and said with satisfaction, "Enran, you did a great job. I am getting more and more disgusted with this good-for-nothing. I'm so angry lately. You know what, my grandma gave that bracelet from the Ming dynasty to Lu Xian. It really makes me so angry." Upon hearing this, Enran raised her voice in surprise. "Huh, did I hear that right? Is that old lady senile, giving such an expensive bracelet to a stranger? Lu Xian is divorced from you now. Can he still be considered part of the Lu family? Grandma doesn't know, does she? How could I dare tell Grandma about this? If I did, she would probably scold me to death. Back when I was with Lu Xian, Grandma was even happier than I was. Will I even be able to keep the bracelet by then? I'm so annoyed." After listening, Enran paused for a moment, then said, "I thought it was something important." Lu Qingshua was somewhat shocked. "Is this a small matter? That's a bracelet from the Ming dynasty." Enran curled her lip dismissively, her tone contemptuous. "Wasn't Lu Xian your lapdog before? You could just wave your hand and he'd immediately bring you the stuff." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshua seemed to have thought of something. "Yes, Lu Xian has always been her devoted follower. They've been married for 3 years, and he can get whatever she wants with just a snap of her fingers. Although they are divorced now, it's all for Lu Xian's sake, for a better future for both of them." The reason Lu Xian acted this way towards him was simply because he was jealous of Fu Shen. "Such things have happened before in the 3 years since we got married. It will be fine in a while." Lu Qingshua was very confident in herself. She cleared her throat, picked up the phone, and regained her usual confidence, her previous anger completely gone. "You're right, I'll go find him in a couple of days, and he'll definitely return the bracelet. Yeah, if you say a few nice words, that brat will immediately give in. Men are all the same," Enran said with a smile. Just then, Fu Shen called. Lu Qingshua looked at the caller ID, and her expression softened instantly. She quickly said to Enran,
Anren, Fushin is calling, I'll hang up now. TSK, looks like Fushin misses you alright, you two have a good chat, I won't disturb you. 44, Chapter 44, The wedding will have to wait. When Lu Qingxue saw that the caller ID showed Fushin, a gentle and affectionate smile instantly appeared on her face, her eyes filled with love. She quickly answered the phone and asked in a sweet voice. Honey, what's wrong?
Fushin's magnetic voice came from the other end of the phone, tinged with urgency.
I haven't called you in so long, I miss you, I want to hear your voice. Lu Qingxue was completely charmed by Fushin's sweet words, and a blush immediately appeared on her face as she said shyly, You're so annoying, it's only been a short time since we last met. Fushin, perhaps sensing that Lu Qingxue was in a good mood, quickly added.
Qingxue, I want to ask you, about our wedding that was postponed last time, I had someone calculate it, and 3 days from now is an auspicious day. If we miss this date, we'll have to wait several months to find a suitable wedding date. Upon hearing Fushin's words, Lu Qingxue's affectionate gaze faltered slightly, and the matter of the bracelet immediately came to mind.
She bit her lip and said hesitantly. Shinshin, I think we should wait a little longer.
Fushin's tone revealed a hint of doubt and disappointment.
Why, Qingxue, don't you love me anymore, don't you want to marry me? Lu Qingxue's heart tightened, fearing that Fushin would misunderstand, and she quickly explained. Shinshin, don't misunderstand, of course I love you and I want to marry you. But I haven't gotten that bracelet back yet, the one I told you about before.
That bracelet looks quite valuable, it must be worth a lot of money. We can get married after I get it. Fushin remained silent for a moment on the other end of the phone, then his tone softened.
So that's how it is, Qingxue, I understand you, it's just that I really want to marry you soon, live with you, and see you every day.
Lu Qingxue felt sweet inside after being coaxed by Fushin's gentle words, and her face was filled with a happy smile as she spoke firmly.
Shinshin, I know how you feel about me, and I feel the same way once I get the bracelet, let's get married as soon as possible and live a good life together.
Fushin showered Lu Qingxue with sweet words on the phone, expressing his love for her and his longing for married life. Lu Qingxue was completely charmed and became even more determined to marry Fushin.
Just then, Lu's parents entered Lu Qingxue's room. Mother Lu was the first to speak. Qingxue, didn't you say you were going to find your grandma and persuade her to resolve the bracelet issue? How did it go? Did you get through to her? Lu Qingxue frowned and said somewhat irritably. Grandma is old and senile, she won't listen to me at all and insists on giving the bracelet to Lu Xian. Upon hearing this, Lu's father's face instantly darkened, and he said angrily.
That old woman is getting more and more unreasonable as she gets older. That bracelet is so valuable, how could she just give it to that good-for-nothing?
Lu Qingxue quickly reassured them, Mom and Dad, don't be angry.
Don't worry, Lu Xian used to listen to me like a dog. As long as I go to him, he will definitely return the bracelet to me obediently.
Lu's parents exchanged a glance. The anger on Lu's mother's face subsided slightly, and she spoke.
I hope you can get that bracelet back, and don't let it fall into that good-for-nothing's hands.
Lu Qingxue nodded confidently.
You can rest assured, I will definitely handle things well. Once I get the bracelet, I will get married to Fushin, and our family will have a grand wedding.
45, Chapter 45, Car Accident.
After hearing Lu Qingxue's words, Lu's parents stopped talking, nodded, and turned to leave the room. Lu Qingxue watched her parents' departing figures, then looked down at her own hands, as if she could already see the expensive bracelet on her wrist. A smug smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. Although Lu Xian was unwilling to give up after his failed interview due to Enrant's malicious sabotage, he did not give up. He eventually arrived at another job market, hoping to find a job that matched his major. Reality, however, was like a cold, biting wind, mercilessly piercing him. There were very few suitable jobs for him in the city, and every time he submitted his resume, he was mostly met with disappointment after being turned down. With each rejection, Lu Xian's heart sank, and a feeling of despondency spread through him. He couldn't help but think that if he really couldn't find a suitable job, delivering food might be a way out. That's all. He walked along absent-mindedly, lost in his own thoughts, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Sudden. A screeching sound of brakes cut through the air, followed by a tremendous impact. He was hit head-on by a Porsche and thrown into the air, then lost consciousness. In his delirious state, Lu Xian seemed to see a sweet-looking woman anxiously bustling around him, concerned for his safety.
That moment.
A warm feeling welled up in his heart, and he vaguely thought that the woman was Lu Qingxue. His heart was filled with joy, thinking that perhaps Lu Qingxue had finally seen through Fu Shen's true colors and had changed her mind and returned to his side. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Xian finally slowly opened his eyes.
He felt a sharp pain in his feet and forehead. Looking down, he saw that his feet and forehead were wrapped in thick gauze.
At that moment, he noticed a woman dressed in Lolita fashion with a high ponytail standing to the side, earnestly negotiating with the doctor. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the woman was dressed as Elsa, a character from his favorite anime. The girl seemed to realize that Lu Xian had woken up, so she quickly stopped talking to the doctor and walked briskly to Lu Xian's bedside, her face full of concern.
"You're awake. How are you feeling? Is anything particularly painful?"
Lu Xian looked at the energetic girl in front of him, feeling a little puzzled, but he still endured the pain and spoke.
"I'm fine, don't worry."
The girl kept apologizing. "I'm so sorry, it's all my fault for driving carelessly and causing you to be like this." Seeing how polite the girl was, Lu Xian felt a little embarrassed and quickly waved his hand.
"It's really not your fault, I wasn't paying attention while walking. I am really fine."
As he spoke, he even tried to stand up and take a few steps to show the girl that he was alright. But as soon as he moved, a wave of pain surged through his feet and forehead, turning him pale and forcing him to obediently lie back down on the bed. Seeing this, the girl quickly stepped forward and held him down, saying anxiously, "Don't move, the doctor said your injury is quite serious, you need to rest well and don't hurt yourself again." Looking at the girl's worried eyes, Lu Xian felt a surge of warmth in his heart.
46, Chapter 46 Qin Sha.
In this cold world, the stranger's concern made him feel a long-lost sense of kindness.
He nodded slightly and said gratefully, "Thank you, I will be careful."
Sunlight streamed through the windows of the ward, adding a touch of warmth to the otherwise somewhat oppressive space. The girl looked at Lu Xian lying on the bed with concern in her eyes and said gently, "Just relax and rest here, don't worry about the medical expenses, I'll take care of everything. I've also found you a caregiver, you can tell the caregiver if you need anything." A warm feeling welled up in Lu Xian's heart, and he said softly, "Thank you so much, you've really gone to so much trouble." The girl tilted her head slightly, a hint of confusion on her face, and asked,
"By the way, do you need me to talk to your family about this? After all, you're injured now, it would be better if someone took care of you."
Upon hearing the word family members, Lu Xian's eyes instantly dimmed, and a barely perceptible sadness flashed across his face. He gave a slight bitter smile, a wave of sorrow washing over him. "I grew up in an orphanage and have no real family members. Lu Qingxue, who was once the only person he could consider family, has now divorced him." He forced a smile through his pain and said,
"No need, I have no family." The girl seemed to notice the change in Lu Xian's mood, but she didn't ask any further questions. She continued, "When you fainted just now, you kept calling out Qingxue. Is she someone important to you? Should I inform her for you?"
Lu Xian's heart jolted. He never expected that, on his deathbed, he would be muttering Lu Qingxue's name. His heart was filled with contradictions and pain. On the one hand, he hated himself for loving Lu Qingxue so deeply, even though she had hurt him so badly, he still thought of her at the crucial moment. On the other hand, he felt helpless and sad about his own devotion. Seeing that Lu Xian hadn't spoken for a long time, the girl looked worried and asked softly,
"What's wrong? Did something sad happen to you?"
Lu Xian snapped out of his daze, shook his head, and said, "It's all right, no need to notify her."
The girl nodded and didn't ask any further questions.
She took a business card out of her pocket, handed it to Lu Xian, and said with a smile, "This is my business card, you can call me Sasha. If you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me." Lu Xian took the business card and saw that it read Qin Sha, manager of the cosplay shop. He looked up at the girl dressed as Elsa in front of him. Her playful and cute appearance really did resemble Elsa, the cartoon character he loved when he was a child. Lu Xian was slightly taken aback, a sense of familiarity welled up in his heart, and he also gave a brief self-introduction.
My name is Lu Zhu and it's nice to meet you, Sasha.
Just then, Xinsha's phone suddenly rang.
She gave Lu Xian an apologetic look, then answered the phone.
After hearing something said on the other end of the phone, Xinsha's expression changed slightly after hanging up. She said to Lu Xian somewhat anxiously. Lu Xian, there's a sudden emergency at the shop. I need to go back and deal with it right away. You rest well here. If you need anything, just ask the caregiver or call me.
Lu Xian nodded and said.
Okay, go ahead, don't worry about me.
47, Chapter 47. I only want the bracelet.
Xinsha quickly gave the caregiver a few instructions and then left. The ward has returned to its former tranquility. Lu Xian lay quietly on the hospital bed, staring blankly at his leg, which was in a cast, his heart filled with helplessness. The plaster cast was like a heavy shackle, binding him to the bed, making him feel as if he were paralyzed and unable to move at all. He never expected to return to this place so soon after leaving the hospital. They lamented the capriciousness of fate.
In the hospital ward,
the caregiver worked efficiently and methodically, changing his dressings and feeding him on time, taking good care of him.
However, deep within Lu Xian's heart lay an unspeakable loneliness.
He is also a human being with flesh and blood, and when he is hurt and vulnerable, he also longs for comfort and care. In the quiet ward, his thoughts wandered uncontrollably, and the first person he thought of was Lu Qingxue.
Memories flooded back to that night 3 years ago. At that time,
Lu Qingxue drank with customers at a bar in order to conduct business, which resulted in a stomach hemorrhage. Upon receiving the news, Lu Xian was extremely anxious and rushed to the bar, taking Lu Qingxue to the hospital in the middle of the night. During her time in the hospital, Lu Xian took meticulous care of Lu Qingxue. Every day before dawn, he would get up to cook various nutritious meals for Lu Qingxue, carefully preparing them so that she could recover quickly. When Lu Qingxue underwent a gastroscopy, seeing her in pain, Lu Xian felt so heartbroken that tears welled up in his eyes. Those few nights, he stayed by Lu Qingxue's bedside, not closing his eyes for several nights, his heart and mind filled with thoughts of her safety. When Lu Qingxue woke up, instead of expressing gratitude for Lu Xian's meticulous care, she blamed him for pulling her back from the bar. He even complained that he almost signed the contract. Although Lu Xian felt helpless at the time, he still chose to understand her. After all, she was doing it for her job. Recalling this, a bitter smile appeared on Lu Xian's lips. A wave of sorrow washed over him as he thought about how he could love Lu Qingxue as much as he loved her, even if it was only a tenth of his love. Even just making a phone call to check on how you are doing would be helpful. However, there was nothing there. All that remained was Lu Xian's helpless sigh and endless disappointment and pain. Lu Xian sometimes hates himself for liking Lu Qingxue so much. He remembered a popular quote he had seen before. That is, finding someone who loves you, or someone you love. Indeed, Lu Xian chose someone he loved, but he didn't expect that the other person had no feelings for him at all. Lu Xian now even doubts whether Lu Qingxue has ever loved him. It was all just him indulging in self-pity. Lu Xian stared at the ceiling, countless thoughts surfacing in his mind. If God gave him another chance to start over, Lu Xian would rather never have met Lu Qingxue. That way, maybe I wouldn't be in so much pain. At this time, everything around seemed so cold and silent, with only the occasional sound of a caregiver's footsteps breaking the oppressive atmosphere. Just then, Lu Xian's cell phone rang. The familiar ringtone sounded exceptionally clear in the quiet hospital room. Lu Xian's gaze was instantly drawn to it when he saw the 3 words Lu Qingxue on the caller ID. His heart skipped a beat, and an indescribable joy welled up inside him. 48, Chapter 48, The higher the hope, the higher the disappointment. His lips unconsciously curled up slightly, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if he had seen a glimmer of hope in the darkness. He fully believed that the phone call was Lu Qingxue's way of showing concern for him. Perhaps she finally realized her own importance and began to worry about her safety. With a mix of trepidation and anticipation, Lu Xian pressed the answer button with trembling fingers. However, the voice on the other end of the phone was like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the flame of hope that had just been ignited in his heart. Lu Qingshue's furious curses came down like a storm. "Lu Xian, where did you go? I went to your rented apartment and knocked on the door for ages. My voice is almost hoarse from shouting, but you didn't come out to open the door. Are you deliberately hiding from me?" Lu Qingshue's sharp and angry voice was like a blade, piercing straight into Lu Xian's heart. His smile froze on his face, his eyes filled with disappointment and helplessness. He didn't know when Lu Qingshue's attitude towards him had become so hostile. The gentleness and patience of the past have vanished without a trace, replaced by indifference and impatience. Lu Xian's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to 3 years ago. It was a sunny afternoon. He walked into the library and immediately spotted Lu Qingxue sitting in the corner. She was dressed in a snow-white dress, like a blooming lily, sitting there quietly, holding a book in her hands, her eyes focused and gentle. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing her in a golden glow. That moment, Lu Xian felt as if he were witnessing the most beautiful scene in the world. Later, they met, got to know each other, and fell in love. When in love, Lu Qingxue is always like a docile kitten, often hugging Lu Xian's neck and speaking in a coquettish manner. "Husband, I will love you forever. We will always be together and never leave each other." Lu Xian still vividly remembers those sweet times. Every detail is deeply etched in his heart, becoming his most precious memory. But now, the Lu Qingxue before my eyes has become so unfamiliar. Her words were devoid of their former tenderness and affection, filled only with endless accusations and complaints. Lu Xian felt as if his heart had been struck by a heavy hammer, and a sharp pain surged through him. He suppressed his disappointment and pain and said coldly, "I'm in the hospital. Something unexpected happened." Upon hearing the word hospital, Lu Qingxue on the other end of the phone did not show the slightest tension or concern as Lu Xian had expected. Her tone remained calm and indifferent. She simply asked indifferently, "Which hospital?" Lu Xian's heart sank completely. He had originally held onto a sliver of hope that Lu Qingxue would ask more about his injuries and tell him to take good care of himself. But reality cruelly told him that he might have become insignificant in Lu Qingxue's heart. He took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice calm, and slowly said the name of the hospital. Lu Qingxue simply hummed in agreement on the other end of the phone, and then said, "I understand. Get the bracelet ready. I'll go to the hospital, pick it up, and leave." As Lu Xian listened to Lu Qingxue's words, the last glimmer of hope in his heart was completely shattered. It turns out that she only cared about the bracelet, not about her own life or death. The vows of eternal love we once made now seemed so pale and laughable. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xian lay quietly on the hospital bed, tears involuntarily sliding down his cheeks and dripping onto the pillow. He stared at the ceiling, his eyes filled with confusion and despair. 49, Chapter 49, Dreams. However, after hanging up Lu Qingxue's call, Lu Xian felt a wave of fatigue and headache. He slowly closed his eyes, trying to calm his thoughts, and unknowingly drifted off to sleep. In that illusory dream, Lu Xian seemed to be in an incomparably beautiful world. He and Lu Qingxue got back together. The two walked hand in hand into the Civil Affairs Bureau, received their marriage certificate again, and their faces were filled with happy smiles. Afterwards, they meticulously planned a belated wedding. On her wedding day, Lu Qingxue wore a snow-white wedding dress, looking like a princess from a fairy tale, breathtakingly beautiful. Lu Xian knelt on one knee, holding a bouquet of bright red roses, and proposed to Lu Qingxue with deep affection. "Qingxue, in this life, I only wish to be with you and stay by your side. Would you be willing to give me another chance to take care of you for the rest of my life?" With tears welling in her eyes, Lu Qingxue nodded gently and said, "I do." Lu Qingxue's eyes were filled with Lu Xian. Those eyes were the most beautiful eyes Lu Xian had ever seen. As the wedding bells rang slowly, Lu Xian took Lu Qingxue's hand, and the two walked step by step into the wedding hall. The surrounding guests cast their blessings in their eyes, and applause and cheers rose and fell. Just as Lu Xian was immersed in this happy moment, and was joyfully looking forward to a wonderful future, the appearance of a man completely shattered all this beauty. Suddenly, Fu Shen burst in, strode up to Lu Qingxue, grabbed her hand, and led her outside. Lu Qingxue did not struggle at all. She even had a smile on her face, as if she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Lu Xian panicked. He shouted Lu Qingshue's name and tried to chase after her, but found that his feet were nailed to the ground and he could not move. No! No, Qingxue, don't go! Lu Xian shouted, waking up from his dream. His face was covered in sweat, his chest heaved violently, and his eyes still held the fear and despair brought on by the dream. The dream was so real that it gave Lu Xian a jolt. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded in my ear. Lu Xian, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Lu Xian then realized that Qin Sha had already arrived at the ward and was looking at him with concern. He quickly regained his composure and said, trying to appear calm. I'm fine, I just had a bad dream. Although he said he was fine, Lu Xian was still shaken by the dream he had just had, as if it had all really happened. Qin Sha frowned slightly, her eyes filled with worry, but she didn't ask any more questions, only speaking softly. It's good that you're all right. I bought some nutritious porridge, have some while it's hot. As she spoke, she began to unpack the product. Lu Xian intended to take the porridge and drink it himself, but perhaps because he hadn't fully recovered from his dream, he accidentally spilled some porridge on his clothes. Seeing this, Qin Sha quickly picked up a tissue and gently wiped the stains off Lu Xian's clothes. Her movements were very gentle, and her eyes were focused and serious. As Lu Xian watched Qin Sha wipe his clothes so closely and felt her gentle touch, a strange feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. His face instantly turned bright red, and his heart began to race involuntarily. In all his life, no girl had ever taken such thoughtful and affectionate care of him, making him both nervous and somewhat at a loss. 50, Chapter 50. Lu Qingxue is jealous. Lu Xian subconsciously dodged Qin Sha's movements, his face full of unease. Qin Sha seemed to see through the other person's thoughts. She sighed softly and said gently, "You're a patient now, so just think of me as a nurse. After all, I'm the one who caused you to get injured like this, so it's only right that I take care of you." Qin Sha's words were like a gentle spring breeze, slowly soothing Lu Xian's unease and anxiety. His emotions gradually calmed down. Then, Qin Sha picked up a spoon, scooped up a spoonful of still steaming hot nutritious porridge, and held it to Lu Xian's lips, saying, "Here, have some porridge." Lu Xian was slightly flustered and quickly said, "I can do it myself, really." Qin Sha gently shook her head, a gentle smile on her lips, and said, "Don't be shy. You already got it on your clothes, so don't try to be brave. The most important thing is to take good care of your injury." Lu Xian lowered his head slightly after hearing Qin Sha's words, acknowledging her care. But his face remained bright red, as if it could bleed. As Qin Sha fed him porridge spoonful by spoonful, for a fleeting moment, a strange feeling stirred within Lu Xian. This feeling was so unfamiliar, so intense, that he had never experienced it during the time he spent with Lu Qingxue. Standing so close to Qin Sha, Lu Xian carefully examined the girl in front of him. He discovered that Qin Sha, without her heavy makeup, was like an innocent girl next door, extremely cute. Her eyes were clear and bright, revealing a purity and innocence that made people want to protect her. However, Lu Xian quickly realized that he shouldn't have such feelings. He silently reminded himself that he should have the necessary boundaries, and besides, his marriage was a complete mess, so he had absolutely no interest in starting another relationship. Before he could process his complicated emotions, the door to the ward suddenly creaked open. Lu Qingxue walked in, and her gaze immediately fell on Lu Xian and Qin Sha. Seeing this scene, her face was filled with shock and disbelief. The scene looked so intimate that Lu Qingxue felt a sense of déjà vu. What angered Lu Qingxue the most was that this woman had such fair skin and such regular features. She looked like a beautiful woman who had stepped out of a painting, and even Lu Qingxue couldn't help but take a second look. Instantly, a fire of jealousy ignited in my heart. She hadn't expected Lu Xian to be so quick. He's found a new love so quickly, and this woman is even prettier and has a better figure than him. Lu Qingxue was never inferior to anyone in her life. Even in that kind of thing, she had to be on top. Could she accept that? That's absolutely impossible. Lu Qingxue's fingers trembled with anger. She didn't understand why she was so angry. She clearly didn't like Lu Xian at all, and even somewhat annoying.
possible? It's like having a toy that you don't want to play with anymore, but seeing others clean it and play with it in all sorts of ways makes you inexplicably angry. Her eyes widened, and she asked in a sharp voice. Lu Xian, what's going on, who is she? Qinsha quickly stood up, wanting to explain the reason behind it. But before she could even open her mouth and utter a single word, Lu Qingxue suddenly rushed over, raised her hand, and slapped Qinsha hard across the face. The slap came so suddenly and with such force that Qinsha was stunned, and a clear red handprint appeared on her face. 51, Chapter 51, Interfering in Someone Else's Marriage. Qinsha's eyes filled with tears after being slapped by Lu Qingxue, her heart filled with grievance and sadness. Her lips trembled slightly, as she tried to explain what had just happened. But Lu Qingxue didn't give her a chance at all, and launched into a tirade of abuse, leaving Qinsha no chance to get a word in edgewise. Lu Qingxue glared angrily at Lu Xian and shouted loudly. No wonder you're reluctant to remarry me, it turns out you've already found someone else outside. You even took grandma's bracelet, have you no shame, you're really something, Lu Xian. Looking at Lu Qingxue's angry and unreasonable appearance, Lu Xian was extremely anxious and wanted to explain the misunderstanding. However, due to his injury, he could only move one pair of hands, and his voice was very weak, so he was unable to get a word in edgewise amidst Lu Qingxue's shouts and curses. His face flushed with anxiety, but he was helpless. After scolding Lu Xian, Lu Qingxue turned her attention to Qinsha. She pointed at Qinsha's nose and shouted loudly. You young woman, how can you like to destroy other people's families, do you even know he's married? You're a shameless mistress. As Qinsha listened to Lu Qingxue's insults, tears welled up in her eyes, her body trembled slightly, and she felt both wronged and angry. She said loudly. You've misunderstood Mr. Lu and I really have nothing going on, he just came to take care of him because I bumped into him. But Lu Qingxue didn't believe Qinsha's words at all, and she sneered. Humph, that's easy for you to say, just because you bumped into someone doesn't mean you have to be so attentive to them, I think you have ulterior motives. Just then, medical staff who had heard the commotion rushed over. A nurse frowned and said seriously. Please do not make loud noises here, as it will disturb the rest of other patients. Lu Qingxue ignored the nurse's advice and continued to point at Qinsha and curse her. You vixen, don't think you can fool me with your pitiful act. Let me tell you, it's because of morally corrupt people like you that so many couples are getting divorced. Looking at Lu Qingxue's unreasonable appearance, Qinsha felt a sense of despair. She never expected that her good intentions in taking care of Lu Xian would be misunderstood by Lu Qingxue in this way. Her eyes were filled with helplessness and grievance, and tears finally welled up in her eyes. Seeing Qinsha being bullied by Lu Qingxue, Lu Xian felt both anxious and angry. He shouted with all his might. Lu Qingxue, that's enough, Qinsha was really just taking care of me, stop being unreasonable. But Lu Qingxue ignored Lu Xian's words. She remained immersed in her anger and jealousy, constantly hurling insults at Qinsha. The surrounding medical staff felt helpless watching the chaotic scene. They didn't know how to get Lu Qingxue to stop and restore calm to the ward. Some of the younger, married nurses who witnessed the scene actually sided with Lu Qingxue. These kinds of mistresses are despicable. There should be a law that sentences people who interfere in other people's marriages to 10 or 8 years in prison. My husband was seduced by this kind of vixen. Well said, that's disgusting. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxue was venting her anger and venting her frustrations without regard for the feelings of those around her or for Lu Xian and Qinsha's explanations. 52, Chapter 52, She's right. Hearing the nurse's comments, Lu Qingxue's anger not only did not subside, but instead burned even brighter. Looking at Qinsha's aggrieved appearance, she felt that the other party was just putting on an act, pretending to be innocent to gain sympathy. Thinking of this, a fierce glint flashed in her eyes. She suddenly broke free from the nurse's grasp and was about to go forward to hit Qinsha again. Several nurses reacted quickly and pulled Lu Qingxue back to her, and it took a lot of effort to make her unable to move. Lu Qingxue struggled and cursed loudly. You bitch, don't think you can fool me with some random excuse. You shameless mistress, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Perhaps she had been scolding for too long. Lu Qingxue gradually grew tired. She was breathing heavily, but her eyes were still full of anger and disdain.
The surrounding medical staff all turned their gazes to Qin Sha, their eyes filled with disdain, as if in their eyes. Qin Sha is a bad woman who destroys other people's families. Qin Sha felt the strange looks from those around her and felt extremely wronged. She fought back tears and explained again. I was just feeding Lu Xian porridge. He was injured and couldn't move. There were no family members to contact him, and I was the one who hit him. I have a responsibility to take care of him.
There really was no improper relationship between him and me. Lu Qingxue sneered and said with a mocking expression. Humph, all talk and no action, you think I'd believe you? If you're so good at making things up, why don't you become a screenwriter? The doctors and nurses around her didn't quite believe Qin Sha's words either, and one of the nurses muttered to herself. She looked so respectable, but I never expected her to be a mistress. I hate mistresses who break up other people's families the most. Qin Sha felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife when she heard these words. No one had ever scolded her like that before. Qin Sha swore she had never suffered such humiliation in her life. She opened her mouth, wanting to explain something more, but found that she had no idea how to defend herself. Tears welled up in her eyes, and feelings of grievance and helplessness surged into her heart. Just when Qin Sha was feeling desperate, Lu Xian's attending physician hurriedly came over. He frowned when he saw so many people gathered in the ward and asked, "What's going on? Why are so many people gathered here?" One of the nurses quickly stepped forward and recounted the whole story. After listening, the attending physician looked at Lu Qingxue, then at Qin Sha and Lu Xian, and then spoke. Lu Qingxue, you've misunderstood. I can testify that I went to the accident scene with the ambulance. Qin Sha did indeed bump into Lu Xian at the time, and she has been very cooperative with the subsequent treatment and care. Moreover, since no family members were present, she voluntarily stayed to take care of Lu Xian out of guilt and responsibility. There is no relationship between them that you think. The attending physician's words echoed in the ward like a thunderclap. If what the attending physician said is true, then Qin Sha is not only not a morally corrupt person, but also a very kind and responsible girl. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue's face showed a hint of surprise and doubt. She looked at the attending physician, seemingly unable to believe what he was saying. Qin Sha, however, grasped at a straw, and hope rekindled in her eyes. She looked at the attending physician with gratitude, and the grievances in her heart eased a little. 53, Chapter 53. Is she really your wife? After the truth came out, the atmosphere in the ward became somewhat awkward. Lu Qingxue's face turned bright red. She never expected that she would make such a fool of herself in front of everyone. The nurses and doctors around her looked at her with strange eyes, their gazes filled with dissatisfaction and disdain. Lu Qingxue felt uncomfortable under his gaze. She bit her lip and forced herself to remain calm as she spoke. It's her fault for not explaining. She acted like she was mute. I thought she was guilty. One of the nurses couldn't stand it any longer and retorted with a frown. Did you even give her a chance to speak? You came in and just kept calling her a bitch. She couldn't even get a word in edgewise. Yes, as soon as I arrived, I saw this woman constantly cursing, and no one could stop her. Lu Qingxue opened her mouth, wanting to refute, but the words wouldn't come out. She knew in her heart that the nurse was right. She had acted too impulsively and hadn't given Qin Sha a chance to explain. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes as she glanced at Lu Xian lying on the bed, then snorted coldly and turned away from the ward indifferently. With Lu Qingxue's departure, the nurses and doctors gradually dispersed, and the ward finally returned to calm. Lu Xian looked at Qin Sha, his heart filled with guilt, and he said softly, "I'm sorry, I didn't expect her to be so unreasonable. I am sorry you had to suffer." Qin Sha shook her head, gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, forced a smile, and said, "It's okay, it's not your fault. I was just a little upset, but I'm fine now." She paused, then asked curiously, "Is this really your wife? She doesn't seem to care about you at all." Upon hearing Qin Sha's words, Lu Xian felt a surge of pain in his heart. His eyes dimmed, and after a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. "She's my ex-wife. Our relationship broke down a long time ago. She never really cared about me." Lu Xian's thoughts drifted back to the past, to the days he spent with Lu Qingxue, filled with sweetness, but mostly with pain and helplessness. Once, he thought he had found the love of his life and would spend his life with Lu Qingxue.
But gradually, he found that Lu Qingxue was becoming more and more unfamiliar and selfish. She only cares about her own feelings and never considers Lu Xian's thoughts. Lu Xian remembered that once when he was hospitalized, Lu Qingxue only came to visit him symbolically before leaving in a hurry, saying that there was something important to do at the company. On another occasion, Lu Xian carefully prepared an anniversary gift, wanting to surprise Lu Qingxue, but Lu Qingxue didn't even glance at it and complained that Lu Xian was wasting money. Thinking of this, Lu Xian felt a sharp pain in his heart. He sighed deeply and said, "The problems between us have existed for a long time, but I've just been unwilling to admit it. Now, divorce may be the best outcome for us." Qinsha felt a pang of heartache seeing Lu Xian's pained expression. She never expected that this young man in front of her had experienced so much. She gently patted Lu Xian's hand, comforting him. "What's past is past, don't dwell on it. You have a long life ahead of you, and you will definitely meet someone who truly understands and loves you." Looking into Qinsha's sincere eyes, Lu Xian felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He nodded and said, "Well, I've given up hope on marriage." Sigh. 54, Chapter 54, 3 years of feelings are not as good as a bracelet. Seeing the obvious unhappiness on Lu Xian's face, Qinsha wisely refrained from asking any further questions. Her gaze softened as she looked at Lu Xian and asked softly, "Are you still hungry? There's still some porridge left, I can get you some more." Qinsha bought a lot of porridge and snacks, while Lu Xian clearly only ate a little bit just now. Lu Xian waved his hand slightly and said in a somewhat tired voice, "No, I just want to be alone right now." Qinsha nodded, her face showing understanding, and said, "Okay, then contact me if you need anything. I'll be outside." After saying that, she gently closed the door to the ward, leaving Lu Xian alone inside. Lu Xian leaned against the hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The unreasonable look on Lu Qingxue's face just now floated into his mind again. In the years since they got married, he thought he had taken great care of Lu Qingxue, but he had never seen her so out of control and so unreasonable. His heart was filled with mixed feelings, and his thoughts were in turmoil. He couldn't help but wonder if Lu Qingxue's behavior today was really because she still loved him and cared about him, which was why she was so angry to see him with another woman. But if you care, why don't you even care about his most basic medical condition? From the moment she entered the ward until she left, all she did was accuse and berate him. She didn't utter a single question about his health. Lu Xian became more and more confused as he thought about it. He felt that he understood less and less about the person in front of him who was once the most familiar to him. Once, they spent many wonderful times together, and those memories remain vivid in Lu Xian's mind. But now, everything has become so unfamiliar. Then he remembered Lu Qingxue's purpose in coming here, to get the bracelet. Lu Xian felt a sudden pang of pain in his heart, as if it had been gripped tightly by an invisible hand. It turns out that in Lu Qingxue's heart, their 3 years of relationship were not as valuable as a bracelet. The 3 years of marriage were tiring and difficult for Lu Xian, and sometimes he worked overtime until late at night with no one to care about him. But he had hope and expectation in his heart, and these 3 years were his favorite 3 years. Those were arguably the happiest 3 years of my life. But now everything has changed. It was as if everything had changed, ever since I overheard the phone call between Lu Qingxue and Enran. Or perhaps it started when they saw Lu Qingxue leaning towards Fu Shun. Lu Xian's defenses were completely broken. That bracelet was a keepsake left to Lu Xian by his grandmother, and it held great significance for him. He treasured the bracelet, regarding it as one of his most prized possessions. But Lu Qingxue, for the sake of this bracelet, disregarded his hospital bed and their past relationship, and made a huge scene. Lu Xian could picture Lu Qingxue's eagerness to take the bracelet away. Her eyes were filled with greed and desire, there was not a trace of the love she once had. A wave of despair washed over Lu Xian. He suddenly felt that his 3-year relationship had been nothing but a joke. He sighed deeply, tears involuntarily blurring his vision. He silently thought to himself that perhaps this relationship should have ended long ago, but he just hadn't been willing to admit it and had been clinging to illusions. But Lu Qingxue's actions today have finally brought him to his senses. 3 years of relationship seemed so fragile in the face of a bracelet.
So it really is true that 3 years of relationship couldn't compare to a bracelet.
55, Chapter 55, Complex emotions subside into calm.
However,
ever since Lu Qingxue caused such a scene in the hospital room, she has vanished as if she had disappeared from the face of the earth and has never contacted Lu Xian again. At first, Lu Xian would think of her from time to time, feeling a mix of emotions. But as time went by, that feeling of unease gradually faded. These past 2 days, Xin Sha has been visiting the hospital with unusual diligence. She would come to the ward on time every day and take meticulous care of Lu Xian. She would fetch water for him, feed him, chat with him to keep him company, and even carefully tidy up his bed. Lu Xian had never been so considerate to a girl before, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. He often thought to himself that he could be treated so gently. That day, Xin Sha arrived at the hospital as usual, but this time she was carrying 2 elegant handbags. With a bright smile on her face, she walked to Lu Xian's bedside and said,
"Lu Xian, I bought you some new clothes, try them on and see if they fit."
After a period of rest, Lu Xian was able to move around freely. He stared at the bag in Xin Sha's hand, his eyes filled with shock. This was the first time he had ever received clothes from a girl since he was a child, and he was both surprised and a little overwhelmed. However, behind this surprise, he also felt a faint sense of disappointment. Because he remembered his wife, Lu Qingxue, whom he had been married to for 3 years.
In these 3 years, Lu Qingxue never bought herself a single piece of clothing. Even on birthdays or anniversaries, all I receive are some insignificant little gifts.
There was absolutely no genuine care or effort from Xin Sha. Lu Xian looked at the clothes Xin Sha handed him and said in surprise,
This is so embarrassing, there's really no need to buy it."
Xin Sha gently shook her head and explained, "I damaged your clothes last time, they're all torn, this is my compensation to you." Lu Xian opened the bag and was even more shocked when he saw the expensive price tag on the clothes.
"The price of these clothes is equivalent to 1 or 2 months' salary." He quickly said, "This is too expensive, I can't accept it."
Xin Sha smiled and said, "It's too late to return it if you don't like it, you'll just have to throw it away, which is such a waste." Looking into Xin Sha's sincere eyes, Lu Xian knew that she genuinely cared about him. But the gift was far too valuable for him to accept with a clear conscience. After thinking for a moment, Lu Xian said helplessly, "Okay then, I'll transfer the money to you as payment for these clothes, otherwise I'll feel really bad about it." Xin Sha was shocked when she heard Lu Xian's words. She hadn't expected Lu Xian to make such a request. Looking at Lu Xian's serious expression, she felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. She genuinely wanted to give Lu Xian a gift to express her apology and concern, but Lu Xian insisted on giving her one. Xin Sha opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know how to persuade Lu Xian to change his mind. In the ward, the two fell silent for a moment, and a subtle atmosphere filled the air. Lu Xian looked at Xin Sha, feeling a little uneasy, wondering if his decision would upset her. But he felt that only by doing this could he feel better. Meanwhile, Xin Sha was racking her brains trying to figure out how to get Lu Xian to accept the gift and give up the idea of transferring the money.
56, Chapter 56 I Promise You.
Xin Sha looked at Lu Xian with a face full of doubt, not understanding why he insisted on transferring money to her. In her past life experiences, she has always been the one spending money on others. Those people always accepted it readily, without the slightest hesitation, let alone returning the money to her. Xin Sha waved her hand gently, and said with a sincere smile on her face,
"No need, it's really not much money, don't worry about it."
Seeing Xin Sha's resolute expression, Lu Xian knew that insisting on transferring the money would be futile, so he had no choice but to accept the gift. Seeing that Lu Xian was no longer insisting, Xin Sha smiled happily and pointed to the new clothes, saying,
"Then try it on quickly and see if it fits." Lu Xian nodded, took the clothes, and went into the changing room of the ward. A short while later, he came out wearing new clothes.
Xin Sha's heart skipped a beat when she saw Lu Xian in his new clothes. Lu Xian was tall and straight, and the new clothes fit him perfectly, making his figure look even more slender.
The originally unassuming Lu Xian now seemed like a completely different person, incredibly handsome. Qinsha's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but sigh. As expected, clothes make the man and saddle makes the horse's appearance. Lu Xian, you are perfect for one of the characters currently on display in my shop. As she spoke, she stepped forward, circled around Lu Xian, and carefully examined him, her face full of admiration. Afterwards, Qinsha showered Lu Xian with praise without reservation. Your figure and temperament are simply tailor-made for that role. If you could play it, you would definitely shine. Lu Xian felt a little embarrassed by Qinsha's praise. He scratched his head and said, I have no acting experience and have no idea what to do. I am sure I'll embarrass myself. Qinsha quickly waved her hand, trying to comfort her. It's okay, I'll teach you. Besides, this isn't a professional performance, it's just a small event our store did for promotional purposes. You don't need to be too nervous. Her eyes were full of expectation, hoping that Lu Xian would agree. Lu Xian hesitated after hearing Qinsha's words. On the one hand, he was worried that he would not do a good job and would make a fool of himself. On the other hand, he also thought that he could take this opportunity to repay Qinsha for giving him the clothes. After all, those clothes were quite expensive, which made him feel a little guilty. Such expensive clothes, I probably would never wear them in my life, let alone buy them. It was also thanks to Qinsha that I was able to wear such expensive clothes. Lu Xian was somewhat moved. After thinking for a moment, Lu Xian raised his head, looked at Qinsha's expectant eyes, and slowly said, Alright then, I promise you I hope I won't disappoint you. Upon hearing Lu Xian's answer, Qinsha's face immediately lit up with a bright smile, and she said excitedly, Great, I knew you would say yes. Don't worry, I will teach you well and I will definitely not let you embarrass yourself. Looking at Qinsha's happy expression, Lu Xian felt a warmth in his heart. He suddenly felt that this experience might be a good attempt, and he might even gain some new insights. And Qinsha. At this moment, he had already begun planning the upcoming training and activities in his mind, eagerly anticipating Lu Xian's brilliant performance in that role. And so, Lu Xian agreed to Qinsha's request and was about to embark on a brand new experience. 57, Chapter 57, Grandma Faints. Qinsha was overjoyed when she learned that Lu Xian had agreed to play a role in the store, and her face beamed with an irrepressible smile. She excitedly told Lu Xian, Let's add each other on WeChat. I'll send you the detailed arrangements and things to note later. Lu Xian nodded, and the two took out their phones and added each other as WeChat friends. Just then, Lu Xian's attending physician walked into the ward, a kind smile on his face. Lu Xian, your recovery is going very well. You can be discharged tomorrow. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Lu Xian's eyes, and his heart was filled with joy. He had been looking forward to being discharged from the hospital for a long time because he always missed his grandmother. Lu Xian said happily, Thank you so much, Dr. I've been wanting to be discharged to visit my grandma for a while now. I haven't been to her house in the last few days, and I don't know if she still has the food and oil I bought before. Grandma has difficulty walking and can't go shopping by herself. The doctor patted Lu Xian on the shoulder and gave him some instructions. After being discharged from the hospital, you should also pay attention to rest, and come to the hospital for a checkup at any time if you feel unwell. The next day, Lu Xian checked out of the hospital early. He went to a supermarket near the hospital and carefully selected many things that his grandmother liked to eat, as well as some daily necessities such as grains and oils, filling a large bag. Then, he carried the heavy bag and boarded the bus to his grandmother's house. Lu Xian felt exceptionally relaxed throughout the journey, and the thought of seeing his grandmother soon brought a smile to his face. But when he arrived at his grandmother's house and knocked on the door several times without receiving a response, a sense of unease welled up inside him. He called out Grandma a few more times, but still didn't hear the familiar voice. Lu Xian sensed that something was wrong. His brows furrowed, and his unease grew stronger. He knew his grandmother wouldn't usually act like this, so he didn't hesitate any longer and forcefully pushed the door open. The moment the door opened, he saw his grandmother collapsed on the floor, her face pale. Lu Xian quickly checked his grandmother's breathing. Thankfully, it's still breathing. But Grandma's forehead felt extremely hot to the touch.
Lu Xian's heart tightened suddenly, and his mind went blank for a few seconds. Then he quickly came to his senses and, with trembling hands, took out his phone and dialed 120 for emergency medical assistance. "Hello, is this 120? My grandma has had an accident. Please come as soon as possible. Her condition is quite serious. She lives at..." He tried to keep his voice calm and explained his grandmother's situation and home address to the operator. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xian knelt beside his grandmother, softly calling her name. Tears welling in his eyes, he held her hand, talking to her repeatedly.
"Grandma, hang in there, the ambulance is coming soon." Time seemed to drag on endlessly, each second an unbearable ordeal for Lu Xian.
Finally, a short while later, the sound of an ambulance siren rang out outside the door. Lu Xian rushed out and led the medical staff into the house. The medical staff quickly performed a simple examination and treatment on Grandma, then lifted her onto a stretcher and sent her to the ambulance. Lu Xian followed closely behind, looking at his grandmother lying on the stretcher, his heart filled with worry and self-blame. He secretly vowed to himself that he would spend more time with his grandmother and take good care of her in the future. And so, the ambulance sped away with Grandma, heading towards the hospital. Lu Xian sat in the ambulance, his eyes fixed on his grandmother, silently praying that she would be all right. 58, Chapter 58, The Woman I've Loved for 3 Years.
The ambulance arrived at the hospital quickly. Grandma was also rushed to the emergency room.
In the hospital corridor, Lu Xian paced anxiously back and forth, his eyes filled with worry and unease. His hands gripped the phone tightly, his fingers turning white from the force. Thinking of his grandmother, who was still in the emergency room, he felt as if his heart was being gnawed at by countless ants. Finally, unable to contain his anxiety any longer, he took out his phone and dialed Lu Qingshue's number. After all, Lu Qingxue was her grandmother's own granddaughter. Although her grandmother said that Lu Qingxue was not good in this way or that way, she still liked her very much in her heart.
Lu Xian could see that.
The phone rang for a long time before Lu Qingxue answered it impatiently, her tone tinged with smugness and urgency.
"Lu Xian, have you come to your senses and are you going to give me the bracelet?"
Hearing Lu Qingshue's words, Lu Xian felt a surge of anger, but he suppressed his rage and said, "No, Lu Qingxue, do you have any conscience? Grandma has fainted and is currently in the hospital being treated."
Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Lu Qingxue was first taken aback, then said impatiently, "I thought it was something serious. It's just fainting. Why are you in such a hurry?"
After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Lu Xian's response. Lu Xian looked at the call-ended message on his phone screen, and his anger reached its peak. He gripped his phone tightly, as if he wanted to crush it. But thinking of his grandmother still in the hospital, he suppressed his anger and dialed Lu Qingshue's number again. When Lu Qingxue answered the phone this time, her tone was even more agitated.
"Lu Xian, are you ever going to stop? I'm busy, stop calling me."
Lu Xian could no longer control his emotions and roared loudly.
"Lu Qingxue, do you know that Grandma has fainted? Is there anyone left in your Lu family? Aren't you worried about your grandmother's safety, leaving her to live alone in the middle of nowhere?"
Lu Qingxue was shocked to hear Lu Xian's roar, but she was still unwilling to back down in front of him and said impatiently,
"Which hospital? We're coming right now. Don't make a fuss, it's just a small matter."
After saying that, he hung up the phone again. Lu Xian looked at his phone, his heart filled with helplessness and disappointment. He never imagined that the woman he once loved so deeply would become so heartless. In her eyes, there seemed to be only that bracelet, while she was indifferent to her grandmother's safety. Lu Xian slowly sat down on a hospital bench, staring blankly ahead. His mind was filled with memories of being with Lu Qingxue. The sweetness and happiness of the past seemed like yesterday, but now everything had changed.
He couldn't help but ask himself, is this still the woman he has loved for 3 years? Where did Lu Qingxue, who was once gentle, considerate, and understanding, go? In the dimly lit hospital corridor, Lu Xian's figure appeared particularly lonely. He sat there quietly, waiting for Lu Qingxue to arrive, and also waiting for news of his grandmother. His heart was filled with contradictions and pain. On the one hand, she was worried about her grandmother's condition, and on the other hand, she felt heartbroken by Lu Qingxue's indifference. Time passed by, and Lu Xian had no idea how long he had been sitting on the bench. His thoughts were in turmoil,
and he was overwhelmed by the pain and helplessness in his heart. Meanwhile, the door to the emergency room remained closed, and Lu Qingxue had not yet appeared. Lu Xian could only silently endure all of this in endless waiting and torment. Thinking of the woman he had loved for 3 years, his heart was filled with bitterness.
59, Chapter 59, Taking care of her is the right thing to do. However, not long after, Lu Qingxue rushed to the hospital with her parents. Lu Qingxue's face still held lingering anger. As soon as she saw Lu Xian, she immediately questioned him. "Where is Grandma?"
Lu Xian suppressed his dissatisfaction, pointed in the direction of the ward, and said,
"Inside. Inside." Lu Qingxue snorted coldly and strode into the ward. She went to the doctor and inquired about her grandmother's condition.
The doctor explained patiently. The old lady fainted because of a high fever caused by a cold, but she is no longer in danger and just needs to rest. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue felt a weight lifted from her heart, but then a surge of anger welled up within her. She stormed out of the ward, went straight to Lu Xian, and slapped him across the face. A sharp snap echoed in the hospital corridor. Lu Xian's face instantly turned red, his heart jolted, and his eyes were filled with disbelief.
Lu Qingxue questioned loudly. "You called me over for just a little cold? Do you know I was in a very important meeting at the company? Are you doing this on purpose to bother me for something so trivial?"
Lu Qingxue made no attempt to realize that Lu Xian was also a patient who had just come out of the hospital. Lu Xian was stunned by the slap, but he quickly recovered and his anger erupted like a volcano.
He shouted,
"Lu Qingxue, are you even human? Don't you know that a high fever can kill people, especially since Grandma is an old woman?
How can you be so cold-hearted and indifferent? Don't you care about Grandma's safety at all?" Lu Xian didn't talk much about his own affairs, but instead blamed Lu Qingxue for her attitude towards her grandmother.
Lu Qingxue was speechless after being choked by Lu Xian's words. A hint of guilt flashed in her eyes, and she lowered her head without saying anything more.
In her understanding,
"I used to just take some medicine when I was sick, and I never took a cold or fever seriously, but I overlooked the fact that my grandmother was old and her immune system was much weaker than mine."
At this moment, Lu Qingxue's parents came over when they heard the commotion. Lu's father looked at Lu Xian with a dissatisfied expression and questioned him.
"You took Grandma's bracelet, so isn't it your duty to take care of her? Grandma is just a little sick, and you're making such a fuss by calling us over and wasting our time." Lu Xian felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing Lu's father's words. He hadn't expected the Lu family to be so unreasonable.
In their eyes, that bracelet seemed more important than Grandma's health.
He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and said, "Taking care of my grandmother is something I do willingly, but since she is so seriously ill, it is only right that I inform you. Moreover, the bracelet is a keepsake left to me by my grandmother, and it has great significance to might not what you think."
Lu's father snorted coldly and said disdainfully,
"Stop making excuses for yourself. If you really care about Grandma, you should take good care of her instead of letting her get sick. Grandma is alright now, and we're here, so stop pretending." Looking at Lu's father's unreasonable demeanor, Lu Xian felt a sense of despair. He knew that no matter how he explained, the Lu family would not understand him. His gaze passed over Lu's father and looked towards the ward, silently praying that his grandmother would recover soon. Meanwhile, the Lu family members were still nagging and criticizing Lu Xian, completely unaware of their own indifference and selfishness. Lu's father continued to speak with self-righteousness. "You took Grandma's bracelet, isn't it your duty to take care of her?" 60, Chapter 60, Is emotion ridiculous? Lu Qingxue immediately echoed her sentiment. "Yes, that bracelet is so expensive. You should be the one taking care of Grandma. You've made us all go through all this trouble for this little thing, and you still have the nerve to criticize us?" She crossed her arms, her face full of disdain, her eyes revealing her contempt for Lu Xian. Looking at the cold and heartless Lu family members in front of him, Lu Xian felt a surge of pain in his heart. After all, his grandmother was their direct relative. Lu Xian couldn't understand how someone could be so wicked. He can even disregard his own mother, he said with great distress. "Don't you feel any remorse saying such things? Yes, I will take care of Grandma, and that's what I do willingly, but what about you, leaving an elderly woman alone in such a remote place?
don't you feel even a little bit guilty? If something were to happen to Grandma, could you live with yourselves in peace? Father Lu snorted coldly, staring at Lu Xian with icy eyes, and said, "This is a matter for the Lu family. What does it have to do with an outsider like you?"
If I remember correctly, Qingxue and you have already divorced, right? You have no right to interfere in the affairs of our Lu family. Lu Xian was speechless, choked by Lu's father's words. His lips trembled slightly, and his heart was filled with anger and helplessness. That's right, Lu Xian and Lu Qingxue are no longer legally married. But Grandma is the only person in the world who truly cares for Lu Xian. Lu Xian genuinely wanted his grandmother to have a good life. He knew that his marriage with Lu Qingxue had now become a tool for the Lu family to suppress him. Seeing that Lu Xian was speechless, Lu Qingxue revealed a smug expression. She glanced at Lu Xian contemptuously and said, "Don't call me unless it's important. I am busy and don't have time to deal with your nonsense. Also, send that bracelet to me as soon as possible. Don't force me to go get it myself." After saying that, she tossed her hair and turned to leave. Looking at Lu Qingxue's indifferent back, Lu Xian felt a surge of sorrow and said loudly, "Lu Qingxue, how have you become so cold and heartless? Do you think our past feelings are worthless to you?" Lu Qingxue stopped and glanced back at Lu Xian, her eyes devoid of any lingering affection, before speaking coldly. "Feelings, don't be ridiculous, that's all in the past. If you truly cared about feelings, why would you be holding onto Grandma's bracelet? Lu Xian, I really never realized you were such a hypocrite. Now I just want what's rightfully mine back, so you'd better be sensible." Lu's parents followed Lu Qingxue, preparing to leave. Before leaving, Lu's father couldn't resist mocking Lu Xian. "Think it over carefully yourself. Stop making a fuss. You and Qingxue have nothing to do with each other anymore." As Lu Xian watched the Lu family members walk away, a wave of helplessness washed over him. He sighed deeply, his eyes filled with exhaustion. He once thought he had found the love of his life and that his marriage with Lu Qingxue would be happy and fulfilling. But now, everything has changed beyond recognition. Lu Qingxue's indifference and the Lu family's ruthlessness have made him see reality clearly. In the hospital corridor, Lu Xian stood alone, seemingly oblivious to the people coming and going around him. His thoughts were in turmoil, with his grandmother's illness on his mind and his broken relationship with Lu Qingxue. He shook his head helplessly, turned and walked towards his grandmother's hospital room, his eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. 61, Chapter 61, Thanks to You. Pushing open the door, Lu Xian saw his grandmother lying weakly on the hospital bed, her face pale. When Grandma saw Lu Xian, a look of relief appeared in her eyes, and she said in a weak voice, "What was that loud noise just now?" Lu Xian quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and said, "Grandma just had a patient come in from outside, and then she got into an argument with the nurse. I don't know what happened, so I went up and said a few words to her." "Oh, I see. Xianer, you're such a good child of Grandma's." Grandma's face showed a look of relief. Xianer, we really owe you a lot this time. If it weren't for you, Grandma wouldn't know what to do. Last night, Grandma started having a headache and her body was burning up. She tried to get some water, but she suddenly fainted. Lu Xian walked to his grandmother's bedside, gently held her hand, and said with heartache, "Grandma, please don't say that. Taking care of you is what I should do. I will stay with you more often from now on, and I will never let you face these dangers alone again." Grandma shook her head slightly, her face showing a mixture of kindness and helplessness, and said, "Xianer, you should spend more time with Qingxue. Qingxue needs your care too. Grandma is old, and it's a blessing from God that she can live another day." Lu Xian felt a sharp pain in his heart upon hearing his grandmother's words. He knew that he and Lu Qingxue were already divorced, and that Lu Qingxue's heart was no longer with him. The person she loved was Fu Shen. But looking at his grandmother's expectant and concerned eyes, he couldn't bear to tell her the truth. Seeing that Lu Xian didn't speak, Grandma asked again, "Why didn't Qingxue come? Is she too busy?" Lu Xian hesitated for a moment, then forced a smile and said, "Grandma, Qingxue just came by, but she had some urgent business at her company, so she left first." Grandma listened, nodded gently, and showed an understanding expression on her face, and said, "Sigh, young people are bound to be busy with work, that's normal."
Xian'er, don't quarrel with Qingxue over this, you should be more understanding of her.
Qingxue is actually a good person, I'll be at ease as long as you two live a good life together. Looking at his grandmother's expectant eyes, Lu Xian felt a mix of emotions. He knew that his grandmother had always hoped that he and Lu Qingxue could live happily together, but reality had long since changed beyond recognition. But so as not to worry his grandmother, he nodded heavily and said, "Grandma, don't worry, I will take good care of Qingxue. Your most important thing right now is to focus on getting better and not worry about anything else." After Lu Xian finished speaking, he touched his grandmother's hand and a relieved expression appeared on his face. Grandma smiled contentedly after hearing Lu Xian's words. She gently patted Lu Xian's hand and then slowly closed her eyes, seemingly exhausted. Looking at his grandmother's peaceful sleeping face, Lu Xian secretly vowed to make sure she was happy in the days to come. As for his relationship with Lu Qingxue, he didn't know how to explain it to his grandmother, but he would try his best not to make her sad or upset because of this. The ward was quiet, with only the sound of Grandma's soft breathing. Lu Xian quietly stayed by Grandma's bedside.
My thoughts drifted far away. Grandma, in her own understanding, still hoped that Lu Xian and Lu Qingxue could have a happy life. 62, Chapter 62 Rehearsals. Grandma, lying in bed, smiled when she heard this. She held Lu Xian's hand tightly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, and spoke in a weak but eager voice. "Xian'er, in this life, Grandma has no other great wish but to be able to hold Qingxue and your child. If I can see that scene in my lifetime, Grandma can rest in peace even when she passes away." Hearing his grandmother's words, Lu Xian felt extremely troubled. He knew perfectly well that he and Lu Qingxue were divorced and that their relationship had long since broken down, making it impossible to fulfill his grandmother's wish under the current circumstances. But looking at his grandmother's expectant eyes, he couldn't bear to disappoint her. Lu Xian forced a smile through his tears and comforted his grandmother. Grandma, don't worry, it will happen, it will definitely be as you wish. After a while, Qingxue and I will work hard. You should just focus on getting better and recovering. You will be waiting to hold your great-grandchild." Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Grandma's face lit up with a radiant smile, a smile that seemed to make her look several years younger in an instant. She gently patted Lu Xian's hand and said happily, Okay, Grandma will wait for that day. Xian'er, don't let your grandma down." Just then, Lu Xian's phone rang. He glanced apologetically at his grandmother, then took out his phone and saw that it was Qinsha calling. Lu Xian hesitated for a moment, but still answered the phone. Qinsha said enthusiastically on the other end of the phone. "Lu Xian, could you come over for a rehearsal sometime soon? I'll send you the address later. We need to hurry up and prepare for the event." Lu Xian looked at his grandmother lying on the hospital bed, feeling conflicted, and said, "Qinsha, my grandma is in the hospital right now, I really don't have time to go over for rehearsals." Upon hearing this, Qinsha's tone immediately became full of concern, and she asked anxiously, "Which hospital is it? How is grandma? Should I come and see her too?" "Rehearsals don't actually take too much time. If you really can't get away, we can discuss adjusting the time. But this rehearsal is really important. Could you try to arrange it?" Lu Xian felt a warmth in his heart as he listened to Qinsha's caring words. He glanced at his grandmother, who seemed to have overheard their conversation. She nodded gently, indicating that he should go and attend to his own business. Lu Xian pondered for a moment, thinking of Qinsha's previous care for him, and that the rehearsal was indeed something he had promised, so he spoke. "Okay, Qinsha, I promise you once I've settled things with Grandma here, I'll head over to rehearse as soon as possible. Send me your address, and I'll try to be there on time." Qinsha said happily on the other end of the phone. "Okay, then you take good care of Grandma first, and let me know if anything happens. I'll be waiting for you to come to rehearsal." After Lu Xian hung up the phone, he looked at his grandmother, who smiled and said, "Go ahead, don't delay their business. Grandma has a nurse taking care of her, don't worry." Lu Xian nodded, secretly resolving to balance caring for his grandmother and rehearsals, not to disappoint his grandmother's expectations, nor to break his promise to Qinsha. And so, Lu Xian agreed to Qinsha's request to participate in the rehearsal.
I started thinking about how to better manage my time going forward.
63, Chapter 63, Is Qingxue here?
Grandma, let me feed you some porridge before I leave. You haven't eaten much today. As he spoke, Lu Xian took out the porridge he had bought and opened the packaging.
All right,
Grandma said with a smile. Lu Xian carefully scooped up a spoonful of warm porridge and gently brought it to his grandmother's lips, his eyes focused and tender.
Just then,
the door to the ward was gently pushed open, and Qin Sha walked in carrying a large bag of fruit, a bright smile on her face, and said,
"We've finally found you, Grandma, Lu Xian. I thought about it and decided to come and see you all."
Grandma heard the voice, turned her head slightly, and asked with an expectant look on her face,
"Is Qingxue here?" "Qingxue, Grandma knew you would come."
Lu Xian paused in his actions, looking at the joyful smile on his grandmother's face, and swallowed back the explanation that was on the tip of his tongue. Because he clearly remembered that his grandmother hadn't been this happy in a long time. Lu Xian looked up at Qin Sha, shook his head slightly, and gestured for her not to explain.
Qin Sha understood immediately and didn't say anything. She just smiled and walked to her grandmother's bedside, placing the fruit on the table beside her.
Grandma reached out her hand, groping in the air, and Qin Sha quickly stepped forward and took her hand. Grandma gently touched Qin Sha's hand, her face full of love, and said,
"My dear granddaughter, although Grandma often scolds you, it's mostly for your own good."
Qin Sha felt a lump in her throat as she listened to her grandmother's words, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside her. She knew her grandmother had mistaken her for someone else, but feeling her grandmother's care at that moment still touched her deeply.
She nodded slightly and said,
"Grandma, I know, I understand. Don't worry about me, just focus on getting better."
Grandma smiled and nodded, then continued. "Qingxue, Xianer is an honest child, and he is sincere towards you.
You two should live a good life together and stop arguing like before. Grandma is hoping that you can live happily together and give Grandma a big, healthy son soon." Lu Xian listened to his grandmother's words from the side, his heart filled with bitterness. He knew that his grandmother had high hopes for his marriage with Lu Qingxue, but reality had changed drastically. But he still suppressed his emotions and said with a smile,
"Grandma, don't worry, we'll be fine."
Qin Sha looked at Lu Xian, then at her grandmother, and felt a pang of emotion. She hadn't expected her grandmother to be so eager for Lu Xian and Lu Qingxue's happiness, and she could also feel her grandmother's deep love for the younger generation. She decided to cooperate with Lu Xian to make her grandmother happier at this moment. So Qin Sha smiled and said, Grandma, please don't worry, I will take good care of Xianer from now on, and we will try our best to let you hold your great-grandson soon." As Grandma listened to their conversation, her smile widened. She held Qin Sha's hand tightly and said, Okay, Grandma is waiting for that day. You too, don't let your grandma down. I don't have any other skills in my life, but I just hope that you can live a happy life. Grandma is nagging so much because she wants what's best for you, so please don't find her annoying." Lu Xian and Qin Sha exchanged a glance, both understanding that although their grandmother's words were based on a misunderstanding, they were filled with deep love. They all decided to maintain this beautiful misunderstanding in front of their grandmother for the time being, so that she could have more happiness and comfort. 64, Chapter 64, Grandma's Wish. As Qin Sha listened to her grandmother's loving and expectant words, a wave of emotion washed over her, her eyes gradually welled up, and tears streamed down her face involuntarily. She choked up as she spoke.
"Thank you, Grandma, thank you, Grandma." The voice had a strong nasal tone, full of deep gratitude for Grandma's affection.
Lu Xian was also somewhat moved when he saw this scene. Looking at Qin Sha's sincere reaction. For a fleeting moment, he even thought that the two were truly long-lost grandparents and grandchildren. The grandmother's love and Qin Sha's emotion felt so natural and genuine.
Grandma didn't notice anything unusual between the two and continued to chatter on about her wishes.
"Qingxue, Xianer, Grandma is hoping that you two can have a child soon, so that the whole family can be reunited. Grandma has never enjoyed any great happiness in her life, and she just hopes to see you all doing well." Qin Sha was startled by her grandmother's words and didn't know how to respond. Her brain raced, but she couldn't think of the right words. She looked at Lu Xian with a panicked expression, her eyes full of pleading for help. Lu Xian immediately understood Qinsha's meaning. He quickly stepped forward and said to his grandmother with a smile. "Grandma, matters concerning children are determined by fate, we can't force them. Just relax and take good care of your health as long as you are healthy, that's more important than anything else." Although these were just polite words, Grandma seemed to hear Lu Qingshua's words and felt very gratified. Grandma sighed softly, a hint of worry on her face. Grandma is afraid that she'll get old and pass away one day, and then she won't be able to see her children anymore. As she spoke, Grandma stretched out her wrinkled hands and slowly placed Lu Xian and Qinsha's hands together. When Grandma repeated her wish, both Lu Xian and Qinsha were shocked. Lu Xian and Qinsha were both surprised by their grandmother's actions. As soon as their hands touched, they instinctively pulled back. But knowing they couldn't let their grandmother see through their act, they suppressed their unease and didn't let go. Qinsha's face instantly turned crimson, burning hot as if it had been set on fire. Her heart started racing uncontrollably, and her eyes darted away in a flustered manner. Lu Xian also sensed that something was wrong. He could feel the warmth of Qinsha's palm, and a strange feeling welled up in his heart. Grandma looked at their tightly clasped hands and a relieved smile appeared on her face. "I'm relieved that you two are both doing well." Lu Xian forced himself to remain calm and said, "Yes, Grandma, we'll be fine." After saying that, Lu Xian suddenly remembered an excuse and quickly said it. "Grandma, I suddenly remembered that I have something to take care of with Qinsha. We'll come back to see you once we're done with our work." Grandma nodded and said, "Alright, you guys go ahead, but don't let it interfere with important business. Remember to come back early." Lu Xian and Qinsha breathed a sigh of relief and easily released their grip. They gave Grandma a few more words of advice, telling her to rest well, and then turned and left the ward. Outside the ward, Lu Xian and Qinsha both breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Xian looked at Qinsha with a face full of apology, not knowing what to say for a moment. Recalling what his grandmother had said in front of Qinsha, Lu Xian felt even more apologetic. 65, Chapter 65, A Woman Doesn't Turn Bad in a Day. Soon, Lu Xian and Qinsha walked out of the hospital side by side. The sunlight shone on them, but it did not dispel the trace of guilt in Lu Xian's heart. He turned to look at Qinsha, his face full of apology, and kept saying, "Qinsha, I'm really sorry, my grandmother is very old. Thank you for your cooperation in the act just now. If she weren't so happy, I wouldn't want you to be in this situation." Qinsha gently shook her head, a gentle smile appearing on her face, and said, "Lu Xian, you don't need to apologize. Actually, I'm quite happy to be able to play such a role. I haven't felt this kind of family affection in a long time. I never imagined you had such a wonderful grandmother. She has such high expectations for you all, it's truly enviable." Lu Xian was slightly taken aback, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes, and asked, "Don't you have any family who cares about you? You're so cute, I thought your parents would spoil you." Qinsha's smile froze instantly, a hint of loneliness flashed in her eyes, and she slowly shook her head without saying a word. Lu Xian realized that he had touched on Qinsha's painful memories and felt a little remorseful. Just as he was about to apologize, Qinsha suddenly changed the subject. She looked at Lu Xian and asked, "Grandma said you and your wife, isn't that the woman who slapped me at the hospital last time?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xian immediately pictured Lu Qingshua's angry expression, and felt a sharp pain in his heart. He nodded, and said somewhat awkwardly, "Yes, it's her. I am really sorry. Qingxue wasn't like this before, it's just that her temper has become a bit irritable in the last 2 years. I don't know what's wrong with him these past 2 years, he often gets angry with me." Qinsha frowned slightly and said seriously, "Lu Xian, a woman doesn't become like this for no reason. There must be a reason. Perhaps it's the pressure of life, or perhaps there are problems in your relationship. Have you thought about these things?" Lu Xian felt a mix of emotions after hearing Qinsha's words. His thoughts drifted back to the moments he had spent with Lu Qingxue over the past 2 years, and he began to reflect on whether he had been too indifferent to her. Was it my negligence that made Lu Qingxue so irritable and indifferent? He didn't answer Qinsha's question, but just pondered it silently in his heart. The two walked in silence for a while, the atmosphere somewhat heavy. Soon, they arrived at the agreed location, a cosplay shop. The store entrance is beautifully decorated, with posters and dolls of various anime characters attracting the attention of passers-by. Lu Xian and Qin Sha stood at the store entrance. Qin Sha looked at Lu Xian and said, "We've arrived, let's go. I hope the rehearsal goes smoothly." Lu Xian nodded, put aside his thoughts, and walked into the store with Qin Sha. The store is filled with various gorgeous cosplay costumes and props, and the staff are busy preparing. Upon seeing Lu Xian and Qin Sha enter, a staff member warmly greeted them and said, "You're here, come and take a look at the costumes, we're about to start rehearsals." Lu Xian and Qin Sha followed the staff to the costume area and chose outfits that suited their roles. Looking at the exquisite costumes, Lu Xian gradually calmed down and began to focus on the upcoming rehearsal. In his heart, Qin Sha's words still echoed. This made him reflect more on his past with Lu Qingxue. At this moment, they had arrived at the cosplay shop and were about to begin a new busy period. 66, Chapter 66 Close Encounters. Lu Xian was in the shop, looking at the huge store in front of him, his heart full of doubts, and he couldn't help but ask Qin Sha a question out of curiosity. "Qin Sha, do you own such a big store?" Qin Sha slightly raised her chin, a confident smile on her face, nodded, and said, "Yes, this is the shop I run. It's just one branch." Qin Sha said this with a hint of pride on her face. Lu Xian couldn't help but admire this woman. She had built such a large business at such a young age. Investing in a cosplay shop requires a significant investment of time, capital, and energy. With that, Qin Sha led Lu Xian into the store. Upon entering the store, Lu Xian was immediately struck by the dazzling array of cosplay costumes, which seemed to open the door to a completely new world of anime and manga. The clothing comes in a variety of styles, each with its own unique colors and shapes. Some are gorgeous and elegant, some are playful and cute, and others are full of mystery. Lu Xian's eyes widened in amazement. He had never seen so many exquisite cosplay costumes before. Qin Sha looked at Lu Xian's surprised expression and said with a smile, "Come on, I'll take you to the dressing room and help you choose an outfit that suits you." Lu Xian followed Qin Sha into the dressing room. Qin Sha selected from a variety of clothes, and finally picked up a set and handed it to Lu Xian, saying, "This set is perfect for you, give it a try." Lu Xian took the clothes, looked at them in his hands, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Is this outfit really wearable?" Qin Sha nodded affirmatively and said, "Of course, trust me, it will definitely look good on you." Lu Xian reluctantly took the clothes and went into the fitting room to change. After changing their clothes, Qin Sha led Lu Xian to the dressing room. Along the way, Lu Xian watched the cosplayers coming and going. They wore all sorts of costumes, some dressed as handsome heroes, some as beautiful princesses, and others as mysterious magicians. Everyone seemed to have stepped out of a two-dimensional world. Lu Xian was filled with curiosity and kept looking around. Upon arriving at the dressing room, Qin Sha skillfully arranged the makeup supplies, preparing to do Lu Xian's makeup. Seeing this, Lu Xian was somewhat shocked and asked, "You're going to do my makeup yourself? You can even do makeup?" Qin Sha smiled and nodded, then said, "Of course, I'm a professional." Lu Xian sat in the chair and watched Qin Sha approach him with makeup tools, and suddenly felt a little uneasy. Qin Sha's face was very close to his, he could even feel her breath. Qin Sha focused intently on applying powder to Lu Xian's face, her movements gentle and practiced. Looking at Qin Sha's focused expression, Lu Xian felt a strange sensation welling up inside him. He had never experienced anything like this before, with a girl so close to him, and such a beautiful girl at that. Qin Sha has fair and delicate skin, bright and expressive eyes, long eyelashes that tremble slightly, and a small mouth beneath a high, straight nose. She exudes a unique charm. Lu Xian's heart began to race uncontrollably. He tried to remain calm, but his eyes couldn't help but steal glances at Qin Sha. Qin Sha seemed oblivious to Lu Xian's unusual behavior and continued to focus on applying his makeup. In this somewhat cramped space, the two acted rather intimately, and Lu Xian's unease grew stronger. He tried to restrain himself, but he simply couldn't control his hormones. He never imagined that he would have such close contact with such a beautiful girl. Moreover, this was under such a special
circumstance.
The girl in front of me, Qin Sha, is so beautiful, and she's so meticulously applying her makeup.
67, Chapter 67, Actions to Intimate.
While Qin Sha was applying makeup to Lu Xian, she glanced up and noticed Lu Xian's slightly flushed cheek. She couldn't help but ask him curiously.
Lu Xian, why are you blushing?
Upon hearing Qin Sha's words, Lu Xian was startled and subconsciously touched his face before speaking.
Did I blush? No, I don't think so.
His gaze was somewhat evasive, and he dared not look Qin Sha directly in the eye. Seeing Lu Xian's flustered appearance, Qin Sha smiled knowingly and said,
Looks like you don't need blush, your complexion is already rosy enough.
As she spoke, she gently put down the makeup brush in her hand. Lu Xian was amused by Qin Sha's playful words, and the tension in his heart eased a little. This was the first time he had ever truly felt a girl's concern. The feeling was both unfamiliar and heartwarming to him.
He never imagined that he would be treated so gently by a girl.
His thoughts involuntarily drifted to Lu Qingxue, and a bitter feeling welled up in his heart.
If it were Lu Qingxue, I wouldn't even blush, let alone get slashed. I doubt Lu Qingxue would even give me a second glance. The feelings we once shared have now turned into such indifference and estrangement.
Thinking of this, a hint of melancholy crept into Lu Xian's smile. Just then, Qin Sha spoke.
It's finished, what do you think?
Lu Xian looked up at himself in the mirror, and for a moment he almost didn't recognize the person in the mirror. In the mirror, his makeup was exquisite, and his hairstyle perfectly suited the role he was playing, making him look completely different from his usual self. He said with some surprise. Wow, Qin Sha, your makeup is amazing, I almost don't recognize myself. Qin Sha said with a smile.
That's good. Good, it means my skills are not bad. Let's go to rehearse.
What you're saying is just like what we customers say when we come to the store. Qin Sha led Lu Xian to the rehearsal venue and began explaining the rehearsal content and requirements. The rehearsal space was large, with dozens of cosplay shop employees standing below, while Qin Sha directed from the stage. Lu Xian listened attentively, but when he heard that one of the actions required him and the female lead to work together, his heart tightened. When he learned that Qin Sha was the female lead, his expression changed slightly. The rehearsal began, and as required, Lu Xian and Qin Sha held hands and looked at each other. Lu Xian could feel the warmth of Qin Sha's palm, and his heart involuntarily quickened, his face flushing slightly. His eyes were somewhat flustered, and he dared not look Qin Sha in the eye, feeling extremely embarrassed.
Qin Sha seemed to sense Lu Xian's tension and embarrassment. She gently squeezed Lu Xian's hand, signaling him to relax. However, Lu Xian still couldn't completely overcome the unease in his heart.
His body was somewhat stiff, and his movements appeared a bit awkward. The staff around them watched them and began to whisper among themselves. Hearing the whispers, Lu Xian felt even more embarrassed. He wished he could disappear into the ground. But he knew he couldn't back down. He had to grit his teeth and continue rehearsing because that was the only way to make up for the expensive outfit Qin Sha had bought. Lu Xian tried his best to get used to this intimate gesture.
But the harder Lu Xian tried, the more unnatural his movements looked.
Qin Sha kept correcting Lu Xian's movements, and the two became closer as a result. But at this moment, he was still filled with embarrassment.
68, Chapter 68, Feelings. In the huge hall, the rehearsal space.
Qin Sha's actions were very intimate, but for someone like her who frequently participates in performances, this is nothing out of the ordinary. She skillfully interacted with Lu Xian according to the requirements of the plot, her eyes showing focus and dedication. However, Lu Xian felt extremely uncomfortable, his face flushed, and he felt incredibly shy. His body was slightly tense, and every movement seemed a bit stiff. Because in his life, apart from Lu Qingxue, he had never had such close contact with any other woman. This unfamiliar feeling made him both nervous and somewhat at a loss. Qin Sha keenly sensed Lu Xian's embarrassment. She slowed her movements slightly and said softly, "Lu Xian, relax, don't be too nervous, this is just a performance, let's just follow the script." Her voice was gentle and soothing, as if it possessed a magical power that calmed Lu Xian's heart a little. Lu Xian took a deep breath and thought to himself that since he had already promised Qin Sha, he couldn't break his promise and disappoint her. So he tried to adjust his mindset, forced himself to relax, and began to cooperate more with Qin Sha's performance. As rehearsals progressed, Lu Xian gradually adapted to this intimate interaction, and his movements became more and more natural and fluid. His collaboration with Qin Sha became increasingly seamless, and rehearsals proceeded very smoothly. Finally, the rehearsal ended. Lu Xian checked the time, remembered his grandmother who was still in the hospital, and hurriedly said goodbye to Qin Sha before heading towards the hospital. Qin Sha originally wanted to give him a gift, but Lu Xian directly refused. On his way back, Lu Xian sat on the bus, watching the street scenes flash by outside the window, but Qin Sha's face involuntarily appeared in his mind. Qin Sha's focused gaze, gentle smile, and every move she made during rehearsals were clearly imprinted in his mind, as if he could never forget them. Lu Xian felt somewhat confused. He didn't understand why he had such emotions. During his time with Lu Qingxue, he had never experienced such a strong and unforgettable feeling. Even when their relationship was at its best. His feelings for Lu Qingxue were never like they are now. Just one rehearsal encounter would make Qin Sha's image keep appearing in his mind. Once, he believed that his feelings for Lu Qingxue were deep and unwavering. But now, this sudden, special feeling he has for Qin Sha has made him begin to re-examine his own heart. He recalled Lu Qingxue's indifference, her unreasonable behavior, and the gradually deteriorating relationship between them, and a bitter feeling welled up in his heart. Qin Sha, the girl who unexpectedly entered his life, although they didn't spend much time together. But her care, her gentleness, and the encouragement she gave herself during rehearsals. All of this made Lu Xian feel a warmth he had never felt before. Although Lu Xian knew that a relationship with Qin Sha was impossible, desire was something he couldn't control. Lu Xian only thought that he would stop contacting Qin Sha after the rehearsal and performance, to avoid developing feelings for the other person. Lu Xian leaned back in his seat, his eyes looking somewhat lost. He didn't know what this feeling meant, nor did he know how to deal with it. But he knew clearly that this feeling was real, and that it had never appeared in Lu Qingxue before. 69, Chapter 69, talking only about money, not feelings. Lu Xian returned to the hospital with a heavy heart. As soon as he entered the ward, he saw his grandmother staring expectantly at the door. He forced a smile, walked to his grandmother's bedside, and whispered, "Grandma! Grandma, I'm back, how are you feeling?" Grandma smiled and nodded, just as she was about to say something, when the door to the ward was suddenly pushed open. Lu Qingxue walked in with her head held high. As soon as Grandma heard Lu Qingxue's voice, her eyes lit up and a happy smile appeared on her face as she spoke. "Qingxue, you've arrived." However, Lu Qingxue ignored her grandmother's warm greeting, her gaze bypassing her grandmother and landing on Lu Xian. A mocking smile appeared on her lips as she spoke. "Hey, Lu Xian, pretending to be filial again? I think you just want to gain Grandma's sympathy so you can keep that bracelet for yourself." Lu Xian felt a surge of anger upon hearing Lu Qingxue's words, but he glanced at his grandmother on the hospital bed, sighed helplessly, and gestured to Lu Qingxue to stop talking. But Lu Qingxue completely ignored Lu Xian's hints. She crossed her arms, snorted coldly, and said, "I'm going to say this, if you don't give me the bracelet today, I'll make a scene here and see what you can do to me." Upon hearing the word bracelet, Grandma's previously cheerful expression instantly darkened, and her eyes revealed a hint of disappointment and confusion. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't say anything. Lu Xian could no longer hold back. He strode over to Lu Qingxue, grabbed her arm, and forcefully pulled her out of the ward. In the corridor outside the ward, Lu Xian released Lu Qingxue's arm and shouted angrily, "Lu Qingxue, what exactly do you want? Grandma is still sick, don't you care about her at all? Why did you bring up this bracelet? You know Grandma cares about it a lot. Are you trying to upset her on purpose?" Lu Qingxue stumbled as Lu Xian pulled her, but after regaining her balance, she straightened her clothes, a disdainful expression on her face, and said, I don't care if she gets sick or not, I only care about that bracelet. It belongs to your Lu family, and now that we're divorced, why can't I have it? Don't think you can keep it by pretending to be filial. No way." Looking at Lu Qingxue's selfish and indifferent appearance, Lu Xian felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. How could the woman he once loved so deeply have become so unreasonable? He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and said, Lu Qingxue, that bracelet has a very special meaning to me. It is a keepsake left to me by my grandmother. I will not give it to you.
Besides, Grandma isn't in good health right now. Can we put this matter aside for now and stop her from worrying about it?
Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Lu Qingxue not only showed no intention of backing down, but became even angrier. She stomped her foot and said loudly, "Lu Xian, don't push your luck. You have to give me this bracelet today, or I'm not letting this go." Looking at Lu Qingshue's unreasonable behavior, Lu Xian felt helpless and angry. He didn't know how to make Lu Qingxue understand that some things cannot be measured by money, and that family and affection are the most important. At this moment, his biggest worry was that his grandmother would be saddened by their argument. He looked at Lu Qingxue and questioned her. "Why did you bring this up? Do you have to add to Grandma's distress when she's sick?"
70, Chapter 70, Dispel this idea. The atmosphere in the hospital corridor was tense.
Lu Qingxue crossed her arms, her eyes fixed on Lu Xian, her face full of stubborn determination to achieve her goal. She snorted coldly and said, "Not going to mention it, fine, give me that bracelet and I'll leave immediately and never say another word about it." Lu Xian looked at Lu Qingxue, his eyes filled with grievance and confusion. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. "Lu Qingxue, in your heart, is that bracelet really more important than our 3-year relationship? Are all those days we spent together really worthless?" Lu Qingxue gave a mocking sneer and said, "Lu Xian, who is truly heartless? I've already said I want to remarry you, so wouldn't that bracelet be our joint property then? Besides, Grandma originally intended to give me the bracelet. Now you've taken advantage of me and are turning around and blaming me. How dare you say that to me?" Lu Xian listened to Lu Qingshue's words and felt a mix of emotions, as if a bottle of mixed feelings had been spilled.
He never expected that Lu Qingxue would use the remarriage as a pretext to deceive him.
A flash of anger crossed his eyes as he questioned him.
"Remarry, Lu Qingxue, do you really want to remarry me? Or are you saying this just because of that bracelet?"
Lu Qingxue looked away when Lu Xian asked her a question. She looked away and tried to appear calm.
"Of course it's because of feelings. Our divorce was something we had no choice but to do." "Lu Xian, what are you thinking? Why do you think so badly of me?"
Looking at Lu Qingshue's evasive words, Lu Xian already knew the answer in his heart. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and said, "What am I thinking, Lu Qingxue? Can't you be a little more sensible? I'm not as stupid as you think. Do you think I can't see through your little scheme? I will absolutely not give you the bracelet, so don't even think about it anymore."
Seeing Lu Xian's resolute attitude, Lu Qingshue's expression instantly turned ferocious.
She took a step forward and shouted, "Lu Xian, don't go too far. That bracelet should have been mine in the first place. Why won't you give it to me? If you don't hand it over today, I'll keep making a scene here and make sure you don't have a moment's peace in the hospital." Looking at Lu Qingshue's shrewish appearance, Lu Xian felt a surge of disgust. He shook his head and said, "Lu Qingxue, go ahead and cause trouble. But no matter how much you make a fuss, I won't give you the bracelet. Grandma is still waiting for me in the ward. I don't have time to waste on your unreasonable behavior." After saying that, Lu Xian ignored Lu Qingxue and turned to walk towards the ward. Lu Qingxue watched Lu Xian's retreating figure, her face flushed with anger. She stomped her foot and continued to curse. Lu Xian walked to the door of the ward, took a deep breath, composed himself, and then slowly pushed open the door. In the ward, Grandma was lying in bed, her eyes filled with worry.
Seeing Lu Xian come in, Grandma asked softly, "Xianer, where's Qingxue? Did you two have a fight?" Lu Xian forced a smile, walked to his grandmother's bedside, and said,
"Grandma, it's alright, we didn't quarrel. Qingxue has something to do at her company, so she's leaving now. Don't worry, just focus on getting better."
Grandma looked at Lu Xian, seemingly sensing something, but she didn't press him further. She simply nodded and said, "That's good, Xianer, don't be angry with Qingxue. The two of you should get along well." 71, Chapter 71. What happened to him?
Lu Qingxue left the hospital with a face full of anger, and the anger in her heart could not be calmed all the way. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms, but she was completely unaware of it. Back home, she was still fuming from her argument with Lu Xian when her phone suddenly rang. She impatiently took out her phone and saw that it was Fu Shan calling. She took a deep breath, trying to make her tone sound calm, and then answered the phone. Fu Shan's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone.
Qingxue, the wedding venue has been chosen. Have you chosen your wedding dress yet? Our wedding date is almost here. If you don't have any, I can go with you to choose one. Lu Qingxue felt a surge of irritation and made an excuse. When did I set a wedding date with you?
After saying this, Lu Qingxue seemed to sense something was wrong, lowered her voice slightly, and then said,
My company has a meeting. I don't have time right now. Let's talk about it in a few days.
After saying that, he hung up the phone hastily without waiting for Fu Shan's response. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qingxue could no longer contain her anger. She slammed the phone to the ground, and it shattered into pieces instantly.
Hearing the commotion, the nanny hurried over and, seeing Lu Qingxue's angry expression, cautiously asked, Miss, what's wrong? What happened? Lu Qingxue glared at the nanny and said irritably, It's all because of that Lu Xian. He won't listen to me at all when I talk to him now. It's infuriating.
The nanny lowered her head slightly and said softly, Miss, Lu Xian is definitely still angry that you lied to him, and he's still upset about the divorce.
You should find an opportunity to have a good talk with him and clear things up.
Lu Xian used to listen to you so much, he'll definitely understand you.
After hearing the nanny's words, Lu Qingxue's anger subsided slightly.
She frowned and fell into deep thought. She thought that what the nanny said made sense. Lu Xian used to listen to her and love her so much.
How could they completely ignore me over something so trivial?
She recalled the days she spent with Lu Xian, how he always took great care of her and would do everything he could to fulfill her every request. Lu Xian would give her whatever she wanted, and he never hesitated to treat her with any objections. Lu Qingxue's gaze softened. She thought to herself that Lu Xian still loved her. He was just angry right now. As long as you find an opportunity to talk to him properly, bring up the matter of remarriage again, and show your sincerity, Lu Xian will definitely change his mind.
And
that bracelet was rightfully hers. Lu Xian loved her so much, he would definitely give it to her.
Thinking of this, Lu Qingxue's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile.
She felt she had found a way to win Lu Xian back. As long as she followed her plan, everything would get back on track. She decided to wait a few days until Lu Xian calmed down, then go find him and have a proper talk with him, telling him all her thoughts. At this moment, Lu Qingxue was filled with anticipation to regain control of Lu Xian and obtain the bracelet, as if everything was already under her control. She was lost in her own fantasy, imagining the scene of remarrying Lu Xian. And what I look like wearing that bracelet.
72, Chapter 72. One must know one's place. Lu Qingxue didn't want to think about these things anymore. The company's affairs were already giving her a headache.
Lu Qingxue arrived at the company early the next morning. She sat at her desk, her eyes focused on organizing the quarterly reports. After a while of being busy, she felt a little tired and casually gave her assistant an instruction.
Go get me a cup of coffee.
Not long after, the assistant came in with a cup of coffee and placed it on Lu Qingxue's table. Lu Qingxue picked up her coffee and took a sip, but as soon as it entered her mouth, she spat it out, her face full of disgust and anger.
She yelled at her assistant. What kind of coffee is this? It tastes awful. What are you doing? The assistant turned pale with fright at Lu Qingxue's anger and explained cautiously.
President Lu Xian has always made the coffee. I really don't know how he does it, so. Upon hearing Lu Xian's name, Lu Qingxue's heart skipped a beat, and many memories flashed through her mind.
Once, Lu Xian would personally drive her to the company every morning.
Then he would carefully brew her a cup of fragrant coffee and arrange her work for the day. He would not leave until everything was in order.
At that time, I always took Lu Xian's efforts for granted and ignored them.
A fleeting hint of melancholy crossed Lu Qingxue's eyes, but it was quickly masked by her anger. She snorted and asked,
When is Lu Xian coming? The assistant said somewhat awkwardly. President Lu Xian won't be coming. He's already.
Before her assistant could finish speaking, Lu Qingxue flew into a rage. She suddenly stood up, threw all the documents on the table onto the floor, and shouted angrily.
Go call me and tell Lu Xian to come over immediately. The assistant trembled with fright, quickly responded, and hurriedly ran out to make a phone call.
As Lu Qingxue watched her assistant's departing figure, her anger still simmered. Now she seemed to realize that Lu Xian, whom she had always looked down on, had such a great influence on her life. She paced back and forth in her office, muttering to herself. I've already compromised and proposed remarriage. Lu Xian, you should know what's good for you.
That bracelet should have been mine to begin with. You used to dote on me so much, how can you be so stubborn now? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, feeling that Lu Xian was really ungrateful. She thought that she had already given Lu Xian a way out as long as Lu Xian obediently listened to her and gave her the bracelet, and then the two of them remarried, everything could go back to the way it was before. She firmly believed that Lu Xian still loved her, but was just angry for the moment she was sure that as long as she was firm, Lu Xian would give in. Lu Qingxue stopped in her tracks, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. She made a silent vow in her heart. If Lu Xian still doesn't obey this time, she definitely won't let him off easily. She wanted to let Lu Xian know that she was not someone to be trifled with, no matter what means she used. She wanted to get that bracelet so that Lu Xian could come back to her. At this time, she waited quietly for her assistant to bring back news of Lu Xian, constantly plotting how to make him submit once she saw him, while muttering to herself. Lu Xian, you'd better know what's good for you. Her face was full of confidence and stubbornness, as if she had already won. She was completely unaware that what she expected might not turn out as she hoped. 73, Chapter 73, Why won't they come back? The assistant's hands trembled slightly as he dialed Lu Xian's number again. The phone kept ringing, each ring seeming to pound on her tense nerves. No one answered the first 2 times, but the call finally went through on the 3rd try. The assistant was overjoyed and quickly said, Mr. Lu, hello, President Lu would like you to come back.
Lu Xian sneered on the other end of the phone, his tone full of disdain.
Tell your CEO Lu that I, Lu Xian, am not coming back. Whoever wants to come back can go. Besides, doesn't she have her Shinshin? Let Fu Shin go, he'll be more than willing to serve her well.
After saying that, Lu Xian hung up the phone without waiting for his assistant's response. The assistant held the phone, listening to the busy tone coming from the receiver, and felt a chill run down his spine. She knew Lu Qingxue's temper. If she told her Lu Xian's exact words, it would definitely enrage her. But if you don't tell the truth, you'll be in deep trouble if you're found out. She stood there, feeling very conflicted.
At this moment, Lu Qingxue walked over and asked anxiously, What did Lu Xian say?
The assistant hesitated for a moment, but decided to conceal Lu Xian's extreme remarks and said, Lu Xian said he didn't want to come back, and even told President Lu to find Fu Shin to replace him. Upon hearing her assistant's words, Lu Qingxue's face instantly turned ashen.
What did you say? Lu Xian still refuses to come back?
A flash of anger and resentment crossed her eyes. She slammed her hand heavily on the door, making a loud bang. Yes, President Lu, I've already pleaded with her, the assistant said, looking as if she was afraid of being blamed. Lu Qingxue said through gritted teeth in anger. Lu Xian, are you jealous of Fu Shin for not coming over? I've already given you face and given you a way out. Why won't you come back? Lu Qingxue's voice trembled slightly, her heart filled with doubt and anger. She couldn't understand how Lu Xian, who used to obey her every word, could become so tough and ruthless. She always thought that as long as she made a slight gesture, Lu Xian would obediently return to her side, but reality slapped her in the face. She recalled the days she spent with Lu Xian, how he always took great care of her and would do everything he could to fulfill any request she made. And now, Lu Xian was so indifferent to her, even ignoring her requests. A bitter feeling welled up in her heart. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have never truly cherished Lu Xian's feelings. Lu Qingxue leaned against the door, staring blankly ahead. Lu Xian's image kept appearing in her mind. The man who once loved her dearly is now drifting further and further away from her. Her heart was filled with regret and resentment. She didn't want to lose Lu Xian, and she didn't want to lose that bracelet either. She secretly vowed in her heart that she would definitely bring Lu Xian back to her side. No matter what method she used, she wanted Lu Xian to know that she was the one he loved most, and that their feelings for each other could not be easily severed. She took a deep breath, composed herself, and her fighting spirit rekindled in her eyes. At this moment, Lu Qingxue stood there, constantly questioning Lu Xian in her heart.
Why won't you come back?
Her voice echoed in the empty office, as if telling of her inner pain and helplessness, and also indicating that she would not give up easily, and a new contest seemed to be about to begin.
74, Chapter 74. Do I really not be able to live without you? At 7:30 in the evening, Lu Qingxue took a taxi home.
Before she even got off the bus, Lu Qingxue found that her abdomen was in severe pain. Despite the excruciating pain in her abdomen, Lu Qingxue struggled to return home. As soon as she entered the room, she clutched her stomach and leaned against the wall, her face deathly pale. Upon seeing this, the nanny hurriedly stepped forward and asked with concern.
Miss, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lu Qingxue said weakly.
Quickly, go and make me some brown sugar water. My period has started, and I'm in terrible pain.
Upon hearing this, the nanny didn't dare to delay and immediately turned around to go to the kitchen to prepare.
A moment later, the nanny came out with a steaming bowl of brown sugar water and carefully placed it on the table in front of Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue forced herself to sit up, picked up the bowl, and took a sip, but spat it all out as soon as it entered her mouth. She said with a look of disgust.
What is this? It tastes awful.
The nanny explained, somewhat aggrieved.
This is brown sugar water, miss.
The nanny glanced at Lu Qingxue, then continued with a hint of grievance in her eyes. Lu Xian used to serve you, and I don't usually have to do these things. It took me a long time to find this brown sugar. Upon hearing the nanny's words, Lu Qingxue was first taken aback, then her face turned even paler with anger. Images from the past involuntarily surfaced in her mind.
Those details she had overlooked now came flooding back like a tide. She remembers.
Lu Xian could always accurately predict the date of her period, and before she even realized it, he had already prepared everything. He would personally select the best brown sugar, brew it using a unique method, and carefully combine it with other ingredients to make the brown sugar water not only sweet but also highly effective. Every time she drank the brown sugar water that Lu Xian made, her stomach would stop hurting, and she would feel much more comfortable. However, at that time, she took Lu Xian's kindness for granted and considered it normal. She never expressed gratitude for Lu Xian's efforts, and even often lost her temper with him over trivial matters.
Thinking of this, Lu Qingxue felt a deep sense of regret.
She realized that, without her noticing, Lu Xian had become an indispensable part of her life. His meticulous care and thoughtfulness have permeated every aspect of her life. She remembered every meal Lu Xian cooked for her, every surprise he prepared for her, and the meticulous care he took for her when she was sick. These little things that she once overlooked are now something she misses dearly. Back in reality, Lu Qingxue looked at the bowl of unpalatable brown sugar water in front of her, feeling a mix of emotions. She suddenly realized how inseparable she was from Lu Xian. Without Lu Xian by her side, her life seemed to have become a mess, and even a simple bowl of brown sugar water could not satisfy her. Her eyes gradually welled up with tears. She said it silently to herself.
Could it bet had I really can't live without you, Lu Xian?
Lu Qingxue sat there, her heart filled with longing and guilt for Lu Xian. She decided that no matter what, she had to find Lu Xian, make up for her past mistakes, and cherish this hard-won relationship.
At this moment, Lu Qingxue finally realized that she could not live without Lu Xian.
Her heart was filled with anticipation and anxiety about the future. She didn't know if Lu Xian was still willing to come back to her, and how she could salvage the situation.
75, Chapter 75, Longing.
In the quiet of the night, Lu's mother was abruptly pulled from her sleep by Lu Qingxue's movement. She walked into Lu Qingxue's room, still feeling very tired and rubbing her sleepy eyes. In the dim light, she saw her daughter's face was pale, her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, her hands were tightly covering her stomach, and her body was trembling uncontrollably.
Lu's mother's heart tightened suddenly. She quickly walked to the bedside and asked anxiously. Qingxue, what happened? Why is it hurting so much in the middle of the night? Before the nanny could speak, Lu Qingxue interrupted her.
Lu Qingxue bit her lip, enduring the pain, and said in a weak voice,
"Mom, my period cramps are really bad." Upon hearing this, Lu's mother frowned even more deeply and replied without hesitation,
"Then take your medicine quickly, take some painkillers, and stop the pain first." Tears welled up in Lu Qingshue's eyes. Instantly she shook her head, crying, and said in a sob-filled voice,
"You can't take medicine, it will have side effects."
As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Xian's image flashed through her mind like a bolt of lightning. She then suddenly remembered that it was Lu Xian who had told her the important advice not to take medicine. Before I met Lu Xian, whenever my period cramps struck, she always relied on painkillers for relief, which over time affected her health and her condition worsened. But everything changed after Lu Xian appeared in her life. Lu Xian always took meticulous care of her, using various gentle and effective methods to help her alleviate her pain. She never took those medications with side effects again. Thinking of this, Lu Qingxue completely lost control of her emotions. She threw herself into her mother's arms and cried uncontrollably.
"Mom, do you think I really can't live without Lu Xian?
I didn't appreciate it before, and I took his kindness for granted. Now that he's not around, I realize how important he is to me." Mother Lu gently patted Lu Qingshue's back, a hint of displeasure on her face.
"Lu Qingxue, what's so great about that boy? He's just a son-in-law of our Lu family. I really don't know what you see in him." "Mom, you don't understand, me stomach."
Lu Qingshue's face was pale, and she had no desire to argue whatsoever.
Seeing her daughter's weak state, Lu's mother couldn't help but comfort her. "Then call him. Didn't Lu Xian used to listen to you like a log? He'll definitely come back as long as you ask. It's just a matter of a phone call."
Lu Qingxue raised her tear-streaked face, a hint of hesitation and fear flashing in her eyes. She knew in her heart that she had treated Lu Xian badly before and hurt him time and time again. Now that she was calling him suddenly, Lu Xian might not answer, and he might not even come back. So she decided to send a message to Lu Xian first, hoping to convey her apology and longing through words.
With trembling hands, she typed lines of text on her phone.
"Lu Xian, I know I was wrong. I was bad before and treated you too badly. I really regret it now. When I was in unbearable menstrual cramps, I realized how much I need you.
Please come back, I promise I'll change."
After sending the text message, Lu Qingxue gripped her phone tightly, staring intently at the screen, eagerly awaiting Lu Xian's reply. However, as time passed, the phone screen remained completely still. Unwilling to give up, she sent several more text messages, but they all went unanswered.
76, Chapter 76, I can't understand. Lu Qingxue panicked. Trembling, she opened WeChat and sent a message to Lu Xian.
A red exclamation mark appeared prominently at the end of the text message. "The other party is no longer your friend. Please send a verification message." At this moment, Lu Qingxue suddenly realized that Lu Xian had blocked her. She stared blankly at her phone, tears welling up again and streaming down her face. She couldn't believe that Lu Xian, who had once loved her so much and cared for her so meticulously, would now so resolutely block her and cut off all contact with her. Lu Qingxue sat in the darkness, her phone feeling as heavy as a ton. Her heart felt as if it had fallen into an abyss, filled with despair and pain. And all of this stems from the cruel reality of being blocked. Looking at the unresponsive screen on her phone, and recalling the notification tone she heard when she dialed Lu Xian's number, Lu Qingxue's anger surged like a raging fire. She slammed her phone onto the bed and roared angrily.
"Lu Xian, how dare you block me? You've gone too far, you're making me so angry."
After she finished yelling, her chest heaved violently, and her eyes were filled with anger and resentment. However, after the anger subsided, a sense of doubt and worry crept into her heart. She couldn't help but wonder if Lu Xian was really angry this time. And should I completely cut off contact with her because I'm so angry? But I really need him right now, and I really want him back by my side. Thinking of this, Lu Qingxue became increasingly irritable, and her stomach ached even more from her anger. She clutched her stomach tightly with both hands, her forehead covered in fine beads of sweat, and her face showed a pained expression. Seeing her daughter like this, Lu's mother felt heartbroken. She hurriedly turned around to get the pills, then poured a glass of water, walked over to Lu Qingxue, and said,
Qingxue, don't try to tough it out, take your medicine, or you won't be able to handle it.
Looking at the pills in her mother's hand, Lu Qingxue felt helpless. She knew she had no other choice but to take medication to relieve the excruciating pain. So she took the pill, put it in her mouth, and then swallowed it with a sip of water.
Before long, the medicine began to take effect, the abdominal pain gradually lessened, and finally the pain was gone. Lu Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief, and her body relaxed. However, Lu Qingxue couldn't fall asleep that night. She lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, her mind filled with images of Lu Xian. She kept replaying the moments she had spent with Lu Xian, trying to figure out why Lu Xian had suddenly changed his attitude. She recalled how Lu Xian had always listened to her and tried his best to fulfill any request she made. If she says one thing, Lu Xian will never say another, he is completely obedient to her. But what about now? Lu Xian not only ignored her, but also blocked her, becoming rebellious and completely different from before. The more Lu Qingxue thought about it, the less she understood, and her heart was filled with confusion and frustration. She didn't understand what she had done wrong, or why Lu Xian would treat her so coldly. She asked herself over and over again, why is all this happening? However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find a reasonable answer. Her mood grew heavier and heavier, and she fell into a deep depression. 77, Chapter 77. It seems I really can't live without him. Thus, Lu Qingxue spent a long night in confusion and depression. By dawn, her thoughts were still not clear, and her depression had not lessened at all. She remained immersed in her longing for Lu Xian and her helplessness regarding the current situation. Lu Qingxue was very depressed. The next day, Lu Qingxue invited her best friend Anren to a bar to vent her frustrations. Inside the bar, dim lights flickered, music blared, and people swayed wildly on the dance floor. Lu Qingxue and Anren sat at a table in the corner, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding noise. Lu Qingxue's eyes dimmed as she looked at the wineglass in front of her and said softly, Anren, I've noticed that something's been wrong with me lately. Without him by my side during this time, I feel like my life has become a mess. Fushin, don't tell me it's Lu Xian.
Anren said helplessly, shaking her cocktail in her hand.
Unexpectedly, Lu Qingxue nodded upon hearing the name Lu Xian. Anren stared wide-eyed at Lu Qingxue in surprise and said, No way, Qingxue, are you out of your mind? You still can't forget that kind of man? What's so great about him that makes you so hung up on him? Lu Qingxue sighed helplessly and continued. These days, I've called him, but he completely ignores me. His attitude towards me has completely changed. He's no longer as obedient to me as he used to be. Really don't know why things have turned out this way. Anren frowned and said dismissively, Qingxue, don't be foolish with your looks and qualities. What kind of man can't you find? Why hang yourself on Lu Xian? What can he offer you? A determined glint flashed in Lu Qingxue's eyes as she spoke. You don't understand, Anren. Lu Xian has always been very good to me over the years. He always takes meticulous care of me, and no matter what difficulties I encounter, he is always there to support me. Although I didn't cherish his feelings before, I now know I was wrong. Anren listened to Lu Qingxue's words and said somewhat angrily, Qingxue, I advise you to think this through. Aren't you with him because Fushin has been in a coma? Now that Fushin has woken up, he can give you a better life and meet all your material needs. You should dump Lu Xian as soon as possible and be with Fushin. That's the right choice. Lu Qingxue remained silent for a while, then Lu Xian's image appeared in her mind, recalling all the little things he had done for her. Then she thought of Fushin, the man who had always loved her deeply and who, after waking up, promised to give her happiness. Her heart was filled with contradictions and entanglements. On one hand, she has deep feelings for Lu Xian. Although she had hurt him in the past, she really doesn't want to lose him. On the other hand, Fushin's appearance showed her another possibility, a more romantic love life. Lu Qingxue fell into deep thought, unsure of what to do. She recalled the warm moments she shared with Lu Xian, his smile, his gentleness, and his care for her. However, she could not ignore Fushin's existence, as well as the wealth and status he could bring her. She was struggling internally, unsure whether to choose love or reality. She knew this decision would affect her future,
and she had to consider it carefully. In a corner of the bar, Lu Qingxue sat quietly, seemingly oblivious to everything around her. Her eyes were unfocused, her thoughts drifted away, and she fell into deep contemplation. I don't know how to take the next step, nor do I know where my future will lead. 78, Chapter 78, Can you come see me? The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window into Lu Qingxue's room, bathing the entire room in a soft glow. Lu Qingxue sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the scenery outside the window, and made a decision in her heart. She picked up her phone, her fingers trembling slightly, and dialed Lu Xian's number. After ringing a few times, the call was finally answered. Lu Qingxue took a deep breath, trying her best to make her voice sound calm and sincere. Lu Xian, I will come to visit Grandma today. I was wrong before. I didn't take good care of my grandma and I didn't fulfill my responsibilities. I hope you can give me a chance to make amends. Lu Xian on the other end of the phone was clearly stunned. He never expected Lu Qingxue to say such a thing. In his memory, Lu Qingxue had always been a selfish, willful person who only cared about herself. He remained silent for a moment, his tone tinged with shock and confusion. Are you serious? Lu Qingxue quickly said. I'm serious, Lu Xian. I really know I was wrong. I've thought a lot about this lately. I don't want to lose Grandma's care again, and I don't want to disappoint you again. As Lu Xian listened to Lu Qingxue's words, his guard gradually lowered. He sighed softly and said, Alright, since you put it that way, then come on over. Grandma will be so happy to know you're here to see her. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qingxue smiled happily. She felt she had taken an important step in winning back Lu Xian and repairing her relationship with her grandmother. She quickly got up, tidied herself up briefly, and hurriedly went out to the supermarket. In the supermarket, Lu Qingxue carefully selected many things that her grandmother liked to eat, including fresh fruits, nutritious nuts, and pastries that her grandmother usually enjoyed. As she pushed the shopping cart, imagining her grandmother's happy face when she saw these things, a smile unconsciously crept onto her lips. However, just as she was about to pay the bill and leave, Fu Shen's phone suddenly rang. Lu Qingxue glanced at her phone screen, hesitated for a moment, and then answered the call. On the other end of the phone, Fu Shen's voice sounded very weak. Qingxue, I slipped and fell down the stairs and injured my leg. I am at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital now. Could you come and see me? I feel so sad being all alone here. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue's heart tightened immediately. She never expected that Fu Shen would suddenly have such a problem, and that he would be staying in the same hospital as her grandmother. She began to feel conflicted. On one hand, she had promised Lu Xian that she would visit her grandmother, and on the other hand, Fu Shen was injured and needed care. She thought to herself that her grandmother had been sick for quite some time, and she could go see her tomorrow. But Fu Shen is currently lying in the hospital. How can I just ignore him? And most importantly, she didn't know how serious Fu Shen's injuries were. After a brief moment of thought, Lu Qingxue finally decided to visit Fu Shen first. She said to Fu Shen on the other end of the phone. Okay, Fu Shen, don't worry, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qingxue picked out some fruit suitable for the patient, paid the bill, and hurriedly headed towards the traditional Chinese medicine hospital with a large bag of things. Throughout the journey, she was filled with worry, hoping that Fu Shen's injuries were not too serious. She temporarily put her visit to her grandmother out of her mind, focusing solely on seeing Fu Shen as soon as possible and checking on his condition. And so, Lu Qingxue bought the fruit and hurried to the hospital. 79, Chapter 79, She Didn't Come. Lu Qingxue hurriedly entered the lobby of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, her steps urgent, her eyes filled with worry for Fu Shen. At this moment, Lu Xian was standing at the medicine dispensing window not far away, holding the receipt in his hand, patiently waiting. Unwittingly, he looked up and saw Lu Qingxue's figure, and his heart stirred slightly. He was about to greet Lu Qingxue and ask her to go visit his grandmother together, but before he could say anything, he saw Lu Qingxue walk straight to the elevator and press the button for the 8th floor. Lu Xian's brows furrowed instantly, his eyes filled with doubt. He clearly remembered that his grandmother's ward was on the 5th floor. Lu Qingxue knew this, so why did she go to the 8th floor?
Lu Xian stood there, watching the elevator doors slowly close, a strange unease rising in his heart.
Without thinking further, he picked up the medicine and quickly walked towards his grandmother's ward.
As soon as she entered the ward, Grandma smiled and looked at Lu Xian, asking him a question. "Xianer, wasn't Qingxue supposed to come today? Why haven't I seen her?"
Looking at his grandmother's expectant eyes, Lu Xian was momentarily at a loss for words. He didn't want to disappoint his grandmother, nor did he want to speak ill of Lu Qingxue in front of her. Just then, Lu Xian's phone suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was a text message from Lu Qingxue.
The text message read,
"I have a company meeting and can't make it. Please give my regards to Grandma and I'll come another day."
Lu Xian looked at the text message and immediately understood everything.
He shook his head slightly, a bitter smile on his face.
He knew that Lu Qingxue was lying again. If it really was a company meeting, why did you agree to visit your grandmother in the first place? Moreover, she went to the 8th floor, which was not in the direction of the company at all. Lu Xian was extremely disappointed by Lu Qingxue's behavior. He originally thought that Lu Qingxue had truly realized her mistakes and wanted to make changes, but now it seems that nothing has changed. Lu Xian suppressed his disappointment and looked up at his grandmother. "Grandma, Qingxue has something to do at the company and can't come for the time being." Upon hearing this, Grandma's smile faltered slightly, but she quickly regained her kind expression and said, "It's alright, work is the priority. Qingxue is busy to make a living, so we can come when she has time." Although Grandma said this on the surface, you could still see a hint of disappointment in her face. Of all her granddaughters and grandsons, Grandma's favorite was Lu Qingxue. When she learned that Lu Qingxue was coming to see her, Grandma was as happy as a child. Looking at his grandmother's tolerant expression, Lu Xian felt even more uncomfortable. Grandma always treated Lu Qingxue like her own granddaughter, but Lu Qingxue always disappointed her. He recalled Lu Qingxue's neglect of his grandmother in the past, and his dissatisfaction and disappointment grew stronger. But he also knew that his grandmother liked Lu Qingxue very much and didn't want to speak ill of her in front of her. He could only keep these emotions to himself and bear them silently. Lu Xian sat by his grandmother's bedside, clutching his phone tightly in his hand, staring blankly ahead. He was filled with mixed feelings, disappointment towards Lu Qingxue, heartache for his grandmother, and confusion about this relationship. He didn't know what Lu Qingxue was thinking, nor did he know if their relationship could ever go back to what it was before. The ward was completely quiet, except for the complex emotions churning within Lu Xian's heart. He was filled with mixed feelings. Chapter 80 Disappointment. The white walls of the ward on the 8th floor of the hospital looked somewhat cold. Lu Qingxue sat on the edge of Fushin's bed, gripping her phone tightly, her fingers turning white from the force. She looked flustered, glancing at her phone screen every now and then, wondering if Lu Xian would be angry because she hadn't come. At the same time, they waited expectantly for Lu Xian's reply. Time passed by, but the phone remained silent. Lu Xian's reply was nowhere to be found. At this moment, Fushin looked at Lu Qingxue's absent-minded appearance and felt a sense of loss well up in his heart. He was a little down and said softly, "Qingxue, are you very busy? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have called you to come over, I just missed you so much." Upon hearing Fushin's words, Lu Qingxue snapped out of her daze and quickly replied, "It's okay, silly, of course you should have told me. Would definitely come to see you if you were injured." As she spoke, she began to show concern for Fushin, asking him if he was in pain or if he felt uncomfortable anywhere. Fushin looked at Lu Qingxue, forced a smile, and said, "It doesn't hurt, Qingxue is my painkiller." However, Lu Qingxue was not happy about Fushin's sweet words. Instead, she kept staring at her phone, her eyes revealing a hint of anxiety and unease. Fushin keenly sensed that something was wrong with Lu Qingxue, and a sense of doubt welled up in his heart. He carefully observed Lu Qingxue's expression, followed her gaze, and immediately understood something. His expression changed slightly, and he said, "Qingxue, I heard that Grandma and Lu Xian are in this building too, right?" Upon hearing the name Lu Xian, Lu Qingxue's previously dim eyes instantly brightened, and she became much more energetic. Seeing Lu Qingxue's reaction, Fushin's doubts were confirmed, and he realized the reason why Lu Qingxue had been absent-minded. Fu Shan felt a surge of anger. He looked at Lu Qingxue with a questioning look in his eyes and said, "Qingxue, what are you really thinking? Didn't you say you would be with me? Why are you still so concerned about Lu Xian?" Lu Qingxue was flustered by Fu Shan's question and hurriedly explained.
"No, Fu Shan grandma fell ill, and Lu Xian has been taking care of her these past few days. I was going to visit grandma today, but your leg is hurting so badly, so I had to come and take care of you instead." After hearing Lu Qingxue's explanation, Fu Shan's anger subsided slightly, but he was still somewhat dissatisfied. He quickly apologized and said, "Qingxue, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lose my temper with you. I just care about you too much and I'm afraid of losing you." Lu Qingxue looked at Fu Shan, sighed softly, and said, "It's alright, Fu Shan grandma can visit anytime. Your injury is the most important thing right now. Take good care of yourself and get better. We'll go see grandma together when you're all better." After speaking, Lu Qingxue glanced at her phone again, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. She knew she had disappointed Lu Xian again, but she didn't know how to make it up to him. She sat by Fu Shan's bedside, her heart filled with contradictions and entanglements, unsure of what choice to make. At this time, Lu Qingxue wondered if Lu Xian was angry because she hadn't visited her grandmother at the agreed time. After all, the phone hasn't rung once yet. Lu Xian used to reply to my messages instantly. 81, Chapter 81 An Encounter. Fu Shan looked at Lu Qingxue. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with her coldness towards him, he was still happy that she came to take care of him. He held Lu Qingxue's hand and said many words of thanks, his eyes full of dependence and joy. "Qingxue, thank goodness you're here, otherwise I really wouldn't know what to do. I'm really happy that you came to see me." However, Lu Qingxue only nodded slightly, her face expressionless, and her eyes revealed a hint of perfunctoriness. Her mind wasn't on Fu Shan at all. Lu Xian's image kept popping into her head, and she wondered if he was still angry with her. Seeing Lu Qingxue's indifferent attitude, Fu Shan felt a pang of guilt. He knew it was all because of Lu Xian. A feeling of jealousy and anger spread through him. He thought to himself, "Lu Xian, I will definitely not let you get away with this. I will make this kid pay and win Qingxue's heart back." Lu Qingxue was restless in the ward. She simply couldn't stay there any longer. After giving Fu Shan a few brief instructions, he hurriedly got up to leave. "Fu Shan, get some rest. Call me if anything happens. I have something to do, so I'll head back now." As Fu Shan watched Lu Qingxue's departing figure, the anger in his heart could no longer be contained. He was so angry that he threw everything on the bedside table onto the floor and roared, "Lu Xian, I'll make you pay." At this moment, hearing the commotion, Fu Shan's agent rushed in. Seeing the mess in the room and Fu Shan's angry expression, he cautiously asked, "Young master, what's wrong? What happened?" Fu Shan was so angry he couldn't speak. He just pointed to the door, signaling his agent not to ask. After leaving the hospital, Lu Qingxue thought to herself that she should still visit her grandmother. But when she checked the time, it was already afternoon. She remembered that the older folks often said it wasn't a good time to visit patients in the afternoon, so she hesitated. In the end, she decided to go back first and visit her grandmother again tomorrow. She slowly walked to the lobby on the first floor, feeling somewhat down. At that moment, Lu Xian had just bought a boxed lunch and was preparing to go upstairs to deliver it to his grandmother. He was carrying a boxed lunch in his hand, his eyes looked tired, and he was still thinking about Lu Qingxue. When Lu Qingxue stepped into the elevator, she never expected to run into Lu Xian there. Lu Xian was slightly taken aback when he saw Lu Qingxue enter the elevator. Their eyes met in mid-air. The atmosphere instantly became somewhat awkward. Lu Qingxue's heart began to race. Involuntarily she opened her mouth as if to say something, but swallowed the words back. She looked at Lu Xian and noticed that his eyes no longer held the tenderness they once had. Instead, they were filled with indifference and aloofness. Lu Xian looked at Lu Qingxue, his heart filled with complex emotions. He recalled Lu Qingxue's previous actions and felt both angry and disappointed. But when he saw Lu Qingxue, he couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. The atmosphere in the elevator grew increasingly tense, and neither of them spoke. As the elevator slowly ascended, Lu Qingxue's anxiety grew with each floor it went up. She didn't know how to face Lu Xian, nor did she know if Lu Xian would forgive her. Lu Xian stood there quietly, staring at the elevator display screen, wondering how to break the awkward silence. Just then, the elevator dinged, arriving at the floor Lu Xian wanted to go to. Lu Qingxuan and Lu Xian bumped into each other in the elevator. Their story seems to be turning a new page, but what the future holds, no one knows. 82, Chapter 82 Deception. The moment Lu Qingxue saw Lu Xian in the elevator, her expression instantly turned panicked. Her eyes darted away, avoiding Lu Xian's gaze. Her hands clenched unconsciously, her fingers turning white from the force. Just as Lu Xian was about to leave. Finally, Lu Qingxue couldn't help but speak. She took a deep breath and tried to make her voice sound calm as she explained. The company meeting just ended not long ago, and I was on my way to visit my grandma. What a coincidence to run into you here. Lu Xian looked at Lu Qingxue, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Just a second ago, he received a call from Fu Shen's agent, who gave a detailed account of Fu Shen's condition at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital and specifically mentioned that Lu Qingxue had just visited Fu Shen and brought a lot of fruit. Fu Shen's agent's slightly boastful tone stung Lu Xian's heart. At this moment, Lu Qingxue was still lying, which made Lu Xian feel even more disgusted. Lu Xian's lips curled up slightly, forming a bitter smile, his voice cold and calm. Oh, didn't you go see Fu Shen? Isn't he hospitalized here too? Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Lu Qingxue was stunned, and her heart immediately felt uncertain. She didn't expect that Lu Xian already knew that Fu Shen was hospitalized here, and that he knew that she had visited Fu Shen. Her mind raced, trying to find a plausible excuse to cover up the lie. But she knew in her heart that her lie had been exposed. Lu Qingxue bit her lip, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. She could only continue with the previous lie. I heard about Fu Shen being hospitalized, but I haven't had a chance to visit him yet. I had been thinking of visiting my grandma first, so I came straight here. Lu Xian listened quietly to Lu Qingxue's explanation, having already given up all hope. He knew Lu Qingxue was still lying, but he no longer wanted to expose her. Once. He had deep feelings for Lu Qingxue and was willing to do anything for her and accept everything about her. But now, repeated deception and disappointment have gradually chilled his heart. Lu Xian looked at Lu Qingxue with a wry smile on his face and said nothing more. His eyes revealed a sense of helplessness and exhaustion, as if he had lost interest in everything around him. He turned around, no longer looking at Lu Qingxue, and quietly waited for the elevator to reach his floor. Looking at Lu Xian's retreating figure, Lu Qingxue felt a surge of regret and self-reproach. She knew she had broken Lu Xian's heart, but she didn't know how to win him back. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something more, but swallowed the words back. The atmosphere in the elevator became unusually oppressive, and both of them fell silent. Lu Qingxue watched Lu Xian's retreating figure, her heart filled with pain and turmoil. She didn't know how to face Lu Xian, nor did she know if their relationship could ever go back to what it was before. Although Lu Xian was filled with disappointment and anger, he no longer wanted to dwell on it. He simply waited quietly for the elevator doors to open so he could leave this place that caused him so much pain. Lu Xian stepped out of the elevator, his quick steps conveying a sense of determination. It also seems to carry a touch of carefree spirit. Seeing Lu Xian's resolute farewell, Lu Qingxue couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. As expected, Lu Xian was angry with himself. Lu Qingxue thought to herself. 83, Chapter 83 Complaint. Lu Xian arrived at his grandmother's hospital room in silence. Lu Qingxue followed closely behind. In the hospital ward. Grandma was half lying on the bed when she heard the noise and slightly raised her head. Upon hearing Lu Qingxue's voice, their eyes lit up instantly. A happy smile appeared on his face as he spoke eagerly. Qingxue, is that you? Lu Xian quickly stepped forward, gently supporting his grandmother, and said softly. It's Qingxue, she's come to see you. Lu Qingxue quickly walked to her grandmother's bedside, her face full of smiles, and said affectionately. Grandma, you don't know how much Qingxue missed you while you were sick. She was hoping you would get better soon. Grandma smiled broadly upon hearing Lu Qingxue's words, her eyes narrowing into slits, her wrinkled face radiating happiness.
Lu Xian stood aside, looking at his grandmother's happy expression, feeling somewhat conflicted. He knew that most of what Lu Qingxue said was against her will, but he did not expose her, he simply watched the scene quietly. Seeing her grandmother so happy, Lu Qingxue continued. Grandma, you really have to talk to Lu Xian. He hasn't come to the company these past 2 days. Yesterday my period started and I was in a lot of pain, but Lu Xian didn't even ask about it. I don't know what he's thinking, or if he's seeing someone else. As soon as Lu Qingxue finished speaking, Lu Xian's eyes widened instantly, his face full of shock. He never expected that Lu Qingxue would complain to his grandmother like this, twisting the truth. He looked at Lu Qingxue, his eyes filled with disbelief. Upon hearing Lu Qingxue's words, Grandma's happy smile vanished instantly, and her face darkened. She turned her head, looked at Lu Xian seriously, and asked. Xianer, is this how it is? How could you treat Qingxue like this? Lu Xian felt a sense of helplessness. He really wanted to tell Lu Qingxue that he and Lu Qingxue had already divorced. But seeing his grandmother's serious and disappointed eyes, he couldn't bear to make her sad. He took a deep breath, forced a smile, and said. Grandma, that's not how it is. I've been so busy taking care of you these past 2 days, and I've been thinking about your condition the whole time, so I haven't had time to think about anything else. Qingxue, I didn't mean to ignore you. I will make it up to you once Grandma gets better. After hearing Lu Xian's explanation, Grandma's expression softened slightly, but she still spoke. Xianer, Qingxue is a good girl, you must not let her down. You two need to take good care of each other, okay? Lu Xian nodded and said. Grandma, I understand, don't worry. Lu Qingxue looked at Lu Xian with a sense of smugness. She knew that Lu Xian would not tell the truth because of his grandmother. She smiled and said to her grandmother. Grandma, please don't be angry. I was just telling you Lu Xian definitely didn't do it on purpose. Grandma looked at Lu Qingxue and Lu Xian, sighed, and said. You two should get along well and not worry your grandma. Lu Xian stood aside, his heart filled with bitterness. Looking at Lu Qingxue's fake smile and then at his grandmother's concerned eyes, he felt a mix of emotions. He knew that his relationship with Lu Qingxue was beyond repair, but in front of his grandmother, he had no choice but to continue to maintain this false facade. At that moment, he had just said, I've been so busy taking care of you these past few days, but in his heart he was thinking, how long can this pretense last? 84, Chapter 84. Do they think everyone else is a fool? After Lu Xian finished speaking, his grandmother looked at him with a gratified expression and said earnestly. Lu Xian, your wife is the most important person. I am an old woman and I can manage on my own. I can't let my situation affect your relationship. You two should support each other and live a good life together. Lu Xian outwardly agreed. Yes, Grandma, I understand. But as he responded, he gave Lu Qingxue a cold glare, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction and warning. He then spoke to his grandmother. Grandma, I have something to do. I am taking Qingxue out for a bit. Please call me if you need anything. After Lu Xian finished speaking, without waiting for his grandmother's response, he forcefully pulled Lu Qingxue's arm and walked straight out of the ward. Lu Qingxue stumbled as he pulled her, almost falling over. She struggled and muttered to herself. What are you doing? Why are you using so much force? The two walked to the hospital entrance. When Lu Xian saw that they were far from the ward, he suddenly stopped and let go of Lu Qingxue's arm. He turned around, staring sternly at Lu Qingxue, and questioned her. What exactly do you mean? Why are you complaining to Grandma and twisting the truth? You know perfectly well that we're divorced now. Did you come to see Grandma just to say this in front of her? Lu Qingxue was startled by Lu Xian's gaze and questioning, but she quickly regained her composure and spoke confidently. So what, isn't that right? You haven't cared about me at all these past 2 days, you've ignored me completely. Don't forget, I'm still your fiancé. Lu Xian snorted coldly after hearing Lu Qingxue's words and said. Fiancé, what a fine fiancé, Lu Qingxue, you really know how to make excuses for yourself. Lu Qingxue was angered by Lu Xian's attitude, and she raised her voice and asked. Lu Xian, what exactly do you mean? Just say what you mean, stop being sarcastic. Lu Xian looked at Lu Qingxue, his eyes filled with disappointment and anger, and said. How long are you going to keep lying to me? Lu Qingxue, do you think I'm stupid? In your world, am I just a lapdog who comes when summoned and goes when dismissed?
Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Lu Qingshue's face turned pale. Instantly a hint of panic flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure and said, "What are you talking about? I don't understand. There's nothing between Fu Xin and me, and my feelings for grandma are genuine." Lu Xian didn't want to argue with her anymore, so he shook his head and said, "Lu Qingxue, you'd better watch yourself." After saying that, he turned around and walked into the hospital without looking back. Lu Qingxue stood there, watching Lu Xian's departing figure, her heart filled with mixed feelings. She felt a mix of fear that Lu Xian would see through her lies, embarrassment at being exposed, and disappointment at Lu Xian's change in attitude. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have lost Lu Xian's trust, and that she was the one who had caused it all. She recalled the wonderful time she had spent with Lu Xian, when he treated her with utmost care, but she hadn't appreciated it. Now, Lu Xian is so indifferent to her, and she doesn't know how to win him back. She stood there, motionless for a long time, seemingly oblivious to the people coming and going around her. She was immersed in her complicated emotions, her heart filled with bitterness. Lu Qingxue stood there, feeling a mix of emotions.
85, Chapter 85 Perfunctory. Lu Qingxue trembled with anger at Lu Xian's cold attitude and resolute departure. She bit her lip, stomped her foot, and turned to leave the hospital. Throughout the journey, Lu Xian's disappointed and angry gaze kept replaying in her mind, and her heart was filled with grievance and resentment. After returning home, Lu Qingxue went straight to the wine cabinet, took out a bottle of red wine, sat on the sofa, and began to drink one glass after another in silence. Perhaps only the numbing effect of alcohol could make Lu Qingxue feel a little better. The alcohol fueled her emotions, making her increasingly agitated. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, feeling that Lu Xian shouldn't have treated her this way. After several rounds of drinks, Lu Qingxue still couldn't figure it out. Finally, she couldn't help but take out her phone and send a message to Lu Xian. "I've missed you so much these past few days. The things I said to Grandma today were just so you would care about me more. I really didn't mean to lie to you." After sending the message, tears welled up in Lu Qingxue's eyes. She tossed her phone aside and continued drinking. A short while later, she felt dizzy, her consciousness gradually blurred, and finally, she fell into a deep sleep due to her drunkenness. In her dream, Lu Qingxue found herself wearing a beautiful wedding dress, the white skirt trailing on the ground, making her look like a noble princess. She stood in the wedding hall, surrounded by flowers and ribbons, with guests laughing and chatting, creating a lively atmosphere. However, when she saw the groom standing in front of her, a strange sense of loss welled up inside her. The person she was marrying was not Lu Xian, but Fu Xin. Fu Xin, dressed in a sharp suit with a loving smile on his face, gently kissed Lu Qingxue's forehead and spoke tenderly. "Qingxue, I will take good care of you from now on." Lu Qingxue looked at Fu Xin, wanting to respond to his tenderness, but she always felt that something was missing in her heart, and she was not happy. Just then, Lu Xian suddenly appeared at the entrance of the auditorium. His eyes held a hint of sadness and helplessness as he quietly looked at Lu Qingxue. The moment Lu Qingxue saw Lu Xian, she felt a sudden panic. Her gaze darted back and forth between Fu Xin and Lu Xian, unsure of which to choose. Just as she was struggling with this dilemma, Lu Qingxue suddenly woke up. She sat up abruptly, her forehead covered in cold sweat, her eyes still filled with confusion. She breathed a sigh of relief when she realized it was just a dream. However, she then fell into deep confusion, unsure of who she truly loved. All these years, she has always liked Fu Xin. But Lu Xian's image kept lingering in his mind, impossible to shake off. Lu Qingxue shook her head, trying to clear her mind. She picked up her phone to check the time, only to find that Lu Xian had replied to her message. She opened the message with great anticipation, only to see a single O. Lu Qingxue's face instantly turned ashen, and the anger in her heart burned fiercely once again. She hadn't expected Lu Xian to treat her so casually. The complex emotion she had just felt because of that dream had now turned into anger. She threw her phone onto the bed angrily, muttering to herself. "Lu Xian, how could you do this to me?" Lu Qingxue was furious. She felt that she had become insignificant in Lu Xian's heart.
This feeling caused her immense pain and resentment.
86, Chapter 86, Memories.
Lu Qingxue gripped her phone tightly, her eyes fixed on the reply from Lu Xian on the screen, her disappointment surging like a tide.
She couldn't understand why Lu Xian would only respond with a single word after she sent so many messages full of affection and explanation. This was completely different from the gentle, considerate, and caring Lu Xian she remembered.
In the past, Lu Xian would always listen patiently to every word she said and reply to every message she sent with care. He gave her endless warmth and love.
But now, this indifferent attitude makes Lu Qingxue feel extremely unfamiliar and heartbroken. His words were like imperial edicts to Lu Xian, but what about now? Everything has changed? This left Lu Qingxue with no initiative and completely at a loss.
Night had fallen, and the city was silent, but Lu Qingxue was wide awake. Lu Xian's image kept flashing through her mind, along with all the little moments they had shared. Her thoughts were tangled up like a mess, making her feel upset and confused. She got up, picked up a glass of wine, and slowly walked to the balcony. The cool light breeze brushed against her face, trying to dispel the sorrow in her heart. But it only made her more aware of her loneliness and loss. Standing on the balcony, Lu Qingxue felt dizzy and her body began to sway uncontrollably. She tried to steady herself, but her legs gave way and she almost fell. Fortunately, the nanny noticed her abnormality in time, rushed over to support her, and called out her name in a panic. Lu Qingxue's consciousness gradually blurred, and she only heard the nanny anxiously saying that she was going to take her to the hospital. When Lu Qingxue woke up again, she was already lying in a hospital bed. The doctor told her that she had severe anemia and needed proper care. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue was filled with doubt and disbelief. In her memory, when Lu Xian was by her side, he took meticulous care of her daily life, always preparing a variety of nutritious food. She had never experienced anemia. A bitter feeling welled up in her heart. It turned out that Lu Xian's departure was not only an emotional loss, but also affected her physical health. Lu Qingxue frowned slightly and said softly that she wanted to drink chicken soup.
The nanny nodded quickly and hurried off to prepare.
After a while, the nanny came in carrying a bowl of steaming chicken soup. Looking at the bowl of chicken soup, Lu Qingxue felt a surge of anticipation, but after taking a sip, her face instantly turned ugly. She spat it out and angrily threw the bowl on the ground, shouting loudly, "It tastes awful."
The nanny turned pale with fright and quickly apologized.
"I'm sorry, miss, your meals used to be prepared by Lu Xian. His cooking is too complicated, with many unique cooking techniques and seasoning methods. I really haven't learned them, so this chicken soup may not suit your taste."
After listening to the nanny's explanation, Lu Qingxue's anger subsided slightly.
But more than anything, it was a sense of loss and sadness that was hard to put into words. The delicious food that Lu Xian once carefully prepared for her can no longer be enjoyed. But the people around me just couldn't recreate that familiar taste. She lay quietly on the bed, looking at the broken bowl and spilled chicken soup on the floor, feeling a mix of emotions, with the nanny's words still echoing in her ears.
Because it was too complicated, I didn't learn it.
It was as if reminding her that the beautiful memories Lu Xian left behind were gradually fading away.
87, Chapter 87. The more I miss you, the more guilt I feel.
The nanny looked at the mess of chicken soup on the floor, her face full of guilt. She spoke slowly, but a scene from the past flashed through her mind. "Miss, do you remember, in the past, I would get up in the morning, still half asleep, and walk into the kitchen, only to find Mr. Lu already busy there, full of energy. He said he was going to make you chicken soup that day, so I just watched from the side. As he prepared the ingredients, he muttered to himself, saying that you don't like chicken soup that's too greasy, so this chicken soup must be skimmed of oil." The nanny paused slightly, as if the scene from that time was replaying in her eyes, before continuing. "Mr. Lu carefully cooked the chicken, and he was very meticulous in the process. He never took his eyes off the pot for a moment, for fear that it would be overcooked or undercooked. After cooking, the chicken was taken out and blanched again. The movements were skillful and efficient. After doing all that, he wasn't in a hurry to continue, but patiently waited for the chicken to cool completely. I was curious at the time and asked him why it was so complicated. He smiled and said that only by doing it this way could the chicken soup taste like what you like. Later, he started cooking chicken soup, using a special method. I watched from the side, wanting to learn it, but the technique was just too complicated, and I couldn't remember it no matter what I did. I still remember Mrola's focused expression to this day. Seeing how carefully he prepared the food for you, I know he truly cares about you. Every time Mr. Lu prepares food and brings it to you, I see the happy smile on your face. You really love the food Mr. Lu prepares, and you enjoy every bite. Lu Qingxue listened quietly to the nanny's recollections, her heart filled with ripples of emotion. She thought that if her husband were even a fraction as good to her as Lu Shen, she would be so happy she would wake up laughing in her sleep. However, Lu Qingxue did not take Lu Xian's efforts seriously at all. On the contrary, it felt like it was only natural. Anyone would be disheartened in this situation. As Lu Qingxue listened to the nanny's account, she felt a mix of emotions. She never imagined that Lu Xian had secretly done so much for her over the past 3 years. No wonder her life has completely gone off track since Lu Xian left. This moment. She realized more clearly how meticulously Lu Xian had taken care of her over the past 3 years. Those details she had overlooked, now recalled, are filled with Lu Xian's love. She used to take Lu Xian's care for granted and even resented his control. But now, without Lu Xian by her side, she realizes that her life has become a mess and her health is not as good as before. A deep longing was revealed in Lu Qingxue's eyes. She missed Lu Xian even more. Lu Qingxue felt guilty when she recalled the heartless words she had said to Lu Xian. She bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke to the nanny. "Call Lu Xian and tell him I fainted and ask him to come over." "Miss?" The nanny was somewhat shocked. After all, it was not easy to hear such words coming from the mouth of Lu Qingxue, who was always arrogant. Lu Qingxue waved her hand and said, "Go." After saying that, she leaned back on the pillow, her eyes filled with anticipation, as if hoping that Lu Xian would be the same as before. "Be there for her when she needs you." The nanny responded and turned to get her phone, while Lu Qingxue waited quietly, her heart filled with mixed emotions. 88, Chapter 88. You came just because I told you to. Looking at Lu Qingxue's expectant yet slightly nervous eyes, the nanny sighed inwardly and then dialed Lu Xian's number. The phone rang for a while in the quiet room before it was finally answered. Lu Xian's voice came from the other end of the phone, carrying a hint of weariness and indifference. "What's up with Aunt Zhang calling me?" The nanny glanced at Lu Qingxue sitting to the side, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. "Mr. Lu, Mrs. sick and has fainted. Could you please come and take care of her?" Lu Qingxue stared intently at the nanny, her eyes filled with anticipation, her fingers clenched unconsciously, as if waiting for a fateful answer. However, Lu Xian's answer was like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing her hope. Lu Xian said coldly, "We are already divorced, I have no obligation to take care of her, and besides, what right do I have to take care of her?" The nanny was at a loss for words upon hearing this answer. She glanced at Lu Qingxue instinctively, her eyes filled with a hint of apology. Lu Qingxue's face turned pale instantly, her lips trembled slightly, and a strong sense of resentment welled up in her heart. She gestured to the nanny with her eyes, wanting the nanny to say, "Miss misses you very much and has promised to remarry you." But the nanny didn't understand her meaning and simply relayed the message. "The young lady said to come over, so come over." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue gritted her teeth in anger, looking utterly disappointed in him. Upon hearing the nanny's words, Lu Xian's tone became even more impolite. "I won't repeat myself, by the way, let Fuxian take care of Lu Qingxue. Doesn't he like Lu Qingxue a lot?" After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for the nanny's response. The nanny stood there, holding her phone, completely bewildered and unsure of what to do. She looked at Lu Qingxue again, only to see that Lu Qingxue's eyes were filled with anger and despair, and her body was trembling slightly. Lu Qingxue could no longer control her emotion. She suddenly stood up, grabbed a vase from the table next to her, and smashed it hard on the ground. The sound of the vase shattering echoed in the room, like the lament of her broken heart. Then, she started smashing things around her frantically, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She smashed things while muttering to herself. "Lu Xian, how could you be so heartless? You weren't like this before. You said you would always love me." The room quickly became a mess, with pieces of belongings scattered all over the floor. The nanny was terrified by Lu Qingshue's actions. She wanted to step forward to stop her, but dared not. She could only stand aside and watch Lu Qingxue vent her pain and anger. Exhausted from smashing, Lu Qingxue collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Looking at the chaos before her, she was filled with regret and self-blame. She finally realized that her past actions had completely broken Lu Xian's heart. Now, she wants to make amends, but it's too late. At this moment, Lu Qingxue was filled with pain and despair. Looking at the broken pieces on the ground, she grabbed something next to her again and threw it forcefully, as if she could smash away the regret and pain in her heart. The nanny stood by, watching helplessly, unsure how to comfort the woman who had once been cherished by Lu Xian. Lu Qingxue continued smashing things, and with each act of destruction, her emotions gradually sank into deeper despair. 89, Chapter 89. Did I really do something wrong? Lu Qingxue's face flushed red, and she shouted angrily. Lu Xian, how could you do this? I've already given you plenty of face and explained things to you in a nice and reasonable way, but you still have to use Fu Xin to upset me. Are you still jealous of Fu Xin? Her voice was sharp and trembling, echoing in the empty room, filled with anger and resentment. The nanny stood to the side, barely daring to breathe, her body trembling slightly, her eyes filled with fear. She knew that Lu Qingxue was in a state of extreme anger and sadness at the moment, and was afraid that if she said the wrong thing, she would provoke an even stronger rage. Lu Qingxue, panting heavily, suddenly turned to look at the nanny, her eyes filled with confusion and urgency, and asked, "Tell me, did I go too far?" The nanny hesitated for a moment, bit her lip, and then mustered up her courage to speak. "Miss, you and young Master Fu Xin are indeed too intimate. Many of your interactions would make any man jealous. Besides, young Master Lu Xian used to love you so much and pamper you like a treasure. He must feel bad seeing you being close to someone else." Upon hearing the nanny's words, Lu Qingxue's body trembled, as if she had been punched hard. She slowly sat down, staring blankly out the window. The scenery outside the window remained the same, and the sunlight shone on the earth, but her world seemed to have fallen into darkness. She murmured to herself, "Am I really wrong? But Fu Xin, he is my true love. We've been married for 3 years, and haven't I been waiting for Fu Xin to wake up? But why have I changed now that he's awake? I chose him so firmly back then, wanting to be with him, so why is it so hard for me to leave Lu Xian now? What should I do?" Lu Qingxue's heart was filled with contradictions and pain. She recalled the sweet times she spent with Fu Xin, those passionate and romantic moments that intoxicated her, leading her to believe that Fu Xin was her soulmate. But Lu Xian's image always lingered in her mind. The days when he took such good care of her, the care he gave her when she was sick, and the companionship he gave her when she was down were like fine threads tightly wrapped around her heart. She once thought that her feelings for Lu Xian were just habit and dependence, but when Lu Xian really left resolutely and was so indifferent to her, she was shocked. She then realized how reluctant and painful she was to let go. She didn't know whether her feelings for Lu Xian were due to habit or true love. As for Fu Xin, she began to doubt whether her feelings for him were truly pure. Was all that past sweetness just a momentary impulse and passion? She fell into deep self-doubt, unsure how to face her own heart or how to choose her future path. Lu Qingxue sat there, her eyes vacant, as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. Her mind was in turmoil, countless thoughts swirling in her head, yet she couldn't find an answer. She was lost and confused, unsure of what to do, how to win back Lu Xian, or whether she could continue her relationship with Fu Xin. The future became blurry before her eyes, and she was like a lost traveler in the dark, alone and helpless. Lu Qingxue was lost in confusion, her eyes filled with helplessness and bewilderment. I sat there quietly, waiting for an answer that might never come. 90, Chapter 90. Don't try to intimidate me with your grandma's influence. Hospital. Lu Xian was carefully helping his grandmother take a walk in the small courtyard downstairs from the hospital. The sunlight gently shone on them, and Grandma looked much better, her face beaming with a warm smile. Lu Xian's mood also eased considerably due to his grandmother's improved condition. Just then, a figure not far away caught Lu Xian's eye. He looked closely and realized it was Fu Xin. Fu Xin was seen using crutches, doing rehabilitation exercises accompanied by his agent. Fu Xin's face showed signs of fatigue, but his eyes still radiated arrogance. When Lu Xian saw Fu Xin, he frowned slightly and muttered something under his breath. It's a small world when enemies meet. Then he pulled his grandmother and tried to turn around and leave. But Fu Xin, with his sharp eyes, spotted them immediately. A mocking smile appeared on his lips as he spoke. Hey, isn't this Lu Xian? Why do you want to leave as soon as you see me? Could it be that you did something to betray me, and you have something to hide? When Grandma heard Fu Xin's words, she looked at Lu Xian with some doubt and asked softly. Xianer, who is this person? Lu Xian gently patted his grandmother's hand to comfort her. Grandma, he's just a clown, let's ignore him. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Fu Xin's face instantly darkened, and a flash of anger appeared in his eyes. His agent even jumped out and pointed at Lu Xian, angrily cursing. How can you talk like that? Your mouth is so filthy, how dare you slander young Master Fu like that? Fu Xin waved his hand, signaling his agent not to act impulsively. He leaned on his cane and slowly walked towards Lu Xian and his grandmother, each step carrying a sense of oppression. When Fu Xin walked up to Lu Xian, he stopped and looked Lu Xian up and down before saying with a cold smile. Lu Xian, you're nothing but a stray dog. Now what right do you have to talk to me? You're not worthy of Qingxue at all. Fu Xin paused, a hint of provocation and disdain in his eyes, and continued. I advise you to stay far away from Qingxue, don't make a fool of yourself. Look at yourself now. You can't give her the life she wants, and you can't give her a sense of security. And I can give her everything she wants, so stop bothering her, or I won't let you off easily. Lu Xian felt a surge of anger rising within him as he listened to Fu Xin's words, but he glanced at his grandmother beside him and managed to suppress his rage. He stared coldly at Fu Xin, his eyes filled with determination. Fu Xin, don't be so arrogant. Qingxue has her own ideas, and you can't just control them. Besides, it's none of your business what happens between us. Fu Xin chuckled and said. Humph, stop pretending here. Just take good care of your grandma and stop thinking about Qingxue. I advise you to be sensible and stay away from her, otherwise, I have ways to make you regret it. Fu Xin had a smile on his lips, and his manager next to him also looked arrogant and domineering. Lu Xian already had a bad impression of Fu Xin, and now seeing Fu Xin made him feel nauseous. Fu Xin, watch your words. Grandma has just recovered. Can you take responsibility if something happens to her? Lu Xian said angrily. But Fu Xin didn't take Lu Xian's words seriously at all and said indifferently, Humph, don't try to intimidate me with your grandma. Lu Xian didn't realize you were so cunning. 91, Chapter 91. What happened? Lu Xian was even more annoyed upon hearing this. Fu Xin, what do you mean? Do you think I, Lu Xian, am the same as a despicable person like you, who only knows how to do dirty tricks in secret? Fu Xin's manager almost stepped forward to punch someone when he heard this, but Fu Xin stopped him. Lu Xian, you know exactly what I'm trying to say, don't you? Grandma's bracelet is quite valuable, isn't it? It's not something someone like you can get. Grandma looked at Lu Xian with a worried expression and pressed for an answer. Xianer, what exactly happened? Don't hide it from your grandmother. Lu Xian knew that his grandmother had just recovered and he didn't want her to worry about these troublesome things, so he quickly said. Grandma, don't worry, it's nothing serious. You go back to your ward and rest, I'll take care of it. As he spoke, he called over a nurse and asked her to help his grandmother into the ward. Although Grandma was somewhat reluctant, she slowly left with the help of the nurse. Before leaving, she turned back to look at Lu Xian, her eyes full of concern. As Lu Xian watched his grandmother's departing figure, a warm feeling welled up in his heart. He secretly vowed to resolve these matters properly so that his grandmother would no longer worry about him. Once his grandmother's figure disappeared from sight, he turned around and stared coldly at Fu Xin. Fu Xin was still consumed by anger at Lu Xian's words, his face flushed red and his chest heaving. Lu Xian sneered and said mercilessly. Fu Xin, let me tell you, think what you want, the bracelet is in my hands right now. You want it? Humph, it's not your turn to take it. Fu Xin gritted his teeth in anger, saying furiously, Qingxue must have been blind to have fallen for you, but thankfully, Qingxue is sober now and won't be manipulated by you anymore. Who do you think cares about Lu Qingxue's love? Only you. treating what others have already discarded like a treasure. Upon hearing this, Fuxian felt a surge of anger rush to his head, making his liver ache with rage.
He never expected that Lu Xian would say such humiliating things.
His agent was also angered by Lu Xian's words, pointing his finger at Lu Xian and shouting loudly.
Don't go too far, if you upset our big star, even your life won't be enough to pay for it.
Lu Xian looked at his manager's arrogant demeanor and let out another cold laugh. Really, judging from his current state, he's probably done for. If it weren't for my blood, would he be alive now? Fuxian, I advise you to put away your thoughts and stop making a fool of yourself. As Fuxian listened to Lu Xian's words, the anger in his heart burned like a raging fire, which he could no longer suppress. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white from the force, and his eyes revealed intense hatred. He made a silent vow in his heart. Lu Xian, I will not let you off easily after you have humiliated me like this today. I'll make you pay for your words, and show you the consequences of offending me. Looking at Fuxian's furious and embarrassed appearance, Lu Xian felt no fear whatsoever, but rather a sense of exhilaration. He knew that the conflict between him and Fuxian had escalated completely, and an even more intense conflict might be imminent. But he was not afraid, because he firmly believed that he had not done anything wrong, he was simply defending his dignity. The atmosphere was extremely tense, as if the air itself was about to freeze. Fuxian and his agent stood there, glaring at Lu Xian, while Lu Xian met their gaze without flinching. Neither of them spoke again, but the hostility between them continued to spread.
Fuxian secretly vowed to find an opportunity to take revenge on Lu Xian. 92, Chapter 92, Wallet Empty.
Lu Xian suppressed his complicated emotions and returned to his grandmother's hospital room. Grandma was sitting on the hospital bed, looking at him with concern and confusion in her eyes.
Seeing Lu Xian come in, Grandma quickly asked. Xianer, what did that person mean? What exactly is going on between you and Qingxue? Don't keep it from Grandma.
Lu Xian's heart tightened, but he forced a smile and quickly explained. Grandma, don't listen to his nonsense, he's just an idiot, his mind isn't clear what could possibly happen between Qingxue and me, don't worry about it.
Grandma looked at Lu Xian, nodded slightly, and said. It's good that Qingxue and you are alright, you two mustn't have any disagreements. Qingxue has a strong personality, and sometimes she may not consider other people's feelings when she speaks or acts, but you are different, your personality is just right for her, and you can tolerate her, you two should get along well, okay? Lu Xian listened to his grandmother's words and felt a bitter smile in his heart. He thought to himself, haven't I been tolerant of Lu Qingxue enough over the years? When I showed her all the kindness and love I had for her, did she ever reciprocate in any way? All those days and nights I spent for her, all that carefulness I showed her, were met with betrayal and hurt, but these words. He couldn't tell his grandmother, though, because he didn't want her to worry about him. Just then, the doctor walked into the ward with a smile on his face and said, Madam, your recovery is going very well, you can be discharged now as long as you get plenty of rest and take your medication on time, there shouldn't be any major problems. Hearing the doctor's words, Lu Xian breathed a sigh of relief and quickly replied. Thank you, doctor. Then, he began to busy himself with the discharge procedures. When Lu Xian was discharged from the hospital, he paid off a large sum of money for the surgery. Looking at his empty wallet, he felt somewhat helpless. This money almost wiped out all his savings, and now he has no money left. Lu Xian thought that although he was living in a rented room and the conditions were a bit difficult, he could still bring his grandmother to live with him, which would make it easier to take care of her. Then, he walked over to his grandmother and said, Grandma, come live with me, can take care of you. Grandma firmly disagreed. She took Lu Xian's hand and spoke earnestly. Xianer, Grandma knows you are filial, but Grandma can take good care of herself, so don't worry. Grandma is used to living in the countryside, the air is fresh there, and she knows the people well. Don't worry about Grandma, if anything happens, she'll call you. Looking at his grandmother's determined eyes, Lu Xian knew he couldn't persuade her. He was filled with reluctance and worry, but he could only helplessly accept his grandmother's decision. Lu Xian helped his grandmother pack her things and then led her out of the hospital.
All the way, he held his grandmother tightly, afraid that something might happen to her. When they arrived at the station, Lu Xian bought her a ticket and saw her onto the train. As the car slowly started moving, and his grandmother waved to him from the car window, Lu Xian felt a pang of sadness. He stood there helplessly, watching the car drive away until it disappeared from sight before turning and leaving. Lu Xian had no choice but to send his grandmother back to the countryside. He knew that he would have to work harder in the future so that his grandmother could live a better life.
Only then can one's life get better again. 93, Chapter 93, New Job.
Back in the city, Lu Xian felt completely lost. He is now penniless and has not found a suitable job.
The only job he can think of right now is delivering food.
To make a living, Lu Xian had no choice but to deliver food. He was short of money, so he went to the second-hand market and, after some searching and haggling, bought an electric car that looked usable. He rode the second-hand electric bike back to his residence, changed into his riding clothes, and with a determined look in his eyes, opened the food delivery account he had just registered.
Soon, Lu Xian received his first order after becoming a food delivery driver.
Looking at the order information displayed on his phone, he took a deep breath and set off to pick up the food from the restaurant. After receiving the snacks and milk tea, he carefully placed the food on his electric scooter and headed towards the customer's address.
However, unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The electric scooter suddenly broke down halfway through the journey.
Lu Xian tried to repair it, but time was of the essence, and there was simply no time. Just as he was becoming extremely anxious, the electric scooter lurched, and all the snacks and milk tea on it spilled out. Lu Xian watched this scene with a sense of helplessness in his heart. But knowing the order was about to expire, he couldn't worry about that and could only reluctantly deliver the spilled food. When Lu Xian arrived at the location designated by the customer saw the spilled milk tea and his face instantly turned very ugly. He shouted loudly, "What kind of mess did you send? The milk tea is all spilled. How am I supposed to drink it now? I'm going to file a complaint."
Lu Xian's heart tightened, and he quickly said,
"I'm so sorry, it was my fault. I am willing to compensate you for your losses. Please don't complain about me. I am really very sorry." He kept apologizing, his face full of anxiety and helplessness.
But the junior employee wouldn't listen to Lu Xian's explanation and insisted on filing a complaint.
Just at this tense moment, Lu Qingxue happened to walk over. Hearing the arguing, she looked over curiously and saw that it was Lu Xian. A look of shock crossed her face, and she blurted it out.
"Why are you delivering food?"
Lu Xian looked at Lu Qingxue without speaking, his eyes revealing a hint of indifference and estrangement.
Seeing that Lu Xian did not answer, Lu Qingxue was a little puzzled and continued. "I offered you a job with 10,000 yuan a month before, and you didn't take it. Now you want to deliver food?
What are you thinking? Delivering food is so hard work, and you don't earn much money. You might as well come back to work with me."
As Lu Xian listened to Lu Qingxue's words, a complex emotion welled up in his heart. Once,
he gave everything for Lu Qingxue, but all he got in return was her betrayal and hurt.
Now,
she was speaking to him in such a condescending manner, which disgusted him greatly. However, he suppressed his emotions and did not respond to Lu Qingxue's words. He simply stood there silently, waiting for the guest's decision. Seeing that Lu Xian still didn't speak, Lu Qingxue felt a little angry.
She couldn't understand why Lu Xian would rather choose such a hard and lowly job as a food delivery man than accept the job opportunity she offered him.
She looked at Lu Xian, her eyes filled with a hint of confusion and annoyance, and repeated herself.
"I offered you 10,000 yuan a month and you still wouldn't come, so you're going to deliver food instead?" The atmosphere around them became even more tense because of Lu Qingxue's words.
Lu Xian remained silent, while the guest watched them coldly from the side. It seems they are waiting for this farce to end.
94, Chapter 94, I'm not buying it.
Upon hearing Lu Qingxue's words, the junior employee realized that the man in front of him was actually a relative of President Liu. He turned pale with fright and quickly apologized. "Mr. Lu, I'm so sorry, I didn't know he was your relative. I was blind to his greatness. Please forgive me."
Lu Qingxue waved her hand impatiently and said coldly, "All right, you can go now."
The junior employee felt like he had been granted a pardon and hurriedly left.
Lu Qingxue looked at Lu Xian, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes, and said, Lu Xian, I'd like to sit down with you and have a good talk.
Lu Xian glanced at the constant stream of new order notifications on his phone and said expressionlessly,
I don't have time, I'm too busy. Lu Qingxue sneered, feeling that Lu Xian was deliberately going against her.
She turned to her assistant and said,
Give me my bag. The assistant quickly handed the bag over.
Lu Qingxue took out a bank card from her bag and threw it in front of Lu Xian without any politeness, her tone carrying a hint of arrogance.
There's 100,000 in this card that'll buy you one day's time, is that enough?
Lu Xian looked at the card on the ground, a flash of anger in his eyes. He slowly squatted down, picked up the card, and felt an indescribable sense of humiliation welling up inside him.
Once
he was with Lu Qingxue because they were truly in love, and he longed to find a warm sense of belonging in her. He was never after Lu Qingxue's money. Over the years, he has devoted countless efforts to Lu Qingxue, accompanying her through life's ups and downs and striving to help her make a comeback.
But now, Lu Qingxue treated him in this way, regarding him as someone who could be bought with money.
Lu Xian gripped the card tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. He suppressed his anger, placed the card in Lu Qingxue's bag, and said, word by word, Lu Qingxue, don't think money can buy everything. Lu Xian, won't fall for that. For me, feelings cannot be measured by money. My love for you is genuine, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Now you think you can fob me off with a mere 100,000 yuan, that's an insult to me.
Lu Qingxue was slightly shocked when she heard Lu Xian's words. She did not expect Lu Xian to reject her so firmly.
Looking at Lu Xian's determined eyes, she suddenly realized that she didn't really understand the man she once loved so deeply. He used to be gentle and considerate, always obedient to her. But now, all that remains in his eyes is indifference and disappointment.
Lu Xian looked at Lu Qingxue without saying anything more, then turned to leave.
Lu Qingxue watched his retreating figure, opened her mouth as if to say something, but didn't know how to begin. The air around them seemed to freeze, leaving only the unspeakable awkwardness and distance between her and Lu Xian.
Lu Xian's words were still echoing in her ears. I, Lu Xian, won't fall for your act.
These words struck her heart like a heavy hammer. This forced her to re-examine her relationship with Lu Xian, and her actions over the years. Indeed, Lu Qingxue once believed that with money, there was nothing you couldn't buy. After all, money makes the world go round. Looking at Lu Xian in front of her, Lu Qingxue felt that even if she had a fortune, she would be powerless to help him. A sense of powerlessness welled up in Lu Qingxue's heart.
95, Chapter 95, How Can I Get You Back?
After Lu Xian finished speaking those merciless words, he turned and left without hesitation, leaving Lu Qingxue standing alone in the cold wind. A cold wind howled past, and Lu Qingxue felt icy cold all over her body, not just physically, but also with an indescribable sense of loss and anger in her heart. Her face turned pale with anger, and her lips trembled slightly. As Lu Qingxue watched Lu Xian's retreating figure, her heart was filled with shock and resentment. She had never seen Lu Xian so assertive before in her memory. Lu Xian had always been gentle and obedient to her, and he always forgave her even when she did something wrong. But now, Lu Xian's indifference and decisiveness made her feel like a stranger. For the first time, she truly felt that Lu Xian had really changed. An unnamed rage rose in Lu Qingxue's heart. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration, her body went limp, and she pretended to faint. The assistant, who had been standing nearby, rushed forward and asked anxiously, Mr. Lu, what's wrong?
Lu Qingxue said weakly. Go after Lu Xian, quick.
The assistant immediately understood her meaning and, without delay, turned around and chased after Lu Xian in the direction he had left.
The assistant finally caught up with Lu Xian and said breathlessly, Mr. Lu, President Lu has fainted, please come back with me to take a look.
Lu Xian was slightly taken aback, a hint of doubt flashing across his face, but he quickly regained his composure and said, If you fainted, go see a doctor. Why are you calling me? I'm not a doctor, can I cure you? Seeing that Lu Xian remained unmoved, the assistant grew anxious and continued speaking.
Mr. Lu, please come to the hospital with me, really can't handle this alone. Ms. Lu.
Lu Xian interrupted his assistant before she could finish speaking, and said coldly.
Are all the people in your company just freeloaders?
Besides, I have nothing to do with her anymore, and I have no obligation to help you. I have other things to do, so don't bother me anymore. After saying that, Lu Xian continued walking forward without looking back. Watching Lu Xian's resolute departure, the assistant sighed helplessly and had no choice but to hurry back to report to Lu Qingxue.
When the assistant returned to Lu Qingxue's side, she told the truth. President Lu Xian has left. He refuses to come back. Upon hearing this news, Lu Qingxue could no longer pretend, and her anger erupted like a volcano.
She suddenly stood up, her eyes flashing with anger, and began smashing things like a madwoman. She swept the surrounding documents, vases, and other items to the ground, making a crisp shattering sound. She was throwing things while yelling loudly.
Lu Xian, what do you want from me to come back? I've already done so much. Why are you still so heartless? Didn't you love me very much before? Why are you so cold to me now? Lu Qingxue's voice echoed in the empty space, carrying endless sorrow and resentment.
She completely lost control of her emotions, her face streaked with tears and anger. The once aloof, elegant, and confident CEO Lu now resembles a madwoman who has lost her mind. She vented her dissatisfaction and pain wildly, as if only in this way could she alleviate the deep pain in her heart. Lu Xian, however, had long since departed and was completely unaware of all of this. Lu Qingxue continued her madness in anger and despair, not knowing where to go from here.
96, Chapter 96, I heard you got divorced?
After a busy day, Lu Xian returned home exhausted after delivering his last takeout order. As soon as the door was opened, the room was pitch black, and a desolate atmosphere hit you, forming a stark contrast with the bustling world outside. Lu Xian was filled with emotion. He once had what he considered a warm and cozy home. But now it's all just a fantasy of his. He casually tossed his keys on the table and was about to go wash up when his phone suddenly rang. Lu Xian picked up his phone and saw that it was a call from Zhang Heng. He answered the phone and heard Zhang Heng's familiar loud voice. Lu Xian, I've been so busy lately, I'm finally getting some free time. Let's get together and have a couple of drinks. A smile appeared on Lu Xian's previously tired face as he spoke.
Sure, I'd like to relax a bit too.
The two agreed to meet at the night market. When Lu Xian arrived at the night market, Zhang Heng had already found a spot, and the table was full of beer and various kinds of barbecue. When Zhang Heng saw Lu Xian, he warmly invited him to sit down.
Please sit down, we've been waiting for you.
Lu Xian didn't stand on ceremony. After sitting down, he picked up a bottle of beer and took a big gulp. The fatigue of the day seemed to dissipate a lot with that sip of beer. Zhang Heng looked at Lu Xian with a mysterious smile on his face and said, Lu Xian, I've always been curious about why you asked me to go to France without telling anyone. Now that you've suddenly come back, it's not because of that Lu Qingxue, is it? I've heard quite a bit about her. Lu Xian's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Lu Qingxue's name, but he quickly regained his composure.
Zhang Heng continued.
Let me tell you, Lu Qingxue doesn't have cancer at all, she's lying to you.
And what's more, I heard this woman is going to marry that Fu Shen.
Lu Xian sneered, a hint of disdain in his eyes, and said, Don't worry, I didn't come back for her. We're divorced, and we'll have nothing to do with each other anymore. Zhang Heng's face showed a shocked expression when he heard Lu Xian's words. What, you got divorced? 3 years of relationship just vanished like that, you've really let go?
Lu Xian didn't answer immediately. He took another sip of wine, then sneered and said, Some things you only realize after you've experienced them, and some people aren't worth it.
Zhang Heng looked at Lu Xian, a hint of heartache flashing in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by joy.
He raised his glass and said,
That's great, I've been hoping you would break up with Lu Qingxue for a long time. A woman like her doesn't deserve your heartfelt devotion. Cheers to your new life. Looking into Zhang Heng's sincere eyes, Lu Xian felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He also raised his glass, clinked it with Zhang Heng's, and said, Cheers! The two drank their drinks in one gulp, and their laughter sounded particularly hearty amidst the hustle and bustle of the night market. Zhang Heng put down his wine glass, patted Lu Xian on the shoulder, and said,
"Brother, there's a long road ahead. Let's live a good life, find a woman who is truly right for you, and forget all the messy things from the past. If you encounter any difficulties, just tell me, brother, and I'll definitely help you." Looking at Zhang Heng's spirited attitude towards life, Lu Xian felt a mix of emotions. I used to be just like Zhang Hong, full of hope for my future with Lu Qingxue. But those hopes now feel like curses, constantly turning against him at night. 97, Chapter 97, Blame it on the person you offended. Come on, brother, I wish you great success in the future. I've met someone who only has eyes for you. Zhang Hong filled Lu Xian's glass to the brim, then smiled and raised his glass, saying. Lu Xian sneered and clinked glasses with Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong said with a hearty expression. Lu Xian, tell me what kind of woman you like. I may not have many other skills, but I can certainly introduce you to potential partners. There are all kinds of women in this world, just ask, and I'll definitely find you one you like. Lu Xian shook his head slightly, a hint of weariness and helplessness in his eyes, and said. Forget it, Zhang Heng. I felt deeply disappointed in that marriage and didn't want to start a new one so easily. Seeing Lu Xian's somewhat forlorn expression, Zhang Heng felt a pang of heartache. He understood Lu Xian's feelings and patted Lu Xian on the shoulder. Okay, bro, I get you. If you don't want to look for someone, then Dante, let's focus on living our own lives first. The two continued drinking, and before they knew it, they were both completely drunk. As night deepened, the two staggered to their feet and prepared to go home. Walking in the dimly lit alley, the surroundings were silent except for the sound of their staggering footsteps. Sudden. A group of thugs jumped out from the corner and blocked their way. If you know what's good for you, hand over the money, or you'll be sorry. The leader of the thugs said viciously. Zhang Hong, drunk, rushed forward without saying a word and started fighting with the thugs. Seeing this, Lu Xian was not to be outdone and joined the battle. However, the other side had a large number of people, and they were all vicious thugs. Before long, the two were beaten black and blue by the thugs. Lu Xian was so badly beaten that he couldn't take care of himself and lay on the ground groaning in pain. At this moment, the leader of the thugs squatted down and said viciously. Kid, this is what happens when you offend someone you shouldn't. Although Zhang Hong was also injured, he remained somewhat conscious. He quickly took out his phone and, with trembling fingers, dialed the number for an ambulance. Soon, the sound of an ambulance rang out in the night, and the two were rushed to the hospital. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Xian woke up again. He felt a sharp pain in his head, and slowly opened his eyes to find that his head was wrapped in thick gauze. He was surrounded by the white walls of the hospital and the pungent smell of disinfectant. Lu Xian was in a daze. I felt as if I had just brushed with death, and a wave of fear washed over me. He tried hard to recall what had happened before, the words of those thugs echoing in his mind. Who told you to offend someone you shouldn't have? He frowned, his eyes filled with doubt and confusion. He has always been honest and upright, and has kept a low profile since his divorce. Who could he have offended? Is it Lu Qingxue and Fu Shun? But I have already made it clear to them that I will not bother them anymore. Are they business competitors? But I don't have any major business dealings right now. Lu Xian became increasingly confused as he thought about it, his mind filled with a jumble of questions. He kept thinking about who he had offended, but he never had a clear answer. The ward was extremely quiet, with only Lu Xian's heavy breathing. He stared at the ceiling, lost in deep thought, wondering what challenges awaited him next. 98, Chapter 98, Serious Injuries. Lu Xian lay on the hospital bed, his head wrapped in thick gauze, his body covered in bruises, and he looked extremely haggard. He had been thinking about it for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out who had ordered those thugs to beat him up. The doubts in his heart were like a huge rock, making it hard for him to breathe. At this moment, Zhang Hong limped into Lu Xian's ward. His right leg was injured, and he seemed to have some difficulty taking each step. Zhang Hong walked to Lu Xian's bedside, plopped down, and began to complain. Lu Xian, who exactly were those thugs who beat us up yesterday? Could they be your enemies? I saw they were all attacking you. I am getting dragged into this because of you.
After Zhang Heng finished speaking, he looked at his leg, which was wrapped in a cast, and his face was full of worry. Lu Xian turned his head slightly, looked at Zhang Heng, shook his head, and said weakly, "I don't know either, I really can't figure out who I offended. I've been doing my job properly all this time, delivering food, and taking care of my grandma. I haven't made any enemies with anyone." Zhang Heng frowned, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. "Forget it, let's stop guessing and hand it over to the police. They're professionals, they might be able to find something out." Lu Xian nodded in agreement. Soon after the police were called, they arrived at the hospital dressed in neat uniforms. They entered Lu Xian's ward with serious expressions. After briefly inquiring about Lu Xian and Zhang Heng's injuries, the police began taking their statements. Lu Xian truthfully recounted what happened last night, from his dinner with Zhang Heng at the night market to being robbed by thugs and being beaten black and blue. The police listened attentively to Lu Xian's account while taking careful notes. When the police asked him if he had offended anyone or had any complicated connections, Lu Xian was taken aback. A figure suddenly flashed through his mind, and he wondered if it was him. The person Lu Xian was thinking of was Fu Shun. He and Fu Shun had had many conflicts before because of Lu Qingxue, and Fu Shun had even warned him to stay away from Lu Qingxue. Moreover, Fu Shun seems to have some connections and influence in society. It's not impossible that he ordered thugs to teach him a lesson. However, Lu Xian hesitated again. He felt that although Fu Shun disliked him, he wouldn't go so far as to beat him up like this. Moreover, he had no conclusive evidence to prove that Fu Shun did it. Lu Xian was very conflicted. He didn't know if his guess was right or wrong. He looked at the policeman in front of him, opened his mouth as if to express his suspicions, but then swallowed his words. He decided to observe further and inform the police once he had more evidence. At this moment, the atmosphere in the ward was somewhat heavy. The police were still waiting for Lu Xian's answer, while Zhang Heng watched Lu Xian from the side, wondering what he was thinking. Lu Xian stood there, a jumble of images flashing through his mind. But deep down, he was extremely uncertain. At that moment, a figure flashed through Lu Xian's mind, and he wondered if it was him. Fu Shun's image kept appearing in his mind. His heart was filled with doubt and unease. He didn't know what awaited him next. Mr. Lu, has something come to mind? If you could provide us with any clues, that would be wonderful. 99, Chapter 99, what more do you want from me? Lu Xian lay on the hospital bed, pondering repeatedly, increasingly convinced that the person who hit him was likely Fu Shun. After all, in his life, the only person he could offend on a daily basis was Fu Shun, and it seemed that Fu Shun was the one who hated him the most. Fu Shun's hostile gaze, arrogant words, and all the previous threats flashed through Lu Xian's mind. But I'm just guessing right now, I have no evidence at all. At this moment, seeing that Lu Xian remained silent, the police asked again. Mr. Lu, is someone on your mind? If you have a suspect, please tell us, it will be very helpful in solving the case. Lu Xian hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and did not say Fu Shun's name. He felt that it was merely speculation at the moment, and without conclusive evidence, he shouldn't arbitrarily accuse others. After taking the statement, the police left the ward. Because his injuries were not serious, Zhang Heng decided to be discharged from the hospital and go home to recuperate after receiving simple treatment. He patted Lu Xian on the shoulder, comforting him. Brother, take good care of your injury. Contact me anytime if you need anything. Lu Xian nodded and watched Zhang Heng limp out of the ward. The ward returned to silence. Lu Xian leaned against the pillows and closed his eyes to rest. However, this tranquility didn't last long. Lu Qingxue, having somehow heard that Lu Xian had been beaten, bought a lot of fruit and rushed to the hospital. She walked into the ward and saw that Lu Xian's head was wrapped in gauze and he had many injuries on his body. Her face immediately showed concern. Lu Qingxue walked to Lu Xian's bedside and said gently, "Honey, how are you? Who hit you and beat you like this?" Lu Xian felt a mix of emotions upon hearing the term husband. He looked at Lu Qingxue, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He spoke coldly. "Miss Lu, we are already divorced. Are you still going to shamelessly call me husband?"
Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Lu Qingshua's body trembled slightly, and an embarrassed expression appeared on her face. But she quickly composed herself and said, Lu Xian, why won't you forgive me? Fushan and I really have nothing going on, we're just ordinary friends. Besides, I've already agreed to remarry you, what more do you want from me? Looking at Lu Qingxue, Lu Xian felt a surge of anger. He recalled everything he had done for Lu Qingxue, and the painful memories of being betrayed flooded back like a tide. He suppressed his anger and said, Lu Qingxue, do you think that saying it's nothing or let's remarry can make up for the hurt you've caused me? Over the years, I've sacrificed so much for you, but have you ever truly cared about my feelings? I've seen everything you and Fushan do together. Do you think I can still easily trust you? Lu Qingshue's eyes reddened as she looked at Lu Xian and said, Lu Xian, I know I made mistakes before, and I regret it. I really want to start over with you, please give me another chance. I promise I will treat you well from now on and I will never let you get hurt again. Looking at Lu Qingshue's pitiful appearance, Lu Xian felt a slight wavering in his heart, but he quickly became determined again. He said, Lu Qingxue, some damage, once caused, cannot be easily repaired. There's no going back between us. Since you've chosen Fushan, you should be with him properly. Don't bother my life anymore. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, tears welled up in Lu Qingshue's eyes. She looked at Lu Xian and said in despair, Lu Xian, are you really this heartless? I've already gone to such lengths, what more do you want from me? The ward was filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Lu Xian and Lu Qingxue stared at each other, their emotional entanglement seemingly reaching its peak at this moment. What choices would they make for the future? 100, Chapter 100 Melting. Lu Xian sneered, his eyes full of disdain. He thought to himself, Lu Qingxue is still trying to deceive me. How long will she keep me in the dark? He had never realized before that Lu Qingxue liked to lie so much. All the intimate gestures she had with Fushan, as well as her indifference and betrayal towards him, were like needles pricking Lu Xian's heart. It made it difficult for him to let go. During this time, Lu Xian was also immersed in the pain of betrayal and could not extricate himself. Lu Qingxue seemed oblivious to Lu Xian's displeasure and continued speaking gently. Lu Xian, just rest here. If you want to eat anything, just tell me and I'll have someone bring it over right away. Lu Xian refused without hesitation. No need, Lu Qingxue, let's keep our distance. What's past is past, and there's nothing more to say between us. Upon hearing Lu Xian's resolute words, Lu Qingxue felt a sudden tightness in her chest, as if something was blocking her throat, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. She opened her mouth, wanting to refute, but couldn't find the right words. After a while, Lu Qingxue seemed to have made a great decision and said, Then I'll stay here with you today and take care of you. As he spoke, ignoring Lu Xian's objections, Lu Qingxue gently lay down on Lu Xian's chest. Her voice was soft and tinged with apology. When I was sick before, you took care of me in the same way, with meticulous care and thoughtfulness. Let me take care of you today, Lu Xian. I want to make up for the mistakes I made before. I know I hurt you before, but I really know I was wrong. Lu Xian stiffened slightly upon hearing Lu Qingshue's words. His once unwavering heart was now like an iceberg touched by a spring breeze, beginning to melt slightly. In his memory, Lu Qingxue had always been a proud person who would never easily bow her head, let alone say such words of submission. And today, she not only took care of him gently, but also said she wanted to make amends for her mistakes, which made Lu Xian wonder if Lu Qingxue had really changed. He looked down at Lu Qingxue lying on his chest. Her hair was a little messy, her face showed fatigue and worry, and her eyes revealed a trace of sincerity. A complex mix of emotions welled up in Lu Xian's heart, anger, disappointment, and a touch of indescribable gratitude. Once, he loved Lu Qingxue so deeply that he was willing to give everything for her. But now, faced with Lu Qingxue's actions, he didn't know if he could still love her as unconditionally as before. But undeniably, Lu Qingxue's words and actions did bring him a sense of warmth, a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time after going through so much pain and betrayal. Lu Xian sighed softly, thinking to himself that perhaps he could really give Lu Qingxue a chance to see if she could truly change. Now,
In this small hospital room, Lu Xian felt that Lu Qingxue seemed to have really changed. She was no longer the aloof and indifferent woman, but a woman who knew how to cherish and was willing to repent. The road ahead is long, and it remains to be seen how their relationship will develop. Lu Xian didn't have an answer either, but he was willing to give them a chance to start over.
Chapter 101 Unexpected Phone Call. Just as Lu Xian's attitude towards Lu Qingxue softened and he began to dream that perhaps the two of them could have a new beginning, Lu Qingxue's phone suddenly rang.
Lu Qingxue subconsciously took out her phone, and when she saw that it was Fushin calling, her eyes, which had been somewhat dim, suddenly lit up, and a hint of barely perceptible joy flashed across them.
She then quickly glanced at Lu Xian, seemingly observing his reaction.
Lu Qingxue's phone didn't have a tempered glass screen protector, and the two of them were standing very close together.
Lu Xian had already guessed some of it.
Furthermore, seeing the change in Lu Qingxue's expression, Lu Xian had already guessed what was going on and knew that the call was from Fushin. His heart immediately turned cold, and he said in a flat tone,
"You can answer it." Lu Qingxue was slightly taken aback, then forced a smile and said, "It's a call from the company. I'll answer it and be right back."
After saying that, she hurriedly got up and walked towards the door of the ward. Lu Qingxue arrived at the ward door, but in her panic, she forgot to turn off the speakerphone. As soon as the call connected, Fushin's familiar voice came through clearly.
"Qingxue, where are you? I miss you. I am being discharged from the hospital today. Can you come pick me up?"
Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue's face immediately showed a look of panic. She was startled and hurriedly turned off the speakerphone, then lowered her voice and said,
"Later, I have something to do right now and can't get away."
Fushin sounded very happy on the other end of the phone and readily agreed.
Okay, I'll wait for you no matter how long it takes."
Fushin's voice was like that of a little puppy, making Lu Qingxue fall for him. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qingxue composed herself and walked into the ward as if nothing had happened.
She walked to Lu Xian's bedside and picked up an apple.
She began to carefully peel it, a gentle smile on her face. It was as if nothing had happened. Lu Xian watched Lu Qingxue's every move quietly, but his heart was in turmoil.
Turn out to be. Lu Qingxue still has countless connections with Fushin. Her gentle words and considerate actions just now were nothing but a fake performance.
Thinking of this, Lu Xian felt a pang of heartache. His eyes gradually welled up with tears, which flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks, soaking the gauze on his head. Lu Qingxue was focused on peeling the apple, completely unaware of Lu Xian's emotional change, and even less aware that the tears on Lu Xian's cheeks had soaked the gauze. She said softly as she peeled the apple,
"Lu Xian, eat more apples, they're good for your health." Looking at Lu Qingxue's feigned concern, Lu Xian felt a surge of disappointment and anger.
He wondered to himself how he could have believed this woman's lies again.
Does she even care about me?
The atmosphere in the ward became extremely oppressive. Lu Xian suppressed his pain and didn't make a sound, only silently shedding tears. Lu Qingxue remained immersed in her pretense, completely unaware of Lu Xian's inner turmoil. Time passed slowly, and Lu Qingxue finally finished peeling the apple. She handed the apple to Lu Xian with an expectant smile on her face and said,
"Lu Xian, eat."
Lu Xian looked at the apple handed to him, but did not reach out to take it. He simply looked at Lu Qingxue quietly, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Lu Qingxue still hadn't noticed the gauze on Lu Xian's cheek that was soaked with tears, and was still waiting for Lu Xian's response.
102, Chapter 102. Is it really worth it?
Lu Qingxue looked at Lu Xian with a gentle smile on her face and said softly,
"Honey, eat an apple. It'll help you get some nutrition and heal your wound faster."
Lu Xian looked at her quietly, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He slowly shook his head and said in a calm tone,
"No need, you can go ahead if you have things to do at your company. I want to be alone."
Lu Qingxue was slightly taken aback, a look of doubt appearing on her face, and asked,
"Honey, how did you know something was going on at my company? I didn't tell you."
Looking at her feigned innocence, Lu Xian felt a pang of pain in his heart and said with a bitter smile,
"Go ahead, don't let it interfere with your business. I know some things."
Lu Xian knew, of course, that Fushin must have something to discuss with Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue is probably now in Cao Cao's camp, but her heart is with Liu Bei. If I were to keep them around any longer, I would truly be being foolish. Seeing Lu Xian's response, Lu Qingxue didn't ask any further questions. Instead, she seemed quite satisfied, a bright smile spreading across her face as she spoke. Lu Xian, you are so understanding. Then I'll go take care of things at the company first. I'll come see you when I'm done. Remember to take your medicine. After saying that, she stepped forward, gently hugged Lu Xian, then turned around and walked happily out of the ward with light steps. Lu Xian watched Lu Qingxue's departing figure, slowly shook his head, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He was filled with mixed feelings, a jumble of emotions that made him feel incredibly uncomfortable. Married for 3 years, from school uniforms to wedding dresses, they were once so sweet and so enviable. Back in school, Lu Qingxue and I were the envy of countless teachers and students. But now... He then realized that he seemed to have never truly understood Lu Qingxue. It seems that Lu Qingxue never liked him from beginning to end. Even just a little bit. He recalled the past and realized how much he had sacrificed for Lu Qingxue, always silently supporting her in both life and career. To make her happy, he worked hard and tried his best to earn money, to take care of her feelings. He was always careful, afraid of doing something wrong that would upset her. But what he got in return was her deception and betrayal. Lu Xian thought to himself that he really hadn't expected Lu Qingxue to be such a good liar. Those gentle words and considerate actions could all have been fake. She acted so affectionate in front of me, yet she had an ambiguous relationship with Fu Xin behind my back. The love I once believed in now seems so fragile and vulnerable. He couldn't help but ask himself, was it really worth it to have sacrificed so much for Lu Qingxue? Those beautiful memories now seem like a fleeting dream, leaving only endless pain and disappointment upon waking. He gave up so much and lost so much for her, but she never truly appreciated his sacrifices. Lu Xian lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, his heart filled with confusion and bewilderment. He didn't know which way to go in the future, or whether he could ever believe in love again. He used to be full of hope for the future, but now, all that's left in his heart is pain and helplessness. He thought to himself silently. Perhaps it's time to let go of this relationship and start your life anew. But could he really let go so easily? His heart was filled with struggle, and he couldn't find peace for a long time. 103, Chapter 103 Opportunity. Lu Xian lay quietly on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, his thoughts drifting back to the past. I remember that after the college entrance examination, he was one of only 2 students in the whole school to be admitted to Harvard. This spot is like the brightest star in the night sky for every student. It was so unattainable yet so alluring. The principal and teachers all had high hopes for Lu Xian, and they tried their best to persuade him. Hopefully, he can seize this rare opportunity to pursue further studies at a higher institution and realize his life's value. He was also extremely excited, as Lu Xian knew very well that such opportunities were rare in life. But when Lu Qingxue saw the admission list, she changed completely. She ignored Lu Xian for several days, even refusing to eat or drink, and locked herself in her room. Lu Xian was extremely anxious. He knew that although Lu Qingxue hadn't said anything on the surface, she didn't want to be separated from him. Seeing Lu Qingxue's haggard appearance, Lu Xian felt as if his heart was being torn apart. He hesitated for a long time between his dreams and love. But in the end, love triumphed over everything. He decided to stay for Lu Qingxue, giving up the opportunity to study at Harvard that countless people dream of. Time flies, and their university years passed in a flash amidst their sweetness and companionship. After graduation, they naturally got married. At the wedding, Lu Qingxue looked at Lu Xian with deep affection and made a promise to be with him for life. Lu Xian thought they would continue to live happily like this forever. After getting married, Lu Qingxue said she wanted to focus on her career and make a name for herself in the business world. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Xian once again chose to support Lu Qingxue. He resolutely gave up his promising new job and devoted himself to staying by Lu Qingxue's side, offering her advice and helping her solve various problems. With Lu Xian's help, Lu Qingxue's career gradually improved, her company grew bigger and bigger, and she became a successful woman that everyone admired. However, Lu Xian did not expect that as Lu Qingshue's career became successful, her heart gradually changed. She began to become indifferent, no longer relying on or loving herself as she used to. She even betrayed herself by getting entangled with Fu Shun. Lu Xian recalled these past events, his heart filled with bitterness and helplessness. He gave up so much for Lu Qingxue, sacrificing his dreams and career, but in the end he was met with ruthless deception and betrayal. He once thought, "As long as you love her enough and give enough, you will be able to win her heart and have a happy family. To be able to obtain the happiness you desire." But reality cruelly told him that it was all just wishful thinking on his part. All her efforts seemed to be worthless in Lu Qingshue's eyes. Lu Xian sighed deeply, tears welling in his eyes. His heart was filled with regret for the past and uncertainty about the future. He didn't know how to face it all, or whether he could ever find his former self again. All he knew was what he was like at that moment. It's truly frustrating, frustrated by the cruel twist of fate, frustrated by the loss of love, and helpless that the person I once loved so deeply has become such a stranger. 104, Chapter 104 Running into an Acquaintance. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxue returned home. She dressed up carefully, put on exquisite makeup, and wore her favorite dress, making her look exceptionally beautiful. She arrived at the hospital with great joy, ready to pick up Fu Shun from his hospital stay. When Fu Shun saw Lu Qingxue enter the ward, a bright smile immediately appeared on his face, and his eyes were full of joy. He opened his arms and said, "Qingxue, you're finally here, I've missed you so much." Lu Qingxue quickly walked to Fu Shun's side, gently hugged him, and her face was filled with a happy smile. Fu Shun whispered many sweet and pleasant words in Lu Qingshue's ear. Those gentle words were like honey, making Lu Qingxue dizzy with delight. She smiled so much that her eyes narrowed into slits. Fu Shun suggested this to celebrate his discharge from the hospital. "Qingxue, I'm being discharged from the hospital today. Let's go out for a nice meal to celebrate." Lu Qingxue agreed without hesitation. The two held hands and arrived at a high-end steak restaurant. The restaurant is dimly lit and plays soothing music, creating a romantic atmosphere. Fu Shun thoughtfully ordered Lu Qingxue her favorite sirloin steak and a bottle of expensive red wine. During the meal, the two chatted and laughed, appearing very affectionate. Fu looked at Lu Qingxue with deep affection and said, "During my hospital stay, I thought about you every day, wondering if you were worried about me, and when I could see you again now that I see you, I feel that it was all worth it." Lu Qingxue was moved to tears by Fu Shun's words. She gently took Fu Shun's hand and said, "I miss you too. You must never get sick again." However, just then, Xin Sha happened to be having dinner with a few close friends behind Lu Qingxue. Xin Sha was chatting and laughing with her best friends when she inadvertently looked up and saw Lu Qingshue's familiar face. She was slightly taken aback, her mind immediately filled with doubt. Under the soft light, Fu Shun used a knife and fork to help Lu Qingxue sort the steaks on her plate. A happy smile appeared on Lu Qingshue's face. She slightly opened her mouth and bit into the small piece of steak with her pearly teeth, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons with satisfaction. Fu Shun was also very happy to see Lu Qingshue's feedback. After putting down his knife and fork, he didn't forget to wipe the corner of Lu Qingshue's mouth with a tissue. The two looked like a couple deeply in love. Very sweet. Xin Sha was completely stunned. She still remembered when she asked Lu Xian what their relationship was, and Lu Xian's answer was vague. And now it seems that the relationship is indeed very complicated. Xin Sha carefully observed Lu Qingxue and Fu Shun opposite her, thinking to herself, "Isn't this Lu Xian's wife, Lu Qingxue? Why is she having dinner here with a man?" And judging from their behavior, they are very close. Their relationship is definitely not ordinary. Lu Xian loves Lu Qingxue so much, and he even gave up such a good opportunity for her, but Lu Qingxue is with another man behind Lu Xian's back. This is too much. No, I have to tell Lu Xian about this. Let him know Lu Qingshue's true colors. We can't let him remain in the dark any longer. Xin Sha was filled with a sense of justice. She felt sorry for Lu Xian and was also angry at Lu Qingshue's behavior. She silently watched Lu Qingxue and Fu Shun, pondering how to tell Lu Xian about this matter and how to make Lu Xian see Lu Qingshue's true colors. A resolute look appeared in her eyes, as if she had made up her mind to seek justice for Lu Xian.
105, Chapter 105 Is steak delicious?
Seeing Lu Qingxue and Fu Shen's intimate interaction, Qinsha's sense of justice prevented her from standing idly by. She immediately took out her phone and secretly filmed the scene. She thought that Lu Xian had been so good to Lu Qingxue, she couldn't let him suffer in silence, she had to let him know what Lu Qingxue had done.
Then,
Qinsha sent the photo to Lu Xian without hesitation, along with a text message. Lu Xian, is this your wife? This man seems to be with her. Lu Xian was lying in his hospital bed, already feeling down when he saw the message and photos Qinsha had sent him on his phone. He was suddenly jolted. A sharp, agonizing pain instantly spread throughout my body. He looked at the photo of Lu Qingxue and Fu Shen being intimate.
A happy smile on Lu Qingxue's face stung his eyes.
Lu Xian suppressed the pain in his heart and replied to Qinsha. They're already divorced, it's her freedom to do whatever she wants. Qinsha was somewhat surprised when she saw Lu Xian's reply, and at the same time felt sorry for Lu Xian. She knew that Lu Xian had loved Lu Qingxue so much, and seeing this scene now must be very painful for him.
But she couldn't say anything more and could only silently feel sorry for Lu Xian.
Lu Xian put down his phone, staring blankly at the ceiling, the image of Fu Shen feeding Lu Qingxue steak in the photo constantly replaying in his mind. He looked at the photo again and again, and the pain in his heart surged like a tide, unbearable. He thought about how he was still lying in the hospital, his wounds still throbbing, while his once beloved wife was happily eating steak with another man in a fancy restaurant. They were still saying those sweet words. Although Lu Xian could guess what was going on when Fu Shen called Lu Qingxue, he still couldn't accept the visual shock of seeing it with his own eyes. The more Lu Xian thought about it, the angrier and more resentful he became. He remembered that Lu Qingxue had said she was busy at the company, but it turned out she was busy dating other men. Unable to contain his anger any longer, he immediately sent the photo to Lu Qingxue with a message.
Is the steak delicious? So this is what Lu Qingxue meant by being busy at the company. Did she say she was busy with work before because she was spending time with Fu Shen?
Lu Xian felt increasingly uneasy. He desperately hoped that what Lu Qingxue said was true, and that she really was busy at the company. After sending the message, Lu Xian gripped his phone tightly, his fingers turning white from the force. His heart was filled with anticipation, both for Lu Qingxue's reply and for fear of seeing it. He didn't know how Lu Qingxue would react after seeing this message, whether she would feel guilty or continue to fabricate lies.
Meanwhile, Lu Qingxue and Fu Shen were immersed in a sweet atmosphere. Her phone suddenly vibrated. She picked it up and saw that it was a message from Lu Xian.
When she saw the photos and Lu Xian's words, her face turned pale instantly. Her hands trembled slightly, and her eyes were filled with panic and fear.
Fu Shen noticed Lu Qingxue's unusual behavior and asked her with concern. Qingxue, what's wrong? Lu Qingxue forced a smile and asked.
It's nothing, something came up at the company. But her mind was in complete turmoil. She didn't know how to face Lu Xian, nor how to explain things to Fu Shen.
Lu Xian waited quietly in the ward for Lu Qingxue's reply. His heart was filled with mixed emotions, and the words, "Was the steak delicious?"
seemed to still echo in the air, carrying endless mockery and pain.
106, Chapter 106 Did you take a picture of me without my permission? Lu Qingxue felt a mix of emotions, as if struck by lightning.
She was so frightened that she almost threw her phone away. Her face turned deathly pale instantly, her eyes filled with panic and fear, and she was secretly terrified.
How did Lu Xian get a photo of himself now? Or was it filmed live? Lu Qingxue looked at Fu Shen and asked, "You took a picture of me and sent it to Lu Xian?"
Fu Shen looked innocent and glanced at his phone, which was lying to the side.
"Qingxue, what are you talking about? I haven't touched my phone at all. Why would I take a picture of you?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue burst into laughter, her suspicions rising. But if it wasn't Fu Shen, then who could it be?
Lu Qingxue subconsciously looked around, trying to find the person who took the photo. Just then, her gaze fell on Qinsha not far away, and an ominous premonition welled up in her heart. She stood up and stormed toward Qinsha, her steps hurried and flustered. Upon reaching Qinsha, Lu Qingxue didn't say a word. Instead, word instead, she reached out and forcefully knocked the food in front of Qinsha to the ground, scattering the food and splashing soup everywhere. Lu Qingxue remembered seeing Qinsha at the hospital. It would be a miracle if it wasn't her. Qinsha was startled by this sudden action. She looked at Lu Qingxue with a blank expression, filled with doubt and anger, and questioned her loudly. "Madam, I haven't even held a grudge against you for hitting me last time, don't go too far." Lu Qingxue held up her phone, shoved the photo in front of Qinsha, and shouted in a shrill voice. "I'm asking you, what do you mean by secretly taking pictures of me and sending them to my husband?" Looking at Lu Qingxue's exasperated expression, Qinsha sneered and said without fear. "What, you have the guts to do it but not the guts to admit it. I thought you were a relative, turns out you're just your gigolo. What a pity for brother Lu Xian, who likes you so much, humph." Qinsha's words were like sharp blades, piercing Lu Qingxue's nerves. Lu Qingxue's face turned red with anger, her eyes widened like copper bells, and she could no longer suppress her rage. She raised her hand and swung it viciously at Qinsha's face, wanting to slap her and teach her a lesson for offending her. However, just as Lu Qingxue's hand was about to land on Qinsha's face, Qinsha's friend reacted quickly and grabbed Lu Qingxue's wrist. Lu Qingxue struggled fiercely, trying to break free from her restraints. But Qinsha's friend held her wrist tightly, preventing her from succeeding. Lu Qingxue glared angrily at Qinsha and her friends, cursing incessantly, her face contorted and ferocious. Qinsha looked coldly at Lu Qingxue, her eyes filled with disdain and mockery, and said, "Who do you think you are, trying to hit someone after doing something wrong? Brother Lu Xian must be blind to like a woman like you." Lu Qingxue felt both angry and anxious upon hearing Qinsha's words, but she couldn't refute them. Her body trembled uncontrollably with rage, and her eyes flashed with a crazed light. At this time, the other patrons in the restaurant were drawn to the sudden argument, casting strange glances and whispering amongst themselves. Lu Qingxue was tightly held back by Qinsha's friends and could not break free. She could only watch Qinsha helplessly, her heart filled with resentment and unwillingness. She didn't know how to get out of her predicament, nor how to face Lu Xian. At this moment, she was like a trapped beast, struggling in anger and fear, but unable to find a way out. 107, Chapter 107 Farce. Lu Qingxue and Qinsha's behavior attracted a lot of onlookers. The scene became somewhat chaotic. Seeing the chaotic scene before him, Fushin finally understood what had happened. Although he was somewhat displeased, he rationally pulled Lu Qingxue back and said softly, "Forget it, Qingxue, don't bother with them, let's go." When Lu Qingxue saw Fushin step in to dissuade her, her anger subsided somewhat. She glared at Qinsha fiercely before turning and leaving. Fushin hurriedly followed Lu Qingxue out of the restaurant. After leaving the restaurant, Lu Qingxue walked alone on the street, her heart filled with panic and regret. She knew that Lu Xian had discovered her affair with Fushin, which filled her with immense fear and unease. She hurriedly took out her phone and frantically sent Lu Xian long messages, trying to explain everything and win back his heart. She wrote in the message, "Lu Xian, it's not what you think. Fushin and I are just ordinary friends. I just came to keep him company today because he was discharged from the hospital. The person I love has always been you. You have to believe me." However, Lu Qingxue sent message after message, but never received a reply from Lu Xian. Undeterred, she sent a few more messages until she saw "The other party has rejected your message" displayed on the screen, realizing that Lu Xian had blocked her on WeChat. Lu Qingxue's hand froze instantly, and the phone almost slipped from her grasp. She stood there, staring blankly at her phone screen, her eyes filled with despair. To Lu Qingxue's surprise, Lu Xian, who had always been subservient to her, would block her over a single photo. Is she jealous again? She slowly squatted down on the ground, without saying a word, tears welling up uncontrollably and streaming down her cheeks. She clutched her head with both hands and burst into tears, her sobs echoing on the quiet street, sounding particularly desolate. Seeing Lu Qingxue like this, Fushin felt a pang of pity. He stepped forward and gently patted her shoulder, trying to comfort her. "Qingxue, don't be too sad. Lu Xian doesn't know how to cherish you, it's his loss." Upon hearing Fushin's words, Lu Qingxue cried even harder. She was filled with contradictions and pain. On the one hand, she still had feelings for Lu Xian,
but on the other hand, she did not want to lose Fu Xin. Fu Xin felt a mix of emotions as he looked at Lu Qingxue crying. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He secretly hated Lu Xian. He was thinking to himself how he wished those thugs had been beaten to death by Lu Xian, so that Lu Qingxue wouldn't be so heartbroken over him. After a while, Lu Qingxue's sobs gradually subsided. Fu Xin looked at her, hesitated for a moment, and then asked. Qingxue, to be honest, is the reason you're hesitant to marry me because of Lu Xian? I always thought it was because you wanted to build your career a bit more, but now it seems things aren't that simple. What are you really thinking? Can you give me a clear answer? Upon hearing Fu Xin's question, Lu Qingxue's body trembled slightly. She raised her head, looked at Fu Xin, her eyes still filled with tears, and her lips trembled slightly, but she didn't know how to answer Fu Xin's question. Her heart was filled with turmoil and struggle. She didn't know how to face Fu Xin. She didn't know how to handle her feelings for Lu Xian. At this moment, she felt as if she were trapped in an inescapable abyss, unable to find her way or see any hope. 108, Chapter 108. A Tangled Mess. Looking at Fu Xin's expectant yet anxious eyes, Lu Qingxue's lips moved, but she couldn't utter a single word. Her mind was in turmoil, a tangled mess that she couldn't untangle. One of them was Fu Xin, the lover she had secretly loved for several years and who had haunted her dreams. The other is Lu Xian, her lover who has been with her since school days, from school uniforms to wedding dresses, and who has been incredibly caring and devoted to her. Both of these people held significant positions in her life, leaving her truly unsure of which to choose. She raised her head, her eyes filled with confusion and pain, and whispered to Fu Xin. Xin, please leave me alone for a while. I need to calm down. My mind is in turmoil, and I really need some peace and quiet. Looking at Lu Qingxue's haggard appearance, Fu Xin felt reluctant and worried, but he still nodded and said gently. Okay, Qingxue, no matter how long it takes, I'm willing to wait for you. Contact me if you thought it through. After saying that, Fu Xin gave Lu Qingxue a deep look, then turned and left. As he turned around, a sinister glint flashed across Fu Xin's face, and he cursed Lu Xian inwardly. Lu Xian, you bastard, you're the one who caused Qingxue so much pain. I will never let you get away with this. Lu Qingxue watched Fu Xin's departing figure, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside her. She stood there alone for a long time, until a gust of cold wind blew, causing her to shiver and snap out of her daze. She hailed a taxi, got in, and slumped weakly into her seat. The car drove slowly along the road, the lights outside the window flickered, and pedestrians hurried past, but Lu Qingxue had no heart to appreciate any of it. Lu Qingxue deliberately opened the car window, letting the cold wind blow on her cheeks. It was as if this would make her mind clearer. The images of Lu Xian and Fu Xin kept flashing through her mind, and the pain and turmoil in her heart were unbearable. The two figures were like two different paths, leaving Lu Qingxue unsure of which to choose. Sudden. As if remembering something, Lu Qingxue hurriedly took out her phone and dialed Lu Xian's number again. I blocked you on WeChat, but I can't just call you. As if she had found a glimmer of hope, Lu Qingxue desperately searched for Lu Xian's number in the phone book. Her fingers trembled, her eyes were fixed on the phone screen, and her heart was filled with anticipation and nervousness. However, when the call was dialed, all that came through the receiver was the familiar "cannot be connected" message. Undeterred, Lu Qingxue dialed several more times, but the result was still the same. Her hands slowly fell to her sides, and her phone slipped onto her lap. She looked out the car window, tears blurring her vision again. She had once thought that her relationship with Lu Xian was unbreakable, but now it had come to this. Lu Qingxue's heart was filled with regret and self-blame. She regretted her past actions and regretted not cherishing Lu Xian's love. She didn't know if Lu Xian could forgive her, nor did she know if there was any possibility for her and Lu Xian to go back to the past. The taxi continued its journey. Lu Qingxue sat inside, gazing at the darkness outside the window, her heart filled with confusion and helplessness. She didn't know where to go or what path to take in the future. The unanswered phone call was like an insurmountable chasm between her and Lu Xian, filling her with utter despair and pain. 109, Chapter 109. You weren't like this before. Sitting in the taxi, Lu Qingxue's vision was blurred with tears, her heart filled with worry and guilt for Lu Xian. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind.
Lu Xian should still be in the hospital. Since Lu Xian is currently unable to walk, and I can't reach him by phone, it would be better to explain in person. A strong impulse surged within her, and she urgently shouted to the taxi driver. "Sir, please turn around immediately and go to the hospital." The driver was startled by her sudden action, but still turned the car around as she asked. Throughout the journey, Lu Qingxue was extremely anxious, constantly checking her watch, wishing she could fly to Lu Xian's side immediately. Finally, the taxi arrived at the hospital. Lu Qingxue quickly paid the fare and rushed into the hospital. She rushed to the ward where Lu Xian had been, panting as she pushed open the door. However, when she saw the empty ward, her heart sank. She couldn't believe her eyes and searched the room, hoping to find any clues left by Lu Xian. The room has been cleaned spotlessly, and even the blankets have been folded. But apart from a few hospital beds and some basic medical equipment, there was nothing else in the room. It was as if Lu Xian had never lived here. Lu Qingxue was filled with panic. She immediately ran out of the ward, grabbed a passing nurse, and asked anxiously, "Nurse, where did Lu Xian, who used to stay in this ward, move to?" The nurse was somewhat taken aback by her anxious appearance. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head helplessly and said, "I'm sorry, I don't know where he moved. Toyou can ask someone else at the nurse's station." Upon hearing the nurse's words, Lu Qingxue's hopes were instantly shattered. She returned to the ward dejectedly, and looking at the hospital bed where Lu Xian had once slept, she could no longer control her emotions and burst into tears. Her cries echoed in the empty hospital room, sounding particularly desolate. She cried and muttered to herself, "How could this be? Lu Xian, are you really that angry? I just had dinner with Fuxin. Why are you treating me like this? You weren't like this before. No matter what I did before, you would forgive me and be tolerant of me. But now, why won't you even see me?" Lu Qingxue's heart was filled with pain and confusion. She still couldn't understand why Lu Xian was so resolute. In her memory, Lu Xian had always been a gentle, considerate man who always did what she wanted, but now he seemed like a completely different person. She recalled every moment she had spent with Lu Xian, and those beautiful memories had now turned into sharp blades, piercing her heart. She regretted not cherishing Lu Xian's love, and regretted her willfulness and betrayal. Lu Qingxue lay on the hospital bed, sobbing uncontrollably, her tears soaking the sheets. Her heart was filled with longing and yearning for Lu Xian. How she wished Lu Xian would suddenly appear in front of her, gently comfort her as before, and tell her that everything was over. But reality is so cruel. Lu Xian has left, and she can only bear this pain and loneliness alone in this empty hospital room. She looked up at the ceiling and said, her voice choked with emotion, "Lu Xian, you weren't like this before." A somber atmosphere filled the ward, and Lu Qingxue's sobs echoed for a long time. She didn't know how to win back Lu Xian's heart, nor did she know what the future held. 110, Chapter 110. Lu Yan. After being moved out of the hospital, Lu Xian recovered from his injuries after a period of recuperation. Bed 38, you can be discharged today. A nurse stood at the door holding a report and called out to Lu Xian in bed 38. Lu Xian was overjoyed to hear this, because if he stayed any longer, he would run out of money. Even after being discharged from the hospital, he was still somewhat heavy-hearted, and the image of Lu Qingxue and her with Fuxin would occasionally float into his mind. That day, when Zheng Hong learned that Lu Xian had been discharged from the hospital, he found him, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Brother, you're out of the hospital, you have to celebrate, I'll treat you to dinner." Looking at Zhang Heng's enthusiastic manner, Lu Xian felt a surge of warmth in his heart and nodded in agreement. The two randomly picked a restaurant, ordered a few dishes, and chatted while they ate. Lu Xian didn't say much, only occasionally responding to Zhang Heng's questions, and spending most of his time immersed in his own thoughts. Just then, Lu Xian's phone suddenly rang. He picked up his phone and saw it was an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a moment, he answered the call anyway. A sharp voice came from the other end of the phone. "Is this Lu Xian? I am Lu Qingxue's younger sister, Lu Yan." Upon hearing this name, a scene instantly flashed through Lu Xian's mind. Back then, when he was with Lu Qingxue, Lu Yan always tried to stop him, showing him disdain and saying that he was not good enough for Lu Qingxue. She also frequently made things difficult for him. And Lu Yan especially hopes that Lu Qingxue can be with Fu Xin, because Fu Xin is a celebrity, and she wants to have a celebrity brother-in-law to satisfy her vanity. Thinking of this, Lu Xian gave a cold smile and said in a cold tone,
"What's wrong?" Lu Yan still sounded arrogant and haughty on the other end of the phone. "I'm back in China, and I'm at the airport right now, come pick me up quickly." Hearing Lu Yan's imperious tone, Lu Xian's anger flared up instantly, and he said without any politeness, "Don't you have legs? Can't you come back by yourself?" Lu Yan was surprised that Lu Xian would talk back to her like that. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Xian hung up the phone. Zhang Heng noticed that Lu Xian's expression was a bit off, so he asked curiously, "Lu Xian, what's wrong, who called?" Lu Xian put his phone on the table and told Zhang Heng about Lu Yan's phone call earlier. After hearing this, Zhang Heng frowned and said angrily, "This Lu Yan is going too far. She used to make things difficult for you, and now she's still so arrogant. No, we have to teach her a lesson and let her know you're not someone to be trifled with." Listening to Zhang Heng's words, Lu Xian also felt that Lu Yan had indeed gone too far over the years. Her actions had accumulated a lot of resentment in his heart. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in them. Thinking of Lu Yan's previous actions and Lu Qingxue's betrayal, his dissatisfaction grew stronger. He nodded heavily and said to Zhang Heng, "Okay, let's teach her a lesson and not let her be so arrogant." Seeing that Lu Xian had agreed, Zhang Heng revealed a wicked smile and said, "Alright, let's make a good plan and see how to deal with her." As they ate, the two began to discuss how to deal with Lu Yan, and the atmosphere became somewhat tense. At this moment, Lu Yan was unaware that she had completely enraged Lu Xian, and a surprise awaited her. 111, Chapter 111 Surprise. At the airport, the wind was biting cold. Lu Yan was wearing a stylish but not very warm coat and stood at the airport entrance with several of her girlfriends. She kept stamping her feet and anxiously looking around, waiting for Lu Xian to appear. Time passed second by second, but Lu Xian still did not appear. A close friend standing next to me couldn't help but complain. "Lu Yan, is your brother-in-law reliable at all? Is he actually coming to pick us up? It's freezing." Lu Yan said confidently. Of course he can come. He's just like a dog in our family, a son-in-law who lives with his wife's family. He'll listen to whatever I say. There might be some traffic on the way, so let's wait a bit." The group waited in the cold wind for another half hour, but still did not see Lu Xian. Lu Yan's face gradually darkened. She stomped her feet in frustration and kept cursing Lu Xian. "That damned Lu Xian, how dare he stand me up? When I see him, I'll make sure he doesn't get away with it." Just as Lu Yan was getting into her rant, a dilapidated garbage truck slowly pulled up in front of them. The garbage truck emitted a foul odor, and the people quickly covered their noses because of the smell. The driver leaned out, looked at Lu Yan, and asked, "You must be Lu Yan?" Lu Yan frowned and said impatiently, "Yes, who are you? What do you want with me?" The driver smiled and said, "Lu Xian asked me to pick you up. Get in the car." Upon hearing this, Lu Yan flew into a rage, her eyes widening like copper bells, and she pointed at the driver's nose, cursing him. "What a joke! How could I possibly ride in your garbage truck? Do you think I'm a beggar? What on earth is that good-for-nothing Lu Xian up to? Make him come pick me up himself, or I'm not finished with him." The driver, seeing Lu Yan's arrogant and domineering demeanor, wasn't angry. He simply shrugged and said, "This was Lu Xian's arrangement. He said you should take this car back. If you don't want to take it, then I'm leaving." Lu Yan was so angry that her face turned red. She stomped her foot and shouted loudly, "Stop right there, make Lu Xian call me right now. I need to ask him what he means, and you, get this piece of junk out of here. Stop getting in my way and get out of here." The driver looked at Lu Yan's arrogant demeanor, sneered, started the garbage truck, and slowly drove away. As Lu Yan watched the garbage truck drive away, her anger grew stronger and stronger. Her close friends watched this scene from the sidelines, all somewhat at a loss. One of her close friends said cautiously, "Lu Yan, what do we do now? Lu Xian isn't coming to pick us up. How are we going to get back?" Lu Yan gritted her teeth and said, I won't let Lu Xian get away with this. Let's take a taxi back ourselves and see how I deal with him when we get back." After saying that, Lu Yan took out her phone and started calling a car. However, it was peak time, and the ride-hailing app showed that there were still many people ahead of me in the queue, so I couldn't get a ride anytime soon. Lu Yan and her best friends waited for a long time in the cold wind. Their hands and feet were numb from the cold, and their resentment towards Lu Xian grew deeper and deeper. Meanwhile, Lu Xian was in a restaurant with Zhang Heng, imagining Lu Yan's disheveled state at the airport, and felt a surge of satisfaction. Looking at the unresponsive ride-hailing app on her phone, and recalling the garbage truck driver's mocking smile, Lu Yan stomped her foot again, muttering to herself. Get out of here, it's all Lu Xian's fault, that good for nothing. 112, Chapter 112 Losing Face. I don't know if the driver had a moment of despair halfway there. It actually came back down again. The driver leaned out and saw Lu Yan's extremely arrogant and domineering demeanor, and his anger flared up instantly. He retorted without any politeness. Oomph, you little brats, I've never been treated like this before. You have a temper, sit or don't, it's up to you. After saying that, he opened the car door and got out. Before Lu Yan could react, she watched as the driver took a bag full of garbage off the garbage truck and walked towards her. Lu Yan's eyes widened, and she took a few steps back in fear, shouting loudly. What are you going to do, you dare? However, the driver completely ignored her threats and expressionlessly dumped the bag of garbage directly onto Lu Yan. Immediately, various fruit peels, paper scraps, food residues, etc., were scattered on Lu Yan's head and body, emitting a nauseating smell. Lu Yan let out a scream, completely stunned by the sudden action. Looking at herself, covered in dirt and with her makeup completely ruined, her anger and humiliation reached their peak. The driver snorted, got back into the car, started the engine, and drove off in a cloud of dust. Lu Yan's close friends witnessed all of this, their faces showing surprise and disgust. They looked at Lu Yan with strange eyes, and one of her best friends said awkwardly. Lu Yan, we have something to do, so we'll be leaving now. After saying that, the group of girlfriends hurriedly turned and left, afraid of being tainted by the stench emanating from Lu Yan. Watching her best friend's departing figures, Lu Yan stomped her feet in anger, tears welling up in her eyes. She felt utterly humiliated and extremely ashamed. At this moment, she was certain that Lu Xian was behind all of this. She said through gritted teeth. Lu Xian, you bastard, I will never let you get away with this, I'll make you pay. Suppressing her anger and grievances, Lu Yan took out her phone and dialed Lu Xian's number again. She dialed several times before Lu Xian finally answered the phone. Lu Yan loudly questioned the person on the other end of the phone. Lu Xian, how dare you, do you know the consequences of your actions? Lu Xian spoke slowly and deliberately on the other end of the phone. How was it, did you like the surprise? Others wouldn't treat you this well, giving you this kind of special treatment. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Lu Yan trembled with anger and roared. Lu Xian, you've gone too far, just you wait, I'm going to tell my sister and she'll teach you a lesson, just you wait and see. Lu Xian sneered and said. Go ahead and complain, see if Lu Qingxue will still care about you. I advise you to clean yourself up first, and stop embarrassing yourself in public. After saying that, Lu Xian hung up the phone. As Lu Yan listened to the busy tone on the phone, the resentment in her heart burned like a raging fire. She gripped her phone tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. She said fiercely. Lu Xian, you just wait, I won't let you get away with this. At this moment, Lu Yan stood at the entrance of the airport, attracting strange looks from those around her. She was completely oblivious, her mind preoccupied only with how to get revenge on Lu Xian and make him pay for what he had done today. 113, Chapter 113 Feeling Wronged. Lu Yan took a taxi alone and soon arrived at the Lu family villa. She stormed home, collapsed onto the sofa as soon as she entered, and began to cry incessantly, her sobs echoing loudly in the quiet house. The entire villa was filled with Lu Yan's crying and screaming. It was as if the whole world owed her an apology. Upon hearing the crying, Lu's parents quickly came out of the room. Seeing her beloved daughter's tear-streaked face, Lu's mother felt extremely distressed. She quickly walked to Lu Yan's side, squatted down, gently patted her shoulder, and anxiously asked. Sweetie, what's wrong, who bullied you, tell mommy. Lu's father was also standing to the side, frowning and looking at Lu Yan with concern. Lu Yan said, sobbing. It's that Lu Xian again. I asked him to pick me up, but instead, he sent a garbage truck driver. That truck was filthy and smelly, and he got me all dirty. I was horribly filthy. As she spoke, Lu Yan looked down at her dirty clothes, her face showing disgust and anger, while she continued to curse Lu Xian. How could he treat me like this? I asked him to pick me up because I was giving him face, but he was so inconsiderate, sending a garbage truck driver to embarrass me. After finishing her rant, Lu Yan still seemed unsatisfied and asked another question. Where did my sister go? I want to tell her and make her talk to him. It's gone too far. Upon hearing this, Lu's father immediately spoke up. Don't worry, baby, Daddy will definitely teach Lu Xian a lesson. How could he treat you like this? Lu's mother chimed in from the side. That's right, it's outrageous. How could our precious daughter suffer such injustice? Just then, Lu Qingxue returned from get off work. She looked exhausted, and her steps were heavy. A long day at work had left her physically and mentally drained, and she had hoped to get home and have a good rest. But as soon as she entered the door, before she could even catch her breath, Lu Yan rushed up like a chick with its feathers standing on end. Lu Yan grabbed Lu Qingxue's arm and said in a tearful voice, Sister, you're finally back, you have to stand up for me. Lu Xian went too far. He asked him to pick me up, but he hired a garbage truck driver who got me covered in filth. Tell me, how could he treat me like this? I'm his girlfriend, and he treats me like this. Lu Qingxue was pulled along by Lu Yan, listening to her rapid-fire complaints, a helpless expression on her face. She gently patted Lu Yan's hand and said, Don't rush, tell me slowly, what exactly happened? Seeing that Lu Qingxue was willing to listen to her, Lu Yan cried even harder, repeating what she had just said and adding some more embellishments about Lu Xian. Listening to Lu Yan's tearful complaints, Lu Qingxue was also a little angry that Lu Xian's actions were indeed inappropriate, but seeing Lu Yan's crying and fussing appearance, she still patiently comforted her. Alright, Yan, stop crying. I'll ask Lu Xian for clarification and make him apologize to you. Go change into some clean clothes first, don't get angry and upset. Upon hearing Lu Qingxue's words, Lu Yan stopped crying, snorted, and said, Sister, you must talk to him properly, or I won't let him off the hook. After saying that, she turned and walked towards her room to change her clothes. Lu Qingxue stood there, watching Lu Yan's retreating figure, and sighed softly, pondering how to handle the situation. 114, Chapter 114. You actually spoke up for that good for nothing. After listening quietly to Lu Yan's tearful account, Lu Qingxue's face was full of suspicion. She frowned slightly, her eyes revealing deep disbelief, and slowly spoke. She and Lu Xian had known each other for quite some time. Although Lu Xian didn't particularly like his younger sister. But it's not like they'd go so far as to have someone dump trash on Lu Yan. Yan, Lu Xian is definitely not that kind of person. He's usually very meticulous and thoughtful. He certainly wouldn't deliberately send a garbage truck driver to pick you up and embarrass Yutsu, though, who made any unreasonable demands of him and put him in a difficult position. Lu Yan's face instantly turned bright red, her eyes filled with tears, and she stomped her foot in anger and grievance, her voice trembling with sobs as she spoke sharply. Attentive and thoughtful? Sister, what's wrong with you? Why are you speaking up for that good for nothing? Have you lost your mind? Lu Yan looked at Lu Qingxue with disbelief and asked. In her eyes, her older sister loved her very much, but now that she was being bullied, she actually believed that good for nothing Lu Xian. Lu Yan felt her grievances growing stronger, as fierce as a flood. None of you are helping me, you all think it's my fault. Fine, if you won't stand up for me, I'll do it myself. I refuse to believe I can't deal with Lu Xian. Seeing her impulsive appearance, Lu Qingxue felt a pang of anxiety and quickly stepped forward to grab Lu Yan's arm, anxiously trying to persuade her. Yan, calm down first, don't act impulsively, and please don't do anything reckless. The truth of the matter hasn't been clarified yet. If it really is a misunderstanding, you'll only make things worse by making a scene like this. However, at this moment, Lu Yan was filled with anger and grievances and could not listen to any of Lu Qingxue's advice. She forcefully swung her arm, breaking free from Lu Qingxue's grasp, and shouted loudly. Don't worry about me, I know what I'm doing. After saying that, she turned around and stormed out of the house. Lu Yan went to the street, hailed a taxi,
and after getting in, she gave Zhang Heng's company address in a stiff tone. Throughout the journey, her face was terribly gloomy, her hands clenched into fists, and she kept plotting how she would teach Lu Xian a lesson when she saw him. Soon, the taxi stopped in front of Zhang Heng's company. After paying, Lu Yan strode into the company lobby. Her eyes anxiously searched for Lu Xian's figure, and she loudly questioned the people around her as she walked. "Where is Lu Xian? Where did he go? Tell me quickly." Zhang Heng saw Lu Yan walking in aggressively from afar, and he naturally knew that she had come to interrogate him, but he pretended to know nothing, put on an innocent expression, and spread his hands as he spoke. "Lu Xian and I aren't even in cahoots, how would I know his whereabouts? Asking me won't help." Upon hearing Zhang Heng's words, Lu Yan's anger flared up instantly. Her eyes widened like copper bells, and she pointed her finger at Zhang Heng's nose, cursing loudly. "Stop pretending in front of me. You're all in cahoots with Lu Xian, none of you are good people, you're always colluding with each other, and today you're pretending to be stupid with me. Let me tell you, I'm not letting this go." After cursing, Lu Yan still felt unsatisfied, so she glared at Zhang Heng fiercely, stomped her foot heavily, and then turned and strode away. As she walked, she muttered all sorts of nasty curses. The way he was acting made it seem like he was about to vent all the dissatisfaction and anger in his heart. 115, Chapter 115 Brother-in-law. Seeing that Zhang Heng remained silent, Lu Yan had no choice but to leave dejectedly. But being as proud as she was unwilling to let go of this humiliation. Now all she wants is to find Lu Xian, tear him to pieces, and vent her anger. Lu Yan walked back angrily, still thinking about how to teach Lu Xian a lesson and vent her anger. Just then, she caught a glimpse of Fu Shen not far away. Her originally gloomy face instantly brightened, her eyes sparkling, and she transformed into a little fangirl, running quickly towards Fu Shen while shouting loudly. "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law." Fu Shen has always been Lu Yan's idol. For a long time, Lu Yan was proud that her sister had met such a man. She so wished that the person who would marry her sister was Fu Shen, so that she would be so impressive in front of her classmates. "I have a celebrity brother-in-law. It will definitely make you look good if you tell others." Fu Shen was slightly taken aback when he heard Lu Yan shout, and an unnatural expression appeared on his face. He glanced at Lu Yan, then quickly waved his hand and said, "Lu Yan, don't call me that. Your sister and I aren't married yet, so it's not appropriate." Despite saying that, he secretly enjoyed Lu Yan's way of addressing him, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up slightly. Lu Yan didn't care what Fu Shen said. She walked to Fu Shen's side, grabbed his arm, and started to berate Lu Xian. "Lu Xian is divorced from my sister now, so you'll be my brother-in-law sooner or later. What's wrong with me calling him in advance?" As he spoke, she embellished the story of how Lu Xian had hired a garbage truck driver to pick her up and made her all dirty, telling Fu Shen the whole story while frowning. His face was full of disgust and anger. As Fu Shen listened to Lu Yan's story, he chuckled inwardly, but on the surface, he pretended to be concerned, slightly furrowing his brows as he spoke. "Lu Xian doesn't seem like the type to do this. He usually seems quite composed. Could there be some misunderstanding? Maybe he has some unspeakable reason for hiring that kind of car to pick you up." Hearing Fu Shen say this, Lu Yan became even angrier. Her eyes widened, and she shouted, "Impossible, he did it on purpose. I asked him to pick me up because I was giving him face, and he's so indifferent. I think he's deliberately trying to annoy me." The more Fu Shen defended Lu Xian, the more Lu Yan thought Fu Shen was a good person, and at the same time, the more she hated Lu Xian. Lu Yan continued angrily, "Now it's all over. I can't find him to settle accounts with, and I don't know where he's hiding." Upon hearing this, Fu Shen's heart stirred, and he pretended to speak casually. "I heard he was in a coffee shop in the west of the city, talking about something. But Lu Yan, I advise you not to cause trouble for him. He is your brother-in-law after all, and it's not good to make things too tense." When Lu Yan heard Fu Shen reveal Lu Xian's location, her eyes lit up, but upon hearing Fu Shen's next words, she pouted and said, "Fu Shen, you're just too kind-hearted, always thinking of others. Unlike Lu Xian, he's a complete scoundrel. I don't care about him at all. I am going to teach him a lesson today. I'll show him what happens when he offends me." After saying that, ignoring Fu Shen's advice, Lu Yan turned and ran towards the coffee shop in the west of the city, muttering to herself about how to deal with Lu Xian. As Fu Shan watched Lu Yan's departing figure, a barely perceptible cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. He secretly plotted, thinking that this farce might be developing in the direction he desired.
116, Chapter 116 Teaching a Lesson. After learning Lu Xian's location, Lu Yan didn't want to delay at all.
Every second of delay increases Lu Yan's risk of developing prostate cancer. After learning Lu Xian's location, Lu Yan was filled with rage and stormed straight to Lu Xian's rented apartment.
Along the way,
the image of Lu Xian's panicked state when she questioned him kept flashing through her mind, and she thought she should teach him a lesson. Make him pay the price for what he did today.
However,
when she arrived at Lu Xian's rented apartment, she found the door locked and the apartment empty. Lu Yan was unwilling to give up so easily. She crossed her arms and stood at the door, determined to wait for Lu Xian to return and demand an explanation. Time passed by, and the sky gradually darkened.
Finally, Lu Xian drove his old, beat-up electric scooter back home, exhausted from delivering takeout.
He parked his car, and as soon as he looked up, he saw Lu Yan standing at the door with a furious expression. Lu Xian's heart tightened, but he quickly regained his composure. He pretended to know nothing and walked nonchalantly toward the door. When Lu Yan saw Lu Xian return, she immediately rushed forward, blocked his way, and loudly questioned him.
Lu Xian, was that garbage truck you called to pick me up earlier today? What are you up to?
Looking at Lu Yan's aggressive demeanor, Lu Xian felt somewhat helpless, but he continued to pretend not to know, shook his head, and said,
What are you saying? I don't understand.
Why would I send a garbage truck to pick you up? You must have misunderstood something. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Lu Yan's anger flared up instantly. Her face turned bright red, her eyes widened like copper bells, and she roared loudly.
You dare to play dumb? Who else would do this but you? Don't think I can't do anything to you.
Despite Lu Yan's fury, Lu Xian's stubborn refusal to admit his mistake left her at a loss for what to do.
Then, Lu Yan decided to try a different approach to strike at Lu Xian.
She looked Lu Xian up and down, a contemptuous smile on her face, and began to mock Lu Xian's job as a food delivery man.
Look at you now, delivering food. You're so useless. Someone like you is not good enough for my sister. My sister is so outstanding, she should be with someone like Fu Shan. Who do you think you are? You're not worthy of her at all. Lu Yan's words were like sharp blades, piercing Lu Xian's heart.
Lu Xian felt particularly uncomfortable listening to Lu Yan's sarcasm.
Once,
he had fond memories with Lu Qingxue, but now he was being so ruthlessly berated by Lu Yan. A flicker of pain crossed his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination.
Lu Xian took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, opened the door, and said coldly,
I'm no longer your brother-in-law, and my affairs are none of your business. Don't bother me anymore. After saying that, he slammed the door shut and entered, leaving Lu Yan outside. Lu Yan was startled by the sudden sound of the door closing. Looking at the tightly closed door, her anger was reignited.
Humph, you, Lu Xian, what are you so arrogant about? Do you believe I'll get my sister to come and teach you a lesson? Fine, now that you're divorced, you're all high and mighty. You're just a food delivery guy. What right do you have to act so arrogantly towards me?
She cursed a few more times outside the door, but Lu Xian did not respond to her again. In the darkness of night, Lu Yan stood there alone, looking at Lu Xian's rented room, thinking to herself that she would make Lu Xian pay the price for his attitude today.
Then he turned and left angrily. 117, Chapter 117 I'm not serving you anymore.
Perhaps she was tired of cursing, because Lu Yan stopped cursing. She stared at the tightly closed door, her anger burning like a raging fire that she could not extinguish.
Enraged, she kept banging on Lu Xian's door, the sound echoing in the quiet hallway as if she wanted to break the door down. Lu Xian, open the door, don't think I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding inside. You coward, come out here and explain yourself.
Lu Yan knocked on the door while shouting and cursing loudly, her voice sharp and piercing. However, Lu Xian acted as if he hadn't heard her, letting Lu Yan shout outside the door without opening it. Time passed slowly, and Lu Yan grew tired of banging and cursing, her voice gradually fading away. The hallway returned to silence, with only the occasional faint sound.
Inside the rented room,
Lu Xian was not asleep. He sat alone in his rented room, staring blankly ahead. What Lu Yan had just said struck his heart like a heavy hammer, leaving him feeling very uncomfortable. He knew his current situation. His job as a food delivery driver was indeed no match for Lu Qingshua's current achievements. But in the past, I gave up all opportunities for Lu Qingxue. I've been there for her, helping her grow from nothing to where she is now. If it weren't for her own efforts, how could Lu Qingxue have achieved what she has today? Yet not a single person from the Lu family came to thank him. Lu Yan was one of them. Lu Xian clearly remembered that he had never wronged anyone in the Lu family. But they treated him as if he were a dog in the Lu family. Humble as dust. He couldn't help but recall what happened a year ago. At that time, despite having a persistent high fever, Lu Yan still went to a bar to drink, disregarding her health. Upon hearing the news, Lu Xian rushed to the bar in a panic, only to find Lu Yan already drunk and unconscious, nearly being assaulted by a young man with blonde hair. Enraged, Lu Xian rushed forward and used all his strength to drive the blonde-haired boy away. Then he hurriedly took Lu Yan to the hospital. At the hospital, Lu Xian stayed by Lu Yan's side all night, taking care of her and worrying about her safety. When Lu Yan woke up, instead of thanking Lu Xian for saving her life, she looked at him with disdain and said that he was meddling in her affairs and that she didn't need his help at all. Thinking of this, Lu Xian felt a deep sense of helplessness and disappointment. He felt wronged, having given so much, both to Lu Qingxue and Lu Yan. But this is the reward I received. Are all the people in the Lu family like this? Some people are saying that they really did something wrong? Lu Xian even fell into self-doubt. Now, Lu Yan used those hurtful words to sting him again, making him even more determined to sever ties with the Lu family. He sat in the dark room, lost in thought. I have given so much to you, but you have never really taken me seriously. From now on, I will live for myself and no longer compromise myself for your opinions and judgments. Let bygones be bygones. It's all a dream now that I'm awake, and it's time for me to start anew. As for your Lu family's son-in-law, whoever wants to be one can be one. Lu Xian is not going to serve you. Lu Xian's gaze gradually hardened. He took a deep breath, as if to expel all the grievances and resentment in his heart. He knew the road ahead was long, but he was prepared to walk it alone. 118, Chapter 118, A Tragic Fate. Lu Xian dragged his tired body slowly to the refrigerator, opened the door, and took out 2 bottles of beer. The cold light shone on his haggard face, making it appear even paler. During this period, his life was plunged into endless pain and struggle. He couldn't fall asleep without drinking some alcohol. If it weren't for alcohol, he really wouldn't know how to face this reality. Because as soon as he regains consciousness, those painful memories will flood his mind like a tidal wave, overwhelming him. Those memories are like nightmares, impossible to shake off. Lu Xian could only fill his days with busy work to avoid recalling those painful memories. He unscrewed the bottle cap, tilted his head back, and gulped down a large mouthful of beer. The cold liquid flowed down my throat, bringing a brief numbness. He leaned against the refrigerator, slowly slid down to sit on the floor, staring blankly at the ceiling, his thoughts drifting away. Under the influence of alcohol, his consciousness began to blur, and his body felt lightheaded. Soon, he then drifted off to sleep. In his dream, he seemed to return to that once incredibly happy moment, his wedding with Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue, dressed in a pure white wedding gown, stood quietly before him like a beautiful angel. Her face was beaming with happiness, and her eyes sparkled with tenderness. Her beautiful appearance was like that of a noble white swan, radiating light from head to toe. With trembling hands, Lu Xian took out the diamond ring that symbolized eternity and confessed his love to Lu Qingxue. Qingxue, I love you, and I am willing to protect you for the rest of my life. Lu Qingxue's smile grew even brighter as she spoke softly. Lu Xian, with you by my side, I am the happiest bride in the world. After hearing these words, Lu Xian felt a warm current flow through his heart, as if he had reached the pinnacle of his life. The surrounding guests cheered, and someone shouted, "Give me a kiss, give me a kiss." Lu Xian happily stretched out his arms and hugged Lu Qingxue tightly, just as he was about to kiss her.
Sudden. Fu Shen appeared before them.
Fu Shen walked forward expressionlessly, took Lu Qingxue's hand, and turned to take her away. Lu Qingxue seemed to want to break free, but Fu Shen was too strong, and she was unable to resist at all. Lu Xian watched this scene in horror and wanted to chase after them. But he found that his feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, and he couldn't move.
No! No, Qingxue!
Lu Xian shouted loudly in his dream, his body suddenly trembled, and he woke up from the nightmare. His forehead was covered in sweat, and he was breathing heavily when he realized it was just a dream. He felt a mix of emotions.
He chuckled self-deprecatingly, thinking to himself.
It turns out that even in my dreams, I can't have her. We used to love each other so much, but now we've come to this. Why does this so-called fate play such tricks on people? We were once so close, but now we are like two parallel lines that never intersect again. Lu Xian sat in the darkness, motionless for a long time. He knew that this relationship had become a permanent wound in his heart. But he also understood that life had to go on, and he couldn't dwell on the pain of the past forever. Perhaps it's time to let go of the past and start anew.
However, it's easier said than done.
He silently said to himself, his eyes revealing a mixture of confusion and determination.
119, Chapter 119, Making Trouble Out of Nothing.
The morning sunlight shone through the tattered curtains and fell on Lu Xian's face. Although the rented room wasn't as luxurious or as large as the Lu family's villa, it gave Lu Xian a sense of security. He slowly opened his eyes, rubbed his slightly sore eyes, and got up to continue delivering food. The pressures of life left him no room for complacency, even though the pain from last night's dream still lingered in his heart. He forced himself to stay alert and began another busy day. When he went downstairs and was about to get on his electric scooter, he found that something was wrong with it. Upon closer inspection, the tires were flat, clearly deflated, and had several punctures. Lu Xian frowned, a surge of anger rising in his heart. He quickly thought of Lu Yan. No one else would do such a pointless thing. But he suppressed his anger, not wanting to argue with this woman, and shook his head helplessly as he pushed the cart toward the tire repair shop. After fixing the tire, Lu Xian set off again to deliver food.
Maybe I'm just lucky today. He soon received an order from a nearby location, 3 cups of coffee and some snacks.
He skillfully picked up his food and hurried towards his destination. When he arrived at the location designated by the client, he was surprised to find that the client was actually Lu Yan. Lu Yan was sitting with several close friends when she saw Lu Xian arrive, and a wicked smile appeared on her face. Lu Xian inwardly cried out in alarm, but he maintained his professional demeanor, handed over the takeout, and said, "Your takeout is ready." After saying that, he turned to leave. Just then, one of Lu Yan's friends suddenly stood up and said in a sarcastic tone, "Why are you sending less than what we ordered? We ordered much more than this." Lu Xian was taken aback, realizing that this was someone deliberately trying to cause trouble, but he still patiently took out the list and said, "How could that be? It's clearly written on it, nothing is missing. Look carefully before you speak nonsense." This was the first time Lu Xian had encountered someone like this. After delivering food for several days, he already had a lot of orders on his plate, and now he just felt a little impatient. However, Lu Yan's friend ignored his explanation, his face showing a domineering expression. He threw the takeout that Lu Xian handed him on the ground and shouted loudly, "I said it's less, and that's final. The customer is king, don't you understand? If you don't give us an explanation today, you're not leaving." Hearing the commotion, the people around cast strange glances at him. Lu Yan and her other best friends watched with glee, their faces beaming with smugness. Looking at the spilled coffee and pastries on the ground, Lu Xian felt both angry and helpless. He knew that encountering such an unreasonable person today would likely make it difficult to escape easily. It's obvious that Lu Yan is deliberately picking a fight with me because of what happened last time. Looks like I won't be able to deliver the food today. Lu Xian gave a wry smile. Although I was very angry. But he tried his best to stay calm, not wanting to cause any more trouble over such a small matter.
Don't you know what you ordered? The quantity and the items are all clearly stated on the receipt. If something is missing, did I eat it? If all else fails, we'll confront the merchant and see if you ordered less or I delivered less. If it's my fault, I'll compensate you tenfold. Lu Xian tried his best to keep his tone calm and resolve the immediate problem. But Lu Yan's friends wouldn't let it go, hands on their hips, continuing to shout loudly, showing no sign of stopping. 120, Chapter 120 Kneeling to apologize. But the more Lu Xian said that, the more unreasonable the other party became. Lu Yan's friend poured the drink she had ordered onto the ground and said with a sneer. I've already said it. If I said it's less, what right do you, a stinking delivery guy, have to yell at customers? Lu Xian suppressed his anger, looked at Lu Yan with icy eyes, and questioned her. What do you want to do? Lu Yan swayed her body, a smug smile on her face, and slowly walked up to Lu Xian, speaking in a sweet voice. Lu Xian, don't you know what I want to do? Last time I asked you to pick me up. You embarrassed me. Today you have to kneel down and apologize to me. Otherwise, you'll be in for a world of hurt. Lu Xian sneered at Lu Yan's unreasonable request, his voice full of disdain. Impossible, don't go too far, Lu Yan, you're the one being unreasonable, and you expect me to apologize to you? That's just wishful thinking. He used to be Lu Yan's brother-in-law, and now he's being asked to kneel down and apologize to a junior. That's utter nonsense. Besides, I didn't do anything wrong at all. This is clearly someone trying to cause trouble for me. Lu Yan's face instantly darkened. She stomped her foot and said fiercely. Fine, you're not going to apologize, huh? Then you can forget about getting this job today. I will file a complaint to the end unless you quit this business. I will spend money to ruin you. Lu Xian was speechless with anger at Lu Yan's words. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails almost dug into his flesh. He never expected that Lu Yan would become so ruthless and unreasonable after only half a year apart. Then look at her friend next to her. The tattoo on her arm looks like something out of a movie, and the dreadlocks on her head make her look like a completely normal person. How can you learn anything good by hanging out with people like that? Lu Xian shook his head, a bitter smile on his face. At this moment, Lu Yan's friend also made a sarcastic remark from the side. Hey, blame yourself for messing with the wrong person. You'd better apologize right now, or you'll be in big trouble. Lu Xian was extremely conflicted, knowing that Lu Yan meant what she said. He desperately needs this job right now because all his previous savings have been used to treat his grandmother's illness, and he is now penniless. If he loses this job, he really doesn't know what else he can do or how he can take care of his grandmother. His grandmother's kind face appeared in his mind, and he felt a pang of pain in his heart as he recalled her love and expectations for him. He couldn't let his grandmother down, and he couldn't let her worry because he had lost his job. However, he simply couldn't bring himself to kneel down and apologize to Lu Yan, who was being unreasonable. Lu Xian bit his lip, his eyes revealing a hint of struggle and helplessness. He kept weighing the options in his mind, his own dignity on one hand, and the pressure of life on the other. If he chooses to uphold his dignity and refuses to apologize, he may lose his job and fall into an even more difficult situation. But if he chose to bow down to Lu Yan, he felt that his dignity had been trampled underfoot. Do I really have to bow down to this kind of person for the sake of this job? But if I don't bow down, how will I live in the future? What will happen to Grandma? Lu Xian pondered painfully in his heart, feeling as if he were in a dark abyss, unable to find a way out. His heart was filled with bitterness and resentment. He was angry at Lu Yan's behavior, helpless about his situation, and confused about his future. 121, Chapter 121 Misunderstanding. Lu Xian stood there, his heart churning with turmoil, feeling incredibly conflicted. On one hand, there was his own dignity. He was truly unwilling to bow down to someone as unreasonable as Lu Yan. On the other hand, there is the heavy pressure of life. He doesn't know how to face the rest of his life and take care of his grandmother after losing this job. Finding another job in Jinghai City is not difficult. However, jobs like food delivery, which offer decent pay and high flexibility, are becoming increasingly difficult to find. Moreover, he had already gotten used to the job, and his pockets were almost empty. If he quit it this time, it would be a real challenge to Lu Xian's life. Rent, utilities, food, all of these cost money, and Lu Xian also wanted to visit his grandmother and buy her some health products. Just as he was caught in a dilemma, Lu Qingxue appeared at the door.
She happened to be looking for Lu Yan today, and seeing this tense scene before her, she frowned slightly and immediately stepped forward to ask.
What's going on? Lu Xian, what are you all doing here?
Lu Yan felt a little flustered, but she quickly calmed down, her eyes darting around, and she said in a preemptive accusation. Sister, Lu Xian deliberately threw my takeout on the ground. I asked him to apologize, but he refused. As she spoke, Lu Yan even put on a wronged look, and tears welled up in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian immediately became anxious and quickly began to explain.
Qingxue, it's not like that, it's Lu Yan, she.
But before he could finish speaking, Lu Yan interrupted him like a chick with its feathers standing on end, shouting loudly.
You're still trying to deny it, it was clearly you who did it, don't try to deny it. Lu Qingxue's gaze swept back and forth between Lu Xian and Lu Yan, and finally, her eyes settled on Lu Xian, her eyes full of reproach. How could you get angry with a little girl? I remember you weren't like this before, you didn't know how to be tolerant at all. Lu Xian felt wronged as he listened to Lu Qingxue's words. He never imagined that their 3-year-long love would seem so fragile at this moment, with Lu Qingxue unwilling to give him even the slightest bit of trust. His lips trembled slightly. He opened his mouth as if to explain something, but ultimately swallowed his words. Fortunately, Lu Xian decided not to offer any further explanation. After all, in Lu Qingxue's eyes, all explanations were wrong, and whatever she said was wrong. He took a deep breath, nodded, and said, Yes, it's all me. After saying that, he took out some money from his pocket and put it on the table as compensation for the takeout. Then, he turned and walked towards the door, his steps somewhat heavy. Lu Qingxue watched Lu Xian's departing figure, opened her mouth, as if to say something. But she swallowed the words back down her throat. A strange emotion welled up in her heart, a mixture of regret and confusion. Lu Qingxue didn't know if she had done something wrong, but Lu Xian had never liked Lu Yan. What could a young girl like Lu Yan possibly do to a grown man? It's perfectly normal for Lu Qingxue to protect Lu Yan. Besides, this isn't the first or second time. Her mind was filled with memories of her time with Lu Xian, those beautiful memories flashing before her eyes like scenes from a movie. She remembered everything Lu Xian had done for her, his gentleness and thoughtfulness. But now, the two have become so estranged. 122, Chapter 122. Why no explanation? Was I too harsh just now? Maybe Lu Xian really has his reasons, but why can't I believe him? Has our relationship really come to an end?
Lu Qingxue's heart was filled with questions, and her eyes revealed a hint of confusion and pain. She stood there, motionless for a long time, her thoughts seemingly caught in an endless vortex, unable to escape.
As Lu Yan watched Lu Xian's departing figure, she continued to nag relentlessly.
Sister, look at Lu Xian, he's such a scoundrel, all he does is bully me. You have to stand up for me. As Lu Qingxue listened to Lu Yan's words, she was still struggling with her attitude towards Lu Xian earlier. She didn't speak, but just sighed softly and then said, My parents asked me to come and tell you about the ancestral worship ceremony in a couple of days, so you won't be unable to find me then. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan immediately dropped her previous aggrieved look, smiled playfully, and said, Okay, sister, I'll remember. After saying that, she grabbed a few of her friends and skipped off to play. After Lu Yan and the others left, the shop gradually returned to calm. At this moment, the shop owner walked over with a helpless expression, looked at Lu Qingxue, and asked, Are you Lu Yan's friend? Lu Qingxue nodded and said, Yes, what's wrong? The shop owner sighed and said, Then you have to pay me back. These people are causing trouble here, and I can't keep my business running. Lu Qingxue was a little confused. She didn't understand why the shop owner said that, so she asked, Causing trouble, what did they do? The shop owner glanced at Lu Qingxue and recounted everything that had just happened. When the delivery guy came to deliver the food, your friend insisted that something was missing. When he showed her the receipt to prove that nothing was missing, she just threw the food on the ground and made things difficult for him, demanding an apology. If you were her sister, you really should teach her a lesson. What did the delivery guy do wrong that you're making things difficult for him? As Lu Qingxue listened to the shop owner's story, her expression gradually turned ugly. A feeling of guilt and regret welled up in her heart. It turned out that it wasn't Lu Xian who was bullying Lu Yan at all, but rather Lu Yan who was deliberately making things difficult for Lu Xian.
But he blamed Lu Xian without even knowing the facts. Why didn't Lu Xian explain just now? If he explained it, he might have believed it. Lu Xian, why won't you explain, why? Lu Qingxue murmured.
The image of Lu Xian's aggrieved and helpless gaze flashed through her mind, and she felt as if something had stabbed her heart. She and Lu Xian were once so in love, but now, she easily doubts him based on Lu Yan's one-sided story. How could I be so foolish? Lu Xian has done so much for me, and I didn't even give him the most basic trust. He must be so heartbroken by what I said to him just now. Lu Qingxue was filled with self-blame, and her eyes revealed a trace of pain and confusion. What should I do now? Should I apologize to Lu Xian? Will he forgive me? Can our relationship ever go back to what it was before? Lu Qingxue was filled with questions. She didn't know how to face Lu Xian. I don't know how to salvage this relationship that has already developed cracks. She stood in the shop, looking in the direction Lu Xian had left, her heart filled with mixed emotions. It felt like being trapped in an endless abyss, unable to find a way out, only able to wander in self-blame and pain. 123, Chapter 123 Questioning. Lu Qingxue returned to the company with a heavy heart, as if shrouded in gloom. The assistant carefully walked up to her with the quarterly report and said softly, "Mr. Lu, this is the report for this quarter. Could you please organize it?" Lu Qingxue mechanically took the report, but her eyes were not focused on it. Her mind kept replaying the events of the day, Lu Xian's aggrieved look, Lu Yan's unreasonable behavior, and her own misunderstanding of Lu Xian. These images flashed through her mind like a revolving lantern. She tried to concentrate on the reports, but she just couldn't. He scribbled haphazardly on the report with his pen, misreading several data points. She messed up the originally neat reports. The assistant watched from the side, feeling anxious but not daring to say anything. At this moment, Lu Qingxue realized she had miscalculated another number, and her frustration instantly erupted. She slammed the pen on the table and yelled at her assistant. "How can you do this job? These data are so sloppy, take them back and redo them." The assistant was startled by the sudden shout, her face full of grievance, and her eyes slightly red. She opened her mouth, wanting to explain, but was afraid of making Lu Qingxue even angrier. He could only silently pick up the report, turn around, and leave. Watching her assistant's departing figure, Lu Qingxue felt a surge of guilt. She sighed deeply, realizing that she had taken her anger out on her innocent assistant. She rubbed her temples, realizing she couldn't go on like this any longer. "So I decided to take a break and get myself in a better state of mind." When Lu Qingxue returned home, the house was quiet. She saw her parents sitting in the living room watching TV, so she went over and asked them what was wrong. "Mom and Dad, where did Lu Yan go?" Lu's father pointed to Lu Yan's room and said, "She's in her room. She's been staying in there ever since she came back." Lu Qingxue nodded and walked towards Lu Yan's room. She knocked lightly on the door, and before anyone could answer, she pushed it open. Lu Yan was lying on the bed playing on her phone when she saw Lu Qingxue come in. She frowned slightly, sat up, and said, "Sister, why are you back?" Lu Qingxue walked up to Lu Yan, looked directly into her eyes, and asked with a serious expression, "Why did you make things difficult for Lu Xian today? What did he do to offend you that you had to treat him like this? He's already working so hard delivering food, and you're deliberately making things difficult for him and making him lose face. Do you know how outrageous what you're doing is? If the store manager hadn't told me, I would have been completely kept in the dark. Lu Yan, you're getting more and more outrageous." Lu Qingxue blushed, her words carrying a hint of seriousness. Lu Yan was somewhat at a loss for words after being bombarded with Lu Qingxue's series of questions, as if she had heard something unbelievable. Faced with Lu Qingxue's barrage of scolding, Lu Yan seemed at a loss for what to do. The phone slipped from her hand. She straightened up, her face blank, as if she had never known Lu Qingxue before. Seeing Lu Yan's expression, Lu Qingxue's anger flared even more, and she continued speaking. "Lu Yan, you're too willful. Lu Xian was once your brother-in-law,
and he was my husband. How could you treat him like this? You have to give me a reasonable explanation today, or I'm not letting this go. Lu Qingshue's voice carried an undeniable authority, her eyes fixed on Lu Yan, awaiting her answer. 124, Chapter 124. What's wrong with me? Lu Yan quickly realized what was happening and immediately became anxious, her eyes widening as she began to defend herself. Sis, he messed with me first. That day I asked him to pick me up, but he said a garbage truck driver instead, making me look like a complete idiot. I haven't even settled the score with him yet. Lu Xian is a complete bastard. Lu Qingxue completely ignored Lu Yan's words, her brows furrowed and her face full of anger. Lu Yan, stop making excuses. How could Lu Xian do such a thing? You're always the one bullying him. I've never seen Lu Xian bully you. Even if he really did get the wrong car, you can't retaliate against him in such an excessive way. He works so hard delivering food these days, and you're deliberately making things difficult for him, embarrassing him in front of so many people. How could you become so inconsiderate? Lu Yan's eyes reddened and tears welled up as she was scolded by Lu Qingxue. She cried out loudly. Sister, you actually scolded me for a good-for-nothing. He's just a food delivery man now. What's so special about him that you're willing to defend him? Hearing Lu Yan address Lu Xian so contemptuously, Lu Qingshue's anger flared even more. She raised her voice and said sharply. Lu Yan, even though Lu Xian and I are divorced now, he was still your brother-in-law before, so you can't be so disrespectful to him. If you keep acting so unreasonable, don't blame me for being rude to you. Lu Qingxue paused briefly before continuing. Now, call Lu Xian immediately and apologize, and that will be the end of it. Otherwise, you won't have an easy time. When Lu Yan heard her sister tell her to call Lu Xian and apologize, an incredulous expression appeared on her face, as if Lu Qingxue was talking nonsense. She was so angry that her face turned red, and she shouted loudly. Impossible, don't even think about apologizing to that good-for-nothing. After saying that, she slammed the door shut and left, leaving Lu Qingxue alone in the room. Lu Qingxue was so angry at Lu Yan's willful behavior that she trembled all over. She looked at the closed door and said loudly. Lu Yan, you're becoming more and more outrageous. The room fell silent. Lu Qingxue slowly sat on the bed, her heart filled with helplessness and disappointment. Lu Qingxue stood there, stunned, even somewhat puzzled by her own actions. Yes, Lu Yan has always been her favorite younger sister, the younger sister she has loved the most since childhood. When I was a child, if there was something delicious, we would share it with each other, and if there were nice clothes, we would each wear them for a day. When they were little, Lu Qingxue told Lu Yan that if anyone bullied her in the future, her sister would bully them back for her. I've never been able to bring myself to scold her since she was little. But now he was actually cursing at Lu Yan for a man he didn't like. Lu Qingxue even felt that she hadn't said those words herself. But Lu Xian's current predicament makes Lu Qingxue feel sorry for him. Before Lu Xian and I divorced, he held several jobs, including delivering food and setting up a street stall. They even let people through the sewers. But Lu Qingxue never felt sorry for him, and even thought that this was how men should be. For some reason, ever since Lu Xian left and returned, Lu Qingxue has felt more and more that Lu Xian used to treat her very well. Perhaps it was this kindness that made Lu Qingxue feel sorry for Lu Xian and unable to bear seeing him suffer. Or perhaps it was this kindness that made Lu Qingxue notice this person she had previously looked down upon in her life. In any case, Lu Qingxue's emotions were very complicated, and she questioned herself countless times what was wrong with her. She clearly likes Fu Xin. 125, Chapter 125. Let's get married soon. On the other side. Lu Yan stormed out of her house, her heart filled with grievance and anger. She felt that her older sister, Lu Qingxue, was simply unreasonable, actually scolding her for the sake of a divorced good-for-nothing named Lu Xian. She squatted by the roadside, tears streaming down her face. People around her cast strange glances, but she didn't care at all. With trembling hands, she took out her phone and dialed Fu Xin's number. That damned Lu Xian, that worthless piece of trash, ugh, he's infuriating. As soon as the call connected, she spoke with a sob in her voice. Brother-in-law, Lu Xian bullied me, and my sister even sided with him and scolded me. Feel so wronged.
When Fu Xin heard Lu Yan crying, his heart tightened, but he showed a concerned expression on his face and quickly comforted her.
Lu Yan, don't be angry, don't rush.
Tell me how Lu Xian bullied you, and I'll stand up for you.
Hearing Fu Xin's gentle voice, Lu Yan felt some relief from her grievances.
Fu Xin's hypocritical demeanor made her feel that he was one of the few truly good people in the world.
She said, sobbing. Brother-in-law Fu Xin, you are so good to me. Only you are willing to believe Mimi's sister is so infatuated with that good-for-nothing that she actually went to scold me.
You and your sister should get married soon. I really hope you two can be together. I don't know what's wrong with my sister today. She actually cursed at me because of that good-for-nothing Lu Xian. I think Lu Xian must have drugged her, otherwise why would she treat me like this?
Upon hearing Lu Yan's words, Fu Xin was startled, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face.
But he quickly composed himself and spoke in a calm tone.
You're cursing me because of Lu Xian?
Yan, are you kidding me? Qing Shui has always liked you the most, so why would she scold you? Fu Xin looked incredulous. Lu Qingshui had never treated Lu Xian like a human being.
How could this be? What, yes, that's why I told you to marry your sister quickly. I think your sister has been bewitched by Lu Xian.
Lu Yan spoke with a sob in her voice. Lu Yan, marriage is a major event, and we should respect your sister's wishes. We can't rush it. Lu Yan ignored Fu Xin's words completely. She stomped her foot and shouted. Brother-in-law Fu Xin, you and my sister are a match made in heaven. You two will definitely be very happy together. Forget about what your sister thinks, just marry her already. I never want to see that good-for-nothing man again, just seeing him makes me angry. As Fu Xin listened to Lu Yan's words, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. He knew that although Lu Yan's words were somewhat willful, they suited him perfectly. He thought to himself that if Lu Yan spoke up for Lu Qingshui more, it might actually speed up the process of him and Lu Qingshui getting together. So, Fu Xin said gently. Okay, Yan, I understand. I will try my best to marry your sister as soon as possible. Don't be too sad. Go home first, don't be out alone. If anything makes you unhappy, call me anytime. Hearing Fu Xin's words, Lu Yan felt a sense of relief. She nodded and said. Okay, brother-in-law, you have to keep your word. I am going home now. Thank you for comforting me. After saying that, she hung up the phone, stood up, dusted herself off, and walked towards home. As for Fu Xin, after hanging up the phone, the gentleness on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a sinister smile.
126, Chapter 126 Revenge. He thought to himself.
Lu Yan, you really are my best wingman. With you by Lu Qingshui's side, I'm one step closer to winning her over. Lu Xian, just you wait, I'll show you what happens when you go against me. Fu Xin held the phone in his hand, his face terribly gloomy. But Lu Yan's words, which were about Lu Qingshui defending Lu Xian, were like a thorn, deeply embedded in his heart. He paced back and forth in the room, the image of Lu Qingshui defending Lu Xian constantly flashing through his mind, making him angrier the more he thought about it. The anger in my heart burned like a raging fire. No wonder Qingshui has always been unwilling to marry me. It turns out that Lu Xian was behind it all. Lu Xian, you're really something. Even after the divorce, you still have such a big influence on Qingshui. That's a brilliant tactic. Fu Xin gritted his teeth and said fiercely. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, feeling that he couldn't let Lu Xian off so easily. Today I'll show you what I'm capable of. As he spoke, Fu Xin quickly took out his phone, swiped through the contacts, and found the phone number labeled Sister Hong. He quickly dialed the number of his agent, Sister Hong. The call was answered quickly, and Fu Xin spoke in an icy tone. Help me find out which food delivery company Lu Xian works for and what his account number is. When agent Sister Hong heard Fu Xin's request, she was a little curious, but she didn't dare to ask too many questions. She asked cautiously.
Xin, what are you doing? Fu Xin said impatiently.
Of course it's useful. Don't worry about it, just find out the truth for me as soon as possible.
The agent dared not ask any further questions and quickly replied. Okay, Xin, I'll check right away.
After hanging up the phone, the agent immediately took action. Not long after, she called back and gave Fu Xin Lu Xian's account and the information of the food delivery platform he was on.
Fu Xin listened to his agent's report and a mischievous smile appeared on his face. After he hung up the phone, he muttered to himself. Lu Xian, you asked for this since you're going to oppose me, don't blame me for being impolite. He picked up his phone and started contacting people who specialized in online promotion and online marketing. He said this to one of the managers. I'll give you a food delivery account. You arrange for 100 online trolls to take turns ordering food from the person who owns this account. After he finishes ordering, file a complaint against him and make sure he can't stay on this platform anymore. The person in charge hesitated for a moment after hearing Fu Xin's request. Mr. Fu, this isn't a good idea. If the platform finds out, it could cause trouble. Fu Xin gave a cold laugh and said, I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Just do as I say, money is no object. After hearing Fu Xin's words, the person in charge no longer hesitated and spoke. Okay, Xin, I'll arrange it right away. After hanging up the phone, Fu Xin wore a smug smile. He thought to himself. Lu Xian, let's see how you fight me this time. As long as I ruin your reputation and make it impossible for you to make a living in this city, Qingxue will give up completely, and then she will immediately come back to my side. Lu Qingxue, you are mine to begin with, and no one can take you away from me. He leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes, and imagined Lu Xian's disheveled appearance after being complained about, feeling a surge of pleasure in his heart. He knew that his plan had taken its first step. Next, he needs to continue to find ways to completely eliminate Lu Xian as an obstacle. 127, Chapter 127 Strange Orders. After receiving Lu Xian's order, Sister Hong immediately mobilized her network of connections. They're in the entertainment industry, after all, and what the entertainment industry has no shortage of is online trolls. What kind of agent is someone who can't even handle this basic task? Hong Jia immediately spent a sum of money on a black market website to hire someone who claimed to be a keyboard warrior to do the work. On the other side, Lu Xian was riding his electric bike through the streets and alleys. I get up earlier than the chickens and go to bed later than the dogs every day. It was incredibly hard work. But he preferred to be busy rather than go back to his rented room and spend the pitch-black night. Because the darkness always reminds him of the 3 years he spent with Lu Qingxue. Because of this, Lu Xian also received the title of model worker on the platform. His colleagues affectionately call him a workaholic. That day, Lu Xian was riding his electric bike, about to begin his day's hard work. Suddenly, his phone started receiving a lot of takeout orders. Upon closer inspection, they were all orders for milk tea and snacks. A smile appeared on his tired face as he thought that each additional order meant an extra delivery fee, which would allow him to earn a little more money. My life will be a little easier then. Then I can buy some health products for grandma. Without much thought, he busied himself picking up the meals from the restaurants and then delivering them to the addresses on the orders. When he arrived at one of his client's addresses, he discovered that the client was a young, immature girl. The girl was dressed in strange clothes and her makeup was extremely exaggerated. Lu Xian handed her the takeout and said, "This is your takeout order, please check it." When the girl took the takeout, she deliberately let her hand slip, causing the takeout to fall directly to the ground, spilling milk tea all over the floor and crushing the pastries. Her expression immediately changed, and she loudly rebuked him. "What's wrong with you? You can't even deliver a takeout properly." Lu Xian frowned and said, "You didn't hold it properly, did you? It was fine when I handed it to you." Upon hearing this, the girl became even angrier, put her hands on her hips, and said in a shrill voice, "You're blaming the customer. What kind of delivery driver are you? I'm going to file a complaint against you." Lu Xian checked the time. The order was almost overdue. If they continued to argue about it, the fines for exceeding the time limit would be even greater. Left with no other option, he could only compensate the girl in the hope of resolving the matter as soon as possible. He took money out of his pocket and handed it to the girl, saying, "I'm really sorry. I'll give you this money back. I hope you won't file a complaint against me." The girl took the money, snorted coldly, and turned to go into the house. Lu Xian thought the matter was over, so he quickly rode his bike to deliver the next order. However,
When he returned to the site after completing all his orders, he discovered that he had been reported. Looking at the complaint information on his phone, Lu Xian felt wronged and helpless. He didn't understand why he was still being complained about when he had already lost money. He recalled the orders he had delivered today, and it seemed that every customer was a bit strange, either deliberately making things difficult or nitpicking. An ominous premonition welled up in his heart, and he felt that all of this seemed to be no accident. All I wanted to do was deliver food properly and earn more money. Why are you treating me like this? Who did I offend? Is it that Lu Yan still won't let me go? But I'm already far away from them. Lu Xian thought to himself in anguish. His eyes revealed a hint of confusion and helplessness, as if he didn't know how to face the life ahead. I don't know if I can continue doing this job. 128, Chapter 128 Lu Qingshue's Takeout. Looking at the string of complaint messages on his phone screen, Lu Xian felt his anger flare up. He gripped his phone so tightly that his knuckles turned white from the force. What is going on? He was screaming angrily in his heart. However, despite his anger, the pressures of life forced him to quickly adjust his mindset. He took a deep breath and silently encouraged himself. For my grandma's sake, and for my own, I must persevere. It's just a few complaints, nothing serious. After calming himself down, Lu Xian got back on his electric scooter and went to deliver the next order. However, what followed made him increasingly desperate. The same situation occurred in several orders in a row. Customers either deliberately nitpick or intentionally spill food when receiving it, and then file a complaint without explanation. As Lu Xian watched the number of complaint forms in the back-end increase little by little, he was filled with worry when he saw that there were already 9. He knew perfectly well that, according to company rules, losing 10 yuan for each complaint was a small matter, but if there were 10 complaints, that would mean being fired. What's wrong with me today? What deity have I offended? It feels like I've encountered a ghost. Lu Xian couldn't help but complain, his face filled with helplessness and exhaustion. But he gritted his teeth and continued on to the location of the next order. He told himself that he couldn't give up like this, and that he had to finish delivering today's orders no matter what. When he arrived at a familiar address following the navigation, his heart skipped a beat. He looked up and saw the familiar building, and the customer's name on the order was none other than Lu Qingxue. Lu Xian stopped in his tracks, his mind instantly flashing back to Lu Qingshue's reproachful gaze this morning, and Lu Yan's unreasonable behavior. He was filled with mixed feelings, wondering what would happen after he saw Lu Qingxue. However, he forced himself to calm down. This is just a takeout order. I am here to deliver the food, and I'll leave as soon as I finish. He said this to himself silently. He straightened his clothes, took a deep breath, and then walked towards where Lu Qingxue was. When he arrived at the door, he rang the doorbell. While waiting, he felt a little uneasy, but he tried his best to remain calm. The door opened, and Lu Qingxue appeared in the doorway. When she saw Lu Xian, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Lu Xian suppressed his emotions and tried his best to keep his tone calm. Ms. Lu, this is your takeout, please check it. Lu Xian, holding the takeout in his hand, slowly walked towards Lu Qingxue, his heart filled with mixed feelings. Recalling the wonderful memories of those 3 years and the words Lu Qingxue had spoken to Fu Xin, Lu Xian felt an overwhelming pain in his heart. 3 years, how can you just forget 3 years of feelings? In these 3 years, Lu Xian can be said to have lived up to his conscience. He took great care of Lu Qingxue, but Lu Qingxue repeatedly lied to him. 3 years should be enough time for even a stone to warm up. But the other party took his efforts for granted. Perhaps only those who have experienced it can truly understand the pain in Lu Xian's heart. Looking at Lu Qingxue in front of him, Lu Xian didn't even want to look her in the eye. Because there is no self in those eyes, never has been. Lu Qingxue looked at Lu Xian, opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't say anything. 129, Chapter 129 Misunderstanding. Lu Xian handed the takeout to Lu Qingxue with swift and decisive movements, his eyes devoid of any warmth. After delivering the food, he turned around and prepared to leave, not wanting to linger in the place any longer. Seeing that Lu Xian was about to leave, Lu Qingxue became anxious and quickly spoke up. Lu Xian, the time Lu Yan deliberately made things difficult for you was because of me. Before she could finish speaking, Lu Xian sneered and interrupted her. Lu Xian's eyes were filled with anger and disappointment as he stared straight at Lu Qingxue and said in an icy tone. Lu Qingxue, I was wondering why I kept getting bad reviews today. It was you. You two sisters really are born of the same mother, aren't you wicked to the core? If I, Lu Xian, can't afford to offend them, I can at least avoid them. Lu Qingxue was completely bewildered by Lu Xian's sudden accusation. She had no idea what was going on. Hearing Lu Xian scold her like that, her anger flared up instantly, her face flushed red, and she questioned him loudly. Lu Xian, what do you mean, what did I do? Lu Xian, remember what you said today, you. Lu Qingxue was so angry that her voice trembled slightly. She had always been aloof and in control in this relationship, but Lu Xian's words were like a sharp blade, deeply wounding Lu Qingxue's pride. Looking at Lu Qingxue's aggrieved and angry expression, Lu Xian felt no pity, but rather found it even more ironic. He sneered. It doesn't mean anything. Lu Qingxue, I hope we never see each other again. I've had enough of your family and your unreasonable behavior. Hearing Lu Xian's resolute words, Lu Qingxue's heart tightened. She hadn't expected that Lu Xian's misunderstanding of her was so deep. She wanted to explain, to tell Lu Xian that she didn't know about the negative reviews, and that she really wanted to apologize to him. However, Lu Xian didn't give her a chance at all. He didn't look at Lu Qingxue again, turned around and strode towards the door. His steps were firm and resolute, as if he wanted to leave everything in the past behind. Lu Qingxue watched Lu Xian's departing figure, opened her mouth as if to call out to him, but swallowed the words back. Her heart was filled with grievance and helplessness, and tears welled up in her eyes. She didn't understand why things had turned out this way. She clearly wanted to resolve the conflict with Lu Xian, so why did he misunderstand her like this? She stood there, staring blankly in the direction where Lu Xian had disappeared, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Even after leaving Lu Qingxue's house, Lu Xian's anger had not subsided. He got on his electric scooter and headed towards the next delivery location. Along the way, the faces of Lu Qingxue and Lu Yan kept flashing through his mind, and he secretly made a vow. I must stay far away from this family from now on and never want to have anything to do with them again. His eyes revealed a hint of weariness and despair. Life had become so difficult. Why should he have to go through all these unpleasant things? He didn't know how much longer he could hold on, nor did he know which way to go in the future. But he knows that all he can do now is continue delivering food, trying to survive for his grandmother and for himself. Thinking about all this, Lu Xian sped up and drove forward, kicking up a cloud of dust behind him. Lu Qingxue remained standing there, gazing in the direction he had left, motionless for a long time. Finally, Lu Xian's figure disappeared at the end of the street. He didn't turn around, as if he wanted to say goodbye to everything in the past. After saying that, Lu Xian left. 130, Chapter 130. Let's talk after the ancestral worship. Lu Qingxue watched Lu Xian's resolute departing figure, her face turning red and white with anger. With nowhere to vent her grievances and anger, she suddenly slammed the takeout she was holding onto the ground, instantly deforming the delicate food container and scattering the food all over the floor. She cursed angrily in the direction where Lu Xian had disappeared. Lu Xian, I've already swallowed my pride and apologized to you, and you still have this attitude. I was so grateful for our past friendship, I really misjudged you. Her chest heaved violently, her eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. It was as if they had suffered some tremendous harm. Just as she was immersed in this terrible mood, Fu Shen's voice came from behind her. Honey, what's wrong? Who made you angry? Upon hearing Fu Shen's voice, Lu Qingxue was startled. She quickly suppressed her anger and grievances, put on a calm expression, turned around, and forced a smile as she spoke. It's nothing, I was just a little unhappy with the delivery, but I'm fine now. She didn't want Fu Shen to know about her relationship with Lu Xian, fearing it would cause unnecessary trouble and misunderstandings. Fu Shen looked at Lu Qingxue, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. But he didn't press her for details, he simply put his arm around her shoulder and spoke gently. Honey, don't get angry over such trivial things, it's not good for your health if you get upset. Lu Qingxue nodded and leaned against Fu Shen's chest, but her mind was still on the conflict with Lu Xian earlier.
At this moment,
Fu Shen suddenly brought up the topic that had been bothering Lu Qingxue again.
Honey, when are we going to get married? I really want to marry you as soon as possible.
Fu Shen looked at Lu Qingxue with deep affection in his eyes, like spring water in springtime. Lu Qingxue looked up at Fu Shen's expectant eyes and hesitated for a moment. But when he recalled what Lu Xian had just said, that hesitation immediately turned into decisiveness.
Lu Qingxue spoke decisively.
Let's get married after the ancestral worship ceremony, that way we can put our family's mind at ease and be together in peace.
Upon hearing Lu Qingxue's reply, Fu Shen's eyes immediately lit up with joy. He thought Lu Qingxue would continue to find some excuse to refuse.
I didn't expect them to agree so readily.
Could it be that little girl Lu Yan whispered something in Lu Qingxue's ear that caused this? Regardless, Fu Shen was extremely happy.
He excitedly picked up Lu Qingxue and spun her around several times, saying happily, "That's wonderful, honey, I've been waiting for this for so long, I'm so happy."
Lu Qingxue was a little dizzy from Fu Shen's sudden action. She gently patted Fu Shen's shoulder and scolded him playfully. "You bastard, put me down, I'm feeling dizzy."
Fu Shen smiled and put Lu Qingxue down, cupping her face in his hands and looking at her affectionately as he spoke. "Baby, I really love you so much, and I will definitely make you happy in the future."
Looking into Fu Shen's sincere eyes, Lu Qingxue's gloom gradually dissipated. She smiled playfully, poked Fu Shen's chest, and said, "You're good at saying nice things, but if you treat me badly in the future, I won't let you off the hook." Fu Shen nodded quickly and said, "No, baby, I promise I'll be good to you for the rest of my life."
After saying that, he gently kissed Lu Qingxue on the forehead. Lu Qingxue leaned against Fu Shen's chest, her face beaming with a happy smile. The two of them snuggled together like that, occasionally exchanging flirtatious words. As if the unpleasantness from just now had never happened, they were immersed in the joyful atmosphere of their upcoming wedding. 131, Chapter 131 Wedding Invitations. After receiving Lu Qingxue's reply agreeing to marry him, Fu Shen was immersed in joy and excitement. He couldn't wait and immediately contacted a well-known wedding planning company. They were asked to prepare for the wedding as quickly as possible. After all, Fu Shen had always understood the saying, the longer the night, the more likely things are to go wrong. Especially women. Although Fu Shen didn't really love Lu Qingxue that much, he couldn't help it because this woman was rich. Not only do they have money, they can also make money. This perfectly matches Fu Shen's requirements for a partner. If Lu Qingxue could use her own money to fully support her career, she would definitely be able to avoid a long and difficult road in the entertainment industry. Fu Shen has always been very pragmatic when it comes to relationships. All women were merely pawns in his game, used to achieve his goals. He paid close attention to every detail of the wedding, from the venue setup to the wedding process, striving for perfection. Thanks to the efficient operation of the wedding planning company, the wedding invitations were quickly produced and sent out one after another. Fu Shen looked at the large stack of exquisite invitations, his heart filled with anticipation, imagining the grand scene on the wedding day and the beautiful sight of Lu Qingxue walking towards him in her wedding dress. At this moment, he suddenly thought of Lu Xian, and a malicious smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He specifically instructed the wedding planning company to send an invitation to Lu Xian as well, intending to thoroughly humiliate this former rival in love. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, his phone suddenly rang. He picked up his phone and saw it was a call from his agent. He answered the phone, and his agent's excited voice immediately came through. "Shinshin, I completed the task you assigned me perfectly. I heard that Lu Xian was fined a lot of money and has now been fired by the platform for maliciously accepting orders." Upon hearing this, Fu Shen smiled with satisfaction and said happily, "Well done, now he's completely finished." The agent hesitated for a moment on the other end of the phone before continuing.
Xin, you promised me, when will you? Fu Xin impatiently interrupted her, saying, come over tonight, and don't forget to bring your toys. Upon hearing this, the agent's tone was full of joy, and he quickly said, okay, Xin, I will never forget. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Fu Xin put down his phone and looked at the thick stack of invitations sent by the wedding company, his sense of pride growing even stronger. He picked up one of the invitations, gently stroked the exquisite patterns on it, and muttered to himself. Lu Xian, seeing this invitation must be hard for you. You once had Lu Qingxue, but now, she is about to become my bride. And you're nothing but a piece of trash that everyone despises. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes gleaming, and continued to sigh. Lu Qingxue, soon you will be mine. I've gone to great lengths for you. Lu Xian, that stumbling block, has also been eliminated by me. From now on, our lives will be smooth sailing. I will let everyone know that you, Lu Qingxue, are my woman, Fu Xin's woman. This wedding will become the most eye-catching focus in the entire city. Thinking of this, Fu Xin stood up, walked to the window, looked at the city outside, and a smug smile appeared on his face. He knew that he was one step closer to winning Lu Qingxue's heart. And Lu Xian will no longer be able to pose a threat to him. The days to come seemed to be unfolding step by step in the direction he had hoped for. 132, Chapter 132. What are you doing here? On the other side. Lu Xian rode his electric bike listlessly, the wind whistling past his ears, but unable to dispel the gloom in his heart. The news of being fired by the food delivery platform hit him like a heavy blow. The thought that all of this might have been Lu Qingxue's doing filled him with bitterness. Back home, he slumped weakly onto the sofa, his mind filled with memories of his time with Lu Qingxue. Over the course of 3 years, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to Lu Qingxue. During the 3 years she was ill, he donated blood to her again and again without hesitation, never uttering a single complaint. In his heart, Lu Qingxue was the person he wanted to protect for the rest of his life. But now, everything has changed. After the divorce, Lu Qingxue seemed to be full of malice towards him. Not only did she not understand him, she also tried every means to torment him. He shook his head, his heart filled with mixed emotions, and a wave of despair washed over him. Why, Lu Qingxue, why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong? He cried out in anguish in his heart. Just as he was lost in his painful thoughts, there was a knock on the door. Lu Xian frowned. Feeling a little impatient, he got up and slowly walked towards the door. The moment he opened the door, he froze. The person standing at the door was none other than Fu Xin. Fu Xin was dressed in a sharp suit, a smug smile on his face, and a hint of provocation in his eyes. Looking at Lu Xian's haggard appearance, he secretly felt smug. When Lu Xian saw Fu Xin, his mood instantly worsened, and there was no joy on his face. He asked coldly, "What are you doing here?" His tone was full of disgust and vigilance. Fu Xin walked into the room unhurriedly, looked around, then turned to look at Lu Xian, a slight smile playing on his lips, and said, "What, you're not welcoming me? I just came to see you after all. You used to be Lu Qingxue's husband. Now that you've ended up like this, I really feel sorry for you." Looking at Fu Xin's hypocritical demeanor, Lu Xian felt his anger rising. He clenched his fists, suppressing his anger, and said, "Stop pretending to be kind to me. What exactly is your purpose? Just say it." Fu Xin smiled, walked to the sofa, sat down, crossed his legs, and said, "Lu Xian, don't get so agitated. I came here to tell you something. Lu Qingxue will soon be my bride, and I've sent you our wedding invitation. I hope you can come and witness our happiness." Upon hearing Fu Xin's words, Lu Xian felt as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer, and a sharp pain surged through his heart. He looked at Fu Xin, his eyes filled with anger and resentment, and said, "Do you think I'd attend your wedding, Fu Xin? Don't go too far." Fu Xin felt a surge of satisfaction seeing Lu Xian's angry expression. He stood up, walked over to Lu Xian, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Lu Xian, this is not up to you. I hope you can come, otherwise, Lu Qingxue will be very disappointed." After saying that, he handed the invitation to Lu Xian and then turned and walked towards the door. Lu Xian watched Fu Xin's departing figure, clutching the invitation tightly in his hand, his heart filled with pain and struggle.
He didn't know how to face all of this, nor did he know what his future held. Just as Fu Xin was about to walk out the door, Lu Xian asked loudly again.
What are you doing here?
The voice was filled with helplessness and despair.
133, Chapter 133 Sending Invitations.
Fu Xin wore an extremely smug smile, looking at Lu Xian with a provocative gaze, and slowly spoke.
Of course I'm bringing you something nice.
As he spoke, he deliberately and slowly took out the exquisite wedding invitation from his pocket and waved it in front of Lu Xian. It was as if it were an incredibly precious trophy. Take a good look, this is my wedding invitation with Lu Qingxue. As Fu Xin spoke, he unfolded the invitation so that Lu Xian could clearly see the words on it. Lu Qingxue is mine now, so stop daydreaming. His tone was full of sarcasm and contempt. Looking at the invitation, Lu Xian felt a blur before his eyes, and an overwhelming surge of anger and sorrow welled up in his heart. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms, but he was completely unaware of it. Seeing that Lu Xian remained silent, Fu Xin assumed that he was intimidated by his words and became even more smug.
He continued.
You probably know that for the past 3 years, you've been nothing more than a blood bag that Lu Qingxue has been keeping around for me. Fu Xin's words struck Lu Xian's heart like a heavy hammer. It made those painful memories involuntarily surface in his mind.
During those 3 years, Lu Xian was always extremely anxious whenever Lu Qingxue fell ill.
The doctor said he needed blood, so he didn't hesitate to extend his arm and let the doctor draw blood. Even a minor cold or fever can lead to a doctor recommending a blood transfusion. He never had a single doubt, he only wanted Lu Qingxue to get better as soon as possible. He always let the doctor draw as much as he wanted, without ever considering his own health. At that time, he firmly believed in Lu Qingxue's feelings for him, thinking that his efforts could win Lu Qingxue's true heart. But now that I think about it, those so-called illnesses may have all been a carefully planned scam. Lu Xian slowly closed his eyes, trying to drive those memories away. But Fu Xin's words were like a sharp blade, constantly cutting into his heart. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were filled with despair and pain. He looked at Fu Xin, wanting to refute and question him, but his throat felt blocked, and he couldn't make a sound. Fu Xin felt a surge of pleasure as he looked at Lu Xian's dejected appearance.
He threw the invitation at Lu Xian's feet and said, Lu Xian, this is your fate. Although I hate you, you took care of Qingxue for me for 3 years. Considering the blood you gave me during those 3 years, I will do you a favor. Keep this invitation safe. Don't forget to come to our wedding and witness my happiness with Lu Qingxue. Fu Xin's words carried a hint of sarcasm and amusement. After saying that, Fu Xin turned and left, leaving Lu Xian standing there alone. Lu Xian looked at the invitation on the ground, feeling a mix of emotions. The bright red invitation was glaringly obvious, and the names of Fu Xin and Lu Qingxue on it made Lu Xian's heart skip a beat. He knew that the woman he once loved deeply had completely left him and had even used him for 3 years. Although he had a vague suspicion in his heart, when Fu Xin told him the cruel truth in person, Lu Xian's heart was still aching as if it were being torn apart. This feeling can probably only be understood by those who have experienced it. His body trembled slightly, and tears welled up in his eyes, but he didn't let them fall. The love and sacrifices he once made have now turned into endless pain and regret, spreading rampantly in his heart. 134, Chapter 134 Fighting. Fu Xin hadn't gone far when he turned back to look at Lu Xian. His gaze was filled with intense mockery, as if he were looking at a clown. It's as if it's saying, you're useless, you'll never be as good as me. That arrogant demeanor completely enraged Lu Xian. Lu Xian's pent-up emotions erupted instantly, like a flood bursting its banks, completely out of control. All the love he had for Lu Qingxue over the past 3 years turned into hatred for Fu Xin at this moment. The deeper the love, the more intense the hate. His eyes were bloodshot and wide with rage when he saw the vase on the table next to him. He grabbed it without thinking and smashed it at Fu Xin. Lu Xian looked like a mad bull. Bang! With a loud bang, the vase shattered against the wall next to Fu Xin, scattering shards everywhere. Fu Xin suddenly stopped in his tracks.
He turned his head in astonishment, looking at Lu Xian's angry face, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. Before Fu Shen could react, Lu Xian had already charged over like an enraged wild beast. He used all his strength to punch Fu Shen hard, hitting Fu Shen squarely in the cheek. Fu Shen staggered a few steps from the sudden punch and almost fell to the ground. "It's you, it's all because of you." As Lu Xian roared, he lunged at Fu Shen again, grabbing Fu Shen's collar tightly with both hands and pinning him against the wall. "You despicable scoundrel, not only did you steal Lu Qingxue away, but you also ruined 3 years of my feelings for you. I will never let you get away with this today." Fu Shen wanted to resist, but he was already in poor health and had been used to a life of luxury, so he was no match for Lu Xian. Lu Xian's fists rained down on Fu Shen. Fu Shen could only hold his head and groan in pain. The two wrestled in the room, knocking the furniture over and leaving it in a mess. At this moment, Lu Xian's resentment and anger were completely released. He didn't care about Fu Shen's pleas for mercy at all, he only wanted to vent all the humiliation and pain he had suffered over the past 3 years on Fu Shen. In the past 3 years, Lu Qingxue has become almost everything to Lu Xian, and Lu Xian values her more than his own life. But his efforts were worthless in Lu Qingxue's eyes. It turns out, it was all because of Fu Shen. Without him, perhaps I and Lu Qingxue can stay together forever, or perhaps we can grow old together. Although Lu Xian didn't know if Lu Qingxue really had no feelings for him, he knew that if it weren't for the man in front of him, perhaps everything really is different. Fu Shen subconsciously used a shard of a vase on the ground to cut and scrape Lu Xian's wrist. Lu Xian felt a piercing pain in his arm. Immediately, crimson blood splattered on the ground. Lu Xian immediately used his elbow to brace against Fu Shen's neck. Fu Shen was already physically weak. Gradually, Fu Shen's resistance weakened, his face and body were covered with wounds, his nose was bleeding profusely, and his face became bruised and swollen. He collapsed to the ground, looking helplessly at Lu Xian, his eyes filled with fear and regret. Looking at Fu Shen lying on the ground with a bruised and swollen face, Lu Xian's anger had not completely subsided. He was panting heavily, pointing at Fu Shen, and said in a trembling voice, "Fu Shen, if it weren't for you, Qingxue would never have treated me like this." Fu Shen lay on the ground, unable to utter a single word, only able to look at Lu Xian with eyes filled with fear. At this moment, he was filled with regret. He hadn't expected Lu Xian to be so angry, and he certainly hadn't expected to be beaten so badly. 135, Chapter 135 Disappointment. After causing a scene in the room, Lu Xian seemed to have exhausted all his strength, and like a madman, he knelt straight on the ground. His body trembled slightly, and tears welled up uncontrollably from his eyes, falling in large drops to the ground. He gripped his hair tightly with both hands, muttering to himself incessantly. Why would Lu Qingxue do this to me? What did I do wrong? Lu Xian didn't want anyone to see him like this. The tall boy, about a meter tall, knelt on the ground, crying his heart out. It is said that men do not easily shed tears, but only when they are truly heartbroken. Lu Xian used to be a sunny and cheerful young man, no one around him had ever seen him depressed. Such a dramatic change in a person can only occur after experiencing a tremendous upheaval. Lu Xian's misfortune was caused by Lu Qingxue. The repeated hurts caused Lu Xian to accumulate disappointment time and time again. But the scariest thing is, Lu Xian knew that he still loved Lu Qingxue. I simply can't let go. Lu Xian sometimes felt incredibly pathetic. He once thought that his sincerity could win Lu Qingxue's love, but reality was so cruel that it shattered his illusions. Meanwhile, Fu Shen lay on the ground, groaning in pain. His face was covered in bruises and his body was full of wounds, making him look disheveled. Soon, both of them were taken to the hospital. Fu Shen lay on the hospital bed, his body wrapped in thick bandages, with a breathing tube inserted into his nose, looking extremely weak. And Lu Xian, because his hand was cut by Fu Shen with a shard of a vase during the scuffle, he lost too much blood and was in a semi-conscious state at the time. Lu Qingxue and Lu Yan rushed to the hospital after receiving the news. Upon seeing Fushin lying on the hospital bed, Lu Qingshue's tears instantly welled up. She rushed to Fushin's bedside, tightly grasped his hands, and cried her heart out.
Fushin, what happened to you? Who beat you up like this?
Lu Yan was also wiping away tears, constantly comforting Lu Qingxue. The two were completely focused on Fushin, paying no attention to Lu Xian, who was in a semi-conscious state beside them.
And Lu Xian. In a daze, I heard Lu Qingxue crying.
His consciousness was somewhat blurred, but a glimmer of hope welled up in his heart. He thought Lu Qingxue was crying for him and had come to visit him. Qingxue, you've come. Lu Xian's lips trembled slightly as he mumbled Lu Qingshue's name, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. Memories of the wonderful times he had spent with Lu Qingxue flashed through his mind. Those sweet memories flashed before his eyes like scenes from a movie. In his fantasy, Lu Qingxue was still that gentle and kind woman who would feel sorry for his pain and stay by his side. He forgot the harm Lu Qingxue had done to him, and he forgot Fushin's provocation. He was only immersed in the joy of Lu Qingxue coming to visit him. A satisfied expression appeared on Lu Xian's face. Although the physical pain was still there, the joy in his heart made him temporarily forget the pain. He thought to himself that perhaps Qingxue still cared about him, and perhaps there was still a chance for them to get back together. However, reality is cruel. Lu Qingxue and Lu Yan only had eyes for Fushin. They were busy by Fushin's bedside, taking care of him, and ignoring Lu Xian's calls. A smile appeared on Lu Xian's lips, and in a daze, he seemed to see Lu Qingxue crying for him.
136, Chapter 136 Heartbreaking Pain.
Looking at Lu Qingxue, who was crying her heart out, Lu Yan felt a mix of heartache and anger.
She gently patted Lu Qingshue's shoulder and said,
Sister, don't cry, it's all that bastard Lu Xian's fault. The person who brought them to the hospital said that as soon as Fushin entered Lu Xian's house, the two got into an argument, and then Lu Xian struck first. Fushin's health is already weak, how could Lu Xian bring himself to do it? As Lu Yan spoke, she turned her head fiercely to look at Lu Xian lying on the hospital bed next to her, her eyes filled with disgust and hatred.
Upon hearing Lu Yan's words, Lu Qingshue's anger was instantly ignited.
Her eyes were bloodshot, her face was covered in tears, and she lunged at Lu Xian on the hospital bed next to her like a madwoman, pounding on his body with her hands and shouting curses.
Lu Xian, how could you do this? What did Fushin do to you that you have to treat him like this? Don't you know he's in poor health? If anything happens to Shinshin, I'll take your life.
Lu Qingxue cried and scratched Lu Xian with her hands. When she got to the sad parts, she even kicked Lu Xian in the stomach.
Lu Qingxue ripped the 4-needle off Lu Xian's body.
Still using sodium chloride? Lu Xian, you piece of trash, you might as well just die, how could you be so cruel? Lu Qingxue cried and hit Lu Xian with her hand. Lu Xian gradually regained his senses under Lu Qingxue's violent attack. His consciousness was still somewhat hazy, but seeing Lu Qingxue's protective and pained expression towards Fushin, his heart felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. He then realized that Lu Qingxue's tears were for Fushin, and that she didn't care that she was also a patient lying in a hospital bed. Lu Xian offered no resistance, simply lying there quietly, letting Lu Qingxue vent her frustrations. His eyes were filled with despair and pain as he looked at the woman he had once loved so deeply. At this moment, he was so cruel to himself, it felt as if his heart was being cut by countless sharp blades. So, in your heart, Fushin is the most important person. What do you think of all my efforts over the past 3 years? I thought you would remember our past relationship and show even the slightest concern, but now it seems I was really too naive. Lu Xian thought to himself silently, tears streaming down his face and dripping onto the pillow, leaving a wet stain. I gave you blood transfusions, I gave you everything, and even after you hurt me time and time again, I still held on to hope. But now, your actions have completely woken me up to you, I am nothing more than someone you can use and discard at will. Lu Xian was filled with self-mockery, feeling that his past persistence and dedication were so ridiculous. He closed his eyes, the physical pain was nothing compared to the pain in his heart. Lu Xian vaguely remembered that after Fushin cut his wrist, he fainted due to excessive blood loss. If it weren't for the blood flowing outside and being discovered by a neighbor who rushed me to the hospital, I probably would be dead by now. Despite such severe injuries, Lu Qingxue completely disregarded her own feelings.
He recklessly inflicts secondary harm on himself.
Lu Xian couldn't understand how a person's heart could be so wicked. Moreover, this woman was his wife, whom he had loved and cherished for 3 years.
Even
a woman willing to sacrifice her life. Lu Qingxue's actions made Lu Xian realize that all his past efforts and love were nothing compared to Fu Xin's in the face of Lu Qingxue.
137, Chapter 137 Is this my ex-wife?
Seeing this, several nurses rushed forward to pull back the emotionally agitated Lu Qingxue, their faces serious as they spoke. Madam, please calm down. Lu Xian is a patient and needs to rest quietly. You cannot disturb him here. When the nurses saw the scratches on Lu Xian's body, they looked at each other in dismay.
Everyone's face was filled with shock and disbelief.
They had never seen family members like this before. Their hearts were filled with astonishment, their faces were filled with strange expressions, and their eyes involuntarily revealed their pity for Lu Xian. Lu Xian lay on the hospital bed with his eyes closed. The physical pain was nothing compared to the pain in his heart. His heart was filled with pain and self-blame. He hated himself for being so weak, still yearning for Lu Qingxue's care, and hated himself for having loved Lu Qingxue so deeply. As a result, he is now covered in wounds.
Lu Qingxue was pulled back by the nurse, but she still wouldn't let it go. She said fiercely to Lu Xian.
Lu Xian, you piece of trash, why did you hurt my Xinxin?
Xinxin was just fully recovered. If anything happens to Xinxin, you piece of trash, I will never let you get away with this.
The hatred in her tone made it seem as if Lu Xian was her mortal enemy.
Lu Yin chimed in, speaking in a shrill voice.
Lu Xian, you're a piece of trash, you're incompetent and jealous of Fu Xin, which is why you beat him so badly. Look at yourself now, you're disgusting. As Lu Xian listened to their words, his heart ached, and his body trembled slightly. He wanted to refute, but felt powerless. His heart was riddled with wounds when the person he once loved so deeply now spoke so harshly to him. The nurses tried again to get Lu Qingxue to leave the ward, but she stubbornly refused to leave, shouting loudly.
I am Lu Xian's ex-wife, why can't I be here?
The nurses were shocked when they heard this. They looked at each other, their eyes full of doubt. In their imagination, even if they were divorced, they wouldn't be so cruel to their former partners. There must be some deep-seated hatred between these couples.
For example, a blood feud involving the murder of one's father. Otherwise, why would someone be so ruthless? An older nurse couldn't help but speak up.
Even if you are his ex-wife, you can't disturb the patient's rest here. And judging from your situation, it doesn't seem like a peaceful breakup.
Lu Qingxue snorted coldly and said,
I will never forgive him for what he did. If it weren't for him, Fu Xin wouldn't have been hurt. The nurses shook their heads helplessly. They really didn't understand the grudges and entanglements involved, but they knew that they had to restore peace to the place so that Lu Xian could get some rest. Whatever your conflict is, this is a hospital, a place where patients need to rest. If you really care about Fu Xin, you should take care of him, not cause trouble here.
The nurses continued to persuade them. Lu Qingxue calmed down a little.
She glanced at Lu Xian, her eyes still filled with hatred, then turned and followed Lu Yan out of the ward. The nurses watched them leave and sighed with emotion. The emotions in this world are so complicated. Former husbands and wives are now like strangers, and some even wish the other would disappear. I don't know what happened between them to cause such deep hatred. I hope this patient can recover well and start anew in the future. After saying that, they went back to their work, while Lu Xian remained lying in his hospital bed, lost in pain and memories.
138, Chapter 138 Blood Needed?
A footstep slowly approached. A bald man wearing a white coat walked into the ward. The moment the doctor entered the ward, Lu Qingxue seemed to grasp at a lifeline. She rushed forward, her face full of anxiety, and tugged at the doctor's sleeve, asking questions.
Doctor, how is Fu Xin? Is his condition serious?
The doctor looked at the medical record in his hand and said with a serious expression. The patient was already anemic, and this injury caused excessive blood loss, so he may need a blood transfusion now. But the hospital's blood bank doesn't have a suitable blood type right now, and we're trying to find a solution. It's really a difficult situation. Before the doctor could finish speaking, Lu Qingxue interrupted without thinking. Blood transfusion is fine, you can donate as much as you want, Lu Xian has blood. As she spoke, she pointed to Lu Xian on the hospital bed next to her. The doctor looked in the direction she was pointing and saw Lu Xian lying on the hospital bed, his wrist still stitched up after surgery, his face pale. He looked incredulous and said. As soon as the words were spoken, the faces of the doctors and nurses were filled with shock. Even doctors who have treated countless patients felt numb from the shock. There are requirements for blood transfusions, even healthy people who are not sick need to have blood that meets certain standards. Let alone a patient? The doctor looked at Lu Qingxue and said. That patient just had surgery to stitch up his wrist and lost too much blood. He is still very weak. I do not recommend drawing blood or giving him a transfusion, otherwise it will cause even more harm to his body. Lu Qingxue seemed completely unconcerned about the doctor's words and spoke urgently. It's okay, doctor, just go ahead and do the transfusion. I am Lu Xian's wife, and I agree to let you draw and transfuse his blood. The doctor was even more shocked when he heard Lu Qingxue say that she was Lu Xian's wife. He looked Lu Qingxue up and down, his eyes full of doubt and strangeness. Weren't we just talking about his ex-wife? Now it's his wife who needs a blood transfusion? He simply couldn't understand how a wife could disregard her husband's health condition and insist that he donate blood to others. Lu Xian, lying on the hospital bed next to Lu Qingxue, felt as if a sharp blade had pierced his heart upon hearing Lu Qingxue's words. His heart was bleeding, his already wounded heart was now inflicted with new pain. Am I really that worthless in her eyes? For Fuxian, she was actually willing to risk my life to say such a thing. Were all those sweet memories of our past just a lie? Lu Xian pondered painfully in his heart. I have given so much for her over the past 3 years, I have donated blood to her countless times without complaint, even when I was physically weak, but now, she is so heartless, pushing me to the brink of danger for another man. Lu Xian's heart was filled with despair and resentment. I always thought that even if we got divorced, she would still have some feelings for me, some pity, but now it seems that I was too naive. In her eyes, I was nothing more than a tool that could be used at will and then discarded. Lu Xian's eyes revealed deep disappointment. He felt as if he were in a dark abyss, unable to see a glimmer of hope. Perhaps I really should let go completely. This relationship brought me only endless pain and hurt. I want to leave this place, leave her, and start my life anew. No matter how difficult the road ahead may be, it's better than being hurt by her again and again here. Lu Xian made a decision in his heart, but the pain in his heart still lingered like a shadow, refusing to dissipate for a long time. 139, Chapter 139. Bizarre Family Members. Looking at Lu Qingxue's almost frantic state, the doctor shook his head helplessly and said with a serious expression. If we force this patient to have blood drawn and transfused, his life could be in danger. Our hospital would not dare to do that. It is not in accordance with medical standards and it concerns the patient's life safety. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Lu Qingxue's anxiety and anger erupted instantly. Her eyes filled with tears, and she grabbed the doctor's hand, pleading and crying. Please, doctor, everything will be all right. Lu Xian receives blood transfusions frequently, this amount of blood is nothing to him. He's in good health, there won't be any problems. Lu Qingxue pointed at Lu Xian as she spoke, her eyes filled with heartache and concern for Fuxian. They showed absolutely no pity for Lu Xian. She really didn't want to lose Fuxian. Over the years, Fuxian had long since become the most cherished person in her heart. If this cinnabar mole or white moonlight disappears, Lu Qingxue will only suffer. Lu Xian lay in bed, and upon hearing Lu Qingxue's words, he felt as if his heart was being torn apart. The woman he once loved and cherished is now with another man. They disregarded his life and death, and spoke so lightly of his physical condition. The doctor looked at Lu Qingxue with a look of helplessness and dissatisfaction, and he emphasized it again. This is no joke. The patient is weak and has just undergone surgery. Drawing a lot of blood will cause him great harm. I can't risk his life. Seeing that the doctor still refused, Lu Qingxue became increasingly anxious. She gritted her teeth and said, Doctor, if you really don't want to, we can sign a waiver of liability. If anything happens, the hospital will not be held responsible. Just draw blood from Lu Xian. Or we can go to that little shady clinic you mentioned. Anything is fine as long as it can save Fuxian. Lu Xian's heart was completely broken. He never expected that Lu Qingxue could be so resolute for Fuxian, even willing to let him take risks. His eyes were empty, and his heart was filled with despair.
Lu Yan chimed in, echoing her sentiment.
"It's all right, doctor, this guy has plenty of blood, he'll be fine, please help him out." The doctor looked at the two sisters and felt a pang of sorrow. He sighed and said, "Okay, if you insist, then get ready to sign the no liability waiver. I'll go get my blood drawn now."
"I've never seen family members like you before. This is simply a tragedy." After the doctor finished speaking, he shook his head, his face full of helplessness and emotion, and turned to leave the ward. His heart was filled with sympathy for Lu Xian, and he felt disgusted by the behavior of Lu Qingxue and Lu Yan. But he was a doctor, and doctors only care about their patients. Moreover, Fu Xin's blood is extremely rare, and it would be impossible to obtain blood from other sources in time. In his many years of medical practice, he had never seen a family member so disregarding the life of their loved one, pushing their former partner to the brink of danger for the sake of another person. He felt there must be some complicated grudges involved. However, this practice is against human nature and morality in any case. In the ward, Lu Xian lay quietly, tears silently sliding down his cheeks. He stared at the ceiling, feeling lost and unsure of what the future held. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxue and Lu Yan waited anxiously for the doctor's return, hoping that Fu Xin could be saved as soon as possible. Completely oblivious to Lu Xian's broken heart and despairing eyes. 140, Chapter 140 Irony. Perhaps it was because the noise in the ward was too loud. Fu Xin, half awake in his hospital bed, slightly opened his eyes, and saw Lu Qingxue by his side. A weak but gratified smile appeared on his face as he spoke listlessly. "Qingxue, I thought I would never see you again this time. It's so good to see you again." Upon hearing Fu Xin's voice, Lu Qingxue's face, which had been wet with tears, instantly lit up with a look of surprise. She held Fu Xin's hand tightly, threw herself into his arms, and sobbed as she spoke. "You're finally awake. It's okay, you'll be alright. You'll get better once Lu Xian's blood is transfused." When Fu Xin heard Lu Qingxue mention that Lu Xian needed to donate blood again, a hint of smugness flashed across his face, but he quickly pretended to be in pain and frowned as he spoke. "I hate my useless body. I shouldn't have made Lu Xian donate blood to me time and time again. It's not easy for him either. I feel so guilty." Hearing Fu Xin's hypocritical words, Lu Qingxue felt even more heartache. She raised her head, her eyes filled with anger and hatred, and said viciously, "If it weren't for that bastard Lu Xian, how could you be lying here? Even if it costs Lu Xian his life, I will heal you. He did so many terrible things to us, what's a little blood compared to that?" Lu Xian lay on the hospital bed next to him, listening to everything, his heart breaking. Once, he thought Lu Qingxue was the one who could spend her life with him and share his joys and sorrows. For her, he devoted 3 years of his youth and emotions, donating blood to her time and time again without hesitation, and never complaining even as his own body weakened. But now, in Lu Qingxue's eyes, he became the heinous criminal, someone who could be sacrificed at will. For Fu Xin's sake, she could disregard his life or death and utter such heartless words. So, this is the woman I love so deeply. 3 years of relationship, in her eyes, is so worthless. She took everything I did for her for granted, and even regarded me as an enemy. Lu Xian sighed painfully in his heart. I always thought that we had a deep emotional foundation, and that even if we got divorced, she would still have some pity and reluctance towards me. But now it seems I was too naive. Her heart was already filled with Fu Xin, and I was just a tool she used. What have I done in these 3 years? My love and my sacrifices have all become a joke. What I thought was deep affection was nothing more than something that could be trampled on at will in her eyes. Lu Xian's eyes were filled with despair and self-mockery. He felt that his past persistence and dedication seemed utterly ridiculous at this moment. That's enough, that's enough. In the end, I had misplaced my affections in this relationship. I should let go, leave this place that has caused me so much heartbreak, and start my life anew. But how can the pain in one's heart be healed? Lu Xian thought to himself, tears blurring his vision once more. He turned his head to one side, not wanting to see Lu Qingxue and Fu Xin's heartbreaking appearance any longer. But the intimate conversation between Lu Qingxue and Fu Xin still lingered in Lu Xian's ears. It's impossible to get rid of it.
The more Lu Xian tried not to listen, the more those words seemed to gnaw at his heart like ants. Lu Xian really wished this feeling was a nightmare, and that he could wake up soon. 141, Chapter 141. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to drain his blood. Soon. A nurse walked over with a no-liability statement and a blood-drawing machine. The blood type of Lu Xian, the patient in bed 36, is a match for Fu Shen. Here is a no-liability agreement, please sign it. Upon hearing this, a sharp smile flashed in Fu Shen's eyes. But that look was quickly concealed as he looked at Lu Qingxue and said, "Qingxue, Lu Xian is still very weak, perhaps." But before Fu Shen could finish speaking, Lu Qingxue interrupted. "Shinshin, you're too kind. If it weren't for that good for nothing, would you have done this? Even draining his blood wouldn't be too much. I think you should stop thinking such nonsense." I just finished speaking. Lu Qingxue signed the no-liability waiver without hesitation, as if in her heart, as long as Fu Shen could be saved, Lu Xian's safety was not worth mentioning at all. Fu Shen was wheeled into the operating room and anesthesia was administered in preparation for the surgery. At the same time, on Lu Xian's hospital bed, a tube was mercilessly inserted into his body to begin drawing blood. As time went by, one large blood bag after another was drawn out, a total of 3 bags. Lu Xian's lips gradually lost their color, turning as pale as paper, and his face was lifeless, like a shell whose life force had been drained. He felt his strength being drained away little by little, and he was so weak that he couldn't even move his fingers. Lu Qingxue paced anxiously in the corridor outside the operating room, her eyes fixed on the operating room door, her heart filled with worry for Fu Shen's surgery. She didn't want to look back at Lu Xian even for a second, and kept muttering to herself, only concerned about whether the blood drawn was enough for Fu Shen. However, fate always seems to like playing tricks on people. Just then, the operating room door suddenly opened, and the doctor walked out with a solemn expression. Lu Qingxue's heart tightened, and she hurriedly stepped forward to ask, "Doctor, how is Fu Shen? Did the surgery go smoothly?" The doctor frowned and said gravely, "The surgery encountered an obstacle. The patient experienced severe bleeding and now needs more blood to maintain vital signs." Lu Qingxue's heart was breaking, but she didn't hesitate at all and immediately agreed. "Doctor, draw Lu Xian's blood and continue to do everything you can to save Fu Shen. If it weren't for Lu Xian, Fu Shen wouldn't be in the operating room. He must take responsibility for this." Her eyes revealed a kind of madness and determination, as if she would stop at nothing to save Fu Shen. Lu Yan quickly chimed in. "Yes, smoke Lu Xian's cigarettes, he's healthy anyway, so smoking a lot won't kill him. Sister is right. If he hadn't hit Fu Shen wouldn't have acted this way. He has to pay the price for his actions." Lu Yan's voice was sharp and grating, her face full of disgust and indifference towards Lu Xian. Lu Xian lay on the hospital bed, his body extremely weak, but he still heard the conversation between Lu Qingxue and Lu Yan. His heart was pierced again, as if countless knives were cutting into it. Once, he thought he could use love to change Lu Qingxue's mind, make her forget the pain of the past, and live a good life with him. But now he realizes how humble and ridiculous his love seems. He stared at the ceiling, filled with despair. He didn't know how much longer he could hold on, nor did he know why he should continue. Perhaps, death would be a relief for him. For Lu Qingxue and Lu Yan, Fu Shen's life was above all else. He, Lu Xian, is nothing more than a blood bank that can be used at will. 142, Chapter 142. Humility and Ridiculousness. Soon, a nurse walked over with a no-liability statement and a blood-drawing machine. The blood type of Lu Xian, the patient in bed 36, is a match for Fu Shen. Here is a no-liability agreement, please sign it. Upon hearing this, a sharp smile flashed in Fu Shen's eyes. But that look was quickly concealed as he looked at Lu Qingxue and said, "Qingxue, Lu Xian is still very weak, perhaps." But before Fu Shen could finish speaking, Lu Qingxue interrupted. "Shinshin, you're too kind. If it weren't for that good for nothing, would you have done this? Even draining his blood wouldn't be too much. I think you should stop thinking such nonsense." I just finished speaking. Lu Qingxue signed the no-liability waiver without hesitation, as if in her heart, as long as Fu Shen could be saved, Lu Xian's safety was not worth mentioning at all.
Fu Xin was wheeled into the operating room and anesthesia was administered in preparation for the surgery. At the same time, on Lu Xian's hospital bed, a tube was mercilessly inserted into his body to begin drawing blood. As time went by, one large blood bag after another was drawn out, a total of 3 bags. Lu Xian's lips gradually lost their color, turning as pale as paper, and his face was lifeless, like a shell whose life force had been drained. He felt his strength being drained away little by little, and he was so weak that he couldn't even move his fingers. Lu Qingxue paced anxiously in the corridor outside the operating room, her eyes fixed on the operating room door, her heart filled with worry for Fu Xin's surgery. She didn't want to look back at Lu Xian even for a second, and kept muttering to herself, only concerned about whether the blood drawn was enough for Fu Xin. However, fate always seems to like playing tricks on people. Just then, the operating room door suddenly opened, and the doctor walked out with a solemn expression. Lu Qingxue's heart tightened, and she hurriedly stepped forward to ask. "Doctor, how is Fu Xin? Did the surgery go smoothly?" The doctor frowned and said gravely. "The surgery encountered an obstacle. The patient experienced severe bleeding and now needs more blood to maintain vital signs." Lu Qingxue's heart was breaking, but she didn't hesitate at all and immediately agreed. "Doctor, draw Lu Xian's blood and continue to do everything you can to save Fu Xin. If it weren't for Lu Xian, Fu Xin wouldn't be in the operating room. He must take responsibility for this." Her eyes revealed a kind of madness and determination, as if she would stop at nothing to save Fu Xin. Lu Yan quickly chimed in. "Yes, smoke Lu Xian's cigarettes, he's healthy anyway, so smoking a lot won't kill him. Sister is right, if he hadn't hit Fu Xin wouldn't have acted this way. He has to pay the price for his actions." Lu Yan's voice was sharp and grating, her face full of disgust and indifference towards Lu Xian. Lu Xian lay on the hospital bed, his body extremely weak, but he still heard the conversation between Lu Qingxue and Lu Yan. His heart was pierced again, as if countless knives were cutting into it. Once, he thought he could use love to change Lu Qingxue's mind, make her forget the pain of the past, and live a good life with him. But now he realizes how humble and ridiculous his love seems. He stared at the ceiling, filled with despair. He didn't know how much longer he could hold on, nor did he know why he should continue. Perhaps, death would be a relief for him. For Lu Qingxue and Lu Yan, Fu Xin's life was above all else. He, Lu Xian, is nothing more than a blood bank that can be used at will. 143, Chapter 143, Obliteration of Conscience. After a 2-hour surgery, the operating room lights finally turned green. Fu Xin's surgery was successfully completed, and he was wheeled out of the operating room. He lay in the hospital bed, pale and looking very weak. Lu Qingxue stayed close to the hospital bedside, her eyes filled with heartache and concern. She held Fu Xin's hand carefully, as if afraid of hurting him. "Xin, you will get better. I am so sorry you've suffered." Lu Yan was also standing to the side, her face full of heartache, but she kept cursing Lu Xian. "That Lu Xian is a real scoundrel. He beat my brother-in-law up like this. He deserves this retribution." Lu Xian was lying on his hospital bed, looking extremely miserable. Due to the massive blood loss, he resembled a dried-up corpse, his skin shriveled and lifeless. His lips were cracked, his face was pale, and he was so weak that even his breathing was very faint. After completing the surgery, the surgeon took off his mask and let out a long sigh of relief. He walked up to Lu Qingxue and said with a serious expression, Madam, Lu Xian's condition is not optimistic. He needs to rest and recuperate properly, and eat more nutritious food. You must take good care of him. He is very weak right now and needs to receive intravenous nutrition for a few days, otherwise things could easily go wrong." Lu Qingxue didn't even glance at the doctor, continuing to focus intently on taking care of Fu Xin, as if she hadn't heard a word the doctor said. Lu Yan then spoke coldly from the side. "He deserved it. Who told him to mess with my brother-in-law? This is what he got. I think we should stop giving him any nutritional injections and just let him fend for himself." The doctor was shocked by Lu Yan's words and looked at the two sisters in disbelief. In his many years of medical practice, he had never seen such a cold and heartless person. "I almost couldn't believe that a human would say such a thing.
A living person, who had just paid such a heavy price to save another person, was now extremely weak. But they didn't care at all, and even thought about letting him fend for himself.
These aren't family members, they're clearly enemies. Even the enemy who killed my father is nothing more than this.
The doctor opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately swallowed his words. But his past experience told him to mind his own business. He knew that saying anything to the two sisters at this moment would be futile.
Discussing the concept of conscience with someone who lacks conscience is simply asking for trouble.
He shook his head, his heart filled with helplessness and sorrow, and turned to leave the ward. On his way out of the ward, the doctor was filled with mixed emotions.
He was thinking, how could there be such a heartless person in this world?
This patient almost gave his life to save Fuxian, but in their eyes, he was nothing. Their indifference and ruthlessness are truly chilling. It really broadened my horizons. If I hadn't seen and heard it with my own eyes and ears, I probably wouldn't have believed that such a bizarre person existed in the world, no matter how much others talked about it. Hopefully, this patient can pull through. After all, he is a living, breathing human being and shouldn't be abandoned like this. The doctor's steps were somewhat heavy. He felt sorry for Lu Xian and gained a deeper understanding of the coldness of human nature. The doctor glanced back at the two sisters who were concerned about Fuxian, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He prayed silently, hoping that Lu Xian would receive the care he deserved and recover soon.
144, Chapter 144. Not as good as Fuxian in any way.
In the ward, Lu Xian lay on the hospital bed with an 4-drip in his arm. The 4-drip on the shelf continuously delivered the medicine into the syringe. Several bottles of amino acids were slowly injected into Lu Xian's body, and his body, which had been drained of its vitality, finally regained some consciousness. However, Lu Xian did not choose to open his eyes. He was still weak at this moment. However, the biggest reason why Lu Xian was unwilling to wake up was not his physical condition. The conversation between Lu Qingxue and her sister beside him was like a series of sharp knives, piercing his heart. It made his heart sink to the bottom. Fuxian's hospital bed was not far from Lu Xian's, only less than 5 meters away. Therefore, the conversation between Lu Qingxue and Lu Yan at this moment sounded exceptionally clear to Lu Xian.
Lu Yan looked at Lu Qingxue with a disdainful expression and spoke. Sister, how could you have ever fallen for such a good-for-nothing? Look at him now. If it weren't for the fact that he has the same blood type as Fuxian and could donate blood to Fuxian, he would be completely useless. This good-for-nothing is so annoying to look. Aids no match for brother-in-law Fuxian in any way. Sister, I think you should keep your distance from Lu Xian in the future. You'll have bad luck if you get involved with people like this. Lu Yan's voice was sharp and grating, full of contempt and mockery towards Lu Xian. Lu Qingxue listened to Lu Yan's words and, although she did not express a clear opinion, she did not refute them either. She simply sat quietly by Fuxian's hospital bed, her eyes revealing her concern and heartache for him. It seems that in her heart, Lu Xian really was just as Lu Yan said, a worthless person. Lu Xian lay on the hospital bed next to him, listening to everything. He was filled with mixed feelings, as fond memories and harsh realities of the past intertwined in his mind. He recalled the scene when he first met Lu Qingxue. At that time, Lu Qingxue was gentle and kind, and he fell in love with her at first sight. He devoted all his feelings and energy to her, thinking he could spend his life with her. But now, in Lu Qingxue and Lu Yan's eyes, he is just a tool that can be used, a blood bag without any dignity. Everything he did for them seemed to have been forgotten by them. It turns out, in their hearts, I really meant nothing. My feelings of the past 3 years were ultimately misplaced. I thought my sincerity would win her love, but now it seems it was just wishful thinking on my part. Lu Xian sighed painfully in his heart. I did so much for her, even giving her blood transfusions time and time again despite my own health issues, but she never truly cared about me. Now, for Fuxian, she would not hesitate to sacrifice me. What am I, anyway? Lu Xian's heart was filled with despair and self-mockery. Maybe I really should let it go completely. This relationship brought me only endless pain and hurt. Letting go of a relationship requires accumulating a lot of disappointment, and Lu Xian's current disappointment has made him fully realize that this relationship has been a source of harm for him.
Lu Xian could no longer wallow in this pain. He wanted to start anew and live for himself.
But how can he possibly forget those memories?
Lu Xian's heart was filled with helplessness. He knew that it would take him a long time and a lot of courage to completely get over this relationship. But he also understood that this was his only option.
He couldn't continue wallowing in this unworthy relationship. 145, Chapter 145. Don't say anything.
Lu Qingxue frowned slightly and said to Lu Yan.
Okay, stop talking.
His tone carried a hint of impatience.
Lu Yan did not stop there and continued to ask. Sister, what about your wedding with Fu Shun?
Brother-in-law Fu Shun is so seriously ill, but the invitations have already been sent out. Lu Qingxue pondered for a moment, her gaze inadvertently sweeping over Lu Xian, before she spoke.
Let's postpone it.
Her voice was somewhat flat, yet it made Lu Xian's heart sink. Seeing Lu Qingxue's hesitant expression, Lu Yan immediately became wary and spoke again. Sister, you're not still thinking about that good-for-nothing, are you? I don't care. I only recognize Fu Shun as my brother-in-law. How could someone like Lu Xian be worthy of being my brother-in-law? Lu Yan's voice was sharp and grating, filled with disdain for Lu Xian.
After hearing this, Lu Qingxue simply nodded and didn't say anything more.
Lu Xian lay on the hospital bed, a bitter smile creeping across his face.
In that instant,
his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to 3 years ago.
At that time, when he first married into Lu Qingxue's family, the Lu family was far from being as wealthy as it is now. In fact, they were quite poor.
Lu Xian, who was new to the family, was eager to integrate and treated Lu Yan especially well. Of course, Lu's parents were no exception. They attached great importance to every holiday, fearing that they might neglect it. Lu Yan is still a student, at an age where she likes to compare herself to others. Every time she saw her classmates get something new, she would pester Lu Xian to have it when she got home.
Once, Lu Yan saw a classmate with a brand new computer worth tens of thousands of yuan and was extremely envious.
After returning home, she cried and made a scene in front of Lu Xian, insisting on buying the same one. Lu Xian's heart softened when he saw Lu Yan's pitiful appearance, even though he wasn't well off. But he gritted his teeth and secretly took out a loan to buy that computer for Lu Yan without Lu Qingxue's knowledge. When Lu Yan received the computer, her face beamed with a bright smile, and she happily hugged Lu Xian's arm.
Brother-in-law, you are the best brother-in-law in the world.
On another occasion, Lu Yan's school organized an event that required her to wear a beautiful dress. After she returned and told Lu Xian immediately went to every clothing store in the city without saying a word. I picked out an exquisite dress for her. The moment Lu Yan put on the dress, she was so happy that she spun around in front of the mirror several times, praising Lu Xian's good taste. She also said that Lu Qingxue did not marry the wrong person, and that Lu Xian was the best person to her in the world. The things we've done over the past 3 years can't be explained in just a few words. During those days, Lu Xian thought that his efforts would earn him the recognition and acceptance of this family, and that he had truly become a part of this family. But now, looking at Lu Yan's cold and disdainful expression, and listening to her harsh words towards him, Lu Xian then realized that it was all just wishful thinking on his part. Lu Yan, who once sweetly called him her best brother-in-law, now loathes him so much. Lu Qingxue, whom he once cherished, now treats him as if he doesn't exist. Lu Xian felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. He realized that people's hearts really could change. The beautiful memories of the past seemed so fragile in the face of reality. He lay on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. Perhaps from the very beginning, I shouldn't have stepped into this family that wasn't mine, and I shouldn't have had so many expectations for this relationship. 146, Chapter 146. I'm not worthy. Lu Xian's thoughts were abruptly pulled back to reality from his memories. A wave of bitterness surged in his heart, and tears uncontrollably streamed down his cheeks. Looking back on all that effort now, I only feel that I misplaced my trust in the wrong person. His eyes were filled with despair and self-mockery as he spoke in a cold voice. I am unworthy to be your brother-in-law, and even less worthy to be your husband, Lu Qingxue. His voice wasn't loud, but it sounded exceptionally clear in the quiet hospital room.
Lu Qingxue and Lu Yan were both taken aback.
Following the direction of the sound, they looked at Lu Xian lying on the hospital bed next to them, and realized that he had already woken up. The two of them were instantly filled with shock. Lu Qingxue's eyes were filled with complex emotions, including surprise, guilt, and a hint of panic.
Although Lu Xian injured Fu Shen just now,
she lost control of her emotions and said some hurtful things, but deep down she didn't want to completely break ties with Lu Xian, and she didn't want Lu Xian to know about her plan to marry Fu Shen soon. At that moment, she opened her mouth, as if to explain something. But when the words were on the tip of my tongue, I didn't know where to begin. Lu Yan, standing next to him, first showed a hint of shame on her face. After all, she had said those words while Lu Xian was asleep. Now that the person in question has heard this, it's understandable that he might feel a little embarrassed.
But soon, she became angry and embarrassed, and shouted.
Humph, Lu Xian, you're such a despicable person, eavesdropping on our conversation and pretending to be asleep, huh?
What a shameless person. Why didn't he say anything when he was awake? He even pretended to eavesdrop. I've never seen such a shameless person.
She put her hands on her hips, glared at Lu Xian with wide eyes, and then said, Lu Xian, am I wrong? What do you have that compares to Fu Shen? Fu Shen has talent, status, and wealth in every way. He's better than you. Look at yourself. What a mess you've become. You even beat Fu Shen up like that. You're just a useless piece of trash. Now you've even been reduced to delivering food. You're a disgrace to the Lu family. Don't ever say you used to be my brother-in-law again. I'll be ashamed. Lu Yan became more and more agitated as she spoke, her tone growing sharper and sharper, as if she wanted to vent all her dissatisfaction and disgust towards Lu Xian. What substantial contributions have you made to our family in the past 3 years? You've only relied on a pitiful amount of affection to stay with us. Now that the truth is out, it's time for you to recognize your own identity. Lu Xian listened quietly to Lu Yan's accusations without refuting them, but his eyes revealed a deep disappointment. He once thought that his efforts would earn him the recognition and warmth of this family. But now it seems that it was all just my imagination. So, in your eyes, I am such a worthless person. Lu Xian thought to himself silently. These 3 years of friendship have been so fragile in the face of your interests and vanity. Looking at the emotionally charged Lu Yan and the silent Lu Xian, Lu Qingxue felt somewhat at a loss.
Lu Qingxue, who was caught between Fu Shenjian and Lu Xian, still doesn't understand what she really wants.
She wanted to stop Lu Yan from continuing, but she didn't know how to start. The atmosphere in the ward became unusually oppressive, as if the air itself had frozen. Only Lu Yan's shrill voice continued to pierce Lu Xian's heart. Seeing that Lu Xian remained silent,
Lu Yan persisted, continuing her argument. Lu Xian, am I wrong? What do you have that makes you better than Fu Shen?
147, Chapter 147. What did you just hear? Looking at the scene before him, Lu Xian felt a deep sadness, but managed a bitter smile and ultimately didn't utter a single word. He glanced at Lu Qingxue, the woman he once loved deeply, but now she felt completely unfamiliar to him. Seeing that Lu Xian did not respond, Lu Qingxue became increasingly uneasy. She slowly walked to Lu Xian's bedside, stared intently at him, and asked in a slightly trembling voice.
Lu Xian, what did you just hear?
Her face was full of fear. In fact, she herself didn't understand why Lu Xian would find out about her marriage to Fu Shen sooner or later.
But she really didn't want Lu Xian to know right now.
She herself couldn't explain this contradictory feeling.
Looking at Lu Qingxue's nervous appearance, Lu Xian felt a surge of anger and disappointment.
He sneered to himself.
Lu Qingxue, you've already said it, what are you afraid of others hearing? Is it so you can keep lying to me if I don't know anything? How many times have you lied to me in these 3 years?
His eyes revealed a deep disgust, as if he were looking at a stranger. Seeing that Lu Xian only sneered and did not speak, Lu Qingxue felt a panic spreading through her heart like a flood breaking through a dam. Her hands clenched unconsciously, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She didn't know what to do, so she could only subconsciously lie on Lu Xian's hospital bed and speak in an almost pleading tone.
Shen, Lu Yan is just talking nonsense. She's still young and doesn't understand anything. Don't take it seriously.
Her voice was trembling with tears, and her eyes were filled with panic and unease. I know you may still be angry with me, but I really never meant to hurt you.
Fu Shen's incident was just an accident. I didn't want things to turn out this way either.
Lu Qingxue tried to explain incoherently, attempting to salvage the situation.
Do you remember those wonderful times when we first got together? I was really happy at that time, and I thought we could go on like that forever. Lu Qingxue's thoughts seemed to drift back to the past, and a look of nostalgia appeared on her face.
I know you've done a lot for me these past 3 years, and I remember it all. But later, things became more and more complicated, and I was somewhat unable to control my own destiny. Fu Shen, he's been very good to me, and you've seen his current situation. I can't just ignore him. Lu Qingxue continued to explain, her voice growing softer and softer.
But I never intended to hurt you completely, and I hope you can understand me. Lu Xian, please forgive me this time. Can we go back to the way things were?
Sister, what are you saying? Lu Yan's eyes were full of complicated emotions. She was completely baffled by Lu Qingxue's actions. She couldn't understand what her sister found so appealing about this useless man. Lu Qingxue raised her head and looked at Lu Xian with expectant eyes, as if waiting for a positive answer. However, Lu Xian simply looked at her quietly, his eyes showing no emotion. His heart has been scarred by these repeated hurts and can never go back to the way it was. Lu Qingxue felt a chill run down her spine when she saw Lu Xian's cold gaze. She knew her explanation might not be enough to win back Lu Xian's heart, but she still didn't want to give up and continued. Xian, please give me another chance. I promise I'll never hurt you again. Lu Qingxue kept explaining, trying to change Lu Xian's mind. Little did she know that to Lu Xian, her words were nothing more than another deception. 148, Chapter 148. Should I spoil her like a placenta? Hearing Lu Qingxue's defense of Lu Yan, Lu Xian found it even more ridiculous. He forced himself to stay upright, his gaze cold as he looked at Lu Qingxue, muttering to himself. Lu Yan is already 19 years old, an adult. How can you say she's still young and doesn't understand anything? Lu Qingxue, are you going to spoil her like a placenta? Lu Xian's face was full of a bitter smile. He was utterly disappointed by Lu Qingxue's unprincipled favoritism. Once, he thought Lu Qingxue was a reasonable person. But now it seems that in the face of family ties, her rationality has long since vanished. At this moment, Lu Xian had no desire to argue with Lu Qingxue. The physical pain and mental torment had left him utterly exhausted. It was as if the last bit of strength had been drained away. Lu Qingxue was speechless for a moment after being choked by Lu Xian's words. She opened her mouth, wanting to refute, but couldn't find the right words. A hint of embarrassment crossed her face, and a flicker of panic crossed her eyes. At this moment, Lu Xian spoke coldly. I didn't hear it. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue was overjoyed and a smile appeared on her face. She subconsciously reached out and grabbed Lu Xian's hand, as if trying to grasp this hard-won piece. However, Lu Xian, seemed to have been burned and immediately withdrew his hand. Upon seeing this, a hint of shock flashed in Lu Qingxue's eyes. Her hand froze in mid-air, looking somewhat bewildered. Lu Xian looked at Lu Qingxue, his eyes devoid of their usual tenderness, filled only with endless indifference. He said slowly, I'm tired and want a rest. Could you call a nurse for me? I need to move to another room. His voice was calm yet resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Looking at Lu Xian's resolute expression, Lu Qingxue felt a surge of panic. She didn't know why Lu Xian had suddenly become so cold. The man who once treated her with utmost care. Now, however, he seems like a stranger. Lu Xian, please don't be like this. Let's talk this out, okay? Lu Qingxue's voice carried a hint of pleading. She didn't want to lose Lu Xian, even though she herself didn't understand how much of that feeling was left. Lu Xian ignored Lu Qingxue's pleas, closed his eyes, and stopped looking at her. He had already made up his mind. He needed to get completely away from this place that caused him so much heartbreak, and from Lu Qingxue and her family. Lu Xian, what do you mean? Seeing that Lu Xian did not respond,
Lu Qingxue became even more anxious. How dare Lu Xian treat me like this before? Lu Qingxue's voice was choked with sobs, and tears welled up in her eyes. Lu Xian still didn't open his eyes, his heart was filled with exhaustion. In his eyes, the 3-year relationship was nothing but a deception, a beautiful dream he had woven himself. Now that his dream is shattered, it's time for him to wake up. Lu Xian slowly opened his eyes, his gaze revealing a resolute determination. I'm tired, I want to rest. Please call a nurse for me. Looking into Lu Xian's determined eyes, Lu Qingxue knew that nothing she said would make a difference. She stood up silently, her eyes filled with a complex expression. And Lu Xian. She lay quietly on the hospital bed, waiting for the nurse to arrive. He knew. This will be his first step into a new life, though the road ahead is unknown. But he was prepared to face anything. After Lu Xian finished speaking, he waited quietly for the nurse to arrive, his eyes revealing an expectation and determination for the future.